Chapter 1. The Chaotic Stubborn Stone. In the vast expanse of the Divine Land, the mountains rise majestically, and among them lie blessed realms and mystical caverns, suffused with boundless primordial spiritual energy that permeates the primordial world, nurturing myriad beings. As time gradually passes, countless life forms emerge within the primordial chaosinate clans, and innumerable ancient ferocious beasts arise from the vastness, endowed with extraordinary powers and boundless magical abilities, yet lacking in spiritual intelligence, driven solely by their instincts for slaughter and devouring in their fierce struggles. The competition is brutal, creating a cacophony across the bounteous and expansive primordial earth. In the eastern lands of the primordial world, the terrain is vast, with mountain ranges stretching over 100,000 miles. Undulating endlessly in a continuous flow in the southeast stands a towering celestial mountain, shrouded in clouds and mist, adorned with ethereal hues, deep forests of cypress and pine, herds of celestial deer, cranes carrying spiritual fruits, and playful spiritual monkeys, all thriving in an atmosphere rich with spiritual energia, true paradise for immortals. This mountain is none other than the jade capital of the Western Kunlun. Buzz. At the summit, two colossal stones of chaotic hue are arranged in the form of yin and yang, exuding an aura of profound mystery, as if they are embodying the great principles of yin and yang. These two stubborn stones have gathered the essence of heaven and earth over countless years, absorbing the quintessence of the sun and moon, accumulating immeasurable magical power, yet they remain devoid of the opportunity to transform into sentient forms. However, within the Yang Stone lies a hidden secret. At its center resides a chaotic orb, slowly rotating and emanating a plethora of chaotic energy that washes over the stubborn stone, enhancing its luster. Faint glimmers of obscure light flicker within. Over the ages, as the accumulation continues, this stone grows progressively harder and more formidable. Nearly comparable to an ordinary postnatal treasure, this orb is none other than the chaotic pearl's spiritual treasure birthed from chaos, containing profound mysteries within the chaotic depths, a realm where boundless transformations abound. The chaotic pearl stands alongside the opening heaven axe and the chaotic green lotus as one of the three paramount chaotic treasures, possessing boundless usefulness and immense power. Within the chaotic pearl, a small chaotic world is self-generating, where chaotic energy rages at its core. Here, a young man exists in a state of ethereality, his soul manifesting with red lips and white teeth. His visage exuding majesty, he sits cross-legged at the heart of chaos, eyes closed in meditation, allowing the ferocious chaotic energy to surge into his being. The young man's lips move slightly, as if reciting the moral jade text with each silent incantation. The chaotic energy flows into him at an accelerated pace, gradually solidifying his ethereal soul into a tangible form. Almost substantial in nature, time is inconsequential in his cultivation. The fusion of the chaotic pearl and this stubborn stone means that this stone has become my physical vessel, while its firmness is advantageous. How can I transform into a form? As the young man's soul fully condenses into substance, he slowly opens his eyes, revealing a trace of bitter mirth. I never expected that I, would not only survive a great calamity, but also encounter such fortuitous circumstances, obtaining the chaotic pearl, and even traversing to a time shortly after the creation of the universe. A contemplative expression crosses Li's face as he murmurs softly, "Yet this stubborn stone is far too solid. Transforming into a form may not be so easy. Well, let me first cultivate my primordial spirit. As for the transformation, I shall devise a plan in due course." With a tone of resignation, Li closes his eyes once more to resume his cultivation. It turns out that he is not a being of awakened intelligence from the stubborn stone, nor an innate spirit birthed from the primordial world, but rather a cultivator from a later era who has traversed through time. In the age of decline on Earth, spiritual energy is sparse, and the path to immortality is severed, yet humanity's pursuit of longevity has never waned, and modern cities still harbor cultivators. These individuals, referred to as practitioners by ordinary folk, engage in esoteric arts, manipulating fate and nurturing their spirits, akin to reclusive sages hidden within lofty mountains and dense forests, diligently honing their skills, achieving certain attainments. However, for thousands of years, no one has succeeded in attaining the path of immortality and ascending to the upper realms gradually. The realm of immortals has become a mere legend among mortals. Though Li is an orphan, he is unwilling to settle for mediocrity finally. He seizes the opportunity to acquire a manual for cultivation, and in a state of elation, he embarks on a rigorous training regimen. Fortuitously, Li possesses extraordinary talent, a prodigy of his generation, and within a mere 152 years, he ascends to the pinnacle of the harmonization of essence and Tao as a solitary practitioner. Unwilling to let his lifespan dwindle away in obscurity, Li, when his realm can no longer be contained, ascends to the summit of Mount Tai to summon heavenly tribulations. As the tribulation descends, he narrowly survives, expending all his resources and several treasured artifacts he has carried for years to barely endure the ordeal. To his dismay, his enemies seize upon this critical moment of vulnerability, seeking to extinguish his life. No, I refuse to accept this. In desperation, despite his unwillingness, Li resorts to a mutually destructive secret technique, drawing upon his essence to confront his foes in the afterlife. He had believed that he would perish in body and spirit, yet unexpectedly, as he is engulfed by the chaotic pearl, his soul is transported back to the time of creation, merging with the remnants of the stubborn stone. Li is a person who adapts to circumstances, as the saying goes. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. After a brief period of discomfort, he gradually calms himself and begins to diligently cultivate, striving for transformation. Though he remains unaware of the current state of the primordial world, he understands that strength is the foundation of his existence. While I have acquired much knowledge in my past life, most of it is crude and superficial, lacking depth in the grand principles. To create my own techniques is undoubtedly akin to climbing to the heavens. The only hope I have now rests with this chaotic pearl. Alas. Within the chaos, Li furrows his brow, sighing deeply in frustration, muttering, "Though I know not how to transform. The soul is paramount. The stronger it is, the better. Cultivating it diligently can only yield benefits." With that, Li closes his eyes once more and resumes his cultivation, channeling his limited consciousness to draw forth the chaotic energy to refine his soul. Buzz. This process renders his soul increasingly pure and luminous. Faint glimmers of white, jade-like divine light emerging from the depths of his soul, a nascent sanctity revealing itself. Apart from his daily cultivation, Li often allows his soul to depart from the chaotic pearl, merging with the stubborn stone to sense his own corporeal form and the surrounding environment, feeling the boundless solar energy circulating within him, nourishing himself with the energy emitted by the other stubborn stone nearby, evolving into the principles of yin and yang. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. Li recites the moral jade texts, transmitting the principles of yin and yang into the yin stone. Over countless years, this yin stone has also birthed a seed of intelligence. Albeit rudimentary and lacking wisdom, however, instinctively, it operates the cultivation techniques Li has transmitted, greatly enhancing its understanding. As Li ponders the strategy for transformation, he gradually loses track of time within the mountain. Yet in the primordial world, tens of thousands of years have passed, and the realm has become lively once more. The innate clans have awakened their intelligence, seeking out the celestial mountains and the sources of spiritual veins for arduous cultivation. Meanwhile, the ferocious ancient beasts, due to their brutal nature and insatiable thirst for blood, have been eradicated by the united clans, becoming a thing of the past, unable to stir any further turmoil. The Dragon clan resides across the four seas. The Phoenix clan thrives in the southern volcanic regions, and the Chilan clan congregates in the far western reaches of the primordial expanse. These three clans possess a trace of Pangu's residual bloodline, born from the fusion of Pangu's essence and the remnants of chaotic demonic beings, naturally endowed with formidable physiques and powerful magical abilities. Secretly amassing strength, harboring ambitions of dominance over the primordial realm. Yet, despite their formidable strength, the three clans are still insufficient to suppress the myriad beings of the primordial world, and thus they must conceal their ambitions for the time being. At this moment, the primordial realm can be considered relatively peaceful. With occasional skirmishes being mere trivial disputes, each clan develops independently and proliferates its own lineage, a scene of flourishing vitality only a select few innate deities, enlightened to the mysteries of heaven, retreat into seclusion to diligently practice, striving to comprehend the fruits of their cultivation, seeking a glimmer of hope amidst the great tribulations, aspiring to attain the status of an indestructible and immortal primordial golden immortal. Li, too, is refining his primordial spirit within the chaotic pearl, comprehending the principles of cultivation. Honing his physical form day by day, he is acutely aware of the brutality of the primordial world, where strength reigns supreme and the weak are devoured by the stronger reality that is far from mere hyperbole. Regrettably, based on his memories from his past life, he knows that the three pure ones, the two saints of the West, and the goddess Nuwa are either fragments of Pangu's primordial spirit or innate divine beings, none of whom are connected to the chaotic stubborn stone. Even those with extraordinary powers have never been associated with such origins. Could it be that his traversal has relegated him to the role of a minor figure? This thought weighs heavily on Li's heart. Yet, I am fortunate to have obtained the chaotic pearl. As long as I am diligent, I shall not fare too poorly. Li reassures himself inwardly, determination shining in his eyes as he solidifies his resolve to pursue the path. Having fully integrated with the chaotic stubborn stone, Li's primordial spirit has been nurturing profound insights, perhaps signaling that his opportunity for transformation is drawing near. Thus, Li has been honing his primordial spirit within the chaotic pearl for many years during this time. Aside from cultivating himself, he gradually endeavors to refine the chaotic pearl using the power of his primordial spirit. The chaotic pearl, as a supreme treasure of chaos, possesses a total of 50 prohibitions with Li's current strength. Refining 4 is his limit, yet he has successfully initiated the refinement of this chaotic treasure henceforth. Unless he meets his demise, no one shall be able to wrest it from him. Fortunately, the chaotic pearl, being a treasure of chaos, is born of primordial principles, subduing chaos with incredible might. As long as Li does not reveal it, even the heavenly principles would find it difficult to detect, providing him with a measure of reassurance. On this day, atop the western Kunlun's jade capital, Li merges his primordial spirit with the stubborn stone, silently absorbing the pure solar energy radiating from the sun, tempering his physical form. "Brother, when do you think we will be able to transform?" Suddenly, a delicate voice emanates from the opposite stone. After years of arduous training and Li's guidance, the other stubborn stone has also gained considerable wisdom. Now indistinguishable from that of an adult at last, Li found someone to converse with, alleviating his solitude. "Soon, I can feel that the opportunity for transformation is drawing near, likely within this month or the next," Li remarked. "Oh, that is splendid. At long last, we shall venture forth to experience the world beyond." An elated voice resonated from within the shadowy stone. Though the transformation had yet to be realized, Li had not been without accomplishments over the years. His cultivation had reached the realm of golden immortal, and despite the hardness of his essence, his accumulated spiritual power had attained the level of great Luohu golden immortal. The hierarchy of cultivation is divided as follows. Below immortals: Qi introduction, Qi refinement into spirit, spirit transformation into void, and void merging with the Tao. Above immortals: Earth immortal, celestial immortal, profound immortal, supreme profound immortal, golden immortal, supreme golden immortal, and great Luohu golden immortal. The saint realm: quasi-saint, saint primordial great Luohu golden immortal, primordial merging Tao saint, and primordial great Tao saint. Below the saint realm, each level is further divided into 4 stages: initial, intermediate, advanced, and perfection, while above the saint realm, each level comprises 12 tiers. During the refinement of the Chaos Pearl, Li became aware of this precise classification of realms. He was uncertain of the achievements that awaited him. leaving him momentarily adrift in thought. To his knowledge, no saint or innate deity had a foundation akin to his naturally. He felt a sense of despondency. Curse it! Is it not said in novels that the protagonist is reborn into chaos, befriending Pangu, tormenting Junti, and effortlessly dominating the primordial world? Why have I been deprived of such fortune, burdened with the anxiety of transformation? Is it truly a matter of character? Li Yi exclaimed in frustration. In his previous life, though Li Yi was a cultivator, he had also mingled in the modern urban landscape. He frequently indulged in web novels, often envying the protagonists who effortlessly acquired innate spiritual treasures, while he himself seemed bereft of such luck. Though he possessed a chaos pearl, it was not something to be used recklessly. At present, the difference between having it and not having it felt negligible. Li Yi contemplated gloomily were the innate deities of the primordial world to learn of his thoughts. They might very well be driven to madness, vying for his life. Chapter 2. Taoist Hongjun and the Celestial Boy Haoyan. Li Yi was transported by the Chaos Pearl to the primordial epic, merging with the chaotic stone, enduring countless years of arduous cultivation, yet still troubled by the prospect of transformation. The vast eastern expanse of the primordial world was bounteous and boundless. A mountain range stretched endlessly for millions of miles from a lofty vantage point. One would observe that the periphery of this mountain range was protected by enigmatic formations, with ethereal mists rising in resplendent hues, creating an illusion of obscurity, revealing glimpses of peculiar stones, towering ancient trees, and fantastical creatures. Akin to a painting, this was indeed Kunlun Mountain. The western Kunlun mountain range boasted an elevated terrain, with countless celestial mountains and caves, where transformed little demons resided, relishing the blessings of the celestial realm and dedicating themselves to their cultivation. Glop, glop, glop. On this particular day, atop the rugged paths of Yujing Mountain in western Kunlun, an aged Taoist advanced steadily. This venerable Taoist possessed an unusual countenance. Clad in a white yin-yang robe, his presence subdued and his aura ethereal, he bore a bamboo staff, ascending the mountain with seemingly deliberate slowness. Yet in mere moments, he traversed thousands of miles, reaching the pinnacle of Yujing Mountain. Ha ha ha! The old Taoist surveyed the breathtaking scenery around him and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What a splendid celestial mountain, perfectly suited to be my sacred ground." As he spoke, he pointed his bamboo staff toward the heart of the mountain range. Buzz! An ancient Taoist temple gradually materialized, its entrance wide enough for 2 or 3 individuals to walk side by side, with several weathered steps winding downwards, upon which hung a plaque inscribed with the 3 prominent characters, Zixiao Palace. What? Zixiao Palace? From deep within the chaotic stone, Li Yi's soul cried out in astonishment. As if sensing something, the old Taoist furrowed his brow, turning to gaze intently at the 2 stubborn stones, one dark and one light. After scrutinizing them for a moment, a faint smile graced his lips. Nodding slightly, he suddenly unleashed 2 beams of profound light that struck the stones. Boom! The massive rocks erupted with a kaleidoscope of colors, shimmering and pulsating incessantly. Once the radiance fully converged, amidst the flickering divine light, they transformed into a pair of children, a boy and a girl. "You 2 are destined to be my wards. I shall bestow upon you the names Hao Yin and Yao Qi, and you shall serve as my gatekeepers." The old Taoist remarked, his tone nonchalant. Disregarding their reactions, he continued, "I grant you both the yin and yang swords, both innate spiritual treasures." With a flick of his sleeve, 2 long swords soared forth, landing before the children. Their ancient designs exuding the essence of yin and yang, clearly not of mundane origin. "Master, I wish for your eternal blessings and the swift attainment of the Tao," the boy exclaimed, suddenly bowing deeply in reverence. The girl, a bit taken aback, quickly followed suit, expressing her gratitude as well. Hearing their praises, the old Taoist maintained his serene demeanor and instructed, "You both must devote yourselves to diligent practice and not indulge in idleness." With that, he said no more and stepped into the Zixiao Palace. The boy and girl exchanged respectful glances before hastily following after him. This moment, Li Yi, unlike his outward calm, felt a tempest brewing within. He sensed his primordial spirit stirring, aware that the moment for transformation was approaching, a mix of excitement and anxiety coursing through him. He had long concealed his primordial spirit within the Chaos Pearl, sending forth a sliver of his soul to merge with the stubborn stone and observe the events unfolding outside. When the Taoist Hongjun arrived and established the Zixiao Palace, Li Yi was rendered speechless. Overwhelmed by shock, think that I am the unfortunate Haoyan, the puppet Jade Emperor, now taken as a disciple by Hongjun. Li Yi's heart cried out in frustration as he recalled the two great deities of the primordial world, namely the Jade Emperor Haoyan and the Queen Mother Yaoqi. These two were indeed the gatekeepers of Hongjun, and it was said that Hongjun enlightened the stubborn stones to become enlightened beings. Was that not him? Although in Journey to the West, Haoyan is portrayed as timid and ineffectual, Li Yi knew that the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother were far from simple figures. They were true masters of profound magic, possessing vast powers. Despite never displaying their abilities, Haoyan and Yaoqi had emerged at the dawn of creation and served alongside Hongjun, enduring countless eons of arduous cultivation. How could they lack any accomplishments? With the accumulation of such extensive time, one could say that even a pig would become Zhu Beiji. Moreover, born from the Chaos Stubborn Stone, his foundation was not particularly poor, even if his aptitude did not measure up to the innate great deities. It would not fall too far behind. It was merely a matter of being unrecognized. Since I have become the new Haoyan, I must break free from the shackles of fate, sage or puppet. A cold smile crept across Haoyan's heart as he contemplated the Chaos Pearl within his primordial spirit, his only hope. Fortunately, I possess this Chaos Pearl, a supreme treasure of chaos. With this gem and my innate advantages, coupled with careful planning, I shall never tread the path of the original Haoyan. He resolutely affirmed in his heart, grasping Yaoqi's small hand as they stepped into the Zixiao Palace together. Within the Zixiao Palace, 3 cushions were arranged on the Dao platform. Hongjun occupied the central position, his eyes gently closed, lost in thought. I am preparing to enter seclusion to sever the third corpse, which may take several 100,000 years. You too must guard the portal, the Taoist Hongjun instructed calmly, then resumed his meditative practice. Yes, Haoyan and Yaoqi responded eagerly. Haoyan was genuinely astonished, realizing that Hongjun was nearing the stage of severing the 3 corpses, truly deserving of being the foremost sage of destiny. Thus, Haoyan led Yaoqi out of the Zixiao Palace, finding a suitable dwelling atop Yujing Mountain, and began to refine the dual yin and yang swords bestowed by Hongjun as the two engaged in the ritual of crafting their treasures. 300 years quietly slipped away. At last, Haoyan and Yaoqi awakened, having completely refined the dual swords. Although these swords were not the pinnacle of innate spiritual treasures, they were perfectly suited for Haoyan and Yaoqi, as both were embodiments of extreme yin and extreme yang. Utilizing the power of yin and yang to refine these swords came naturally to them, in a mere 300 years. They succeeded. You are my first innate spiritual treasure, and I shall name you Taihao, Haoyan declared, his gaze fixed on the 3-foot-long, ancient-looking sword radiating a vibrant red light. Clang! The sword vibrated, emitting a clear, melodious sound, as if it were quite pleased with its name. From now on, this sword shall be called Taihao, Haoyan proclaimed. Sister Yaoqi, since Master is currently in seclusion, why don't we close the mountain gates and descend to explore for a while? After all, Master will not emerge for several 100,000 years. We can always return early, Haoyan suggested to Yaoqi. Brother, that might be. Yaoqi hesitated, glancing at Haoyan, speaking softly. What if Master takes offense? Fear not. Master possesses immense powers and will not concern himself with such trivial matters. Besides, we can take this opportunity to cultivate in the Taiyin Star and the Taiyang Star, which will greatly enhance our strength, Haoyan quickly persuaded. Well, all right then. Yaoqi acquiesced softly. In truth, she had long wished to descend the mountain for an adventure, but had not expressed it until now. Consequently, the two sealed the gates of the Zixiao Palace and made their way down Yujing Mountain. Within the Zixiao Palace, on the Dao platform, Hongjun was silently contemplating his path, preparing for the severing of the three corpses. Above him, a dark-hued jade butterfly spun slowly, while his hands emitted intricate mystical gestures. Suddenly, Hongjun paused for a moment before continuing, seemingly unfazed. Just as Hao Yin had surmised, Hongjun noticed the two descending the mountain. To him, Hao Yin and Yao Qi were merely embarking on a journey of exploration to broaden their horizons, not a matter worth fretting over. Over the years, the primordial world had indeed become more vibrant. First, the ancestral dragon of the dragon clan unified the seas, followed by the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, with avian creatures rallying behind the phoenix and terrestrial beasts led by the Qilin. These three clans wielded unparalleled power. In the western extremes of the primordial realm resided a formidable figure, the demon ancestor Luohu, who, this being, was a manifestation of the resentment of the chaotic demon god born from its remnants. Inheriting the chaotic demon gods will to shatter the heavens and restore chaos. Though Luohu, who possessed considerable strength, he lacked the grand powers required to obliterate the heavens and earth. Thus, he resorted to cunning schemes, instigating conflicts and sowing discord. The dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans had long harbored ambitions of supremacy over the primordial realm, and with Luohu's incitement, their desires grew ever more inflated, leading to escalating tensions that would soon culminate in war. The Tianju Mountain, towering amidst the vast heavens and earth, emanated an immense pressure that only those of great power could ascend. Below the boundless mountains, a pair of youth, a boy and a girl, walked hand in hand. The boy was handsome, exuding an air of authority in his demeanor, while the girl was stunningly beautiful, a vision of celestial grace. Indeed, they were none other than Hao Yin and Yao Qi, now free from their childlike forms as they journeyed forth. "Hey, you two little demons, quickly surrender your treasures. I'm in a good mood today, so I might let you pass unharmed." A beastly creature with a tiger's head and a human body blocked their path. Bellowing, "Brother, is this the umpteenth time?" Yao Qi chuckled, seemingly unafraid. "Die." The tiger demon, enraged by their indifference, raised its blade menacingly. Humph! A glint of cold light flashed in Hao Yin's eyes as he drew the Tai Hao sword, pointing it at the tiger demon. Instantly, a flash of red sword light erupted, and the little demon found itself decapitated, its spirit extinguished. For Hao Yin and Yao Qi, this was but a minor episode as they traversed the path to Buzhou Mountain. They encountered numerous unwise beings, all of whom met their demise at the hands of Hao Yin and Yao Qi. In his past life as a cultivator, Hao Yin was not one to show mercy, and while Yao Qi had initially hesitated, over time, influenced by Hao Yin, she gradually adapted to the grim reality. "Brother, you mentioned that Buzhou Mountain houses innate spiritual treasures and roots. Why have we found nothing after searching for 500 years?" Yao Qi complained that, perhaps our fortunes are simply lacking. Hao Yin replied, somewhat awkwardly, in his mind. Buzhou Mountain was abundant with treasures, and it seemed only natural for them to acquire at least a few. Unfortunately, his expectations were far from reality, leaving him with no choice but to suggest, "Sister, why don't we split up and cultivate in the Taiyin Star and the Taiyang Star? We might just achieve a breakthrough in our cultivation." Hao Yin's journey had two purposes. One was to seek treasures, as he knew that Hongjun's method of severing the three corpses required innate spiritual treasures to embody good, evil, and self-present. Hongjun had yet to impart his teachings, and once he did, acquiring innate treasures would be exceedingly challenging. He would not let this opportunity slip away. The pair had indeed made some discoveries on their journey from Zixiao to Buzhou Mountain, unearthing numerous treasures and innate roots, including the innate 5 elements fruit tree, 12 Dinghai pearls, falling treasure coins, and the 9 heaven soil, among many other innate spiritual items and materials. However, upon ascending Buzhou Mountain and searching for 500 years, they had found nothing, prompting Hao Yin to reflect on the capriciousness of fate. The second purpose of Hao Yin's journey was to cultivate within the Sun Star, refining his physique with the true fire of the sun to transcend his current realm. Chapter 3. The World Tree. The Sun Star, transformed from the left eye of the mighty Pangu, is a colossal golden crow that perpetually radiates intense yang energy, scorching the primordial earth and all living beings. On its surface, countless ancient venomous dragons surge and rampage amidst the fierce flames, roaring as if attempting to break free from the golden crow's bindings to wreak havoc across the beautiful primordial land. Clop, clop, clop. On this day, a handsome young man set foot upon the Sunstar. The numerous ancient venomous dragons, upon seeing him, recoiled as if confronted by a formidable adversary, not daring to approach. The youth appeared as a sovereign of flames, traversing the depths of the Sunstar with ease. This individual was none other than Hongjun. Hongjun, being a body of pure yang, was akin to the Golden Crow race, both embodying the essence of fire's imperial might. As he progressed, he sought out a location rich in true solar fire, setting up various defensive and alert formations. Thereupon, Hongjun commenced his secluded cultivation. This time, he was determined to achieve a breakthrough. Hongjun murmured softly to himself. Upon exiting the western Kunlun, he had reached the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal Path, equivalent to the early stages of a typical great Luohu Golden Immortal's magical accumulation. His travels were fraught with battles, leading to numerous insights. His cultivation had significantly advanced, now attaining the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Path. However, without sufficient yang energy, he had yet to formally break through to 8T this moment. He aimed to achieve his breakthrough within the Sunstar. Buzz, as Hongjun sat cross-legged within the formation, manifesting his cultivation. The three flowers atop his head appeared simultaneously, gathering the heaven, earth, and humanity's essence. The five energies surged within his chest, tumultuously rolling as he channeled his methods to strike against the bottleneck with all his might. Suddenly, Hongjun let out a mournful cry. Breaking through the bottleneck was no easy feat, and the agony endured was not something to be shared lightly. Surrounding him, the pure yang spiritual energy and true solar fire surged violently into Hongjun's body, searing and refining him, inflicting immense suffering. Roar! Hongjun emitted a low growl, feeling as though his body and soul were on the verge of being torn into countless fragments, an unbearable pain threatening to drive him to madness. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth. Maintaining a flicker of clarity within his spiritual platform, he repeatedly channeled his methods, causing the surrounding yang energy to pour more rapidly into his body. Crack, 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 boom! At last, a thunderous roar resonated within his body, the spiritual energy momentarily pausing before surging into Hongjun with even greater intensity. Finally, it was accomplished. The sensation of breaking through was exhilarating. Unable to contain his excitement, Hongjun let out a triumphant shout as his momentum erupted, breaking through the Golden Immortal bottleneck and stepping into the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. Without any pause, he continued to strengthen himself, progressing through the early, mid, and late stages of Tai Golden Immortal, eventually stabilizing at the peak of the late stage. Exhaling slowly, Hongjun opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and quietly felt the immense power within his being. This sensation made him feel as though he could command all things in the world. An exhilarating experience indeed, that of course, this was merely his own perception. Having successfully broken through, he calculated in astonishment that he had spent a full 10,000 years in seclusion. Who would have thought my breakthrough would take a millennium? Truly, cultivation knows no bounds of time. Hongjun mused with a shake of his head, feeling somewhat sentimental. Yet, it was fortunate that he still had ample time before Hongjun's breakthrough, enough for him to utilize. With a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes, Hongjun rose and departed the Sunstar. He did not seek out Emperor Jun or Tai, for he understood that the time for their emergence was not yet ripe. The heavenly secrets were concealed, and even if he searched, he would find nothing. Sighing, he gazed longingly at the colossal Sunstar before suddenly turning away, soaring towards the direction of the Moonstar. Although he coveted the chaotic treasures of Emperor Jun and Tai, such as the Chaos Bell, Hichu, and Luohu, he had no other choice. Hongjun could only depart helplessly, intending first to visit the Moonstar to see how Yaotai was faring. Hongjun sped along, soon arriving at the Moonstar. His time spent within the Sunstar had yielded significant gains, propelling his strength to the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. After a brief search, he finally located the place where Yaotai was in seclusion, but she had yet to emerge. Whoosh! Thus, Hao Yin left a message using his spiritual imprint, informing Yao Dai that he would be traveling through the primordial realm after his breakthrough. And if she could not find him upon her emergence, she could return to the western Kunlun's Jade capital mountain to await him. With that, he set off on his journey through the primordial realm. During the years Hao Yin cultivated within the Sunstar, conflicts erupted across the primordial land, growing increasingly fierce. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, incited by the demon ancestor Luohu, saw their tensions escalate to an irreconcilable degree. The three clans were now amassing their strengths, preparing for an impending battle. As Hao Yin entered the primordial realm, he beheld the rampant chaos and slaughter throughout the land, where life and death often intertwined in a relentless cycle of vengeance. An overwhelming aura of malice and murderous intent enveloped the primordial world. A great calamity was approaching. Aside from a few powerful beings or reclusive hermits in seclusion, the majority of the primordial creatures were blinded by the malevolent energy of the impending catastrophe, becoming entangled in cycles of hatred and vengeance, sinking deeper into the abyss of bloodshed. As Hao Qian journeyed through the primordial realm, witnessing the scenes of carnage that unfolded before him, he could not help but feel a sense of sorrow. Those demon practitioners who sought him out for trouble ultimately met their demise at his hands. He was not one to show mercy. The primordial realm upheld the principle of the weak being devoured by the strong. With the powerful reigning supreme, gradually, the aura of slaughter and malice surrounding Hao Yin grew more pronounced. He would often pause to engage in meticulous cultivation, striving to glean insights and prevent himself from being ensnared by the cycle of bloodshed. One day, as Hao Yin traversed a secluded valley within the primordial realm, he suddenly felt as if something was calling out to him. Could it be that fortune was upon him, a spiritual treasure resonating with his essence? Hao Yin believed he was destined to encounter a spiritual treasure. An excitement surged within him as he hastily flew towards the source of the sensation. Upon reaching the valley, he discovered it was guarded by a primordial formation, with a trickle of chaotic energy seeping through. Rumbling, breaking through the formation took Hao Yin a century. Hiss! Upon entering the formation, he was instantly awestruck, gasping in astonishment. The environment shifted as if he had stepped into another world. Before his eyes stood an immensely towering tree, slowly inhaling and exhaling chaotic energy. Countless branches seemed to penetrate the depths of the void, exuding immense pressure, standing resolutely at the center of this world, as if it had existed since time immemorial. This is the chaotic spiritual root. Hao Yin fixated his gaze upon the colossal tree, his eyes turning crimson with overwhelming joy as he laughed heartily. Comparable to the chaotic supreme treasure, the chaotic spiritual root. You are mine. It was evident that this was no ordinary primordial entity, but a being far superior to the primordial roots. Yet within this world, the chaotic energy was nearly depleted, rendering the chaotic spiritual root seemingly wilted. As if on the brink of death, "Gather!" Hao Yin exclaimed. Whoosh! Without further ado, he reached out and drew the tree into the chaos pearl, then swiftly followed, entering the pearl himself. Within the vast, gray chaos, the tree regained its vitality. Flourishing as if reborn, endless chaotic energy surged into its roots and trunk, taking a long time to settle. This tree is undoubtedly a chaotic spiritual root. Had I not arrived in time to claim it, it would have perished in a few thousand years. My true body resides in the Purple Cloud Palace, and I was in need of a doppelganger to traverse the primordial realm. It seems this tree is fated to be mine. How delightful! Hao Yin reveled within the chaos pearl, laughing triumphantly. After a while, he composed himself. Sitting before the colossal tree in meditation, he silently endured the soul-rending pain of splitting his essence. He divided 1/3 of his spirit, copying a portion of his memories, and directly infused it into the tree. Through this fragment of his spirit, he established a connection to control its fusion with the chaotic spiritual root. Time flowed on, and after 150,000 years had passed, the boundless chaotic energy continued to merge into the tree. Rumbling, suddenly, the colossal tree shimmered with 9-colored radiance: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and white. while the chaotic world within the chaos pearl trembled. The chaotic energy swirled into a vortex, rushing forth. Another 20,000 years passed. At last, the chaotic energy subsided, and at the center of the vortex emerged a remarkably handsome young man, exuding an ancient aura. With a fleeting hint of weariness flashing in his eyes, as if he had existed since time immemorial. Hao-Yin locked eyes with the young man, and they both erupted into wild laughter. Ha! The World Tree. It truly is the World Tree. My path has been realized. As it turned out, this tree was the foremost spiritual root within the chaos, known as the World Tree. As the name implies, it possesses the ability to evolve worlds, a chaotic spiritual root capable of generating realms. When Hao-Yin refined the World Tree to become his doppelganger, he had already received this knowledge from it. Originally, the World Tree was meant to evolve vast worlds, never meant to take form. However, from the depths of chaos emerged the formidable deity Pangu, who, in his quest for enlightenment, undertook the monumental task of creating the heavens and the earth. The consequences of his actions were as one might expect. With Pangu's demise, the primordial wilderness was forever altered, rendering the World Tree devoid of purpose. Indeed, it was true that the heavens and the earth were shaped by Pangu, while the World Tree, caught in the aftermath of Pangu's cosmic endeavor, was distanced from the chaos. Lacking sentience and the ability to take form, the World Tree was reliant on the essence of chaos for its very existence. Had it not sensed the presence of the Chaos Pearl and instinctively summoned it, it would never have encountered Hao-Yin. Fellow Taoist, I shall take upon myself the title of creator, spoke the avatar of the World Tree to Hao-Yin. This World Tree, truly a remarkable manifestation of chaotic roots, was no ordinary entity. Upon taking form, it possessed the full mastery of a great Luohu golden immortal. Indeed, Hao-Yin agreed, acknowledging its power. The World Tree harbored the ability to evolve worlds and nurture the fundamental laws of the heavenly Tao. Its avatar merely needed to continuously comprehend the primal forces within to manifest worlds internally. The more perfected the worlds became, the stronger the avatar's power grew. Upon breaking through to the quasi-saint realm, its essence would evolve into a lesser thousand worlds, and upon achieving sainthood, it would attain a middle thousand worlds, ultimately reaching the grand thousand worlds upon becoming a Hongjun to that point. It would truly give birth to the heavenly Tao within, evolving a Tao world equal to the primordial wilderness. Hao-Yin could also, through their spiritual connection, comprehend the laws of the world's essence. Thus, it would be exceedingly difficult for Hao-Yin not to progress swiftly in his cultivation. One could say that the avatar was akin to an extraordinary cheat. Fellow Taoist, I must retreat into the chaos to cultivate. You too should return to your mountain for seclusion. The great Tao awaits us in the future. The avatar of creation solemnly declared to Hao-Yin. Indeed, Hao-Yin nodded, smiling as he replied, we are one and the same, both destined for the great Tao. There is no need for formalities. With that, Hao-Yin returned to the western Kunlun Jade capital mountain, while the avatar of the World Tree soared forth into the chaos, racing toward the 33 heavens. Chapter 4. The Great War begins amidst catastrophe. Hao-Yin descended from the mountain to travel, unaware of the fortuitous turns of fate that awaited him. Not only did he break through to the peak of the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, but he also acquired the World Tree, a treasure of chaotic roots. This journey could be deemed a colossal success. Hence, Hao-Yin did not linger in the primordial wilderness, but promptly returned to the western Kunlun, while the avatar of creation ventured into the chaos to comprehend the essence of the world. Aspiring to break through to the quasi-saint realm and evolve a lesser thousand worlds, as he sped along, Hao-Yin soon reached Kunlun Mountain. The western Kunlun Jade capital mountain remained as picturesque as ever, resembling a realm of immortals, tranquil and distant. Brother Hao-Yin, it is wonderful to have you back. I no longer have to be alone in the Yaoqi. Yaoqi exclaimed joyfully, grasping Hao-Yin's hand, having spent too long wandering the primordial wilderness. It was only natural for him to return. Hao-Yin transformed back into his youthful form, gazing at Yaoqi with a smile. Indeed, Yaoqi has made a breakthrough. Yaoqi had already advanced to the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal upon returning to Kunlun Mountain. Unfortunately, the esteemed Hongjun had yet to emerge from his seclusion. It seemed that severing the three corpses was no simple task and would require considerable time. Thus, during this period, Kunlun Mountain was left with only Yaoqi, which was rather dull. Now that Haoyan had returned, she was naturally elated in Kunlun Mountain. The days for Haoyan and Yaoqi were peaceful and pleasant, akin to the carefree existence of a gatekeeper, oblivious to worldly troubles. However, Haoyan devoted himself to his cultivation with even greater diligence and seriousness. Time flowed like water, slipping away unnoticed through their fingers. Since Haoyan's return from his travels, 12,000 years had elapsed, nearing a Yuan meeting, which spans 12,960 years. During this time, Haoyan smoothly broke through to the early stage of the great Luohu Golden Immortal, while Yaoqi advanced to the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Yet, unlike the tranquility of western Kunlun, the primordial land was rife with conflict, and tensions had escalated to a palpable level. The three innate clans of Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin finally revealed their fangs, exposing their ambition to dominate the primordial wilderness. Over the years, the three clans had engaged in numerous skirmishes. 30,000 years prior, the ancestral leaders of the three clans, Ancestral Dragon, Heavenly Phoenix, and Jade Qilin, waged war in the western primordial wilderness. Ancestral Dragon, wielding overwhelming strength, defeated the ancestral leader of the Qilin, Jade Qilin, and sought to eradicate the Qilin clan. However, Jade Qilin and the Phoenix ancestor, Heavenly Phoenix, were not fools. Upon witnessing Ancestral Dragon's might, they promptly allied and fought back against him. All three were at the pinnacle of the great Luohu Golden Immortal, their powers reaching the quasi-saint level, and the battle raged on, causing the heavens to darken, the sun and moon to lose their light, and the mountains and rivers to quake. The outcome of this battle left all three clans with grievous losses, their leaders severely wounded, and they had no choice but to retreat and recuperate. Like wounded beasts, they each licked their wounds, biding their time for future revenge. Meanwhile, many great powers in the primordial wilderness emerged from their seclusion, focusing on the movements of the three clans, the initiator of the chaos. The demon ancestor Luohu was particularly exhilarated, waiting for the calamity to unfold, so he could harness the malevolent energy of the primordial wilderness and the killing intent to achieve the status of Hongjun Saint. Before the calamity, the primordial wilderness was shrouded in a deathly silence, oppressive and foreboding, as if dark clouds loomed over the city, heralding the impending apocalypse. In the next moment, it felt as if the stars themselves were falling. The universe was on the brink of annihilation. On a certain day, atop the western Kunlun Jade Capital Mountain, Yaoqi was feeding the celestial birds and spiritual beasts in the mountains, while Haoyan was immersed in the insights of the Tao relayed from the avatar of creation. This serene and harmonious scene stood in stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of the primordial land, appearing utterly out of place. Suddenly, an unfathomable pressure emanated from the purple cloud palace atop the mountain, overwhelming in its might, causing all the celestial birds, spiritual beasts, and various creatures in the vicinity to prostrate themselves in fear, unable to rise. Haoyan, Yaoqi, come to the purple cloud palace at once, came the indifferent voice of Hongjun. Haoyan and Yaoqi, sensing the urgency, hastily set aside their tasks and rushed into the purple cloud palace. Disciple pays respects to the master on his emergence from seclusion, wishing the master's swift enlightenment of the Tao. Haoyan and Yaoqi exclaimed in unison as they knelt in reverence that a great calamity is approaching. You two must swiftly seal the purple cloud palace. I need to visit two fellow Taoists, Hongjun instructed. Understood, Haoyan and Yaoqi replied immediately. Hongjun was indeed preparing to visit the two great ancestors of Yin and Yang to discuss the strategies for dealing with the demon ancestor Luohu. The malevolent energy and killing intent in the primordial wilderness had finally reached a boiling point, and it was at this moment that the decisive battle among the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans was upon them. In the western lands of the primordial continent, neighboring the shores of the Western Sea, the stronghold of the Qilin clan was heavily fortified, with warriors from the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans on high alert. Clop, clop, clop. Ancestral dragon, adorned in a golden robe and riding in a chariot pulled by 9 dragons, stepped forth with unmatched grandeur, emanating an aura of boundless authority. Heavenly Phoenix and Jade Qilin, today the Dragon Clan has arrived in full force. Why resist? It would be wiser to surrender, Ancestral Dragon proclaimed. The ancestral leader of the Qilin clan, Jade Qilin, an elderly figure dressed in luxurious robes and holding the Qilin seal, bore a benevolent expression. Yet, the flickers of malice and determination in his eyes betrayed a darker nature. Ancestral Dragon, words are futile. Today, you shall meet your demise. Jade Qilin retorted coldly. Humph. The Phoenix ancestor, Heavenly Phoenix, a strikingly beautiful woman of noble bearing, shot a cold glance at Ancestral Dragon, remaining silent, clearly siding with Jade Qilin's sentiment. Kill. Upon witnessing this, Ancestral Dragon bellowed, unleashing a torrent of murderous intent as he lunged at Heavenly Phoenix and Jade Qilin. Boom! The two did not falter, uniting to flank Ancestral Dragon with their formidable physiques and divine abilities, clashing fiercely in a fierce confrontation that obscured the heavens. Kill, kill, kill! The warriors of the 3 clans joined the fray, and chaos erupted, the battlefield becoming a cacophony of battle cries, difficult to control. The scene was filled with brilliant lights, unchecked divine powers, and bloodshed, as the warriors became blinded by rage. The members of the 3 clans were consumed by the malevolent energy of the calamity. Before long, the lines between friend and foe blurred, with clan members sometimes turning against one another in their fervor. This battle raged on for half a year. The strength of the 3 clans diminished significantly. An ancestral dragon, along with the others, fought to the bitter end, revealing their true forms and engaging in a brutal melee in the skies. All of you shall die. You all deserve to die. Ancestral Dragon roared. Seeing the prolonged stalemate and with the Dragon Clan's forces dwindling to a mere few 100,000, despair surged within him. In a fit of madness, he unleashed his life essence in the form of his fateful Dragon Pearl. Self-destructing it. Boom! Instantly, a massive mushroom cloud erupted in the western primordial wilderness, accompanied by a deafening roar and an overwhelming aura of slaughter, saturating the entire region with bloodshed. After a long while, the tumult subsided, and the members of the 3 clans were nearly annihilated. Ancestral Dragon, Heavenly Phoenix, and Jade Qilin, awakened from their stupor, found themselves grievously wounded and on the brink of death. Upon witnessing this scene, Ancestral Dragon laughed maniacally, his voice laden with endless sorrow and weariness. They're all dead. They're all dead. I'm the sinner of the Dragon Clan, he bellowed, as if possessed, that a flicker of determination ignited within his gaze as he looked skyward, proclaiming, "Very well, with the heavenly Tao above, from this day forth, my Dragon Clan shall safeguard the 4 seas and govern the primordial wilderness, ensuring harmony. I, Ancestral Dragon, return to the cosmos." Boom! As soon as the words left his mouth, the heavens trembled as if resonating with a celestial sound. The light of the skies burst forth, and the heavenly Tao quaked as Ancestral Dragon's colossal form dissipated into the cosmos. Yes, Heavenly Phoenix and Jade Qilin exchanged bittersweet smiles, their gazes resolute, and together they proclaimed, "With the heavenly Tao above, my Phoenix clan shall eternally suppress the southern immortal volcano. With the heavenly Tao above, my Qilin clan shall forever be the auspicious beast." Boom! Boom! Suddenly, another tremor shook the heavens and the earth, and the sky opened wide. The ancient ancestor of the Qilin clan fell, and the remaining essence of the Phoenix ancestor, Tianfeng, was but a wisp of residual soul, with its true spirit cast into the immortal volcano of the southern wilderness. Unable to escape the immeasurable calamity, the once resplendent and powerful innate 3 clans finally paid a heavy price for their ambition. Whoosh! Abruptly, on the battlefield of the 3 clans, an elder with a sinister visage, bearing 4 swords exuding a murderous aura, appeared with a chilling cackle. "Hongjun, the day of our decisive battle has finally arrived. Once I slay you, and you attain sainthood, it shall be the time for destruction of heaven and earth. Ha ha!" The demon ancestor, Luohu laughed maniacally, exuding arrogance. "Halt! How dare you speak so boastfully? We shall not allow you." This fiend to ascend, a powerful voice resonated from the void. "Dao friend Qian Kuan speaks rightly. I, the Yin Yang ancestor, vow to slay you today." With another resounding declaration, 3 Taoists descended upon the clouds from the east. What my fellow Taoists say is indeed true. The demon ancestor Luohu must fall. The Taoist Hongjun, clad in a grayish-white robe and wielding a bamboo staff, emanated an ethereal presence as he spoke calmly. "Hongjun, do you think that the 3 of you together can prevail? I possess the 4 swords of annihilation, and I shall set the slaying immortal sword array. Let us see how you 3 can break it." The demon ancestor Luohu appeared supremely confident, disregarding the trio's words with continued arrogance. Boom! As he spoke, he waved his hand, and an ancient formation diagram descended, spreading beneath his feet. In no time, it enveloped the western wilderness. And Luohu then affixed the 4 innate killing swords at each of the 4 gates. Buzz! Thus, the slaying immortals array was formed, a vast murderous intent sealed off the western land of the wilderness. Fellow Taoists, this slaying immortals array is boundlessly profound, harboring lethal mechanisms within that. I observe that there are 4 gates. Unless there are 4 individuals of equal standing, it may be exceedingly difficult to breach. The Yin-Yang ancestor, feeling the array's overwhelming might, was taken aback and hastily summoned the Taiji diagram, projecting a golden bridge for the 3 to stand upon. Hongjun furrowed his brow, realizing the truth of the Yin-Yang ancestor's words. Suddenly, he reached out and patted the top of his head, causing 3 flowers of auspicious clouds to manifest, from which emerged a figure resembling Hongjun himself. This figure proclaimed loudly, "Fellow Taoists, do not panic. I have come to assist you. This is a remnant of my slain evil corpse. It should be sufficient to suppress a portion of the array's gates." "Excellent," the 2 men exclaimed in delight upon seeing this. The group immediately charged into the 4 gates of the Grand Array, launching into a fierce battle within the slaying immortals array. Boom! The demon ancestor Luohu, standing upon the 12th grade Black Lotus, exerted all his strength to activate the 4 swords of annihilation, causing the murderous intent within the array to surge violently, with countless sword energies shooting forth in a dense barrage towards all directions. Open! The Yin-Yang ancestor sank the Taiji diagram beneath him, which projected 3 golden bridges, one to protect himself, one directed towards the slaying immortals array's gate to stabilize the slaying immortals' swords, and the 3rd aimed at attacking Luohu within the array. Buzz! The Qian Kuan ancestor, with the innate spiritual treasure Qian Kuan ding above his head, blocked the sword energies of the slaying immortals. Wielding a divine sword as he surged towards the gate of the slaying immortals array, the Hongjun Taoist, holding the Pangu banner, unleashed chaotic sword energies towards the immortal trapping gate, though the evil corpses lacked powerful weapons and their attacks were insufficient. Their defense was formidable, standing on the 12th grade Golden Lotus, allowing them to barely withstand the onslaught of the slaying immortals' sword energies for a time. Suddenly, the demon ancestor Luohu, upon the 12th grade Black Lotus, disregarded the Taiji diagram's assault and charged into the slaying immortals array, brandishing the god-slaying spear towards the Qian Kuan ancestor. "Qian Kuan, old thief, perish!" Luohu bellowed, his voice echoing with overwhelming murderous intent. Targeting the Qian Kuan ancestor, Chapter 5. The Taoist of Creation, the Great Calamity falls, the Purple Cloud's Palace opens. Boom! The Qian Kuan ancestor, with the innate spiritual treasure Qian Kuan ding above his head, wielded a sword, straining to resist the sword energies of the slaying immortals. Among the 3, he was the weakest. Although the Qian Kuan ding was a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, its functions were somewhat singular, merely converting the post-heaven into the pre-heaven, lacking offensive capabilities and offering only meager defense. Thus, within the slaying immortals array, he found himself in a precarious situation, barely managing to fend off the sword energies with great difficulty. Not good, no? Suddenly, the Qian Kuan ancestor's body quaked violently, sensing a terrifying murderous intent locking onto him. with no escape in sight, and he could not help but cry out in terror. Die. Perish, as Luohu's chilling voice echoed in his ears. The Qiankuan ancestor beheld Luohu transform into a streak of black light, thrusting the god-slaying spear towards him. The malevolent tone in Luohu's voice sent a shiver down the Qiankuan ancestor's spine. Every hair on his body standing on end as a sense of life and death crisis enveloped his heart. In despair, the Qiankuan ancestor cried out in anguish as Luohu's god-slaying spear, with a full-force sneak attack combined with the sword energies of the slaying immortals, struck down the Qiankuan Ding, piercing directly into the Qiankuan ancestor's heart. Dahaha, your end has come. Luohu laughed, exuding arrogance. Boom! At the same moment, he violently shook the god-slaying spear, unleashing tremendous power that obliterated the physical body of the Qiankuan ancestor. The Qiankuan ancestor's primordial spirit surged forth, just as he sought to escape for a glimmer of life. And alas, Luohu instantly activated the soul-devouring technique of the god-slaying spear, the spear radiating a terrifying devouring force, completely pulling the Qiankuan ancestor's primordial spirit in, refining it into power for Luohu to wield. Poor Qiankuan ancestor, a mid-stage quasi-saint, found himself utterly defenseless against this calamity, meeting the fate of complete annihilation. What? How could this be? As the Qiankuan ancestor fell. Both Hongjun and the Yin-Yang ancestor sensed it immediately, their hearts gripped by shock. They had not anticipated that Luohu would so swiftly slay the Qiankuan ancestor, demonstrating his formidable prowess. With the loss of the Qiankuan ancestor, the situation grew even more dire for them. Out! At that moment, Hongjun dared not delay, hastily releasing his good corpse to suppress the gates of the slaying immortals' array. Unfortunately, lacking defensive treasures, they struggled against the sword energies of the slaying immortals. Despite being two, they were still forced back by the demon ancestor Luohu, their situation precarious. Luohu, how dare you harm my 3 corpses? I shall not rest until I settle this with you. Seeing this, Hongjun's face was filled with anxiety as he shouted, boom! Yet, despite the efforts of Hongjun and the Yin-Yang Taoists to assist, they found themselves unable to turn the tide. The 2 corpses were gradually pushed towards the immortal trapping gate, with Luohu relentlessly pursuing them wielding the god-slaying spear, before the chaos is resolved. I take the lead, mastering the cycle of creation and destruction of heaven and earth, the mysteries of Qiankuan's transformations. I am the creator, the Taoist of creation. Suddenly, a figure descended from the heavens, singing as he entered the array. This figure appeared as a remarkably handsome young man, exuding a powerful aura. His presence felt vast and ancient, as if it had existed since time immemorial. Fellow Taoists, there is no need to panic. I have come to assist you. This man entered the array, calling out as he charged towards the demon ancestor Luohu. This person was none other than Haoyan, the avatar of the world tree, the Taoist of creation. During this era of the Yuan meeting, he had been diligently practicing and comprehending the fundamental principles of the Tao and the laws of creation in the primordial chaos beyond the 33 heavens. With an innate spiritual root of exceptional quality, his foundation surpassed that of Hongjun, Luohu, and the Yin-Yang ancestor by a substantial margin. Furthermore, with insights gained from the source of the world tree, his progress was rapid. After an initial 30,000 years, the Taoist of creation had evolved his small 1,000 worlds within himself, achieving the status of a quasi-saint. He spent another 30,000 years stabilizing his realm, followed by 60,000 years until his small 1,000 worlds reached perfection. Now, the Taoist of creation had become an unparalleled powerhouse at the peak of quasi-sainthood, should he break through further, evolving into the middle 1,000 worlds. The Taoist of creation would instantly attain the level of a Hongmeng de Luo golden immortal. Who is this Taoist daring to meddle? The demon ancestor Luohu, upon seeing an intruder rushing towards him, immediately roared in fury, thrusting the god-slaying spear forward. Buzz! The Taoist of creation disregarded the murderous aura and peril within the slaying immortals array. Countless sword energies shot towards him, yet seemed repelled by an invisible force. unable to approach him. Behold my divine power. Seeing Luohu thrusting the god-slaying spear, the Taoist of creation did not dare to be complacent. With a wave of his hands, he drew an intricate symbol in front of him. Casting a spell, boom! A tremendous explosion erupted as the symbol detonated with a deafening roar, akin to the splitting of heaven and earth. From the point of explosion, a radiant, multicolored beam shot forth, embodying the power of creation. Racing towards the demon ancestor Luohu. Boom! The light curtain of the 12th grade Black Lotus trembled violently, as if on the verge of shattering. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Luohu hastily infused all his power into the 12th grade Black Lotus, gradually stabilizing the dark barrier. Suddenly, Hongjun's good corpse and his own corpse launched a side assault, forcing Luohu to retreat step by step. He quickly leaped out of the slaying immortals array, targeting the Yin-Yang ancestor to engage in battle once more. Boom! The Yin-Yang ancestor, with the Taiji diagram blocking the sword energies of the slaying immortals, could only draw out an innate spiritual sword to confront Luohu. Although the spiritual sword was formidable, it could not breach the defenses of the 12th grade Black Lotus. And with Luohu wielding the god-slaying spear, the Yin-Yang ancestor soon sustained multiple spear wounds, rendering him severely injured. Ha ha ha! You are doomed. You shall die alongside me. Realizing the futility of escaping the array, in a moment of despair, the Yin-Yang ancestor's face contorted in rage as he let out a roar. Both his primordial spirit and physical body self-destructed simultaneously. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated through the heavens and the earth, obliterating the entrance to the Killing Immortals formation, with the destruction of the Killing Immortals formation. The other three gates of the Slaying Immortals sword formation naturally crumbled without resistance. There appeared the figure of Hongjun Taoist, somewhat disheveled, emerging from the Trap Immortals gate while holding the Pangu banner. Having already retracted the three corpses, the Creation Taoist maintained an unchanging demeanor, still resembling his earlier self, coldly gazing at Luohu that moment. Luohu was in a dire state. The 12th grade Black Lotus had been knocked to the ground, and he knelt on one knee, propped up by the god-slaying spear, spewing forth streams of black blood. He understood that he had suffered defeat, vanquished by his own arrogance. Never could he have imagined that the Yin-Yang ancestor would be so ruthless as to choose self-destruction to inflict severe damage upon him. Although the Yin-Yang ancestor's strength did not match that of Hongjun or the Creation Taoist, he was nonetheless a peak mid-stage quasi-saint. And this self-detonation unleashed a force exponentially greater than that of a peak quasi-saint, a power beyond the capacity of the demon ancestor Luohu to withstand. Suddenly, Luohu let out a wild laugh and cried to the heavens, "Hongjun, even if I perish, I shall never allow you to live in peace. The great Tao stands above, and today, the two individuals breathed a sigh of relief, their expressions regaining composure as they approached closer and called out. Among the trio, the foremost was an elderly man, his youthful visage contrasting with his snowy hair, his demeanor unperturbed. Next was a middle-aged man with a stern countenance, a hint of arrogance lurking between his brows, and lastly, a young man who exuded an imposing aura, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating a sense of solitary pride. There is no need for excessive formalities. Fellow Taoists, we have just arrived as well. I am Tong Tian, and this is my elder brother Laozi, and my second brother Yuanshi, proclaimed the Taoist Tongten. Salutations to both of you, fellow Taoists. Laozi and Yuanshi echoed in unison. Subsequently, Fuxi engaged in a philosophical discussion with Laozi and Yuanshi, and they found much common ground. Nuwa, finding the conversation uninteresting, was about to seek a place to sit alone in the chaos when, suddenly, she was taken aback to discover two children, a boy and a girl, standing at the entrance of the Zixiao Palace. To her astonishment, both children possessed the cultivation of the Luo Jin Xian, and the boy's strength was only slightly inferior to hers. She could hardly fathom that the gatekeepers of the Zixiao Palace held such formidable prowess. Indeed, it was utterly unfathomable. These two children had been present all along. Had it not been for her meticulous observation, they might have gone unnoticed, which she found rather bizarre. Being a woman, Nuwa's thoughts were intricate, and a myriad of ideas swirled within her mind in an instant. With a flick of her captivating eyes, she soon devised a plan and stepped toward the two children. "What are you two doing? Do tell your sister, will you? Sister has some delicious treats for you," Nuwa said with an enchanting smile, retrieving some spiritual fruits acquired during her travels in the primordial wilderness from her sleeve. How Ian raised an eyebrow. "Sister, you are so beautiful," exclaimed the child from the Yaoqi upon seeing Nuwa. Nuwa was rendered speechless, her cheeks adorned with a charming smile. In truth, How Ian had long been observing the trio, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian, who, as heirs of Pangu, were indeed formidable. Having reached the pinnacle of the late stage of the Luohu Jinxian, Laozi's ethereal demeanor suggested that he would soon break through to the perfected state of the Luohu Jinxian. However, the trio, proud of their noble status, paid no heed to Hao Yin and the Yaoqi. Hao Yin, in turn, chose not to approach, aware that it would be a futile endeavor. Fushi, on the other hand, was more affable, also at the late stage of the Luohu Jinxian. While Nuwa embodied beauty, nobility, purity, and elegance all at once. A peerless beauty that caught Hao Yan's eye, seated on the stone steps in front of the Zixiao Palace. Hao Yan, Yaoqi, and Nuwa engaged in conversation, the topics of which remained private, largely consisting of Nuwa inquiring about the lives of the two in the Zixiao Palace, where they practiced before Hongjun attained sanctification, their temperaments, and other such matters. Meanwhile, the four onlookers noticed Nuwa's actions. Fushi felt a touch of awkwardness. Laozi maintained an indifferent expression, while Yuanshi harbored a hint of disdain in his gaze. Tongtian, however, displayed a flicker of astonishment, as if he could not comprehend the situation. Nonetheless, such trivialities were not of their concern. As time gradually passed, the moment for Hongjun to commence his teachings drew ever nearer. A multitude of figures began to arrive before the Zixiao Palace, including Emperor Jun, Tai, Xinyuanzi, Hongyun, Kuanpeng, and Mingyi, among many other formidable beings. Hao Ian subtly extended his divine sense and noted that only 2 more individuals were needed to fill the 3,000 guest seats of the Zixiao Palace, presumably 2 from the west. Sister Nuwa, within the grand hall of the Zixiao Palace, there are 6 mats. These 6 esteemed positions were personally arranged by Master Hongjun, said to hold great opportunities, Hao Ian remarked, glancing towards the goddess Nuwa. An idea suddenly igniting within him that he discreetly transmitted a message to her. When Yaoqi and I open the door later, Sister need not concern herself with anything else. While the others are still reacting, we must rush into the hall to secure the foremost positions. Nuwa, startled by Hao Ian's transmission, quickly turned to look at him, only to find him smiling gently as he stood with Yaoqi. Brothers, Master Hongjun is about to commence his teachings. Cease your clamoring at once, or when else shall we? Hao Ian declared, flinging open the doors of the Zixiao Palace and addressing the crowd. Realizing the implication behind Hao Ian's words, Nuwa's heart fluttered with joy, and she prepared to transmit a message to her brother Fushi. Yet, she saw Hao Ian swiftly grasp her jade-like hand, pulling her into the Zixiao Palace. Alas, I couldn't inform Fushi. Nuwa sighed inwardly, feeling helpless. She could only scan the grand hall. There, she beheld the 6 mats arranged in the front row, and without delay, she rushed forward to occupy the first position. This is not good. Something must be amiss. Outside the palace, the others, witnessing Hao Ian's actions, silently exclaimed trouble. Although they understood not the intricacies at play, they hastily filed in one after another. Upon entering the grand hall, the crowd beheld Nuwa already seated in the foremost position upon the 6 mats. They quickly grasped the significance of these 6 mats, which contained immense opportunities, and rushed forward in a frenzy, causing the Zixiao Palace to erupt with commotion. That moment, the 3 pure ones, united as brothers, directly pushed aside the others to claim the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th positions. Hongyun, having attained enlightenment from the colorful clouds at the dawn of creation, moved with remarkable speed, assisted by Xinyuanzi, and occupied the 5th seat. Kuanpeng, with his extraordinary swiftness, transformed into a shadow and swiftly secured the 6th position. Alas, as the seats filled, The remaining individuals had no choice but to cast Hao Yin a furious glare before seeking other places to sit. Suddenly, two figures rushed into the hall, appearing disheveled and their garments tattered. They saw the grand hall bustling with people, and the 6 mats already occupied. "Brother, we traveled thousands of miles from the west to attend the teachings. And yet there's not even a seat for us. It would be better to perish," one of them cried out in distress, moving as if to dash against a pillar. "You mustn't," shouted the other, a lean figure bearing a pained expression. These two were none other than the Western Jiuying and Junti. The crowd inside the hall merely observed with indifference, offering no assistance. "Fellow Taoist, such behavior is unwarranted." Only Hongjun stepped forward to restrain Junti, exclaiming, "There is no harm in yielding a position to this esteemed one." "Thank you," Junti gratefully responded, taking a seat, only to see his brother Jiuying without a place, and immediately began to scheme. "Seeing that the first position is occupied by a woman, I cannot bear to confront her, especially with Fushi's watchful gaze guarding her. Given the connected auras of the 3 pure ones, I dare not provoke them. It seems I must turn my attention to Kunpeng." Junti contemplated, an idea forming. "Who are you, and what gives you the right to share a seat with us?" Junti bellowed. "Indeed, a mere creature clad in fur and horns. You should rise and yield your seat to this esteemed Taoist," Yuanshi Tianzun added. Instantly, the crowd within the Zixiao Palace erupted, urging Kunpeng to relinquish his position. Kunpeng, feeling the ire of the masses, could only rise begrudgingly. Casting a resentful glare at Hongjun, whom he now held a grudge against. "Silence! There shall be no noise in the Zixiao Palace. Master is about to begin." Seeing that all were present, Hao Yin commanded. Suddenly, without a sound, Hongjun's figure appeared on the Dao platform, surveying the assembly within the Zixiao Palace. His gaze lingered momentarily on Yuhua before shooting a glare at Hao Yin, causing Hao Yin to retract his neck in fright. "From this day forth, the seating arrangement shall remain as it is, and disputes shall not arise again," Hongjun stated calmly. "Before commencing his teachings, in the midst of chaos, there exists a substance, silent and desolate, the origin of heaven and earth, the mother of all things that I do not know its name, so I shall call it Tao." The sage's discourse was nothing short of extraordinary, accompanied by heavenly maidens scattering flowers and golden lotuses erupting from the earth. With astonishing phenomena unfolding, the audience listened enraptured. The 3 pure ones, descendants of Pangu, were deeply moved, their faces adorned with smiles, clearly gaining much from the teachings. Yuhua, at times furrowing her brows, at others smiling broadly, appeared at ease amidst the profound wisdom. In contrast, Jiuying occasionally displayed a countenance of great suffering, while Junti exhibited anger, both appearing bitterly disappointed, evidently grasping little. Hao Yin, possessing considerable understanding, found the teachings relatively easier to comprehend, being at the peak of the late stage of the Luohu Jinxian. While Hongjun lectured within the Zixiao Palace, unforeseen events transpired in the depths of chaos. There, a tempestuous maelstrom of chaotic energy surged violently. Swirling uncontrollably, an infinite tide of chaotic essence flowed toward a colossal, cocoon-like structure at the center, towering to great heights, resembling an unfathomable abyss, as the chaotic energy poured in, disappearing without a trace like a cow sinking into the sea. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated as the giant cocoon emanated a 9-colored brilliance, beginning to shatter from the top, splintering into countless fragments, from which emerged a young man, breaking free from the cocoon. At last, I have evolved into the mixed Yuan de Luo Jin Xian amidst the myriad worlds, the creator murmured. Indeed, this individual was none other than Hao Yin's world tree avatar, the creator Taoist. After countless years of cultivation within the chaos, he had finally broken through today, attaining the status of mixed Yuan de Luo Jin Xian. Within the Zixiao Palace, Hao Yin's body suddenly trembled, a faint smile gracing his lips. At last, he had acquired some measure of self-preservation in the primordial wilderness. With the soul essence of the creator now intertwined with Hao Yin, it could be said that even if Hao Yin's true body perished, his primordial spirit would endure, needing only to reconstruct his physical form. He had successfully evolved into the mixed Yuan de Luo Jin Xian, ensuring that from this day forth, the essence of the world tree would remain undying, signifying an existence that could not perish. In a certain sense, Hongjun had truly attained an immortal and indestructible form. Chapter 7. Hongjun's slaughter of corpses and the rise of the Lich. The Zixiao Palace, an eternal monument, stands resolutely amidst the chaos. The celestial beings, upon hearing Hongjun's profound teachings, were momentarily entranced, their minds deeply engrossed, unable to extricate themselves. Thus, 3,000 years passed in silence. Suddenly, as Hongjun's voice ceased, the myriad immortals within the grand hall of the Zixiao Palace awakened from their reverie. Their faces alight with eager anticipation as they gazed upon the venerable Hongjun. It became evident that, despite the vastness of the primordial world, a systematic cultivation method had yet to be established. Although a few innate divine beings possessed their own esoteric legacies, they remained obscure and difficult to comprehend, leaving many aspects shrouded in mystery. Now that Hongjun was imparting his wisdom, the crowd was naturally ravenous for knowledge. After 3,000 years of enlightenment, Hongjun gazed around, observing the anxious expressions of the assembled. He continued, 3,000 years hence, the Zixiao Palace shall open once more, and I shall impart my teachings again. Grateful for their master, the immortals bowed deeply in gratitude for the blessing of his teachings and departed the Zixiao Palace in haste. With a resounding clang, the grand gates of the Zixiao Palace swung open, and the eager celestial beings, each with their unique insights, hurriedly exited, exchanging hurried farewells before soaring into the primordial expanse toward their respective sanctuaries. From that moment forth, the beings of the primordial realm revered Hongjun, venerating him as the Tao ancestor. As time flowed, 8 centuries swiftly passed. On this day, the sun star suddenly radiated with overwhelming brilliance, its crimson glow illuminating the heavens, as if an ancient, fearsome beast had awakened from slumber. In an instant, it emitted boundless heat, scorching the myriad beings of the primordial realm. The transformation of the sun star did not escape the notice of the powerful entities within the primordial expanse. Within the Zixiao Palace atop Kunlun Mountain, 3 cloud platforms were occupied by 3 exalted beings, Taishang, Yuanshi, and Tongtian, each adorned with auspicious clouds, deeply engrossed in discussion. Abruptly, the 3 opened their eyes in unison, revealing expressions of surprise. The guest from the Zixiao Palace, the essence of the sun's fire, is indeed extraordinary, Taishang remarked, his demeanor unchanged, as if deeming it a trivial matter. Indeed, my elder brother speaks wisely, Tongtian interjected, a flicker of strange light passing through his eyes, hinting at a burgeoning battle intent. Humph! The original heavenly sovereign scoffed, his countenance laced with disdain. Those brutes, ignorant of propriety, dare to act with such audacity. This exchange revealed the contrasting natures of the 3 pure ones, while Laozi remained detached and open-minded. Fixated solely upon the Tao, Yuanshi's prideful demeanor led him to believe himself superior. Tongtian, in turn, bore a solitary disposition akin to a sword drawn from its sheath in the western regions of the primordial realm. Within the Ling Mountain Sanctuary, the figures of Jane and Junti sat opposite each other, exuding an aura of zen. Brother, the Eastern lands are indeed blessed with exceptional talents, unlike our impoverished Western region, Junti remarked, a frown marring his face. Junior brother, the cycles of fate will surely herald a flourishing day for our Western lands, Jane replied, his countenance marked by the habitual weariness of struggle that we need only to diligently cultivate and await our master's next discourse. As he spoke, Jane opened his eyes, the essence of tranquility flashing briefly within them. Alas, Junti sighed, conceding, brother speaks the truth, it is I who have been overly concerned. Tiwansho Mountain, the gates of the Wuzhuang Temple remained firmly shut. Suddenly, a formidable aura surged skyward, the earth's writings soaring to the heights of Wuzhuang Temple, casting down bands of earthy yellow light to subdue the land. Simultaneously, powerful energies arose from the EC. Within the Fire Cloud Cave, from the far north, the Buzhou Mountains, and the North Sea, each resonating with one another. You advance, and so do I. The primordial realm does not progress solely through you. deep within the Sunstar. A magnificent ancient palace, adorned with intricate carvings, stood in the center of a vast fiery valley. This was the Sun Palace. Brother, having slain one corpse and transcended to the quasi-saint realm, it is time to subdue those demon tribes. Tai Chi exclaimed, cradling the Eastern Emperor Bell, eyes gleaming with excitement as he looked towards Dijuan. Huh. Dijuan laughed heartily, turning to Tai Chi with a solemn tone. You speak truly. With our combined strength, as long as we avoid encounters with formidable powers, subduing the demon tribes should pose no challenge. Thus, Dijuan and Tai Chi descended into the primordial realm, perhaps destined to be the sovereigns of the demon tribes, through a combination of might and persuasion. They successfully garnered the allegiance of various demon factions that eye in the demon tribes, where strength reigned supreme. The formidable prowess of Dijuan and Tai Chi naturally led the demon kings to rally under their banner. 300 years later, the demon deity Baize stumbled upon a vast realm manifesting above the Buzhou Mountains, rich in resources, and promptly reported it to Dijuan and Tai Chi. The two rejoiced and personally ventured to the Zixiao Palace to seek counsel from Hongjun. Thus, the demon tribes established their heavenly court, with 10 major demon deities, each of the great Luohu golden immortal stage, alongside 3,000 demon kings and millions of lesser demons. On the day the heavenly court was established, celestial merit descended from the heavens. Both Dijuan and Tai Chi harnessed this merit to eliminate a second corpse, advancing to the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. In an instant, the demon tribes surged forth, unstoppable, between decay and vitality. There exists a natural cycle of rise and fall. The balance of life and death is governed by the celestial order and the way of all beings, just as natural adversaries emerge. The rise of the demon tribes inevitably heralds the flourishing of another race to counterbalance their might. 300 years later, in the far north of the primordial realm, countless ancient tribes thrived, clustered around 12 major tribes, at the center of which loomed a colossal divine temple. Pandemonium Hall. Within Pandemonium Hall, 12 thrones were occupied by individuals of both genders, the 12 ancestral shaman of the witch clan. Now, as the demon tribes established their heavenly court to dominate the realms, the foremost figure, ancestral shaman Di Jiang, bore a troubled expression as he addressed his brethren. What do you all believe our witch clan should do? Brother, what is there to discuss? Let us assemble our forces and assault the heavenly court, slaying Dijuan and Tai Chi. The hot-tempered Zhu Rong shouted. Nonsense, the water ancestral shaman, Gong Gong, immediately countered. The strength of the demon tribes is unknown. To act rashly would only lead us into their trap. The long-standing enmity between Zhu Rong and Gong Gong flared once more as they seized the opportunity to quarrel. Are you afraid? Gong Gong, Zhu Rong barked angrily. You, Gong Gong retorted, rising in rage, prepare to respond. Enough. What purpose does your incessant bickering serve? Can you devise a solution through your shouting? Di Jiang interjected forcefully, his anger palpable as he sought to restore order. Left with no choice, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong begrudgingly took their seats to confront the demon tribes. We must first consider Hongjun's intentions, though we must remember that Dijuan established the heavenly court under Hongjun's decree. Without clarity on Hongjun's will, we cannot act recklessly. Ancestral Shaman Hudu suddenly interjected. As soon as these words fell, the hall fell silent. Even Zhu Rong and Gong Gong ceased their quarrel. Clearly, the pride of the 12 ancestral shamans compelled them to acknowledge Hongjun's might and the strength of the saints. The demon tribes have established their heavenly court and declared their dominion over the realms. Perhaps we should also erect an altar to proclaim the witch clan's control over the primordial earth. The time ancestral shaman, Shi Jiu-yin, suggested. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the assembled brightened, clearly recognizing it as a viable plan. Very well, if there are no objections, let us proceed, Di Jiang declared decisively, 100 years later. The witch clan erected an altar to honor Pangu, proclaiming their lineage as Pangu's bloodline, thereby asserting their rightful dominion over the primordial realm. From this moment forward, the witch clan commenced a mass migration into the eastern lands of the primordial realm, while Pandemonium Hall remained steadfast, continuing to stand in the far north. as if destined to endure through the ages, in contrast to the tumultuous conflicts among the various races of the primordial realm. The Zixiao Palace beyond the 33 heavens remained a place of eternal tranquility, the chaotic winds of the cosmos calming as they approached the palace's vicinity, outside a side hall of the Zixiao Palace. Yaoqi anxiously awaited, her enchanting eyes betraying her concern as she peered within. And why elder brother has been in seclusion for 9 years. He should have broken through by now. Why hasn't he emerged? Yaoqi murmured softly, clearly worried about Hao Yian's prolonged retreat within the grand hall. Within the hall, Hao Yian sat cross-legged upon the altar, auspicious clouds manifesting above him, a 12-petal black lotus rising and falling within those clouds. A dark radiance flickered around Hao Yian, as if an immeasurable aura of slaughter and malevolence enveloped him, exuding an evil presence. These energies were the vast malevolence and killing intent accumulated during Hao Yian's initial tribulation with the dragon and phoenix, which he now harnessed to sever the evil corpse. Truly a case of utilizing resources to their fullest potential, with his realm naturally reaching fruition. With a roar, Hao Yian's expression twisted into a fierce visage, embodying boundless desire, as if a celestial demon were wreaking havoc upon his mind. With a resounding shout, he commanded, "Sever!" The 12-petal black lotus spun 9 times in rapid succession, and with a mighty call, Hao Yian unleashed his power. Boom! Suddenly, Hao Yian's immense form trembled violently, and from the auspicious clouds, the black lotus transformed into a sinister figure clad in black robes, landing before Hao. "I am Huang Quan, and I congratulate you, Dao brother, on your significant advancement." Huang Quan, the one called by the man in the black robe, proclaimed, "There is no need for excessive formalities, Dao brother. We are one and the same, and thus should share in this joy." Hao Yian's expression bore a hint of delight as he responded. With a swift motion, a flash of light illuminated the scene as Huang Quan returned to Qingyun, while Hao Yian stepped out of the grand hall. "Brother Hao Yian, you have finally emerged," Yaoqi exclaimed joyfully. "Indeed, I have just made a breakthrough," Hao Yian replied. Consequently, Hao Yian and Yaoqi entered the main hall of the Zixiao Palace to report to Hongjun, informing him of Hao Yian's successful slaying of the corpse and the preparation for the evil corpse's journey through the primordial wilderness. Such trivial matters hardly warranted Hongjun's attention, and he tacitly consented. Afterward, Hao Yian and Yaoqi exited the Zixiao Palace, where Hao Yian released the evil corpse into the vast expanse of the primordial land, while his true self retreated once more to the side hall for seclusion, seeking to stabilize his realm. Unbeknownst to them, after their departure, a figure abruptly materialized on the Dao platform within the empty Zixiao Palace. Hongjun. Sighing deeply, he gazed in the direction where Hao Yian and Yaoqi had departed, shaking his head gently. This child indeed possesses great willpower and wisdom, yet alas. As he spoke, it was unclear what he lamented. Hongjun's form gradually faded away, leaving behind a soft sigh that lingered, profound and enigmatic, as if resonating with the essence of Tao itself. Without attaining sanctity, one remains but an ant. Chapter 8. The Ancestor of the Ministers. The two teachings of Zixiao Huangquan, the Taoist of the underworld, stepped into the primordial land, embarking on his journey. The primary objective of this expedition was to search for spiritual treasures to prepare for his true self's slaying of corpses, clad in a black Taoist robe. Huangquan pondered within, contemplating. As for the cultivation of Tao and the comprehension of realms, I shall leave that to my true self. That I am but a manifestation of the 3 corpses. Once my true self ascends, my Tao will naturally break through. Though Huangquan was an evil corpse severed by Hao Yian, he differed from the 3 corpses slain by figures such as Dijuan and Laozi. The latter's slayings were constrained by factors such as spiritual treasures and Tao cultivation, resulting in their 3 corpses being limited to one might cultivate for countless eons without amassing sufficient power to breach the barriers. Nevertheless, Huangquan contemplated an alternative scenario, that of the zombies born from the resentment and ill fortune of heaven and earth. Neither age nor die, existing outside the realms of the living and the dead, cast aside by the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. They roam aimlessly, lost and forsaken, thriving on resentment and feeding on blood, using the lifeblood of sentient beings to vent their endless solitude. Hongjun recalled the descriptions of zombies from later generations. To transcend, the heavenly path signifies infinite possibilities. The lack of practitioners on the path of the zombie arises from the fact that zombies are inherently the deceased, birthed under specific circumstances, and during times of rich primordial spiritual energy, no living soul practiced the methods of becoming a zombie. Thus, significant achievements were rare. However, Hao Yan, a figure from later times, possessed genuine knowledge of a method for the living to cultivate zombies, known as the General of the Dead. This practice, developed by a sect of corpse cultivation in later generations, was deemed sinister and rejected by the righteous path, ultimately leading to its descent into the left-hand way. The method of corpse transformation was ideally suited for my cultivation. Hongjun spoke with a resolute expression. With this thought, Hongjun hastily contacted his true self to acquire the method of the General of the Dead from Hao Yan. Buzz! Hongjun executed a spell, imprinting his primordial spirit onto the ancient ferocious beast that had undergone corpse transformation, transmitting the methods of zombie cultivation, before closing his eyes to begin his practice. Hiss, hiss, hiss. He initially absorbed a small amount of malevolent energy, resentment and death energy, gradually increasing the pace. Hongjun, the Taoist, devoted himself to the arduous practice of the General of the Dead on the ancient battlefield. As time flowed by, the second sermon of Hongjun in the Zixiao Palace commenced. The myriad immortals of the primordial world naturally gathered once more in the Zixiao Palace to listen to the teachings. This time, the doctrines expounded by Hongjun were even more profound and mysterious, compelling everyone to ponder deeply without wanting to miss a single word. During the second sermon at the Zixiao Palace, in the 2000th year, amidst the primordial continent, north of the Buzhou Mountain, centered around an ancient battlefield spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, Hongjun sat in the void, voraciously consuming the malevolent energy, killing intent, and death energy from the battlefield. Buzz! In the midst of his arduous practice, 49 powerful beings guarded the perimeter, serving as protectors for Hongjun. These were the 49 ancient ferocious beasts, now transformed and tamed by Hongjun. Finally, when the malevolent energy, death energy, and killing intent within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles were completely absorbed, a thunderous sound resonated from Hongjun's body, and he slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of malevolent energy and killing intent flashing before retreating. As he stood up, "Greetings, Master! Congratulations on your significant advancement in power." The 49 zombie strongmen bowed deeply, exclaiming, "There's no need for such formalities from now on. Address me as the ancestor of the General of the Dead. You shall be named General 1, General 2, General 3, and so forth, starting with you." Hongjun casually pointed at one among them, speaking in a solemn tone. "Yes." General 1 immediately stood and asked, "Ancestor, what should we do next? We shall first find a place to settle down, and then devise our plans." Hongjun replied gravely, "Understood. We shall obey." General 1 and the others responded. The General of the Dead led General 1 and his subordinates to establish themselves near the Nether Sea, dispatching General 1 and others to gather powerful corpses across the primordial land, enlightening them one by one to awaken their intelligence and impart the methods of zombie cultivation, utilizing the ceaseless influx of malevolent energy, resentment, death energy, and other dark forces converging upon the Nether Sea for cultivation. They rapidly grew stronger. Within merely 10,000 years, they established a vast undead nation, comprising millions of zombies and 49 peak Luohu golden immortal zombie kings, all subservient to the corpse ancestor. The General of the Dead, occupying a territory of millions of miles around the Nether Sea. Chapter 9. The Battle of the Nether River. The General of the Dead unleashes his might in the primordial world. After Pangu opened the heavens, Hongjun attained sainthood, and the second sermon at the Zixiao Palace commenced. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 30,000 years had elapsed. Hongjun Daozu once again concluded his teachings. "This session has reached its end. You may return. The Zixiao Palace will reopen in 3,000 years." Hongjun opened his eyes, surveying the crowd, his gaze seemingly devoid of any vitality, as if enveloped in chaos. Nothing remarkable. Yet, to the onlookers, there was a stark contrast. They felt as if Hongjun's gaze contained unparalleled majesty, an overwhelming will penetrating their very souls. Upon a brief observation, they felt as if they were scrutinized from head to toe. Understood. We shall faithfully follow the teacher's instructions. Buzz. Hongjun Daozu's form gradually dissipated, vanishing into the void, as if he had never appeared. Bang! Hao Yan unleashed a spell, opening the gates of the Zixiao Palace. The myriad great beings immediately stepped forth. Soaring into the primordial expanse, the chaos, formless yet profound, birthed the cosmos. Pangu split the chaos with his axe, evolving into the Tai Chi thus. Within the realms of heaven and earth, all things followed the cycle of yin and yang. Where there is yang, there must be yin. Yin and yang harmonized in the primordial land. The four corners were replete with spiritual essence, representing yang. Yet within the primordial depths, the majority comprised yin energy, malevolent energy, blood energy, and death energy, converging into one, forming the realm known as the Nether Sea. This blood sea, birthed from Pangu's navel, is boundless and vast, a realm devoid of life, the epitome of the utmost yin and the darkest origin of the universe. Endless blood mingled with death energy and malevolent energy surged within the blood sea, akin to a boiling cauldron. It is said that from the utmost yin, yang is born. Extremes give rise to reversals. Though the blood sea forbids all life, a powerful being known as the ancestor of the Nether River emerged, refining the blood sea into millions of blood deities, claiming that as long as the blood sea does not dry, the Nether River shall not perish. The ancestor of the Nether River, aware of the countless powerful beings in the primordial realm, has always acted with utmost discretion, confining himself to the blood sea. Avoiding karmic entanglements, when Hongjun delivered his teachings, the ancestor of the Nether River was unwilling to miss such a grand opportunity. Attending each session and gaining considerable insight, raising his strength to the early quasi-saint realm, slaying one corpse. Whoosh! With the conclusion of this sermon, the ancestor of the Nether River summoned a blood rainbow and sped towards the depths of the Nether Blood Sea, intending to consolidate his insights from the teachings. However, upon arriving at the Blood Sea's periphery, the ancestor of the Nether River suddenly halted. Exclaiming in surprise, he discovered an endless horde of zombies at the edge of the Blood Sea. These zombies were absorbing the yin energy, malevolent energy, blood energy, and death energy that flowed into the Blood Sea from all corners of the primordial realm. Humph! The ancestor of the Nether River could not help but snort coldly, his tone laced with displeasure. Bellowing, "The Blood Sea is my domain. Do you think you can covet it?" In his view, the entire Blood Sea belonged to him, a private property, and no one could utilize its resources without his consent. Although most of the myriad immortals of the primordial world had no need for the death energy, blood energy, and malevolent energy within the Blood Sea, not even the ancestor of the Nether River himself. At this moment, the wasteland surrounding the Blood Sea, spanning thousands of miles, had become the territory of the undead clan, countless zombies diligently absorbing the blood energy, death energy, and malevolent energy, fervently cultivating. On this day, General 1 and General 2 were instructing a new batch of zombies in their cultivation. Boom! Suddenly, an immense and formidable pressure descended, causing all zombies to collapse to the ground, unable to rise. General 1 and General 2's expressions darkened simultaneously, their internal energies surging upward, shouting furiously, "Who dares to act presumptuously in our undead clan?" Humph! The ancestor of the Nether River coldly scoffed, his face revealing a look of disdain, as if observing a swarm of ants. Sneering, "How amusing! The Blood Sea has always been my domain. When did it become a target for you insignificant creatures?" As General 1 and General 2 looked up, they beheld the ancestor of the Nether River clad in a blood-red robe. His expression ominous, surrounded by an overwhelming surge of malevolent energy, advancing with lethal intent. "We have yet to enter the Blood Sea. This place is not your territory," General 1 replied coldly, his demeanor grave. Fully aware that this individual was not to be trifled with, the ancestor of the Nether River, furious, paid them no mind, sweeping his arm to unleash a palm strike aimed at General 1 and General 2. Rumble, a colossal blood-red hand, emerged from the void, blotting out the sun, crashing down upon General 1 and General 2, imbued with boundless malevolent energy, clearly intent on annihilation. Kill! General 1 and General 2's internal energies surged, their eyes gleaming with killing intent as they wielded their blood blades to strike at the giant palm. Boom! The clash of two dazzling blade lights against the giant palm erupted in a tremendous roar, echoing throughout the primordial realm. Puff, the ancestor of the Nether River, remained unmoved, while General 1 and General 2 were sent flying back hundreds of feet, each spitting blood. However, their formidable physical defenses rendered them only lightly injured, as the Quasi-Saints' attack could not easily slay them. You seek death. General 1 and General 2 steadied themselves in the void, their bodies enveloped in malevolent energy, their killing intent surging, fierce light flashing in their eyes. Roar! Suddenly, General 2 let out a long howl, his voice resembling a beast's roar, transforming into a strange sound wave that radiated outward in all directions. Seeking death, the ancestor of the Nether River bellowed, charging forward. At this moment, the ancestor of the Nether River felt a surge of fury swelling within him. The battle's intensity would undoubtedly attract the attention of the great beings across the heavens and earth. The thought that, as a quasi-saint, he had failed to kill two Luohu golden immortal experts, even if it was merely a casual strike, felt like a loss of face before all. Bang! With a sudden clang. Within a vast expanse of 1,000,000 miles, an overwhelming aura of death surged skyward. To the very heart of this morbid energy, 47 ancient coffins rose from the swirling miasma of despair, their lids flung wide open. The ancient stone coffins, shrouded in a thick pall of death, exuded an air of profound sorrow, adorned with eerie runes that flickered with a dim, ghostly light. They were as impossible to ignore as the darkness of night itself. From within the coffins, 47 figures erupted forth, converging with Jiang Yi and Jiang Air. There was no need for further words. The 49 formidable beings roared in unison, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. And in an instant, they encircled the river of the underworld, igniting a fierce battle. Boom! The primordial world resonated with the thunderous cacophony of conflict, the clash of titans reverberating through the cosmos. Numerous ancient powerhouses turned their gazes, their spiritual senses intertwining above the blood-soaked sea, eager to discern the outcome of this monumental clash. High above in the celestial realm of the demon race, within the demon emperor's palace, a voice of excitement rang out. Brother, though I know not the origins of this horde of zombies, their strength is undeniably formidable. Tai Es' eyes sparkled with intrigue as he exclaimed, if they were to submit to our heavenly court, our power would surely multiply. I remain unconvinced. This group of zombies may well be more than they appear, Dijun replied, shaking his head gravely. I have consulted the river diagram and the Luohu book. Yet their foundation and origins elude me. Their audacity to engage in battle within the blood sea signifies they possess some formidable backing. What? Such a thing is possible. Dong Huang Taiyi's expression shifted in alarm, for he was well aware of the prowess of the river diagram and the Luohu book, and yet they could not unveil the adversary's origins. Indeed, the river of the underworld has unwittingly encountered a formidable opponent and shall suffer greatly. Dijun nodded slightly, a peculiar expression on his face, as if relishing the unfolding drama. Boom! While Jiang Yi and his companions relied on their formidable physical defenses and immense power, their strength was still limited to that of great Luohu golden immortals. Although they could remain undefeated for a time, prolonged combat would inevitably take its toll, especially as the ancestor of the river of the underworld, in a fit of rage, summoned the two innate swords. Yuan Tu and Abi. The horde of zombies was immediately forced into a retreat, the tides of battle shifting perilously. Die. With a sudden flourish, the river of the underworld manifested a 12-petal, blazing red lotus beneath his feet, and blood-red lotuses rose to envelop him, while the Yuan Tu sword unleashed a torrent of sword energy aimed directly at Jiang Yi and Jiang Air. The two could hardly withstand the onslaught. sent flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, crashing into the earth and creating a massive crater. Struggling to rise, they found themselves grievously wounded and bereft of any further fighting spirit. Let us see if you can escape death. The river of the underworld sneered, showing no hesitation as he unleashed another wave of sword light in pursuit. Not good. Take cover. Bold. How dare you? The other zombies roared in fury, pursuing the river of the underworld. Yet they were utterly unable to keep pace with the sword energy he had unleashed, their cries echoing in despair. Swoosh! The sword energy approached with blinding speed, an overwhelming aura of death bearing down upon them. And the two, their faces twisted in fear, found themselves unable to move due to their grievous injuries. Alas, this battle has shattered the zombie clan's formation. It is coming to an end. The ancient powerhouses observing the fray believed Jiang Yi and his companions were doomed. Yet they faced their fate with unwavering resolve. Impudent, suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, a formidable force charging at the river of the underworld, scattering the sword energy in an instant and driving back the wielder of the Yuan 2 sword by several hundred feet. What? There are other powerful beings among the zombie clan. The pupils of the river of the underworld constricted as he fixed his gaze behind Jiang Yi and his companions. The ancient powerhouses of the wilderness were equally jolted. Astonished that the zombie race harbored yet another master, and judging by the aura, at least a quasi-saint level expert. Boom! Approximately 100 feet behind Jiang Yi and his companions, the ground trembled, a massive rift splitting open as if cleaved by a sword. An ancient, ornate stone coffin slowly ascended, and an endless tide of death energy surged forth, engulfed by the coffin. Clang! The coffin creaked open, revealing a figure clad in a black robe, his complexion pale and rigid. The zombie ancestor, Jiang Chun, emerged from within, surrounded by a miasma of death, exuding an aura of decay, as if he could fade into oblivion at any moment. Yet his formidable presence commanded an immediate respect that none dared underestimate. All hail the ancestor, the countless zombies, including the 49 great Luohu golden immortal level zombie kings, bowed deeply, exclaiming in unison, "I am Jiang Chun, the zombie ancestor. Who dares to violate my clan?" Jiang Chun cast a cold glance at the multitude of zombies, then addressed them icily. "Those who dare to transgress against my clan shall witness my power firsthand." Boom! Jiang Chun lunged at the river of the underworld, wielding the innate spiritual treasure, Qiu Shan Zhe, summoning immense mountains to bear down upon him. Boom! Both were quasi-saint experts, and the ferocity of their battle intensified as they plunged deeper into the blood sea, the river of the underworld harnessing its power to conjure towering waves of blood, obscuring the battlefield from the multitude of quasi-saint powerhouses who could only gaze in confusion. Boom! The air reverberated with the sounds of fierce conflict, the atmosphere thick with malevolence, showcasing the intensity of their clash. After 10 days of relentless combat, the cacophony finally subsided, revealing the scene within the blood sea. Hiss! A collective intake of breath reverberated through the heavens. Roar! Above the blood sea, Jiang Chun's expression twisted with rage as he plunged his left hand into the chest of the river of the underworld, while his shoulder bore a grievous wound, nearly severing his left side. With a fierce bite, his sharp fangs sank into the river of the underworld's neck. In an ecstatic frenzy of consumption, boundless blood surged into Jiang Chun's maw, rapidly healing his grievous injury. The river of the underworld has been defeated. This was the consensus among the ancient powerhouses, who recognized the dire state of his injuries. "I am no match for you. I am gravely wounded, yet you cannot claim victory over me." The river of the underworld snarled defiantly, his voice laced with bitterness. "As long as the blood sea flows, the river of the underworld shall endure." Explode! Boom! The river of the underworld, in a display of ruthless resolve, detonated his own body, the Yuan 2 and Abi swords plunging deep into the blood sea. "Humph!" Jiang Chun snorted in anger, his expression darkening as he declared coldly. From this day, Fo, Dijun, and Tai Yi awakened from their secluded meditation, opening their eyes to reveal a brilliance that flickered within. A searing flame burned deep within their pupils. And behind them, the The manifestation of a three-legged golden crow emerged in that instant. It seemed as though the sun had grown brighter, and the primordial world had become even more sweltering. Brother, now that we have emerged from our retreat and solidified our mastery over the second corpse-severing realm, it is time to teach the witch race a lesson, Tai declared, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Indeed, we ought to test the depths of the witch clan's power. Jun replied, his gaze narrowing, a flicker of sharpness dancing within. With resolute steps, the duo departed the sun, soaring toward the celestial court of the demon tribe. Beneath the vast sky lay the primordial world, a tapestry of ancient starry expanse. Each point of light in the heavens represented an ancient and formidable star, while the shimmering brilliance above was countless. The starry sky, profound and boundless, exuded an infinite power for myriad beings to absorb and cultivate. It resembled a wise elder, imbued with a touch of benevolence, silently watching over and safeguarding all life. This was the protective layer of the Pangu primordial world, under the aegis of the heavenly Tao. As was customary, countless races and factions thrived and developed on the earth below. Every creature was weaving its own legend and pursuing its unique path to strength. Yet, this day was destined to be anything but tranquil. Suddenly, the primordial realm trembled. A tremendous sense of oppression and heaviness emanated from the depths of the ancient starry sky, permeating the entirety of the primordial world. Many powerful beings and creatures sensed an impending calamity, their hearts gripped by fear. What is happening? It feels as if a great disaster looms, exclaimed a Taoist hermit in seclusion. This is dire. What has transpired to instill such dread in me? I feel that my life is in peril if I do not escape this place. In a valley of Mount Buzhou, a middle-aged figure clad in green robes bore an expression of uncertainty, exclaiming, better to believe in the possibility than dismiss it. I must leave this place quickly and return later. This individual was also a skilled hermit, capable of surviving in the primordial realm, and acted decisively, departing his cave and swiftly soaring toward the outside of Mount Buzhou. Such occurrences transpired across various locales in the primordial realm. Some great powers even closed their gates, seeking to avoid entanglements in fate. Boom! Suddenly, an ancient and resounding bell tolled throughout the heavens and the earth, its sound imbued with immense celestial might, as if it could stabilize the world and suppress the heavens. Boom, 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 boom! The bell tolled a second time, then a third, resonating until it rang 9 times. The chaos bell resounded. Within the Three Pure Ones Hall on Kunlun Mountain, the original heavenly sovereign cried out, his eyes filled with greed and fury, exclaiming, that wretched Tai, what virtue does he possess to claim this Pangu treasure? Indeed, such a treasure ought to be safeguarded by the bloodline of Pangu, Tongtian shouted. I remained silent, my face darkening. I am Tai of the demon tribe, and together with my brother Jun, we have established the celestial court, governing the primordial realm as witnesses to heaven and earth. Today, with the witch clan's brutality and slaughter of innocent beings, my celestial court shall dispatch the heavenly troops to quell them. Tai proclaimed coldly, his voice resonating with authority, causing hearts to tremble. What? The celestial court is to mobilize against the witch clan. Upon hearing this, the beings recalled the earlier sense of oppression, and realization dawned upon them. Panic spread, and they cried out in alarm. Roar! As Tai Yi's words faded, 12 resounding roars erupted within the primordial realm. 12 powerful auras surged forth, enveloped in murderous intent, soaring toward the heavens. The battle cries resonated throughout the land, igniting a fervor for war. The witch race, a warrior tribe, sought to challenge the heavens and establish themselves. Ha ha! Emperor Jiang, the ancestral witch, laughed maniacally, his voice echoing through the universe, roaring, Jun, Tai, if it is where you seek, we shall fight. Do you think our witch clan fears you? We inherit the bloodline of Pangu, and it is only natural for us to dominate the primordial realm. You demon tribe are merely fodder for us. Enough talk. Emperor Jiang, we shall meet in 3 days at Mount Buzhou. I am eager to witness what methods your witch clan possesses to dare treat the demon tribe as prey. Jun's icy voice reverberated through the void. Ha ha! The ancestral, which Emperor Jiang laughed thrice. declaring, "In 3 days, I shall ensure that your demon tribe is utterly annihilated." His tone dripped with sarcasm and boundless malice, as if mocking Di Jun and Tai Yi's audacity. Yet beneath the sarcasm lay a chilling resolve, as though capable of freezing the very heavens. Those who cultivate the Tao must stand by their words. As the emperor of the demon tribe, Di Jun's word was his bond point. 3 days hence, millions of demon warriors descended upon Mount Buzhou, with Di Jun and Tai Yi arriving in grand procession. The 9 dragons pulling their chariot, accompanied by 10 great demon gods and numerous powerful demon cultivators, alongside the mighty Fuxi and Nuwa assisting from the sidelines. Emperor Jiang, your witch clan has rampantly slaughtered our demon kin. Today, you shall provide an explanation that you think our demon tribe lacks defenders. Di Jun glared coldly at the 12 ancestral witches. Halt! Di Jun, Tai Yi, you have lost. Why must you prattle on? The ancestral, which Zhu, master of the fire laws and known for his fiery temper, was already growing impatient. Hearing Di Jun's words, he immediately shouted, "If it is war you desire, let us battle. The demon tribe is but sustenance for my witch clan. What explanation is needed? I shall meet you in combat." With that, he brandished a battle knife, summoning 2 fire dragons as he charged toward Di Jun and Tai. The witch clan was notorious for their domineering conduct. Impudent, Tai Yi roared in fury, extending his hand to strike. Boom! With a thunderous clash, as the two engaged, Zhu Rong was sent reeling backward, blood spewing from his mouth, while Tai Yi stood unfazed, his posture unyielding. The difference in might was stark. Impossible. How can you be this strong? I refuse to believe it. Zhu Rong's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend the vast disparity in power between himself and Tai Yi. I refuse to believe it, Zhu Rong bellowed, lunging once more toward Tai Yi. Bang! Return! Such recklessness will lead to your downfall. Emperor Jiang, fearing for Zhu Rong's safety, hastily intervened, shouting to restrain him. The 12 ancestral witches regarded Di Jun, Tai Yi, Nuwa, and Fuxi with grave expressions. Although the previous clash was merely a test, it revealed Tai Yi's formidable strength. Di Jun, Tai Yi, there is no point in further discussion, since your demon tribe has provoked and offended the dignity of my witch clan. The war between our races is now inevitable. It is an opportune moment to discern who shall reign as the rightful sovereign of this realm. The ancestral, which Emperor Jiang declared coldly. That aligns perfectly with my intentions. Let us see who shall dominate beneath this vast sky. Kill. Di Jun's eyes gleamed with intensity, his tone commanding. As he spoke, his body trembled, an overwhelming imperial aura surged forth, ascending toward the heavens, stirring the winds and clouds. Buzz! Accompanying this aura, it seemed as if a voice of the Tao reverberated in the world. That Di Jun, indeed you are the natural emperor of the demon tribe. Possessing unparalleled talent, this moment, you have gained a deeper understanding of the emperor's path, refining your royal aura. This is not the imperial might granted by the will of heaven upon ascending the throne, but rather the profound understanding of the emperor's path cultivated by a Taoist practitioner, forging your own royal essence. In the future, as you cultivate, it shall grow ever more potent and enigmatic. Roar! Di Jun laughed heartily, his powers surging to the peak of the second corpse, severing realm in an instant, a sight that filled Tai Yi with immense joy. Witch kin, the demon tribe has come to your doorstep. We shall not hold back. Let them witness the might of our witch clan. Kill! Emperor Jiang suddenly roared coldly, charging toward Di Jun with unparalleled speed. Impudent! Tai Yi shouted in fury. Emperor Jiang, witnessing the transformation in Di Jun, was astonished by his potential, but he was no fool. He would not grant Di Jun the time to consolidate his power. Kill! 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 The witch clan's experts surged forward, led by the great witch, charging toward the demon tribe. Kill! Di Jun awakened from his contemplative state, his expression filled with rage. Commanding his fellow demons, he understood that the witch clan would not allow him time to steady his realm. Thus he could only issue orders with a sense of resignation. Boom! The battle erupted. Beneath Mount Buzhou, blood flowed freely, and the air was thick with the scent of death. The witch clan's warriors, possessing formidable physical prowess and fearlessness, clashed against the demon tribe, who, despite their numerical superiority, unleashed an array of spiritual treasures and innate abilities. I roar. Each side brought its unique strengths, resulting in a fierce and brutal confrontation, the sounds of battle and cries of anguish echoing incessantly. Meanwhile, the powerful beings on both sides engaged in a fierce struggle amidst the starry sky. Boom! Boom! Dong Huang Tai wielded the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, which resonated with a thunderous sound, emanating the profound tones of Tao, exhibiting unparalleled might as he single-handedly confronted the 6 great ancestral witches. Managing to gain a slight upper hand, the clash of various laws wielded by the 6 witches reverberated with a booming resonance. Clang! Emperor Jun brandished the Demon Emperor Sword, engaging in fierce combat with the ancestral witches Di Jiang, Shi Zhuyin, Zhu Rong, and Gong Gong. Meanwhile, Nuwa and Fushi intercepted the ancestral witches Ho Tu and Xianming. This battle raged on for 3 months without respite. The ground beneath Buzhou Mountain had already turned into a river of blood. Countless powerful witches and demons had perished, and many from the witch clan recklessly resorted to self-detonation to claim their foes' lives. The mighty beings observing the witch-demon conflict in the form of divine thought were greatly shaken by the ferocity of both clans. Such a war was indeed a fight to the death, rivaling the cataclysmic battles of ancient times among the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Hiss! Silence enveloped the heavens and the earth. Only the sound of collective gasps echoed. Rumbling as Emperor Jun and the others clashed, the ferocity intensified, sending shockwaves throughout the cosmos. Underneath the tremendous roar, the starry sky trembled. The sun and moon lost their brilliance. Dark clouds and ominous energy shrouded the firmament, casting a pall of gloom and heaviness over Buzhou Mountain. The quasi-saint powers, having previously witnessed the clash between the Nether River and Jiangchun, were aware of the destructive capabilities that could shatter stars and annihilate beings with ease. Moreover, this time, 16 quasi-saint powers battled amidst the stars, aside from the sun, moon, and the 365 ancient giant stars, which remained unshakable. Many smaller stars were obliterated or crushed by the 16, showcasing the devastating might of quasi-saint powers. Hiss! The mighty beings observing the battle did not notice that the fallen and wounded witches and demons' vital blood seeped into Buzhou Mountain, permeating deep underground. Beneath Buzhou Mountain, at a depth of thousands of miles, countless zombies, including 49 zombie kings and the corpse ancestor, lay in wait. These powerful zombies, including Jiangchun, had their eyes tightly shut, swiftly devouring and absorbing the vital blood of the fallen witches and demons. Even if they could not fully absorb it at once, they would encase it in coffins for future cultivation. In the chaos, within the Zixiao Palace, Hao Tian awakened from his secluded enlightenment, realizing that his cultivation had stabilized, reaching the pinnacle of the early quasi-saint realm capable of severing a corpse. His thoughts clear and serene, prompting a faint smile. The demon clan's Emperor Jun indeed possessed extraordinary talent, ambition, and spirit, marking him as a formidable hero of his time. Hao Tian opened his eyes, their brilliance flickering, and spoke in a low voice. Alas, you were born in an opportune time. Although the Second Cataclysm is a grand era filled with rising heroes. As the protagonists of the heavenly land, you lack sufficient time to accumulate your foundation. It is now or never. Once all the saints emerge, I wonder if you can withstand the pressure and survive this tribulation. After a slight shake of his head in lamentation, Hao Tian stepped out from his secluded place, making his way toward the Yaoqi. Chapter 11. The Celestial God versus the Stars of the Universe. Clang! Dong Huang Tai wielded the Sun God Sword, continuously unleashing magnificent and powerful sword energies, each infused with the essence of true solar fire, sweeping forth with relentless heat towards the 6 great ancestral witches surrounding him. Bang! Simultaneously, the Dong Huang bell above his head resonated with the ancient sounds of Tao, emitting eerie sound waves that entangled the massive forms of the ancestral witches and their laws, causing their formidable bodies to slow and stiffen under the pressure. Ha ha! Tai suddenly burst into laughter, arrogantly proclaiming, "This emperor sees that your witch clan's methods are nothing remarkable. How dare you claim dominion over the vast wilderness? Truly a jest. Rumble. Dong Huang, gripping the Dong Huang bell, drew upon the power of the innate treasure. Although facing 6 adversaries alone, he fought with increasing vigor and ferocity, forcing the 6 ancestral witches to retreat in disarray, their roars echoing with might. Ha ha ha! Dijiang, is this all your witch clan is capable of? If so, you are unworthy to be prey for my demon clan. Emperor Jun's expression turned cold, and he growled, Dijiang, prepare to face my sword. Emperor Jun wielded the Demon Emperor's sword, protected by the He-Tu and Luohu Shu, clashing with the formidable Dijiang, Shijiao Yin, Zhurong, and Gong, renowned for their strength and bizarre divine abilities. Holding their ground well, while Nuwa and Fushi effortlessly countered Ho-Tu and Xianming. Roar! Upon hearing the words of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, the ancestral witches let out furious roars, frantically channeling their laws of power. Massive fists charged with overwhelming force transformed into countless shadows, erupting towards Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. Umph! Indeed, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi are formidable, but my witch clan is not easily trifled with. Dijiang huffed angrily. His face darkened, commanding, Brothers, quickly form the celestial god array. Let them witness the might of our witch clan. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable for the witch clan, Dijiang grew anxious. Exerting all his strength to block Emperor Jun's attack, bellowing as he leapt out of the fray, roar! The 12 ancestral witches responded in kind, leaping out of the battle circle to gather and jointly invoke the celestial god array. Rumble! Suddenly, from the location of the 12 ancestral witches, a resounding boom echoed. Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, and the others turned to see the witches mobilizing their laws. Instantly, the void manifested, revealing the 12 fundamental laws of the universe: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, time, space, thunder, lightning. Pangu celestial god array revealed, with Dijiang's shout a vast and magnificent phantom appear behind them. Waves of smoke and water, sun, moon, stars, flora, fauna, mountains, rivers, all encompassed, resembling the projection of a grand world. Pangu world, this cannot be. A shocked cry escaped Dong Huang Taiyi's lips. Laced with disbelief, What? Nuwa exclaimed. How can this be? Fushi echoed in astonishment. Rumble! Simultaneously as the demon stood frozen in fear and disbelief, 12 colossal beams of light rose from the celestial god array, swiftly merging into the projection of the grand world, transforming into pillars that propped up the illusory domain, which now appeared more solid than before. Buzz! Like the reverberation of a celestial sound, a tremendous aura emanated from the grand world projection, spreading outwards, exerting pressure upon the vast wilderness. This immense aura far surpassed the limits of the pinnacle of quasi-saint power, nearly rivaling that of a saint, undeniably formidable. Brother, who would have thought that the witch clan's array possessed such might? Tai quickly approached Emperor Jun, his countenance grim as he exclaimed in alarm, What shall we do? At this moment, Nuwa and Fushi also joined Emperor Jun, turning their gaze toward him, the graceful Nuwa. Her enchanting figure surrounded by ethereal light, regarded Emperor Jun with curiosity, as though seeking his counsel. Sensing the rapidly escalating and increasingly potent aura from the witch clan's formation, Emperor Jun's expression darkened, his pupils contracting, and he coldly remarked, The witch clan inherits from Pangu. Their foundation indeed runs deep, but the witch clan may possess the celestial god array, yet do they not know that our demon clan also has formidable formations? Tai Yi and Fushi exchanged puzzled glances, unaware of the demon clan's potent arrays, wondering if the demon clan's formations could contend with the witch clan's celestial god array. Nuwa's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Clearly fascinated by the demon clan's formations, the demons, hearing that Emperor Jun had a plan, erupted in joy, cheering and defiantly gazing toward the witch clan. Ha. Within the celestial god array, Dijiang laughed heartily, his tone dripping with sarcasm, shouting, Then let me see what you have to dismantle my celestial god array. We are eager to witness it. Come at me. They harbored unwavering confidence in the celestial god array, utterly dismissing the notion that any so-called demon clan formation could pose a threat to their witch clan. As you wish. Emperor Jun scoffed coldly. Without further ado, he soared into the air, instantly landing on the surface of a desolate star. The Great Star Array, activate. Emperor Jun sat cross-legged amidst a sea of stars, retrieving the supreme innate treasures He-Tu and Luohu, casting them into the starry sky, and executing various incantations, inscribing them into He-Tu and Luohu. Buzz! Suddenly, He-Tu and Luohu trembled violently, releasing faint starlight that soared into the starry void, vanishing from sight. Gradually, under the watchful eyes of Tai, Nuwa, Fushi, and the others, the demons and witches carefully extended their divine senses to perceive. Rumble! The demons and the myriad powerful beings of the wilderness felt a cataclysmic tremor emanating from the ancient starry sky. The 365 ancient stars, under the influence of some unfathomable force, seemed to be endowed with life, erupting with brilliant and robust starlight, moving gracefully along specific trajectories. The stars coalesced into an array, evolving the universe. As Emperor Jun let out a resounding roar, it seemed as if an invisible hand was propelling the ancient stars. And within a mere 3 breaths, a colossal ancient star array was formed. The Great Array, trailing a long tail of stars, slowly advanced towards the projection of the vast world where the Wuju's Dutian Shinsha array resided. Ha! The little ones of the demon race are overestimating themselves. Brothers shatter their grand formation. Emperor Jiang bellowed defiantly, urging the world projection to collide that on one side was the projection of the Pangu universe, imbued with the profound power of laws, while on the other was the formidable ancient star array, moving at a leisurely pace towards one another. Buzz! At last, the constellations of the surrounding heavens and the Dutian Shunsha array, radiant and dazzling, made contact, igniting the first glimmer of brilliance upon this resplendent celestial tapestry. Silence, a deathly stillness enveloped the scene, heavy with an oppressive weight, contrary to expectations of a thunderous roar or a cataclysmic explosion. The two sides merely held their ground for a moment before sinking back into the void. The projection of the vast world appeared to have exhausted its power, as if adhering to a law, while the star array was shattered by the immense force, sending the 365 ancient stars retreating back into the depths of the cosmos, eternal and unyielding. Hiss! A collective gasp resonated through the primordial realm. All present fell into a stunned silence. Whether they were the great beings from across the land, or the members of the Wuju and the demon clans, including Nuwa and Fushi, their expressions vacant and speechless for a long while. Cough, cough! Suddenly, a cough broke the contemplative silence, revealing Emperor Jun and the 12 ancestral witches being sent flying backward. Emperor Jun fell directly to the ground, spitting blood, his countenance pale and weary. "Elder brother, are you all right?" Tai exclaimed, rushing over to catch Emperor Jun, his eyes filled with concern. "I am fine," Emperor Jun replied weakly, his face ashen. The 12 ancestral witches of the Wuju also suffered severe injuries, with only Jerome, Emperor Jiang, Xianming, Hutu, and Shijiao still possessing the strength to fight. Zhurong and Emperor Jiang were inherently powerful, while Xianming and Hutu, being women, were well cared for by them, thus alleviating much of their burden. In an instant, both sides glared at each other, with Tai, Fushi, and Nuwa wearing grave expressions, their gazes locked, poised to engage in battle at the slightest provocation. The atmosphere on the battlefield was thick with tension and oppression. Suddenly, a figure stepped forth from the starry sky, dressed as a youth yet surveying everyone with an air of arrogance. It was Hao Tongbi by the decree of Master Hongjun. From henceforth the demon clan shall govern the heavens, and the Wuju shall govern the earth. Do not provoke conflicts lightly. A century from now, the Zixiao Palace shall reopen for teachings, and I hope all of you will not be late, lest you incur the displeasure of the master. Hao Ian proclaimed to the crowd, "We shall diligently abide by the master's decree." Emperor Jun, Tai, and the others responded with respectful expressions, exclaiming in unison, "Sigh." The ancestral witches of the Wuju had no choice but to acquiesce, recognizing that the current situation left both sides severely wounded. Continuing the fight would yield no benefits. Rather, it was prudent to retreat and recuperate. Both clans were merely making tactical retreats, with the formidable figures of the Wuju and demon clans departing. Only Nuwa and Haotian remained, enveloped in silence. Chapter 12. The Three Teachings of Zixiao. Hongjun's unification of the Tao. In a moment of quiet contemplation, Haotian scrutinized Nuwa closely. What a beauty, he thought to himself. How can the world bear such a stunning woman? What hope is there for men? Though Haotian was indeed a formidable being of the quasi-saint level, his composure was extraordinary. Yet he was still a man. After all, the desire for beauty is a universal trait, and even immortals are not exempt. Letting out a faint sigh of relief, Haotian steadied his mind, stepped forward, and clasped his hands in greeting, smiling as he said, Haotian pays his respects to senior sister. I wonder how you have fared recently. I have yet to extend my congratulations on your significant advancement in cultivation, achieving the quasi-saint realm. There is no need for such formalities. Junior brother, Nuwa replied, her elegant figure adorned in a sky-blue embroidered gown, standing upon a cloud of 5 colors. As she noticed Haotian's gaze fixed upon her, a slight blush graced her cheeks, and with a playful glance, she remarked, And what of you, junior brother? It has been quite some time since we last met, and I can hardly discern your realm now. Due to the battle, several strands of her hair cascaded down her chest, swaying gracefully in the wind, adding to her charm rather than appearing disheveled. This scene made Haotian's heart race. The depth of the Wuju and demon clans was profound. Should another war rise, it would undoubtedly lead to further devastation. What are your thoughts on the conflict between the Wuju and the demon clans? Nuwa inquired, sensing an odd and awkward atmosphere, attempting to shift the topic with a smile. Indeed, Haotian raised an eyebrow. Responding nonchalantly, in my humble opinion, the Wuju and demon clans are akin to the ancient dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans, destined to withdraw from the stage of the primordial world, ultimately resulting in mutual destruction. This, Nuwa furrowed her brow in contemplation. While Haotian's words held a semblance of truth, there were still aspects that did not quite add up. She shot him a questioning glance, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. But aside from the Wuju and the demon clans, what other races could possibly assume the role of the world's protagonists? Does senior sister not know that in the vast expanse of the primordial realm, aside from those born of innate origins, there also exist races that have emerged through later creations? Haotian fixed his gaze on Nuwa's enchanting face, chuckling with undertones of significance. Nuwa's expression shifted to one of surprise, as if she had grasped an elusive understanding. Although Haotian's statement seemed somewhat absurd, she sensed a certain validity within it. Since the master's decree has been conveyed, junior brother shall not disturb senior sister's cultivation any longer. I shall return to the Zixiao Palace to relay the master's message, Haotian stated. Having concluded their conversation, Nuwa's heart stirred, and she smiled. Since I have nothing pressing to attend to, why not accompany you to the Zixiao Palace? It would be an opportunity to pay my respects to the master and await the day of teachings. That sounds splendid, Haotian readily agreed. Haotian and Nuwa rode upon a cloud, traversing the ancient starry skies, soaring beyond the 33 heavens, both possessing the quasi-saint realm. Their speed was remarkable, and it wasn't long before the Zixiao Palace came into view, having failed to pay her respects to the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Nuwa took residence in a side hall of the Zixiao Palace, frequently engaging in discussions with Yaoqi and conversing with Haotian about the Tao. Time flowed like a river, and in the blink of an eye, 80 years had passed since the catastrophic battle in the starry skies between the Wuju and demon clans, resulting in mutual devastation. The primordial realm had settled into a profound tranquility. Both clans retreated to consolidate their powers. Reluctant to ignite further conflicts, the myriad great beings of the primordial realm recognized the formidable foundation and strength of the Wuju and demon clans, promptly adopting a low profile, most of them retreating into seclusion to contemplate the Tao. Awaiting the commencement of the 3 teachings, as the years rolled by, numerous individuals began to arrive outside the Zixiao Palace. Laozi, Xinyuanzi, Jin, Zhuanti, Hongjun, Kuanpeng, Fuxi, and many others from the demon clan, led by Emperor Jun and Tai. Gathering outside the hall, some meditating with closed eyes, others engaging in discussions about the Tao, each in their own way. Open the palace doors swiftly and usher everyone inside, I shall once again commence the teachings of the great Tao. When the 3,000 guests had gathered, Hao Qian and Yao Qi suddenly heard the voice of Hongjun resonating in their ears. Bang! Hao Qian and Yao Qi quickly rose to their feet and opened the grand doors of the Zixiao Palace. They guided the crowd inside, taking their seats, while they themselves seated themselves upon the Tao platform, closing their eyes in anticipation. Buzz! Suddenly, it felt as though a voice of the Tao echoed forth. The aged figure of Tao ancestor, Hongjun, gradually materialized upon the Tao platform. The entire process flowing seamlessly, as if entering the Tao itself. Pangu opened the heavens and created all beings. I wield the creation jade disc to attain sainthood. However, the heavenly Tao is incomplete. I shall impart the great Tao 3 times for the sake of all beings, so that I may unify with the Tao and complete the heavens and earth. This teaching shall be the final one, after which I shall unify with the Tao. Hongjun spoke with a composed demeanor. What? How can this be possible? What does this mean? Within the grand hall, the crowd erupted in exclamations, their hearts gripped with shock. Master, please reconsider. Do not abandon us. We yearn to learn the great Tao. Suddenly, Zhuan Ti stood up, calling out loudly, Please, Master, do not forsake us. The crowd echoed in unison. In truth, while many felt excitement at the prospect of Hongjun unifying with the Tao, preferring liberation from the weight of his presence, they still felt compelled to display urgency and concern, their faces painted with grave expressions, as if mourning the loss of their own kin. Please, Master, reconsider. Though Hao Qian was already aware of Hongjun's intention to unify with the Tao, he joined the others in pleading, his expression particularly urgent. Yao Qi, on the other hand, was already in tears, sobbing softly beside him. Sigh. Hongjun shook his head slightly, casting a calm gaze over the crowd before stating, My mind is made up. There is no need for further words. The great Tao encompasses 50, and the heavenly cycle follows 49.1, must be relinquished, and I shall complete it in the future. You must each take care of yourselves. Remember, small forces can be reversed, but great forces cannot be altered. Do not act against the heavens. We shall diligently follow the Master's teachings. The great beings bowed in reverence. Hao Qian, Yao Qi, you two possess considerable talent. After I unify with the Tao, you may descend from the Zixiao Palace to seek your own abodes for cultivation. With a glance at the figures of Hao Qian and Yao Qi beside him, Hongjun couldn't help but feel a wave of sentiment, sighing softly as he spoke. Meanwhile, a hidden thought crossed Hongjun's mind. Among these individuals, perhaps only Hao Qian and Yao Qi truly speak from the heart, having accompanied me in my cultivation for many years. Yet, unbeknownst to Hongjun, Hao Qian was already aware of his impending Tao unification. He merely feigned ignorance to avoid arousing suspicion. Yes, the disciple remembers. Hao Qian and Yao Qi understood that Hongjun's Tao unification was inevitable and could only nod in agreement. Alas, Hongjun sighed deeply, thereafter disregarding the crowd, and began to expound upon the great Tao. Buzz! Within the Zixiao Palace, a myriad of wondrous phenomena erupted, with golden lotuses sprouting from the ground and the essence of the Tao swirling around, filling the grand hall with an atmosphere rich in the principles of the great Tao. This time, Hongjun spoke of the path of the saints, which was even more profound and esoteric, besides a few. The majority found themselves lost in a haze, struggling to grasp the true essence of the Tao. Many resorted to comprehending their own divine powers, refining their magical abilities with the immense spiritual energy emanating from the golden flowers that rose from the earth, thus gaining some insights. Only the 3 pure ones, Niwa, Fuxi, Jin, Zhuan, and a dozen other quasi-saint experts, with great perseverance and determination, refused to give up and diligently sought understanding. Suddenly, a hint of joy emerged on Hao Qian's face, and he quietly mused, I sense that with just one retreat, the good corpse can strike at any moment. Within the Zixiao Palace, the one who reaped the most benefits from comprehending the great Tao was indeed Hao Qian. The primordial being of creation within Hao Qian had already ascended to the status of a Hunyuan Daoyuo Jinxian, comprehending the origin of the world tree, his Tao attainment profound, rivaling even Hongjun himself. Now, as he listened to Hongjun's teachings, Hao Yin transmitted insights to his avatars, diligently reflecting and grasping the concepts, as if engaging in a discourse with Hongjun, allowing his essence of creation to refine the knowledge back to his main body. In this manner, Hao Qian naturally became the individual who comprehended Hongjun's Tao the most thoroughly, gaining the most enlightenment. Buzz, thank you, Master. Thus the discourse on the Tao continued for a full 30,000 years. Hongjun ceased his teachings, opening his eyes, and the crowd gradually awakened, each one eager to bow in reverence to Hongjun, exclaiming loudly, in this grand hall, there are a few who share a bond with me, and shall henceforth be my disciples of the Xianmen. Hongjun declared, What? The crowd, hearing this, erupted in joyous surprise, hurriedly gazing towards Hongjun, their eyes filled with hope, wishing to be among those he chose. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian are transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu, possessing great merits. Thus they shall be my disciples. Hongjun stated, looking at the three with a calm demeanor. The disciples pay their respects to the master. Laozi and the others exclaimed with elation, You three shall be disciples of my Xianmen and shall possess a supreme treasure for protection. To stabilize your fortunes, Hongjun added, Swish. As he spoke, the crowd witnessed Hongjun wave his grand sleeves, 3 beams of purple light enveloping Laozi and his companions, instantly merging with their primordial spirits. Several treasures then floated before the three. Shimmering with brilliance, they were the Taiji diagram, the Pangu banner, the 4 swords of Zhuzhen, and the array diagram. Laozi and Yuanshi shall each wield the Taiji diagram and the Pangu banner, both of which are innate supreme treasures transformed from Pangu's axe. Hongjun explained. The two hurriedly approached to respectfully claim their treasures. Tongtian shall possess the 4 swords of Zhuzhen. These 4 swords are the pinnacle of innate spiritual treasures, capable of forming the Zhuzhen array, which can only be breached by the 4 saints. Tongtian was overwhelmed with joy and rushed forward to receive the treasures. Hiss! Upon hearing this, the crowd involuntarily gasped. What? Only the 4 saints can breach it. This array is so formidable. If this is true, the Zhuzhen array can definitely rival the Duxiang Shansha Great Array and the Zhou Tian Star Array. A commotion erupted within the Zixiao Palace. As the great beings listened to Hongjun's words, their eyes widened in envy and jealousy, astonished that the 4 swords of Zhuzhen were so powerful, only breachable by the 4 saints. After all, among the heavens and earth, only Hongjun was a saint that it seemed that in the future they would need to give Tongtian some leeway, lest they fall victim to the swords of Zhuzhen. Many secretly thought to themselves, following Hao Yin's anticipations. Hongjun took Nuwa as his disciple, bestowing upon her the innate spiritual treasure of the Shanhua Sheiji diagram and the red embroidery ball. He also accepted Jane and Juni as named disciples, granting them the 12-petal golden lotus, the Jane treasure seal, and augmenting them with various spiritual treasures. Swish! The disciples expressed their gratitude for the master's grace. Finally, a strand of primordial purple energy was conferred upon the Taoist Hongyun. Witnessing such swift fortune, Hongyun was overwhelmed with joy, ecstatic beyond measure, repeatedly thanking Hongjun, completely oblivious to the resentful gaze of Kuanping, which had never left his side. May the master be compassionate, showing mercy to our weak powers and shallow Tao, and bestow upon us some spiritual treasures. Seeing that only a few had received treasures and were endowed with primordial purple energy, the remaining individuals grew anxious, and finally, someone could no longer contain themselves and stood up, exclaiming, May the master be compassionate and grant us spiritual treasures. With one leading, the rest quickly followed suit, earnestly pleading. Alas! Hongjun, observing the crowd's desperate pleas, could only sigh and reluctantly said, Outside the Zixiao Palace, there are still many spiritual treasures I've collected in the past. Soon, you may follow Hao Qian and Yao Qi to seek your fortunes. If you are destined, you shall obtain spiritual treasures. Now, go. The master is compassionate. We express our gratitude. The crowd exclaimed eagerly. Buzz! Hongjun's figure vanished, retreating once more into the void, while Hao Yin and Yao Qi, under the urging of the crowd, led everyone towards the treasure-seeking cliff. Only the lonely Zixiao Palace Grand Hall remained, empty and silent. Buzz! Suddenly, a jade butterfly shimmering with multicolored light appeared on the Tao platform. Slowly spinning as it turned, the surface of the butterfly grew increasingly radiant, with 3,000 lines of Tao principles connecting to the void, mysterious beyond measure. Tao unification. An ancient voice resonated, and then everything fell silent into the void. Chapter 13. The Great Desolation. First encounter with the burning lamp's swish, exiting the gates of the Zixiao Palace. In a flash of light, the crowd beheld Hao Yin and Yao Qi returning to their true forms, transforming into a pair of youthful figures, side by side, stepping forth. My fellow Tao brothers, follow me, Hao Yin said with a smile. For Hao Yin and Yao Qi, Hongjun's Tao unification meant the restoration of their freedom, no longer needing to present themselves as children before others, which was a cause for celebration. However, for the deities of the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun's Tao unification signified that the Great Desolation would finally allow them to roam freely, no longer constrained by Hongjun's dominance. Behold, everyone, that radiant boulder is the treasure-seeking cliff, where Master Hongjun has collected numerous spiritual treasures. Before long, they arrived at the treasure-seeking cliff. Hao Yin pointed with his hand, calling out to the crowd, "Brothers, you may step forward to seek your fortunes. But remember, outside the Zixiao Palace, do not engage in conflict, lest you incur the Master's displeasure." "Brother, what are you saying?" Junti immediately stepped forward, adopting a righteous demeanor, and proclaimed, "Collecting treasures is a matter of destiny. We would never entertain greed or resort to conflict. Indeed, fellow Tao brother speaks wisely." Others chimed in, echoing Junti's sentiment. Thus, following Junti's lead, the crowd expressed their agreement, assuring one another that they would rely on fate to collect the treasures. "This is for the best." Upon hearing this, Hao Yin couldn't help but smirk, sensing the hypocrisy of these individuals, who resembled clowns. He had no faith in their words. Had he not mentioned Hongjun, they would have likely fought among themselves. For the allure of innate spiritual treasures was not something everyone could resist. Clop, clop, clop. Under the guidance of Hao Yin and Yao Qi, the crowd swiftly arrived before a massive rock, 100 zhang in size, radiating boundless treasure light. The boulder was smooth and pristine, dark gray in color, its surface swirling with infinite brilliance, sparkling in myriad hues. This was the treasure-seeking cliff. This is the treasure-seeking cliff, adorned with the spiritual treasures collected by Master Hongjun in his early years. Fellow Tao brothers, who will step up to try their luck first? Just as the master said, if you are destined, you may acquire treasures, Hao Yin announced. Wow. Indeed, is an innate spiritual treasure. If I can obtain it, I could attempt to sever my corpse, ha. As the crowd beheld the dazzling display of spiritual light emanating from the treasure-seeking cliff, they could no longer contain their greed, their eyes fixated on the massive boulder, as if fearing it might vanish before them. Now that the treasure-seeking cliff stood before them, suddenly, a Luohu Jinxian leapt forth, shouting, "Which Tao brother will try their luck first?" He was a wandering cultivator from the Great Desolation, possessing top-tier Luohu cultivation, yet lacking a spiritual treasure to sever his corpse. Now, seeing such an opportunity, he could no longer hold back his excitement. However, having practiced diligently for many years, he retained some rationality. Though eager to rush forward and claim the spiritual treasure, he dared not act boldly with the strongest quasi-saints still present, and could only call out, Instantly, all eyes turned towards Laozi and the other quasi-saint experts. "Fellow Tao brothers, please allow my brothers and I to try first. Is that acceptable?" Laozi cleared his throat and surveyed the crowd before speaking calmly. "Please do, Tao brother," the crowd replied. Buzz, Laozi, along with the Primordial and Tongtian brothers, stepped forward, summoning auspicious clouds and channeling their primordial spirits to finally sense the Funbao cliff. Shortly thereafter, all three simultaneously waved their hands, unleashing a surge of magical power into the Funbao cliff. Bang, bang, bang. 3 resounding booms echoed, and the Funbao cliff radiated brilliant light. As an array of colorful spiritual treasures erupted forth, the 3 of them immediately employed their techniques to collect them. Laozi unfurled the Taiji diagram. sweeping away numerous innate spiritual treasures such as the wind and fire mat, the 8 scenery palace lantern, and the flame light banner, among others. The primordial Pangu banner waved, knocking down dozens of beams of treasure light, while Tong Tian encapsulated over 100 items with the extermination of a mortal's array diagram. Boom! Witnessing the 3 purities acquiring such a multitude of spiritual treasures, everyone hurriedly approached, each employing their own means to collect the treasures to which they were fated. Bang, bang, bang! The sounds of magical forces colliding with the giant stones resonated as the Funbao cliff overflowed with treasures. The 3 purities amassed over 100 items, while Nuwa gathered a dozen. And the duo of Junti and Jin combined their efforts to collect several dozen. Dijun, Tai Yi, and others also acquire their share, resulting in a scene of abundance for all. Oh, what is this? This is actually the Kongtong seal. Hao Ian gazed at the few treasures in his possession, probing with his consciousness, and suddenly his heart trembled with joy as he silently exclaimed, "Could it be that my previous life as a member of the human race, with a faint imprint of humanity in my soul, has allowed me to resonate with the Kongtong seal?" Hao Ian's haul was modest, consisting of only a handful of innate spiritual treasures, none of particularly high quality. However, the acquisition of the Kongtong seal left him immensely satisfied, and a joyful expression emerged on his face. The treasure of humanity, the Kongtong seal. It had drawn little attention since humanity had yet to emerge. Appearing merely as an ordinary innate spiritual treasure, the Kongtong seal, a treasure of humanity, suppresses fate. Hao Qian's expression froze as if a thought struck him, and he internally scoffed. "You blind fools! Although the Kongtong seal seems inconspicuous, its possessor directly enjoys 3 layers of human fate. You have missed a great treasure. Senior brother, how was your harvest?" Suddenly, Yaoqi approached Hao Qian, her tone brimming with excitement. "Not too bad," Hao Qian replied. Yaoqi also obtained several fine, innate spiritual treasures, including 24 sea-settling pearls, which, combined with her previous 12, amounted to 36 sea-settling pearls, filling her with great delight. Having reached the pinnacle of the great Luohu golden immortal realm, gathering the sea-settling pearls would enable her to sever corpses and achieve the quasi-saint realm. Rumbling, once everyone had secured their treasures and departed, Hao Qian immediately stepped forward, casting a spell to collect the Funbao cliff into the Chaos Pearl, and then left the chaos, heading toward the vast wilderness. Hao Qian and Yaoqi joined hands to traverse the wilderness, visiting mountains, rivers, and blessed lands. With the merging of Hongjun, they gained their freedom, and Hao Qian and Yaoqi prepare to find a spiritual mountain or treasure land as their place of cultivation. On this day, they arrived at a mountain range spanning several hundred miles. "Oh!" Hao Qian exclaimed in surprise, halting his steps as they lingered in this mountain. They beheld the undulating range, resembling a divine dragon coiling upon the earth, inhaling and exhaling while gathering boundless innate spiritual energy. Perceiving the peculiarity of this place, Hao Qian and Yaoqi quickly infused their magical power into their eyes to see within. Suddenly, Hao Qian's gaze sharpened. He discerned that this divine dragon was not a true dragon clan, but rather an immense earth vein. This earth vein had existed for countless millennia, gathering not only vast amounts of spiritual energy and treasures over the ages, but also giving birth to a flicker of nascent spiritual intelligence. "Haha!" Hao Qian laughed heartily, looking at Yaoqi, his voice laced with joy as he exclaimed, "Junior sister, who would have thought we would discover such a blessed land? If we establish our place of cultivation here, our progress in understanding the Tao and training will surely accelerate, as this place must be connected to our fates. Indeed, I trust your judgment, senior brother. This is undoubtedly a treasure land. Should this earth vein ever take shape, it will surely possess extraordinary qualities, and if we become its masters, it may even help us stabilize our fates," Yaoqi replied, her face glowing with excitement. The two resolved to establish a cave dwelling and set up a place of cultivation. Filled with joy, suddenly, Hao Qian snorted coldly, turning to gaze into the void, softly calling out, "Having emerged from the Purple Cloud Palace, I am grateful to the Taoist brother for escorting us along the way." My sister and I are immensely appreciative, and now we intend to settle here. May I request your presence for a discussion? The hidden individual possessed only the cultivation of the great Luohu golden immortal realm, a fact Hao Ian had long sensed. However, as this person posed no threat to him and had merely followed without taking action, Hao Ian had been indifferent until now, finally exposing the individual's presence. Alas, a light sigh emanated from the void, as if in lamentation. Since the Taoist brother has invited me, I shall not impose. I am Mending, and I greet you, fellow Taoists. As these words fell, Hao Ian and Yao Qi beheld an elder draped in a brown Taoist robe, frail and wrinkled, yet with a kind expression, approaching them step by step. Chapter 14. The Shameless Mending, Overestimating One's Self. Mending. Hao Ian was taken aback, casting a meaningful glance at the Mending Taoist brother Mending. I wonder what you wish to convey by following my sister and me here, Hao Ian asked, his eyes gleaming with curiosity, a smile adorning his face. Mending felt somewhat uncomfortable under Hao Ian's scrutinizing gaze, forcing a stiff smile as he replied, Indeed, fellow Taoists possess great fortune, having acquired such a blessed land, which leaves me envious. With that, he deftly avoided mentioning his tailing of Hao Ian and Yao Qi. Hao Ian remained silent, merely smiling nonchalantly. Taoist brother, there are countless blessed lands in the vast wilderness. Why must you envy my sister and me? Yao Qi retorted with a sideways glance. We have just obtained this cave dwelling. Allow me to arrange it, and then I shall invite you in for a discussion, if that pleases you, Hao Ian inquired. Such is excellent. Mending nodded slightly, expressing his approval. Mending's face was filled with smiles. Yet within he harbored deep suspicion. Unable to discern the cultivation levels of these two, he knew they were the gatekeepers of Hongjun, having acquired 24 sea settling pearls from the Finbao cliff. It was precisely this set of innate treasures that had compelled him to follow Hao Ian and Yao Qi. These two, merely gatekeepers of Hongjun, could not possibly be stronger than him. Surely, they must be concealing their true powers with treasures or secret methods that I shall test them shortly, and all shall be revealed. Mending mused silently. Humph. A fleeting glance at Mending ignited Hao Ian's ire. He had sensed the elder's intentions, deducing that Mending likely harbored some schemes against them, prompting a cold smile to creep upon his lips. Absolute strength is sufficient to crush all, rendering any devious plots utterly futile, and against Mending, Hao Ian possessed such strength. Mending's covetousness and scheming appeared to him mere folly, nothing more. Standing atop the dragon's head of this earth vein, Hao Ian extended his consciousness, sensing intricately, as if a dragon's roar resonated within his mind, vibrant and fervent, akin to a yearning to break free from the earth and transform into a dragon. Indeed, this was a dragon born of heaven and earth. Realizing this, both Hao Ian and Yao Qi felt waves of joy in their hearts as they approached to excavate their cave dwelling, establishing their place of cultivation and setting up various defensive and illusionary formations to obscure their sanctuary from prying eyes. Sigh. Exhaling deeply, Yao Qi exclaimed with delight. At last, the arrangements are complete. Indeed, after half a day of bustling activity, having set up their place of cultivation, Hao Ian regained his composure and looked at Mending. Bowing respectfully, Please, Taoist brother, step inside for a discussion. It would be a perfect opportunity for us to converse on the Tao. Very good. I had that intention. Mending nodded, smiling. Then, led by Hao Ian and Yao Qi, they stepped into the newly established cave dwelling. Please, as Hao Ian, Yao Qi, and Mending entered the freshly opened cave, the hosts took their seats. Yao Qi presented some spiritual fruits she had gathered, treating Mending, and the three savored them while discussing their respective insights into their magical powers and principles. Alas, suddenly, Mending sighed deeply, smiling as he said, Engaging in discourse with the two of you has proven immensely fruitful. To be candid, I followed you both from the Purple Cloud Palace for a rather ungracious request. He believed he had discerned Hao Ian and Yao Qi's secrets and prepared to make his move. Here it comes. Hao Ian inwardly warned, transmitting thoughts to Yao Qi to remain vigilant. He immediately spoke, his tone laced with curiosity. What is it that Taoist brother Ruan Deng desires? Please speak freely. If I can assist, I shall not decline. Since that is the case, I shall speak plainly, Ruan Deng sighed, expressing a hint of sentimentality, then continued. The two of you have acquired the sea-settling pearls from the Fenbao Cliff, which are indeed connected to me. I implore you to part with them. I am willing to offer an innate spiritual sword in exchange. How does that sound? The flickering lamp squinted its eyes, fixated intently on Hao Yin and Yao He. Though a smile adorned its lips, there was no trace of mirth in the depths of its gaze. You, Taoist, are clearly coveting my sea-settling pearl. Speak plainly. Do not hide behind the pretense of fate. It is utterly shameless. In a fit of rage, Yao He sprang up, shouting, if there were any fate, why did the treasures of the sea-settling peak not acknowledge you as their master? This is sheer nonsense. Mark my words, do not harbor any delusions. I shall never. Her face flushed with anger. Yao He could no longer maintain the decorum expected of a maiden, pointing an accusing finger at the flickering lamp and hurling insults. Bang! Before her words could settle, a silver radiance erupted from the lamp's crown, transforming into a jade ruler that shimmered with brilliance, exuding a fierce aura as it struck towards Yao He. The flickering lamp bellowed. Behold my treasure! Swish! With a swift motion, the lamp lunged towards Yao He, determined to launch a surprise attack to seize the sea-settling pearl and escape immediately, lest complications arise. What audacity! Yao He cried in fury. Although the flickering lamp's intentions were commendable, Yao He, a perfected Luohu golden immortal, had already been alerted by Hao Yin and was well prepared. How could she fall prey to the lamp's underhanded scheme? Be bold, junior sister. Exercise caution. Seeing the flickering lamp's ambush, Hao Yin, though confident in Yao He's safety, felt his expression darkening as he shouted, preparing to intervene. Humph! There is no need for you to intervene. Elder brother, I shall teach this shameless rogue a proper lesson. Yao He retorted sharply. Buzz! Suddenly, with a flick of her wrist, Yao He summoned her treasured sword, raising it horizontally to block the approaching jade ruler, while 12 sea-settling pearls manifested behind her, swirling around her figure and radiating divine light to defend herself as she charged forward to engage in battle with the flickering lamp. Boom! The flickering lamp, startled to see its attack thwarted, rushed closer, grasping its jade ruler, ready to unleash its powers upon Yao He, only to find 12 sea-settling pearls encircling her, flashing with 5-colored brilliance as she advanced with her sword drawn. What? The sea-settling pearls! The flickering lamp exclaimed in shock, hastily channeling its magic into the jade ruler to counter Yao He's sword energy, roaring, how could you ever find the sea-settling pearls so quickly? This is impossible. Oomph! Yao He scoffed, not bothering to address the lamp's bewilderment, her anger boiling as she declared, witness my divine powers, the myriad worlds. Buzz! Suddenly, the flickering lamp beheld the sea-settling pearls tremble slightly, their 5-colored brilliance retracting. They transformed into 12 miniature worlds, simultaneously descending upon it with overwhelming might. Even before the clash began, the flickering lamp understood that this move was formidable and that it would need to exert all its strength to withstand it. Do not overstep your bounds. Behold my treasure. Reluctantly, the flickering lamp summoned its other companion spirit treasure, the spirit pivot lamp, a supreme innate treasure, renowned alongside the 8 scenic palace lamp and the lotus lamp. Known as the 3 greatest innate lamps, possessing extraordinary power. Hiss! The spirit pivot lamp emitted a ghastly green flame, enveloping its surroundings, barely managing to withstand the sea-settling pearls, allowing the flickering lamp a moment's respite. Boom! The 2 treasures became locked in a stalemate, and both combatants resorted to martial prowess, clashing fiercely in the air, engaging in battle for several days without a clear victor. Yao He's remarkable aptitude and advancing powers suggested she had reached the brink of severing her corporeal form. Hao Yin, standing by to support Yao He, murmured to himself, at this rate, I will eventually be unable to hold out. Who would have thought these 2 young disciples would conceal such depth and strength? Meanwhile, the flickering lamp lamented silently. Although it was on par with Yao He in cultivation, its 2 innate treasures, the jade ruler and the spirit pivot lamp, were indeed formidable. Yet, Yaoi's mastery of the sea-settling pearls had allowed her to evolve into 12 celestial realms. With an unending reservoir of immense magical energy surging within her, reminiscent of crashing waves echoing through her being. In contrast, after days of combat, the flickering lamp had only a third of its magical energy remaining. Having suffered significant depletion, this will not do. The flickering lamp sensed that if the battle continued, it would undoubtedly exhaust its powers, while Hao Yin remained a watchful threat nearby. A thought of retreat emerged. I must find a way to escape swiftly. Planning for another day? Boundless universe, prepare to strike. The flickering lamp suddenly bellowed, its jade ruler glowing fiercely as it swung towards Yaoi. Bang! Fleeing. The flickering lamp unleashed a full-force strike, sending the caught-off-guard Yaoi tumbling back several dozen paces, transforming into a streak of light as it attempted to escape, still calling out, "You two are indeed mighty. Our fates are now entwined. I shall return to conclude this matter another day." I believe there is no need for that. It would be better for you to stay and settle this immediately, Hao Yian's cold voice interjected. With a swift motion, he extended his hand, striking the void. The seemingly mundane gesture concealed the might of a quasi-saint's powers. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the flickering lamp was forced from the void, spitting out a mouthful of blood as it glared at Hao Yan. Screaming in terror, quasi-saint realm. You are but a mere child. How can you be a quasi-saint expert? Cease your prattling. Since you have come, do not attempt to flee. Hao Yan stretched forth his hand once more, transforming it into a colossal claw that loomed over the flickering lamp. This is impossible. Blood escape, reverse God. The flickering lamp was struck by panic, hastily channeling all its magical energy into the spirit pivot lamp, which unleashed a torrent of spiritual flames in an attempt to block Hao Yan's strike. Puff! Simultaneously, the flickering lamp spat forth a mouthful of essence blood, activating blood escape, and fled frantically into the distance. Not so easily. The powers of a quasi-saint are beyond your comprehension. Hao Yan scoffed, flipping his hand as the colossal claw descended with crushing force. Boom! Buzz! Yet, the flames of the spirit pivot lamp were extinguished in an instant, as Hao Yan's palm seemed to evolve within the flickering lamp's mind, encompassing the cosmos, the sun, the moon, and the stars. An irresistible force immobilized the flickering lamp and drew it inexorably towards Hao Yan's grasp. No, the flickering lamp let out a desperate howl, unwilling to accept its fate. After all, it was a guest of the Purple Sky Palace. How could it perish at Hao Yan's hands? Yet, no matter how unwilling, what could it do? The strength of a quasi-saint was beyond what this Luohu golden immortal could withstand. Bang! The flickering lamp was captured in Hao Yan's palm, its path and magical energy sealed away. Imprisoned. Chapter 15. Subduing the flickering lamp. Bang! Hao Yan wielded his powers, swiftly subduing the flickering lamp and binding it. Yet he did not deliver a lethal blow. Instead, he confined it beneath the immense dragon vein of the Taoist temple. Junior sister, having dealt with this shameless scoundrel, shall we now redecorate our abode? Hao Yan inquired of Yaoi with a smile. Had it not been for the need to contend with the flickering lamp, we would not have hastily established our temple. To the very least, we should set up a few formidable illusions and kill arrays. In truth, Hao Yan had only implemented a few ordinary defensive formations to lower the flickering lamp's guard. Hastily proceeding, now that the flickering lamp was dealt with, it was only natural to redesign the temple. Indeed, Yaoi nodded gently, a radiant smile blooming on her face as she replied with a playful glint in her eyes. Of course, but what shall we do with the flickering lamp? This person was no ordinary foe. Now at the pinnacle of the Luohu golden immortal, it would not be long before it achieved quasi-saint status. Hao Yan's eyes narrowed, pondering briefly before responding with a cold smirk. However, since he has fallen into my grasp, he cannot turn the tide. We have just discovered the Spirit Mountain and are in need of a guardian for the mountain gate. I believe the flickering lamp is a most suitable candidate. He shall know his place? Oh, Yaoi responded, momentarily taken aback, nodding obediently, her expression conveying a mix of understanding and confusion. Subsequently, Hao Yan and Yaoi busied themselves for several days, finally arranging the various facilities of the temple to ensure their safety. They even set up a minor starry sky barrier outside the mountain gate, a formation crafted by Hao Yin himself, adapted from the celestial star formation. Though it could not contend with a saint, it was certainly capable of fending off quasi-saints. In the heavens above, in the demon race's celestial court, within the resplendent golden hall, solemn and imposing, surrounded by palatial structures and celestial abodes that encircled the demon emperor's palace. Demon kings and mighty demons guarded the crucial areas, each fulfilling their duties. The demon race's profound heritage and the grandeur of the celestial court were on full display inside the demon emperor's palace. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi awakened from their meditative retreat, opening their eyes. Sigh. Emperor Jun suddenly let out a long sigh, a look of helplessness crossing his face as he addressed Tai. Brother, for some reason, I remain restless, unable to enter tranquility. Every time I close my eyes, my mind is filled with thoughts of that woman on the moon starred. Ah, I knew it. Brother, you must have taken a liking to that woman. Tai Yi replied, momentarily taken aback, his expression revealing surprise as he exclaimed, This matter is simple. Just send someone to the moon star to declare your decree, appoint her as the demon empress, and bring her to the celestial court. He was wholly absorbed in his cultivation, showing little interest in celestial court affairs, let alone matters of romance. Upon hearing Emperor Jun's woes, he spoke without a second thought, as if marrying that woman were a grand honor for her. Alas, such recklessness is uncalled for. Jun's expression darkened, and he shot Tai an exasperated glance, stating, Let us first seek out Nuwa, asking her to inquire about the intentions of the moon goddess. If she consents, we may then proceed to visit the moon star. Indeed, since you suggest it, let us proceed accordingly. Tai replied nonchalantly, raising an eyebrow. There is no time to waste. We should set off to find Nuwa immediately. Excellent, Jun exclaimed joyfully, pleased with Tai Yi's agreement. The two then stepped out of the Demon Emperor's hall, soaring towards the sanctum of Nuwa and Fuxit. Was during the chaos of the War of the Wu and Yao that Jun and Tai Yi had their injuries healed. Upon returning from the Zixiao Palace, while surveying the celestial stars, Jun unexpectedly encountered the moon goddess on the moon star, captivated by her ethereal beauty. Ever since their encounter, he had been plagued by restless thoughts, unable to concentrate even during his training, as if ensnared by a spell. Thus, he harbored the desire to wed the demon queen. At Qianlong Mountain, the new sanctuary of Hao Yin and Yao Qi, named after a massive dragon-shaped ley line winding across the earth. Amidst swirling clouds and ethereal mist, an ancient cave abode rose majestically atop the dragon's head. Within the cave, Hao Yin and Mending sat cross-legged, gazing at one another. Hao Yin's demeanor was calm and collected, as if unperturbed by the world around him. Conversely, Mending's expression wavered, fixated intently on Hao Yin. Though he attempted to maintain composure, the clenched fist hidden within his sleeve belied his turbulent emotions. You have captured me. It spared my life, Mending said, his face clouded with uncertainty. What is your true intention? He understood all too well that he was now akin to a fish on the chopping block, at the mercy of another, a fate that left him deeply unsettled. Although he suspected that Hao Yin would not kill him, anxiety gnawed at him, leaving him unsure of how Hao Yin would choose to act. Ha! As you have aptly stated, Brother Mending, once the seeds of karma are sown, it is prudent to seek understanding early on. How do you intend to resolve this matter? Hao Yin replied coolly, regarding Mending with a mocking smile. Mending's expression darkened further as he inhaled deeply. Indeed, it was my folly to harbor greed. I beseech you, brother, to show mercy and allow me to descend the mountain. And I shall repay your kindness in the future. I could see this moment. Mending genuinely regretted his earlier actions. Had he known this would transpire, he would never have dared to act against Hao Yin or Yao Qi. However, he could not fathom, nor could he have anticipated, that Hao Yin, a mere gatekeeper, was in fact a master of near-saintly prowess, an astonishing revelation that left him reeling. Brother Mending, your jest is amusing. The universe is vast, and all things abide by the laws of balance and karma, Hao Yin remarked, his expression unchanging as he continued to smirk at Mending. You sought to covet the treasures of my junior sister, launching a surprise attack, and now that I captured you, I cannot simply release you. What do you truly wish? Randang's countenance grew increasingly grim. That I have just established the sanctum with my junior sister and require someone to guard the mountain. You would be well suited for this task, Hao Qian replied nonchalantly. You. Randang's face turned an ashen hue, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Hao Qian, as if wishing to rend him limb from limb. Hao Qian remained unfazed, his expression still placid, maintaining their silent standoff. Very well. This may serve to settle our karmic ties. Randang finally sighed in defeat after a long silence, faced with the ultimatum of freedom or death. He ultimately made his choice in the face of Hao Qian's threat. You are indeed magnanimous. Aligning with me will prove to be your wisest decision, Hao Qian said, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Let us hope for such. Randang managed to force a smile, albeit one tinged with reluctance. Simultaneously, Dijun and his companions successfully invited Nu Hua, articulating their intentions. The Lady Nu Hua graciously consented to personally visit the Moonstar to act as matchmaker for Dijun and Changxi. Changxi recognized Nu Hua's goodwill and agreed to the arrangement. That Dijun was overjoyed and promptly sent invitations to various powerful deities across the primordial realm, inviting numerous formidable beings to the grand wedding celebration of the Demon Emperor. As a gesture of festivity, Dijun's wedding celebration will be marked by the presence of Randang and myself, Hao Qian remarked to Yao Qi while holding an invitation, as my junior sister is on the verge of attaining near saintly status. It is not the time for recklessness. That it is fortuitous that I can remain here, where the small Zhoutian star formation offers protection, thus ensuring no major disturbances. Rest assured, brother, I shall be fine. You need not worry and may proceed with ease, Yao Qi assured him. While my junior sister is at home, it is imperative to remain vigilant regarding the happenings surrounding the Fun Baoya. Let us hope no unforeseen events arise, Hao Qian added. It turned out that since Hao Qian acquired the Fun Baoya, he had conducted meticulous investigations and discovered that it was not an extraordinary treasure, but merely a piece of chaotic relic stone, which had been obtained by Hongjun and utilized to house various spiritual treasures, thereby sharing a fraction of their fortune. Understood, Yao Qi replied solemnly. Having borne numerous treasures for countless years, it surely possesses its merits. Moreover, infused with the radiance of treasures and tempered by their essence, it has gradually developed a hint of sentience. Hao Qian mused, astonished by this revelation. This realization made him and Yao Qi particularly attentive to the potential transformation of the Fun Baoya. After all, being a chaotic relic stone, it bore immense strength and, when further refined through the essence of treasures, could share a sliver of fortune and merits. Should it transform, its potential would be exceptional, rivaling even Hao Qian and Yao Qi. And due to the fortune and merits involved, it could potentially become a true celestial being of blessings, flourishing in its cultivation. Thus, after careful consideration, Hao Qian decided to place it within the mouth of the dragon of the ley line, allowing it to continuously absorb the dragon's energy and the spiritual essence of the surrounding stars, hoping to enhance its intelligence and achieve transformation sooner. Given the significance of this matter, Hao Qian took the time to remind Yao Qi earnestly before departing for the banquet. Chapter 16. The Wedding of Dijun and the renewed battle of Wu and Yao in the celestial court of the demon clan, seated at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens. The atmosphere was lavish, grand, and imbued with a solemn dignity, exuding an aura of authority and dominance as if ruling over the heavens. On this day, the demon emperor Dijun was to wed the moon goddess Changxi, welcoming her as the demon queen. The festivities within the celestial court were bustling, with formidable beings from the demon clan stationed at every fortress and key location, ensuring tight security. This was to prevent any disruptions during the grand wedding celebration. Hao Qian arrived to extend his congratulations, followed closely by Randang. This time, many celestial beings who had received Dijun's invitation had already gathered for the event. Inside the grand hall, tables were adorned with an array of spiritual fruits and exquisite delicacies, as well as divine wines, showcasing unparalleled opulence. The celestial beings were seated in various arrangements, some meditating in silence, others engaged in friendly discussions, while some savored the delicacies, each absorbed in their own pursuits, creating a vibrant atmosphere, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the remaining guests to commence the celebration. Suddenly, two resounding cries echoed from outside. Step, step, step! As a series of footsteps approached, a young celestial figure clad in resplendent robes, adorned with a high crown and bearing an impressive countenance, strode steadily and confidently into the grand hall. Accompanying him was Mending. Following closely behind, two esteemed immortals. This way, please. The attendants of the celestial court promptly stepped forward to receive them. Guided by the attendants, Hongjun and Mending quickly arrived at their prearranged seats. Hongjun surveyed the grand hall and noticed that most of the powerful beings had gathered, including the three pure ones. Jian, Zhuanti, Zhenwanzi, Hongyun, Nuwa, and Fu Shi, who were already seated. He smiled faintly and greeted them. Greetings to all fellow Taoists. Greetings, Tao friend Hongjun. The assembled crowd, despite their initial disdain for Hongjun's identity, rose to acknowledge him. Although many esteemed beings held a certain arrogance, they recognized Hongjun's near-saintly prowess, which warranted respect in the presence of Hongjun, and thus they concealed their disdain. However, after exchanging pleasantries, they returned to their own discussions, disregarding Hongjun and Mending. Hongjun discerned their thoughts and could not help but smirk inwardly. You who think yourselves significant will one day find yourselves humbled. With this thought in mind, he and Mending closed their eyes in silent meditation, awaiting Dijun and the others to arrive and commence the ceremony. To avoid unnecessary embarrassment, the Demon Emperor Dijun, the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi, and the Demon Queen Chang, she have arrived. A sudden exclamation from outside rang out. Ah, they have finally come. I wonder when the celebration will commence. I have heard that the moon goddess Chang, she is a peerless beauty, rivaling even the Lady Newt W. And oh, wonder Dijun is so enraptured. I wonder. We shall see soon enough. The gathering promptly set aside their activities and turned their heads, only to behold Dijun and Tai, adorned in imperial robes and high crowns, entering the grand hall with an air of majesty, their countenances radiant with vitality. Following closely behind was Chang Shi, her poise dignified, an exquisite beauty whose graceful movements exuded unparalleled charm and nobility, captivating all present with her ethereal allure. Step, step, step. Following Dijun and his companions were the demon master Kunpeng, the 10 great demon gods, and numerous demon kings, all entering in unison, creating a grand spectacle, showcasing the profound heritage of the demon clan. Ah, what is this? The demon clan was inherently potent, and now the infamous Kunpeng has joined the heavenly court. As the gathered crowd witnessed the demon master Kunpeng following closely behind Dijun and Tai into the grand hall. Their pupils widened in shock, and a chill ran through their hearts. They mused to themselves. With this, the strength of the demon clan will undoubtedly grow even more formidable, given the nature of the demon tribe. They are bound to become even more tyrannical and arrogant. Henceforth, we must tread cautiously and yield a little to the demon clan. We must avoid getting embroiled in the conflict between the witches and demons. Many powerful beings pondered silently. Upon seeing Kunpeng, Hongjun's pupils also contracted, only to be followed by a cold smirk in his heart. Dijun and Tai truly possess remarkable means, adept at attracting formidable allies. However, you have underestimated Kunpeng. He is a petty individual, not one to easily submit. Moreover, within the Zixiao Palace, there will be no easy companions, especially not for a character like Kunpeng. Oftentimes, petty individuals are far more terrifying than gentlemen. Today, at the grand ceremony of the heavenly court, I, a humble Taoist, am marrying the celestial maiden Changshi, and I extend my deepest gratitude to all fellow Taoists for your attendance and congratulations. It is an immense honor for me, Dijun proclaimed, holding Changshi as they approached the center of the hall, his demeanor imposing, yet a hint of a smile graced his lips. The wedding of Dijun is yet another grand event following the teachings in Zixiao Palace. Such a splendid occasion warrants our presence to offer congratulations. On the other side, the Taoist Zhuanti smiled and spoke. There is no need for such formalities. Indeed, it should be so. Others echoed in agreement. Very well. Please allow me to ask you to wait a moment. Once the ceremony concludes, I shall discuss the Tao with all of you in detail, Dijuan said with a satisfied smile. Under the arrangements of the officiant, the wedding ceremony proceeded smoothly. After a series of complex and solemn rituals, they finally reached the last segment. Let the Demon Emperor and Demon Empress offer sacrifices to the heavens, the officiant bellowed. The crowd exited the grand hall and gathered in the plaza. Hand in hand, Dijuan and Changshi ascended the sacrificial altar. They soon stood firm upon the altar, gazing down at the countless powerful beings of the demon clan and the myriad great ones of the wilderness awaiting below. Buzz! In that moment, a tremor coursed through Dijuan's body, as if he stood atop the pinnacle of the heavens, surveying all sentient beings and the essence of the universe, power firmly within his grasp. An expression of satisfaction emerged upon his brow. O vast heavens and unfathomable earth, I vow before the heavens. I, Dijuan of the Demon Clan, established the heavenly court to oversee the wilderness. Today, I take the Moonstar Fairy Changshi as my Demon Empress, to jointly govern the heavenly court and assist in the orchestration of the cosmos. Dijuan proclaimed with fervor. Boom! No sooner had his words fallen than the heavens shook, and a colossal cloud of merit converged above, forming into 3 beams of golden light that shot forth towards Dijuan, Changshi, and the goddess Niwa. What? How can this be? This is not the merit of establishing the heavenly court. Why does such merit descend upon the mere occasion of their wedding? The assembled crowd gasped in astonishment. How could they not be astonished by such merit accompanying their marriage? Instantly, all the great beings began to calculate, and soon understood. It turned out that Dijuan and Changshi's union was the first celestial marriage of the wilderness. Hence the descent of merit. The crowd could not help but sigh and feel a deep sense of awe. Roar! Suddenly, Dijuan let out a growl, shouting, Do you not dare to show yourselves? What are you waiting for? A regal aura emanated from Dijuan, his momentum surging like the king of the gods, exuding an overwhelming power. Bang! A beam of golden light shot forth from above Dijuan's head, transforming into a figure whose imperial might radiated, akin to a monarch revered by all beings, basking in their worship and faith. Swish! From this moment, I am the Sun God Emperor, Yin Emperor, the figure declared before vanishing back into the golden light above Dijuan. Hiss! The crowd collectively gasped, astonished that Dijuan could seize this opportunity to sever his third corpse. The self that it is worth noting that while it is easy to sever good and evil, understanding oneself is infinitely more complex. To sever the self requires more than mere merit and luck. One must attain clarity of thought and insight into their true nature. Dijuan is indeed a formidable hero. How Ian realized that Dijuan's breakthrough was not merely due to merit. He must have gradually come to understand himself to seize this opportunity for a monumental leap to the pinnacle of quasi-saintship. Boom! Shortly thereafter, Changshi also severed her good corpse through merit, while the goddess Niwa infused the merit into the innate spiritual treasure. The red embroidery ball, enhancing its power significantly. Congratulations, my fellow Taoist, on your further breakthrough. This is indeed a joyous occasion. The crowd naturally offered their congratulations, though many spoke insincerely, within the eyes of the primordial heavenly Venerable. Jealousy flickered momentarily before vanishing, unnoticed by most, yet Haotian caught it with a silent smirk. Congratulations, elder brother. Congratulations to His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor on your further breakthrough. Dong Huang Tai and the Demon Clan rejoiced, promptly extending their congratulations. There is no need for such formalities. I am merely fortunate to have achieved a slight breakthrough, Dijuan humbly replied with a smile. Boom! Suddenly, the heavenly court trembled violently, a thunderous roar echoing like an earthquake, causing bewilderment among the celestial beings. What is happening? They exclaimed in shock. How can such chaos arise in the grand realm of the heavens, the source of all? The crowd was engulfed in confusion, and both Dijuan and Tai's expressions grew grave. Quickly investigate what has transpired, Tai bellowed. Yes, your majesty, a demon king shouted, preparing to rush outside. We, the witch clan, are the Pangu bloodline, masters of the wilderness. Since when have we permitted you to claim the title of Heavenly Emperor? And who allowed you to marry and establish a demon empress? A chilling voice rang out, scolding them. Ha! A boisterous laugh followed, as another voice, brimming with arrogance, shouted, "Indeed, little Dijuan, who permitted you to marry and establish a demon empress?" The witch clan, the crowd, thought to themselves. Hao Qian and the others remained unperturbed. After all, this was merely a conflict between the witches and demons. Di Jiang, Zhu Rong, what kind of cowardly trickery is this? If you have the ability, come out and face me. Tai boldly stood up and shouted, while the demon kings and gods also called out, "Witch clan brats, come out and face your doom." The witch clan's interference ignited the fury of the demon clan's experts. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded as the gates of the heavenly court shattered, and the 12 ancestral witches charged into the court, unleashing a bloody rampage before the gathered experts could react. Ah, ouch! I shall fight you! The demons stood no chance against the ancestral witches and suffered heavy casualties, their wails echoing in the chaos. Hao Qian and the others quickly stepped aside to observe the battle. How bold! Seeing the devastation unfold, Dijuan's face contorted with rage, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he bellowed, charging towards Di Jiang and the others. Tai, Kuinpeng, Nuwa, and Fushi also rushed in to intercept the ancestral witches in that moment. The demon clan's quasi-saints stood against the ancestral witches, averting further losses among their ranks. Sigh, Hao Qian lamented. As if reflecting, he turned to the others and said solemnly, "The conflict between the witches and demons is unavoidable. I did not expect the flames of war to reignite so swiftly." Hao Qian's words resonated truthfully, as the witches and demons wielded great power, dominating the wilderness, and a grand showdown was inevitable. Zhuanti nodded in agreement, smiling as he spoke, and all the great beings echoed their assent. After the Tao of Hongjun in the Zixiao Palace, the witches and demons shall battle once more. Chapter 17. Sister Yaoji, the Battle of Pangu Hall. Boom! Just as Dijuan's wedding was a time of celebration, the 12 ancestral witches of the witch clan seized the opportunity to assault the heavenly court. Intent on catching the demon clan off guard and decimating their living forces ouch! Boom! Boom! The scene descended into chaos, the sounds of battle mingling with the anguished cries of the demons. Hao Qian wished to avoid trouble and moved with the flame lantern amidst the ranks of the great beings to observe the conflict. Boom! The ancestral witches, with their unparalleled strength, stormed into the ranks of the demons, unleashing a massacre as if they were in their own domain, their raucous laughter echoing wildly, especially Zhu Rong, who unleashed the blazing fire of the southern brightness, incinerating swathes of demon soldiers into nothingness. How dare you! Tai, witnessing the ancestral witches slaughtering his demon kin, felt his eyes redden with fury as he roared, "You witches are despicable, bullying the younger generation. If you have the ability, face me in battle, Zhu Rong, you coward. Receive my punch." With that, Tai formed a decisive gesture, invoking the Chaos Bell, which emanated streams of profound yellow energy to shield himself before launching a powerful punch towards Zhu Rong. Kill, kill, kill! Just as Zhu Rong reveled in the thrill of slaughter, an overwhelming sense of life and death crisis loomed at his heart, one he could not shake off, filling him with dread. Not good. The fire god descends. Zhu Rong shouted in alarm. Being a formidable ancestral witch, Zhu Rong possessed not only great strength but also rich battle experience. In this critical moment of danger, he remained composed, without a second thought. He turned and unleashed the laws of fire to protect himself, channeling all his power into a punch aimed at Tai. Boom! Accompanied by anguished cries, Zhu Rong was propelled backward. When Hao Tian and the others turned to look, they beheld Zhu Rong with one arm gushing blood, a massive gaping wound that was terrifying in its severity, deep enough to expose bone, rendering the arm nearly useless. Ha ha! Tai laughed heartily, shouting as he charged forward again, bellowing "Die!" Upon seeing Tai assault him once more, Zhu Rong could not help but feel a surge of fury. He roared and transformed into the body of a primordial witch. Not retreating, but advancing, lunging at Tai with a frenzied expression in his eyes. "Do not be alarmed, Zhu Rong. I come to assist you," called the third brother. "I am here as well." Suddenly, several furious roars echoed. As three primordial witches realized Zhu Rong was in peril and hastened to provide support. Meanwhile, the elite of the demon clan, poised for battle, had also reacted, joining the fray against the primordial witches. Niwa and Fushi, the brother and sister duo, intercepted the three primordial witches, engaging them with all their might. Boom! Kuanping summoned the Demon Master Palace, clashing fiercely with the two primordial witches, their exchanges brimming with boundless divine powers. The Demon Kings, responding to orders, swiftly set up the great array of the heavenly stars at Dijun, while battling with Dijiang, Shijuin, and Gong, bellowed loudly to the Demon Kings, "Since you have arrived today, do not depart. I wish to see how the witch clan withstands our demon clan without the 12 primordial witches." "Yes, your majesty," the Demon Kings shouted in unison. Buzz! Instantly, Hao Tian and the others witnessed 365 Demon Kings brandishing the heavenly star flags, channeling the power of the stars, establishing the great array of the heavenly stars, enveloping the battlefield. What? Dijun is actually setting up the heavenly star array, intending to trap the primordial witches in the heavenly court. How can this be possible? Those are the 12 primordial witches. They are not so easily dealt with. Hao Tian and the others observed the battle from the sidelines, witnessing the demon clan deploy the heavenly star array, gathering a dense star power that enveloped the battlefield of Dijun and the others, shrouded in shimmering starlight, appearing ethereal and elusive, leaving them uncertain of the true state of the conflict. Boom! The sounds of battle echoed within the array, furious roars reverberating, indicating that a fierce clash was underway, yet they were unable to witness this grand battle, leaving everyone with a sense of helplessness. The battle between the witch and demon clans is indeed intense. It is unlikely to reach a conclusion anytime soon. The primordial heavenly sovereign, noticing the demon clan's array and unable to discern the specifics within, expressed his disinterest, shaking his head slightly as he looked at the others with a smile, suggesting, "Why don't we each return to our own sanctuaries?" "What you say is quite reasonable," the assembled immortals echoed. In truth, many felt a sense of tedium, and upon hearing the primordials' proposal, they quickly seized the opportunity to depart. The immortals exchanged farewells before returning to their respective sanctuaries, leaving behind a strand of divine consciousness to monitor any changes in the situation. At Qianlong Mountain, Hao Tian returned. The Jade Pool remained in seclusion, at a critical juncture of severing corpses. After inspecting and finding no issues, Hao Tian finally felt at ease and decided not to disturb her. Reincarnation, having witnessed the battle in the heavenly court, observed the clash of numerous quasi-saints, their boundless divine powers and interwoven laws flowing like a river. As if gaining insight, he returned to his cave, dwelling to meditate. Hoping to make progress, Hao Tian even bestowed upon him a set of high-grade, innate spirit treasures, the 4 symbols pearls, acquired at the Treasure Division Cliff for the purpose of severing corpses, which filled Reincarnation with immense gratitude. Perhaps submitting to Hao Tian was not such a bad thing. Looking at the 4 symbols pearls before him, Reincarnation silently mused, "This might just be a significant opportunity for me." What he lacked most at present was an innate spirit treasure. Yet he never anticipated that Hao Tian could provide him with one instantly. His feelings of resentment and melancholy towards being compelled to submit began to dissipate, and his gaze toward Hao Tian carried a hint of respect. Once you follow me, you shall never think of betrayal," Hao Tian secretly vowed, recognizing that this was not merely a matter of generosity, but rather a necessity for Reincarnation's allegiance. Bound by the heavenly Tao oath, making betrayal impossible, yet ultimately, it was still a matter of compulsion. If he could not genuinely win over Reincarnation's heart, he risked being bitten back at any moment. After all, nothing is absolute. Offering some benefits to aid his breakthrough also serves to enhance my own strength. Hao Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, speaking to himself. Moreover, even if you break through to quasi-saint, can you truly turn the tide? This was a confidence in his own strength. Employing both kindness and authority was a method of governance, a royal strategy. At Qianlong Mountain, a colossal vein of earth coiled, condensing into a true dragon, nearly on the verge of taking form. This giant dragon lay sprawled upon the ground, its massive head spanning 900 zhong, its form majestic and awe-inspiring, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Buzz, Hao Tian, clad in a flowing blue robe, with his hair tied in a topknot, sat cross-legged, his wide sleeves fluttering in the wind. The crimson longsword lay horizontally across his knees, exuding tranquility, depth, and an air of weightiness. As the laws of the universe operated within him, the sound of the Tao resonating, man and heaven in harmony, the Tao flows naturally. Suddenly, Hao Tian opened his eyes, his tone affirming, "Is it truly about to take form?" Very well. Before him lay the Treasure Division cliff, 100 zhang wide and shimmering with multicolored radiance. A contemplative expression crossed Hao Tian's face as he smiled and said, "Since you were acquired by me in the Zixiao Palace and transformed from the Chaos Stone, you shall henceforth be my sister. I shall name you Yao Ji." Boom! The Treasure Division cliff trembled, its brilliance intensifying, as if it understood Hao Tian's words. Hao Tian raised an eyebrow, smiling as he declared, "As your elder brother, I shall lend you a helping hand." Bang! With that, Hao Tian suddenly formed seals with his hands, unleashing a red light that struck the Treasure Division cliff. Crack, crack, crack! Instantly, the Treasure Division cliff underwent a tremendous transformation, its surface radiating divine light in 5 colors: green, yellow, red, white, and black, corresponding to the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Subsequently, a massive fissure appeared at its center, spreading like a spider's web. Before long, the fissure had covered the entire Treasure Division cliff, threatening to shatter into pieces. Boom! Hao Tian's eyes brimmed with anticipation, sensing something as he looked up. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and lightning crackled. A formidable celestial might descended. The transformation of the Treasure Division cliff was met with a heavenly tribulation, the power of which was extraordinary. The 99 heavenly tribulations. Emerging as a great Luohu golden immortal, no wonder it possessed such abundant treasures and auspicious fortune. With an exceptionally high aptitude, Hao Tian squinted his eyes, gazing at the intensifying thunderous tribulation above, and smiled nonchalantly, as if convinced that the Treasure Division cliff would successfully weather the tribulation. In the extreme northern reaches of the Primordial wasteland, spanning millions of miles, grotesque cliffs and ancient trees intermingled with countless strange peaks. Though it could not compare to the riches of the East, it still harbored spiritual entities and rare treasures, with vast, thriving primordial forests and towering mountains stretching hundreds of zhang, extending for millions of miles. The Primordial wasteland was still intact, not shattered by the saints, showcasing the vast strength of its mountains and rivers. In the extreme north, an ancient and majestic hall stood tall upon a massive spiritual vein, surrounded by boundless malice, with powerful energies lurking in the vicinity, guarding the hall against any intrusion. This was the foundation of the witch clan, the Pangu Hall. Indeed, the Pangu Hall was extraordinary, protected by the will of Pangu. Even the saints could not pry into its secrets. Behind a massive rock, Jiang Chun cautiously peeked out, furrowing his brow as he sensed the Pangu Hall, a grave expression crossing his face as he murmured, "My true body has calculated that there lies an opportunity for me to advance further within the Pangu Hall. I wonder what kind of treasure could allow my physical body and strength to break through once more. Could it be, with the primordial witches embroiled in battle in the heavenly court and unable to spare attention, this was the best opportunity to infiltrate the Pangu Hall if they reacted in time? It would become exceedingly difficult. The success or failure rested on this gamble. Regardless of the dangers, he had to try. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly arduous to break through his physical form. Jiang Chen's expression was resolute as he silently vowed. To pursue another breakthrough, he could not afford to give up, even if faced with peril. Otherwise, if he retreated now, it would signify fear dwelling in his heart, likely giving rise to inner demons, making future breakthroughs impossible, and potentially dragging down his true body. Thus, Jiang Chun had no choice but to fight, to gamble on a future, to seize an opportunity. Even if he failed at worst, he would suffer a violent death. As long as his true body remained intact, he would not perish. The remnants could still be severed anew. Given this, what was there for Jiang Chun to fear? Moreover, he had no other choice. Whoosh! After making up his mind, Jiang Chun utilized his divine powers to conceal his form, evading the senses of the great witches, and stepped into the Pangu hall. He understood that within that hall, a fierce battle awaited him. And what he would face was Pangu himself. Although it was merely a trace of Pangu's will, it was by no means trivial. It could absolutely contend with the wills of the saints. This would be a battle of wills between Hao Tian and Pangu. Chapter 18. The heart of Pangu, reverberating through the primordial world. Whoosh, seizing the opportunity while the primordial witches engaged in a decisive battle in the heavenly court. Jiang Chen's body flickered, transforming into a wisp of shadowy wind, soaring towards the Pangu hall, cautiously concealing his form, evading the senses of countless great witches. Jiang Chun soon entered the outer hall smoothly. After a brief inspection, he found no signs of danger or abnormalities, and immediately held his breath, focusing his mind as he stealthily advanced towards the inner hall. The Pangu hall was divided into inner and outer sections. The inner hall was a forbidden zone, accessible only to the primordial witches. Numerous great witches stood guard in the outer hall or outside, while the inner hall was protected by Pangu's will, making it nearly impossible for anyone to infiltrate unnoticed. Suddenly, Jiang Chun found himself momentarily taken aback, a contemplative expression flickering in his eyes as he quietly mused. It appears that the ancestral shaman possesses an unwavering confidence in the will of Pangu, which is why no formidable experts have been dispatched to guard this place. Jiang Chun took measured steps towards the inner hall, pausing at its entrance, holding his breath and regulating his energy for a brief moment, ensuring that his state remained at its pinnacle. My strength has reached the peak of the early quasi-saint stage, matching that of my true self. Although my combat prowess lags behind my original form, I have cultivated the corpse demon transformation, enduring 7 transformations of the corpse, and have successfully forged the body of Jiang Chun. My physique is even more formidable than that of the ancestral shaman. Even if I cannot prevail, I should possess the power of self-preservation, he reflected inwardly. The so-called opportunity within the Pangu hall is likely the heart of Pangu, or perhaps Pangu's essence blood. Only such a treasured relic could facilitate the metamorphosis of my body, allowing it to break through once more. My objective for this venture is to seize this treasure and make a swift escape. As a malevolent corpse, once I establish a connection with my true body, I can employ the 3-corpse secret method to instantaneously open a temporal tunnel, arriving at my original form's location. With the strength of my true self, I would require merely 3 breaths to breach the barriers of the Pangu hall and contact the malevolent corpse. As long as I can endure beyond those 3 breaths, I will be able to flee immediately. Thus, my chances should amount to about 70%. With this 70% probability, it is worth attempting. Jiang Chun pondered, meticulously evaluating the feasibility of his plan and the potential contingencies that might arise, discovering no oversights or weaknesses before finally stepping into the inner hall. This step forward was imbued with determination and resolve. He carved his own path, embarking upon his own journey. Boom! The hidden dragon mountain endured the final heavenly tribulation at the split treasure cliff. It was as if the heavens resonated with a celestial melody, ethereal music echoing throughout, as dark clouds dispersed and a radiant multicolored light descended from the sky, enveloping the split treasure cliff. Buzz! After a moment, as the auspicious light faded, a stunningly beautiful maiden emerged, her form graceful and enchanting, akin to a blooming flower. The maiden opened her exquisite eyes, gazing around in bewilderment, and upon seeing Hao Tian, her bright gaze sparkled as she gracefully approached, slightly bending her knees in a respectful greeting. Little sister Yaoji pays her respects to her elder brother. Her beautiful eyes blinked with curiosity, adorned with a hint of playfulness, reminiscent of a charming neighborly girl. What a captivating and ethereal young woman! Sister, there is no need for such formalities. I anticipated your transformation and have come to protect you. Hao Tian swiftly extended his hand to assist Yaoji, his tone imbued with a touch of fondness as he smiled. Your sister from Yaoqi is in seclusion, and it is uncertain when she will emerge. We shall all be one family henceforth, so there is no need for politeness. Yaoji obediently nodded and added, Thank you, brother. I just transformed and need to stabilize my realm. Once I complete my seclusion, I shall come to pay my respects to you. Very well, Haotian replied with a smile. Whoosh! Yaoji promptly nodded, transforming into a streak of rainbow light, vanishing from sight. As Haotian observed Yaoji's departure, he faintly shook his head before resuming his meditative practice. Suddenly, a dark, luminous beam surged forth from the void, penetrating Haotian's body, causing his expression to grow grave as he murmured in a low voice. Is it finally beginning? Pangu, you have ultimately fallen, reduced to a mere failure. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Haotian's eyes, emanating a powerful confidence as he affirmed, I still exist in the present. I have not failed, thus I shall never succumb to you. Buzz, as he spoke. Haotian formed hand seals, invoking the three-corpse secret method. Suddenly, his body trembled, a thread of vital energy emanating from within and drifting northward. In an instant, spanning billions of miles, it surged forth with an indomitable will. Crashing towards the Pangu Hall. Rumble. As the two forces collided, the intrusion of an external will sparked a fierce counterattack from Pangu's essence. The two wills intertwining and clashing. Though seemingly silent, a ferocious battle was unfolding. Boom, boom, boom. Initially, Pangu's will suppressed Haotian. However, as Haotian's true selves will continue to pour forth, he gradually reversed the disadvantage and began to gain the upper hand. Step. Jiangchun entered the inner hall of Pangu. His muscles taut, surveying the grand space, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. The hall was solemn and magnificent, exuding an air of grandeur. In the center of the main hall, 12 regal thrones were arranged in a circle, exuding unparalleled opulence. Rum, 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 rum. Bang, bang, bang. At the heart of the hall lay a blood pool, 10 zhang in size, its crimson liquid bubbling forth like a spring, with blood bubbles surging upwards. Above the blood pool hovered a colossal heart, pulsating rhythmically, emitting ancient notes that added an eerie undertone to the stillness of the hall. The heart of Pangu. Indeed. Drip, drip, drip. Jiangchen's voice was laced with excitement and fervor. His gaze fixed intently upon the heart, which throbbed, causing drops of scorching blood to fall into the pool, producing a melodious drip-drip sound, quite pleasing to the ear. The heart beat rapidly, enveloped in an ancient and noble aura, while an indomitable will circled around it, as if warding off any intrusion. Exhaling deeply, Jiangchan struggled to suppress the overwhelming joy within, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. With a composed expression, he appeared gravely serious. Clang! Jiangchan extended his hand, summoning an ancient blue stone coffin, the coffin of the fallen heavens, a treasure he had forged for himself. This coffin was no ordinary relic, though it was a postnatal treasure. Jiangchan had crafted it from the copper of the first mountain and infused it with countless innate spiritual materials, also feeding it with the essence blood of various beings from the primordial world. Culminating in its creation, upon its completion, it was imbued with a fierce aura of malevolence. Further sealed within it were boundless deathly energies, allowing it to expand and contract, devouring the heavens and earth, subduing mountains and rivers, its might rivaling that of the finest innate spiritual treasures. Buzz! Jiangchan formed seals with his hands, urging the coffin of the fallen heavens to hover above the heart of Pangu. 3 zhang above, his expression grave as he commanded. Receive! Boom! With a shift in his hand seals, the coffin of the fallen heavens plummeted, instantly engulfing the heart of Pangu within. Those who steal my heart shall face death. Suddenly, a commanding and supremely noble aura descended, locking onto Jiangchun with an exceedingly perilous energy. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted in Jiangchen's ears. He immediately recognized the gravity of the situation, exclaiming, Not good. His body leaped forth at great speed towards the exit of the hall. Boom, boom, boom. As Jiangchen looked up, he beheld a massive vortex forming above him, from which emerged a towering, muscular giant, as if he had shattered the fabric of time and space, stepping forth from the annals of history into the present, exuding an aura of profound strangeness. It was perilous beyond measure. Pangu, Jiangchun gasped, his expression darkening. He understood that this figure could only be Pangu himself. The will of Pangu had descended, intent on slaying Jiangchun, the audacious intruder. Roar! At this moment, Pangu appeared in an ethereal form. Manifesting as a projection of his will, his eyes somewhat hollow as he raised a fist to strike at Jiang Chun. Boom! With no time to contemplate, Jiang Chun hastily waved his hand, the coffin of the fallen heavens, bearing the heart of Pangu, merging into his body. Upon witnessing Pangu's attack, a sense of impending doom surged within him. Pangu was an entity of immense terror. In that instant, Jiang Chun felt a chill run down his spine. His muscles tensed. At the brink of life and death, Jiang Chun instantly regained his composure. At this juncture, the coffin of the fallen heavens required full concentration to suppress the heart of Pangu, and could not be employed. His mind was exceptionally clear, and as his spirit raced, he unhesitatingly drew forth the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the mountain and marsh, channeling his power into it with fervor. Go! Puffed. Jiang Chun thrust his hands outward, causing the mountain and marsh to expand dramatically, transforming into an ancient divine mountain that surged towards Pangu. He then struck his chest, spitting forth 3 mouthfuls of essence blood, which coalesced into a beam of bloodlight. Frantically fleeing towards the exit of the Panga Hall, 1 breath had already elapsed among the 3 breaths. Only 2 remained, and once my true self opens the temporal tunnel, I can instantly escape. Jiang Chen's heart roared with fury, his expression resolute and frenzied. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As the battle between the Pangu's starry sky and the necromancer raged on, the ancestral shamans suddenly felt a wave of trepidation, as if an ominous event were on the horizon. Those who had cultivated to a certain level, even without mastery of divination, could sense their own fortunes and misfortunes. That Di Jiang and the others exchanged glances, puzzled, and began to carefully assess their own fates. Impossible. How can this be? No way. There is a disturbance in the Panga Hall. Brothers, we must charge out at once. Di Jiang bellowed angrily, abandoning his defenses and recklessly launching powerful punches towards Di Jun. Di Jiang, what madness has overtaken you? Di Jun and the others were momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered, unsure of what was transpiring. However, with the wisdom of Di Jun, Tai Yi, and Nuwa, they quickly deduced that a significant upheaval had undoubtedly occurred within the Panga Hall. Haha! Di Jun suddenly burst into laughter, brandishing the Demon Emperor's sword and thrusting it towards Di Jiang, positioning himself before the other ancestral shamans. His tone laced with scorn as he declared, "The Demon Clan is not a place you can enter or leave at will. Stay here." Naturally, Tai Yi and the others joined the fray, fully engaging the other ancestral shamans to prevent their escape. Roar! Upon encountering Di Jun blocking his path, Di Jiang's eyes instantly turned a fierce crimson, and he let out a furious roar. "Get out of my way, great array of the heavenly gods! Pangu's true form, descend!" In a moment of desperation, Di Jiang resolved to activate the array and summon the true form of Pangu. Whoosh! Boom! The 12 ancestral witches transformed into beams of law, intertwining and coalescing as the 12 true forms of the ancestral witches converged, resulting in a cataclysmic transformation. The witch clan unleashed their trump card, summoning the true form of Pangu into existence. Buzz, an ancient, vast, and noble aura, imbued with an indomitable spirit, emanated from the true form of Pangu, bursting forth from the celestial star array, exuding overwhelming pressure towards the wilderness. Subduing all beings that I am of the Pangu lineage, a thunderous roar suddenly reverberated through the heavens and the earth. What? Impossible! All beings sensed it, and the various powerful entities across the realm cried out in shock. The true form of Pangu suddenly extended its enormous fist, striking towards the center of the celestial star array. Not good. Dijuan, Nuwa, and the others turned pale with fright, hastily retreating. The group huddled together, assuming a defensive stance. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed as the celestial star array crumbled under the incredulous gazes of the divine beings. The colossal form of Pangu was revealed to all in the wilderness, and then everyone witnessed the true form of Pangu dashing towards the Panga Hall at an astonishing speed. Dijuan and Tai's child declared, "Next time, we shall deal with you, Demon Clan." The void echoed with Di Jiang's enraged roar, leaving Dijuan, Nuwa, and the others speechless for a long time. They never anticipated that the Witch clan possessed such a hidden trump card. Nonetheless, the only course of action now was to withdraw and recuperate, planning their next move once their injuries healed. Dijuan's expression darkened slightly as he sighed and spoke. However, his demeanor remained relatively composed. Devoid of fear, which Yuan noted with appreciation. Under Dijuan's leadership, the demon clans swiftly returned to the heavenly court. Few paid attention, as more were focused on the true form of Pangu, eager to uncover what had transpired. What could have driven the ancestral witches to madness, risking exposure of such a formidable trump card to hastily break the array and return to the Pangu Hall? This was undoubtedly a matter of great significance. Boom! Pangu Hall, the mountain and marsh retreated, its brilliance dimming, and in a flash, it vanished into Jiang Chen's body. Instantly, Jiang Chen spewed forth blood, clearly wounded by the spiritual treasure, suffering a considerable backlash as its master. Roar! Yet Pangu, emboldened by the momentum, stepped forward once more, aiming to trample Jiang Chen into a pulp. You cannot kill me. Jiang Chen's gaze became frenzied, and suddenly, a dark radiance erupted from his hands, pressing against the earth. He bellowed, beneath the ground, I shall cultivate a tomb. I am Jiang Chen of the corpse ancestors. Neither aging, nor dying, nor extinguishable, I shall cultivate a tomb, desiring to first bury myself, to martyr my body for the path, to witness the great extinction, and then bury demons, witches, ghosts, humans, and all living beings, capable of entombing heaven and earth. This is my technique of the tomb. This technique can bury anything. Jiang Chen's frenzied shout resonated as he forcefully tore at the earth, declaring, Now, I shall bury Pangu, whoosh. In that instant, it seemed as though a chilling wind swept through, plunging the northern wilderness into darkness, obscuring the sky. Whoosh, 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 a furious gale howled, engulfing the vicinity of Pangu Hall within 100,000 miles. Devouring all life, flowers, birds, fish, insects, mountains, rivers, the essence of the earth, and even the great witches guarding Pangu Hall were immobilized, their thoughts halted. The world fell silent. What? Who possesses such divine power? Could the ancestral witch's madness be linked to this individual? Hiss! This dark, extinguishing aura resembled the essence exuded by those of the undead. Could it be that Jiang Chen had struck against the witch clan? Across the wilderness, all great powers felt a stirring in their hearts. Exclaiming in astonishment, boom! Jiang Chen unleashed his divine power, extracting the life force of myriad beings, transforming it into deathly energy, manifesting a grand tomb that loomed over Pangu, descending with crushing force. Before the tomb, a stele stood faintly visible, inscribed with ancient script that unmistakably bore the name Pangu. Roar! Boom! As if sensing something, Pangu immediately raised his head, roaring with all his might in an upward strike. With a tremendous sound, Pangu staggered backward several steps, his already ethereal form becoming even more insubstantial. Ha ha! Pangu, I told you have long been dead. Your heart is destined to belong to me. You cannot retain it. Jiang Chen spat blood. His face contorted in a maniacal laugh as he shouted. Buzz! Simultaneously, a force of time and space descended upon Pangu Hall, and without hesitation, Jiang Chen leaped into it. When he reappeared, he was atop Qianlong Mountain. Thereafter, Jiang Chen immediately entered seclusion to heal, refining Pangu's heart. With Hongjun's primordial form concealing the heavenly secrets, even the sages could not trace his whereabouts, making him exceedingly secure. Phew! Atop Qianlong Mountain, Hongjun opened his eyes. Exhaling a long breath, a sense of satisfaction gleamed in his gaze, as an aura of supremacy that swept across the 8 wildernesses and the 9 heavens surged from within him. The majesty of the sovereign, flourishing in prosperity and vanquishing the dead. This endeavor yielded immense rewards. Soon, Jiang Chen would undoubtedly break through. With a spirited confidence, Hongjun declared, the era of the witches and demons is nearing its end. The next calamity shall be my dominion. As he spoke, Hongjun's aura receded, returning to simplicity. Next, he would remain at Qianlong Mountain, safeguarding Jiang Chen. Roar! Jiang Chen, you scoundrel! Return my heart of Pangu! Shortly thereafter, Hongjun heard the ancestral witch's furious roar echo throughout the cosmos. Following this, a shocking piece of news spread among the great powers. The progenitor of the Corpse Clan, Hongjun, had seized the heart of Pangu amidst the chaos of the Witch-Demon War. Clashing with the Pangu while guarding Pangu, successfully escaping without a trace, instilling terror throughout the wilderness. From this point on, all the divine beings across the wilderness silently resolved never to offend the Corpse Clan. For the Corpse ancestor was not only incredibly powerful, but also a ruthless and fearsome individual. In pursuit of his breakthrough, he would stop at nothing against the Witch Clan. Chapter 19. How Ian descends from the mountain. Nuwa's fortuitous encounter, the Second Great War between the witches and demons, concluded with both clans suffering grievously, neither gaining an advantage. The demon clan was caught off guard, with numerous experts perishing at the hands of the ancestral witches. While ordinary demon soldiers suffered catastrophic casualties, soon, the demon clan, under Dijuan's leadership, arrived at the heavenly court. How infuriating! Witch clan, I shall not forgive you! Dong Huang Tai's face twisted in rage, his voice filled with profound sorrow. Due to the ancestral witch's sudden assault, the heavenly court had lost its former splendor, reduced to ruins, blood flowing like rivers, with pools of blood accumulating together, creating a blood river. Many fallen demon experts lay amidst the crimson waters. Their plight utterly tragic that in this battle, the Witch Clan had launched an unprovoked surprise attack, causing catastrophic losses to our clan. Such an act demonstrated their utter disregard for us, viewing our clan as weaklings. Easy to bully. Dijuan gazed at the desolate scene of the demon clan's heavenly court, his face ashen, and he shouted in fury. What do you all think should be done about our demon clan? Revenge! Please, Heavenly Emperor, lead us to annihilate the Witch Clan. Suddenly, a demon king leaped forth, his crimson eyes ablaze with fervor. Indeed, if we do not avenge this grudge, how shall we face the heavens and the earth? Our demon clan's warriors do not fear death. Your Majesty, please mobilize the troops. Yes, revenge. As the demon clan's spirits ignited with fervor, a tremendous bloodlust surged within them, their voices rising in a cacophony, shaking the mountains and rivers. Akin to thunder, releasing the pent-up fury of the demon clan, united against a common foe. Good. With such spirit, the demon clan shall become even more united, our cohesion strengthened. Observing this scene, Dijuan contemplated deeply and shouted. Silence! Everyone, quiet down. At Dijuan's repeated insistence, the demons finally quieted down, their expressions filled with sorrow and rage as they turned to Dijuan, eager to learn of his plan. Indeed, this battle shall be a profound humiliation for our demon clan. You must always remember this point one day. We shall seek retribution and make the Witch Clan pay a heavy price. Dijuan's demeanor gradually regained its authority, an invisible aura radiating from him. Majestic, divine, invincible, and kingly that he bellowed. At this moment, our demon clan has suffered grievous injuries and lacks the strength to fight back. We must first recuperate, diligently train, and once our strength is restored, we shall seek vengeance. Your Majesty, the demon kings roared in sorrow and anger, eager to continue. However, before they could speak, Dijuan had already issued orders. Proclaim my decree. Baizhe, you are responsible for leading the cleanup of the battlefield, distributing pills to aid the injured soldiers in their recovery, and giving the fallen a grand burial. Join, you shall lead troops to repair the heavenly palace and restore order. Yes, the demons complied, that I shall enter seclusion for a period. You all will guard the heavenly court, each diligently training. After 100,000 years, we shall mobilize for vengeance. The command of Dijuan was delivered with a faint tone, having witnessed the formidable prowess of the Wu clan's true form of Pangu. Dijuan found himself momentarily at a loss regarding how to contend with it. Moreover, he was already grievously injured, and the demon clan had suffered significant losses as well. Thus, Dijuan had no choice but to make such a determination and bide his time. Upon hearing Dijuan's order, countless demons fell into silence, understanding the wisdom in his words. Given the current circumstances of the demon clan, waging war held no prospect of victory. Yes, the assembly of demons echoed in a chorus of sorrow and indignation. Subsequently, Dijuan, Tai, and the others each retreated into seclusion to recuperate. Even Yuhua, Fuxi, and Kunpeng refrained from returning to their own abodes, choosing instead to remain in the heavenly court, wary of a potential surprise attack from the Wu clan. After all, this was not an impossibility and warranted vigilance. In Qianlong Mountain, the sanctuaries established by Hao Yian and Yao Qi remained lush and vibrant, brimming with spiritual herbs and celestial medicines. It is worth noting that due to the abundant spiritual energy within the mountain, numerous spirit beings and demon kinds transformed and cultivated there. Hao Yian paid them no mind, for they were aware that a great adept resided within the mountain, and thus dared not behave recklessly. Sister Yao Qi, congratulations on achieving the status of a quasi-saint, Yaoji exclaimed with a charming smile, her face radiating affability as she playfully clasped Yaoqi's arm. Yaoqi affectionately ruffled Yaoji's petite nose and replied with a playful glint in her eyes. With your exceptional talent, little sister, as long as you refrain from being overly playful, your strength will surely soar. I am not being playful. Just ask brother, Yaoji retorted eagerly, shooting a playful glare and asking in a feigned pout. Brother, isn't that right? Her beautiful eyes blinked innocently, as if hinting at a playful threat. Hao Yian was taken aback. In his joy over Yaoqi's breakthrough, he found himself perplexed as to why the conversation had suddenly turned to him. With no other option, he could only nod in agreement. Yes, you are right. If you were not being playful, then how come the little demons scattered at the sight of you? Where did your reputation as a witch come from? Though he spoke casually, his heart secretly mused, I have been at the pinnacle of quasi-saint early stage for far too long. I feel the opportunity for a breakthrough lies within the vast wilderness. A faint smile graced Hao Yian's lips as he addressed Yao Qi and Yaoji. The day we have been waiting for is finally at hand. I plan to travel through the wilderness in search of opportunities. Brother, take me with you. I want to go too, please. I promise I'll be good, Yaoji exclaimed with excitement. For her, being cooped up in Qianlong Mountain was stifling, and she had yet to witness the vastness of the wilderness. Not this time. I have serious matters to attend to. And besides, Yaoqi has just broken through to the quasi-saint realm and needs to solidify her foundation to prevent any instability in her realm. You should stay here and accompany her. I will take you next time, Hao Yian firmly stated, shaking his head. Seeing Hao Yian's seriousness, Yaoji obediently acquiesced. With that, she and Yaoqi departed to prepare for their seclusion. Alone, Hao Yian ascended to the massive dragon head atop the dragon vein, gazing into the distance with profound contemplation. The human race is finally about to emerge. Why breakthrough shall hinge upon the human race that I end this life and the next. All entanglements must come to a conclusion. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the turmoil within his heart and resolved silently. Whoosh! In a flash of light, Hao Qian vanished, heading towards the vast wilderness. Humph! Suddenly, the void rippled, and Yaoji appeared stealthily, giving a soft huff of dissatisfaction. Bad brother, you go out to play without taking me along. In the blink of an eye, 30 years swiftly passed. Hao Yian journeyed alone through the wilderness, meandering here and there, deeply realizing the richness and vastness of the land. His eyes occasionally gleamed with enlightenment, clearly indicating numerous insights gained in the heavenly court. Within the Demon Emperor's Hall, Dijuan, Tai, Kunpeng, Nuwa, and Fuxi, the 5 quasi-saints of the demon clan, gathered together, seemingly discussing matters of great significance. After 30 years of seclusion, Dijuan had fully recovered from his injuries and stabilized his realm at the pinnacle of quasi-saint, significantly enhancing his strength. Nuwa and the other 4 had also advanced to the peak of the mid-quasi-saint stage. Elder brother, the true form of Pangu from the Wu clan is indeed formidable. Our heavenly court's Zhoutian star array was shattered in a single blow. Its power is insurmountable. How should we respond? Tai's face bore a grim expression as he growled through clenched teeth. Tai speaks true. With the true form of Pangu, the Wu clan now possesses the power to contend with saints, Dijuan replied calmly. Turning his gaze towards Kunpeng, Nuwa, and Fuxi, and inquired, this matter is of utmost importance. It concerns the future of our demon clan. What are your thoughts, esteemed brothers? Fuxi and Kunpeng exchanged glances, but refrained from speaking first. Fuxi, being straightforward, found himself at a loss, while Kunpeng furrowed his brow, his expression flickering with a hint of malice, as if countless schemes were swirling in his mind. Did I happen to have a plan? If it succeeds, our demon clan need not fear the true form of Pangu, Nuwa suddenly said with a slight smile. Dijuan and the others turned to her, astonished expressions gracing their faces in their minds. Nuwa was known solely for her cultivation, lacking any calculative prowess. Even Fushi held this belief. Upon hearing Nuwa's words, he was left in utter shock, as if he were meeting his sister for the first time. Oh, dear Sister Nuwa, what ingenious plan do you propose? Please do share, Dijuan inquired curiously, his interest peaked. Attain the path of sanctification. As long as our demon clan has a saint, we need not fear the true form of Pangu, Nuwa said, her enchanting gaze fixed on Dijuan and the others, exuding confidence. During my seclusion, not only did I make significant progress in my cultivation, but I also sensed an impending opportunity for enlightenment within the primordial purple energy. As long as I achieve the path of sanctification, I shall not fear the true form of Pangu. What? Sister, is what you say truly the case? Have you genuinely sensed the opportunity for enlightenment? Fushi exclaimed in ecstatic disbelief. What? You are about to attain the path of sanctification? Tai gasped in astonishment. Dijuan and Kunpeng were left speechless. The mere thought of achieving the path of sanctification sent shivers through their bodies as they gazed at Nuwa. Their expressions filled with incredulity. The path of sanctification. What a sacred term! Countless beings in the vast wilderness have relentlessly pursued the attainment of the primordial path, seeking immortality. Now, Nuwa, merely at the peak of the mid-quasi-saint stage, claimed she was on the verge of achieving this. How could they not be astonished? Indeed, my sister would never deceive her elder brother. Nuwa smiled gently, her joy evident as she addressed them, although I'm still uncertain about how to attain the path of sanctification. I have sensed the opportunity lies within the vast wilderness that I intend to bid farewell and embark on a journey through the wilderness to seek the opportunity for enlightenment that I in that case. I am naturally delighted for you, dear sister. However, the wilderness is the territory of the Wu clan and may harbor dangers. It would be wise for me to accompany you, Fushi suggested. No need. Where there is opportunity, there shall be fortune amidst peril. Besides, I am the saint appointed by teacher Hongjun. No matter how rampant the Wu clan may be, they would not dare to harm me, Nuwa replied, shaking her head as she regarded Fushi earnestly. Upon mentioning Hongjun's appointment, her beautiful eyes scanned Dijuan and the others, seemingly issuing a warning. That is most excellent. Dear Nuwa, your attainment of the path of sanctification would indeed be a blessing for our demon clan. Dijuan responded, a somewhat forced smile gracing his face as he regained his composure. Farewell. With that, Nuwa stepped out of the heavenly court, heading towards the vast wilderness, while Fushi also took his leave, returning to his own abode. The heavenly court fell silent once more. Contemplating Nuwa's impending attainment of the path of sanctification, all present could not help but reveal expressions of envy and jealousy. Even the usually composed Dijuan was no exception. Nuwa's attainment of the path of sanctification would undoubtedly be a stroke of fortune for our demon clan. Suddenly, Kunpeng stepped forward, a sinister smile crossing his lips. However, we cannot place our lives and deaths solely in Nuwa's hands. I believe we should prepare for both scenarios. What ingenious plan do you propose, O Demon Master? The true form of Pangu can contend with saints. Do you truly have a way to deal with this? Tai mocked. If the true form of Pangu is indeed that formidable, then let us ensure it does not remain in existence. What if, suddenly, one or two of the ancestral witches were to vanish? Would they still possess the true form of Pangu? Kunpeng retorted, his dissatisfaction with Tai evident. Brilliant! In this way, not only would the true form of Pangu cease to exist, but they would also lose their heavenly formations. Dijuan exclaimed joyfully. Tai, as it stands, the 12 clans of the Wu clan are scattered across the wilderness. The ancestral witches do not gather in one place. With proper planning, it is not impossible to eliminate 1 or 2 ancestral witches before the decisive battle. Kunpeng declared, his eyes glinting with ruthlessness. Contemplating the path of sanctification and the primordial energy, he felt a surge of envy towards Hongjun Taoist. Moreover, recalling how Dijun and Tai had not assisted him in the Purple Cloud Palace and had even obstructed him at the North Sea. Coercing him to join the Heavenly Court, a torrent of malicious intent surged within Kunpeng, brewing a fierce animosity that would naturally not elicit a pleasant demeanor towards Tai. The Demon Master's words hold merit. Seemingly sensing Kunpeng's discontent, Dijun cast a deep glance at him and smiled. However, this matter requires careful deliberation, and we must devise a thorough plan before taking action, ensuring one decisive strike. Agreed. Kunpeng responded with a single utterance and stepped boldly out of the heavenly realm. Elder brother, this Kunpeng, along with Nuwa and Fushi, holds us in utter disdain. Nuwa is intent on attaining sainthood, and once she achieves that, it seems our chance for prominence will be lost. Observing Kunpeng's departure, Tai could no longer contain the sorrow and resentment within him. His countenance contorted with rage as he clenched his teeth and exclaimed, "How wonderful it would be if one of us could attain the Tao." At that time, would they dare not submit? Attain the Tao. Dijun's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he replied, "We may yet have our opportunity. Let us not forget beyond the 6 ordained sages. There exists the 7th primordial purple chi." What? Tai was taken aback. Then suddenly enlightened, he cried out, "Elder brother speaks of Hongjun." Dijun nodded gently. "Very well. I shall assemble our forces and march upon Wuzhuangwen." Tai exclaimed in ecstatic delight. "In no need for haste. We shall remain still, for others will take action." An air of authority emanated from Dijun as he spoke coolly. Kunpeng harbors a long-standing grudge against Hongjun. It was because of Hongjun that he lost his sacred position, and the recent news of Nuwa attaining sainthood has likely provoked him. You think he can restrain himself from striking? Indeed, elder brother is truly formidable. If we follow Kunpeng, when they are mutually weakened, the sacred position shall be ours. Tai nodded vigorously. It will be ours. There is no escaping it as long as one of us attains sainthood. We need not fear the Witch Clan. Dijun's gaze was resolute, imbued with an unmistakable determination. Chapter 20. Nuwa attains sainthood. How Yin breaks through, severing the self. Pangu opened up the heavens and the earth, using his body to evolve the sun, moon, and stars, mountains, rivers, flora, and fauna, creating all living beings. The primordial world follows the heavenly Tao in its operations, with Pangu's will ever overshadowing the vast expanse, safeguarding all life. Hence, the primordial land, rich and vast, nurtures countless beings, among which arise innumerable extraordinary individuals. As the years flowed by, with the sun rising and setting, 300 years elapsed on this night. The stars shone brilliantly, their luminous rays cascading across the primordial realm, nourishing the earth. Looking up, the starry sky of Pangu's world appeared even more profound and vast, as if foretelling that extraordinary events were destined to unfold this night. The rhythmic sound of footsteps gradually came to a halt. In a sprawling expanse of wild, unkempt fields, Nuwa paused her delicate steps, gazing around her. Mountains undulated, rivers flowed ceaselessly, forests thrived, and vegetation flourished. As she gazed into the starry sky, Nuwa fell into contemplation, a slight silence enveloping her. Beneath the heavenly Tao of this primordial world, in the skies above, birds clamored, while on the earth below, beasts galloped, and in the water, fish frolicked, with powerful races such as the witch and demon clans vying for dominance. Conflict and slaughter were unending. Countless mighty beings had cultivated extraordinary abilities, wielding boundless powers. One might say that this world was adorned quite perfectly. Yet in the solitude of the night, Nuwa suddenly felt a chill. An indescribable loneliness enveloping her, tinged with a hint of irritability, the reason for which eluded her. Sighing softly, she furrowed her brow, whispering to herself, 300 years have passed, and each time I seem to grasp some insight. Yet I am perpetually on the brink of understanding, just a fraction away from comprehending the opportunity to attain the Tao. Guided by the primordial purple chi, her journey thus far had left her feeling that something vital was missing from the primordial realm. Yet she could not articulate what that was. It was clear to her that once she grasped this elusive insight and sought to complete the heavens and the earth, she would undoubtedly attain the status of a primordial saint. This was her path. After 300 years of exploration, Nuwa had come to understand the creation of life under Pangu's primordial realm and the heavenly Tao, having gained considerable insight into the path of creation. However, she was still just a step away from recognizing the opportunity for sainthood. Thus, it was no wonder that Nuwa felt dejected, yet she possessed great fortitude and would not easily yield to these setbacks. Such was not her nature. During these 3 centuries, she often felt gloomy, pondering the underlying truths, appearing melancholic, on the verge of being consumed by despair. Suddenly, a soft laugh broke through her reverie, followed by a deep voice filled with concern. "Senior sister, what troubles you so that you stand alone in this place?" Nuwa was momentarily taken aback, surprised that someone had approached her unnoticed. She then felt a garment draped over her delicate form, enveloping her warmly, instantly making the lonely night feel less cold. Turning slightly, she beheld a young man clad in a purple robe adorned with the 8 trigrams, his hair elegantly styled, a handsome visage graced with a gentle smile. Gazing intently at her, "Ah, it is you, Hongjun. I have descended from the mountain to wander, seeking to comprehend the opportunity for attaining sainthood. Yet, after 300 years, I remain at a loss, filled with doubt." Feeling the warmth of the garment enveloping her, Nuwa's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze, playfully inquiring, "And you, what brings you here?" "To be candid, senior sister, I too have encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation. I have wandered the primordial realm for hundreds of years, yet I have not succeeded," Hongjun replied earnestly. "Upon arriving here tonight and seeing you standing alone, I merely wished to greet you." Hongjun's gaze lingered on Nuwa's exquisite beauty, momentarily lost in thought as he suggested, "The night is long. Why not sit together here for a while? We can set out together tomorrow and continue our journey." Nuwa was breathtakingly beautiful, so enchanting that even Hongjun, with his steadfast resolve, found it hard to suppress his emotions. "Oh, very well." Nuwa nodded gently in agreement. "Junior brother, do you not feel that this primordial land, while seemingly perfect, appears to lack something?" Suddenly, an idea sparked in Nuwa's mind as she posed the question. The primordial realm, birthed from Pangu's creation, nurtures countless races. Many of these races are powerful and prosperous for a time, yet they cannot endure indefinitely. Hongjun feigned contemplation before offering his analysis. Take, for instance, the ancient dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin clans. How formidable they were, yet they could not secure their position as the dominant race. Today, the witch and demon clans find themselves in a similar plight, embroiled in endless conflict. When the calamity arrives, their fate is bound to be dire. Indeed, Nuwa fell into a deep contemplation, her beautiful eyes reflecting a moment of clarity that if we consider what the primordial realm lacks, I believe it is a being capable of long-term dominance, one that can bring an end to this incessant cycle of bloodshed. Hongjun, observing Nuwa's expression, added, "Indeed, a resonance began to crystallize within Nuwa's heart, and as she listened to Hongjun's words, she felt an intense vibration of primordial purple chi within her essence. Swiftly merging with her spirit, a profound realization dawned upon her, filling her being with immense joy and elation. I see now," Nuwa murmured softly, with a thunderous sound echoing within her, as this realization surged forth. Nuwa finally understood her opportunity for attaining the DAO.IT was to create a new being, one that had never existed before, not one inclined towards the warlike and bloodthirsty nature of the witch and demon clans. Thus comprehending the path of creation. In doing so, she could attain the status of a primordial saint. "Thank you, junior brother, for guiding me to this insight." Nuwa rose gracefully, her enchanting gaze fixed upon Hongjun, her tone filled with gratitude. "I wish to create a new being to comprehend the path of creation. Might you suggest what kind of race would be most suitable?" Hongjun fell silent, rising to pace thoughtfully. After a moment, he approached a small river and crouched down. "Look, senior sister," Hongjun suddenly exclaimed, pointing into the river. Nuwa was taken aback. Peering down at the river, she beheld the crystalline waters reflecting the clear images of Hongjun and herself, extraordinarily vivid. Suddenly, Nua's body quivered as if a ray of enlightenment illuminated her heart. The primordial realm is filled with various forms of life, yet none resemble her own. Why not create a being akin to myself to join the world? She pondered. With that thought, she knelt down, scooping up a handful of earth from the riverbank, mixing it with water and shaping it into a figure resembling herself, placing it gently on the ground. However, the figure remained inert. Lacking the vitality of a living being, Nua felt a tinge of disappointment as she furrowed her brow. Senior sister, to create life, it is likely that this common earth and water will not suffice. How Ian advised. Indeed, Nua mused, her beautiful eyes brightening as if an idea had struck her. She retrieved some divine water that she had previously collected. With the divine water, yet I lack the earth for creation. Nua frowned. Here, I have the 9 heavens essence soil, which may serve your purpose. How Ian produced the soil and offered it to Nua. Thank you ever so much, Nua replied softly, a slight blush gracing her cheeks. Enhancing her beauty, there's no need for such formality. Senior sister, as long as it aids you in attaining the Tao. This mere essence soil is of little consequence, Hao Yin said, shaking his head with a gentle smile. Nua beamed radiantly, akin to 100 flowers in full bloom. That moment, a beam of dawn's light illuminated her delicate face, bestowing upon her an air of nobility, sanctity, and majesty. Even Hao Ian's heart raced uncontrollably at her breathtaking beauty. Nua knelt down, combining the essence of the 9 heavens and the divine waters of the 3 lights, and once again molded life. During this process, a profound aura of creation emanated from her being, and her comprehension of the Tao of creation deepened significantly. Is humanity finally about to emerge? Hao Ian's gaze drifted as he pondered. Since Nua began to create humanity, Hao Ian had been closely observing, his heart brimming with excitement and uncontainable joy at the sight of the first human being shaped by Nua, rendering him unable to find calm. Boom! Suddenly, a tremor coursed through Hao Ian's body, filling him with an overwhelming sensation of joy, accompanied by a deep emotional stir that lingered within him. Humanity. I was human in my past life as well. With a whoosh, a profound imprint of humanity surged from the depths of his soul, akin to a wanderer yearning for home, swiftly detaching from Hao Ian's essence and silently merging into the body of the first human, unnoticed by Nua in her meditative state. Buzz! A breakthrough! Hao Ian's powerful aura surged upward, stirring the heavens and the earth. This aura is extraordinary. Its sudden emergence immediately attracted the attention of the great beings of the primordial world, who dispatched their divine senses to investigate. Alas, Hao Ian's aura flickered and faded, eluding detection, leaving the others with no choice but to retract their divine senses. Sigh. Severing the self, past and present, I have finally reached a conclusion. Hao Ian sighed deeply, reflecting, this severance has cut away the lingering attachments of my past life and my obsession with humanity, allowing me to smoothly break through to the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. With my profound accumulation, my realm is now stable, requiring no reinforcement. The my Tao has expanded, and my heart has cleared. Henceforth, I shall be Hao Ian alone, not for humanity, but solely in pursuit of my true Tao. Hao Ian silently vowed. The distinction between good and evil is easily severed. Yet understanding oneself is far more complex. From this point onward, the path to enlightenment lay before him, and a hint of joy flickered in Hao Ian's heart. Buzz, 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 as the first human opened their eyes. A celestial melody resonated throughout the world, as if heralding the birth of a new form of life. Endless Tao rhythms flowed around Nua, shrouded in mystery, continuously kneading the essence. Nua produced one human after another. The newly born humans seemed to innately understand that Nua had created them, and immediately knelt in gratitude, honoring their mother for the gift of life. In this moment, Nua appeared supremely sacred, exhaling deeply. The essence of creation surrounding Nua became more pronounced and vivid. Finally, after creating yet another human, an overwhelming fatigue washed over her. The process of creation required constant exertion of her primordial spirit and comprehension of the primal purple energy. The Tao of creation, which was no easy feat though Nuwa yearned to create more life and deepen her understanding of the Tao. Fatigue compelled her to pause and rest briefly that Hao Yian's divine sense swept across. Noting that Nuwa had molded a total of 1,296 individuals, the first batch of newborn humanity, both male and female, agile in their movements, Hao Yian casually plucked a withered vine and handed it to Nuwa. Nuwa was momentarily taken aback, but instinctively accepted it. Dipping it into a clump of essence, she waved her arm, and instantly over 10,000 more humans were born. Seeing this method effective, Nuwa rejoiced and repeatedly waved her arms, birthing wave after wave of humans. Ultimately, she created 129,600 beings, feeling that this was sufficient, and she ceased her efforts. From now on, you shall be known as humanity, Nuwa gently proclaimed, gazing at the multitude. Boom! The heavens and the earth trembled. And amidst the resounding clamor, a magnificent cloud of merit descended from the sky, unparalleled since Pangu opened the heavens. The merit fell upon Hao Yian, who reached out to collect it without refining it. A portion fell upon the withered vine, another transformed into golden light, showering over humanity, while 70% landed upon Nuwa. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous sound erupted from within Nuwa as the essence of creation soared to its zenith. And sensing the merit descending, she prepared to absorb it. Sister, hold on, Hao Yian suddenly called out. Nuwa furrowed her brow, gazing curiously at Hao Yian, unsure of what was amiss. Sister, at this moment, you are still in the quasi-saint realm of severing your second self, not yet achieving the complete quasi-saint state. If you trust me, borrow the primal purple energy to sever your third self, and then use the merit to validate your own Tao. Hao Yian spoke earnestly. All right, Nuwa, after a brief pause, showed no hesitation. She trusted that Hao Yian had her best interests at heart and would not lead her astray. Boom! In an instant, a strand of primal purple energy detached from her primordial spirit, integrating her understanding of the Tao of creation, forcefully severing her third self. Nuwa's aura surged dramatically. Boom! As the merit continued to merge with her, Nuwa's divine presence became even more sacred, noble, compassionate, and pure. Buzz! A tremendous and imposing aura radiated from her being, overwhelming the primordial lands, causing all beings below the quasi-saint level to kneel in reverence, celebrating the birth of a saint. Boom! The eastern skies filled with purple energy for 30,000 miles. Celestial music resonated, and golden lotuses surged from the earth, the weight of this aura causing countless great beings of the primordial realm to pale in astonishment. Someone has actually attained the Tao of Hongjun. Congratulations, sister, on achieving the Hongjun sainthood. You are now beyond the cycle of calamities, immortal and indestructible. Hao Yian bowed deeply, smiling as he spoke. Junior brother, do we still need to be so formal? Nuwa stepped closer to Hao Yian. Speaking softly, I must thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, I would not have found it so easy to attain the Tao. I shall venture into the chaos to carve out the heavens. Would you care to join me? No need. I have just gained insights from your creation of humanity and sever my second self, requiring time to solidify my realm. It would be better for me to enter seclusion for a while before visiting you. Sister, Hao Yian gently shook his head. That is well, that I shall take my leave then. Nuwa replied softly, though a hint of regret flickered across her features at Hao Yian's decision not to accompany her. Gradually, her form became ethereal, vanishing into the void. Hao Yian gazed at the bewildered humans and sighed. The birth of humanity. How long will it take for them to grow? With a flick of his hand, the Kongtong seal transformed into a beam of golden light, merging into the body of the first human, the embodiment of Hao Yian's severed self. Without further delay, he soared towards Qianlong Mountain. Chapter 21. The dragon lurking in the abyss, the heritage of humanity, the way of literature and martial arts. Boom! Nuwa achieved sainthood, her aura overwhelming the primordial realm, shocking countless beings. After the initial astonishment, many prepared lavish gifts to congratulate Nuwa on her ascension to Kunlun Mountain within the Hall of the Three Pure Ones. Elder brother, who would have thought that among us, Sister Nuwa would be the first to attain sainthood. Should we not go to congratulate her? Tong Tian's expression darkened, filled with disbelief as he gazed towards the direction of Nuwa's triumph, revealing a hint of envy. Bang! Humph! The Primordial Supreme being slammed the platform with a resounding crash, seething with anger, and retorted, Tongtan, how could the three of us go to congratulate her? The Primordial's face turned ashen, his eyes filled with resentment, humiliation, and jealousy, glaring fiercely at Tong Tian. But Tong Tian began, only to be interrupted by the furious outburst of the Primordial Supreme Being. She has already attained the Tao of Hongjun first, which is a blow to our pride. To congratulate her now would be to seek our own humiliation. Tong Tian, seeing the Primordial's expression, refrained from further debate and turned to Laozi, asking, Elder Brother, what do you think we should do? As Tong Tian directed the question to Laozi, the Primordial also turned to him, seemingly eager to know Laozi's decision. Primordial Brother, do not dwell on it. We are all destined saints, and in due time, we shall attain the Tao. Laozi spoke in a calm tone, yet his expression remained somber, sighing, Today, Sister Nuwa has achieved sainthood, and if we do not go to congratulate her, would that not be an even greater disrespect, a significant loss of face? Elder Brother, the Primordial Supreme being called out, Tongtian. Furthermore, Sister Nuwa is about to carve out the heavens in the chaos. If we go, we can ask her how to attain sainthood, which may assist us in our own pursuits. Laozi sighed, his face rigid, adding, Besides, being the first to attain Hongyuan does not necessarily mean she is the strongest. That Laozi's gaze was profound, embodying an air of inscrutability in the western lands of the primordial realm. At the Ling Mountain Temple, Junior Brother, with Nuwa attaining the Tao, we should go congratulate her. The Jain Taoist opened his eyes, sighing as he spoke to Zhuan Ti. Senior Brother, while Nuwa has achieved sainthood, we remain at a loss regarding our own paths to the Tao. What should we do? Zhuan Ti's expression darkened, urgently exclaiming, Junior Brother Zhuan Ti, do not be overly concerned. Our saintly positions are predetermined by heaven. One day, when the opportunity arises, we shall naturally break through without excessive force. Jane's face was pained as he looked at Zhuan Ti, his expression heavy as he added, Moreover, it is the three pure ones who should be more anxious. Indeed, Zhuan Ti was momentarily taken aback, as if a thought had suddenly dawned upon him, but he nodded in agreement, smiling as he remarked, What you say, Senior Brother, holds wisdom. It is indeed my younger brother who has been overly concerned. Whoosh! How Tian returned to Qinlong Mountain without disturbing his soul, settling back upon the dragon's head, where he sat cross-legged. While he absorbed the spiritual essence and diligently honed his physical form, he also closed his eyes in quiet contemplation. He needed to consider how best to strengthen both his own capabilities and the influence he wielded in the forthcoming period in this era of the witch and demon. His objective was to amass profound foundations and formidable strength in preparation for the impending tribulation. Hao Tian murmured to himself, I must continuously gather my resources and power. The age was one of contention between the witch and demon, an epoch ruled by the likes of Dijun, Tai Yi, and the ancestor witches. Thus, he chose to bide his time, accumulating strength and resources to prepare for the next era of collective emergence among the saints. This is what is meant by a hidden dragon in the depths. I have already severed the most challenging aspect of myself, the self-corpse. If I wish to break through, with my current path and aided by merit, I could easily slay the virtuous corpse and achieve the consummation of quasi-sainthood. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Hao Tian's eyes as his thoughts whirled. Deep within, he contemplated, however, there is no rush for now. It is best to let things unfold naturally. Should I suddenly attain the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, it would attract unwarranted attention, and should Hongjun sense anything amiss, it would spell trouble. The self-corpse, representing the human form, was presently just an ordinary mortal, devoid of any magical powers. It was imperative to quickly select a suitable path for cultivation and an appropriate technique. Hao Tian found himself in deep thought. Although the human form was frail and lacked the robustness of the witch race or the innate divine abilities of the demon race, it possessed the advantage of the innate Tao body, aligning with the principle of balance, and, as the first human, could indeed be regarded as the progenitor of humanity. His innate talents were undoubtedly extraordinary, with exceedingly high qualifications. Hao Tian was well-versed in numerous profound techniques. Yet he struggled to determine the most suitable one that the nascent human race, with their pure hearts and souls, possessed a refined belief system. And given the rapid proliferation of humanity, cultivating the path of divine faith seemed most fitting. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Hao Tian's mind as he recalled the remarkable reproductive capabilities of humanity. As the progenitor of humans, he found it entirely appropriate to cultivate the path of divinity. Consequently, Hao Tian resolved to immediately organize the techniques of divine faith he had in mind, gathering the power of belief and preparing to facilitate the cultivation of his self-corpse. Meanwhile, the newly born human race, still frail and weak, found themselves in a state of confusion and fear as Nuwa ventured into the chaos to establish a sanctuary. Having departed, they surveyed their surroundings, bewildered and dazed. The newly birthed humans were unaware of what they ought to do or how to survive. Among the tens of thousands of humans, heads bobbed as they exchanged uncertain glances. Yet for individuals had already begun to assess their environment and the terrain, being the first four created by Nuwa. Esteemed ones, our mother has created us and named us humans. Henceforth, we shall identify ourselves as the human race. Suddenly, one individual rose, raising an arm and proclaiming loudly, as humans, though we are frail, we must unite to better survive in this primal world. Indeed, he speaks truthfully. Our immediate priority should be to find a suitable place to settle before seeking food and establishing a stable existence. Then we can devise further plans, echoed three others in agreement. These four were indeed the first four created by Nuwa. Under their guidance, the crowd soon discovered a valley, which they chose as their temporary dwelling point 300 years past, an inconsequential span for cultivators. Yet for humanity, it marked the passage of several generations. With the passage of time, the human race grew from its humble beginnings of several tens of thousands to a population of several 100,000. Fortunate to inhabit such a vast expanse of land, as 3 centuries unfolded, the human race underwent tremendous change. Under the leadership of the 4 ancestral figures, the tribes gradually evolved into a more powerful and prosperous society. Among the 4 ancestors of humanity, apart from the one who self-identified as the heavenly ancestor and remained in seclusion, the other 3 were diligently engaged in the affairs of the human race, contemplating ways to strengthen their kin. Initially, humans subsisted on raw food, consuming flesh and blood. The consumption of raw meat was foul and harmful to the stomach, leading to numerous ailments and deaths among the populace. During this time, one of the ancestors observed the sparks produced when a bird pecked at wood, and thus, he broke off a branch to create fire by friction. That he shared this method with the others. And from that moment, humanity learned to create fire, using it for cooking, illumination, and warmth, marking a new phase in their existence. This ancestor came to be known as Swearin. Subsequently, it was discovered that in the mountains and forests, where humans were few but beasts abounded, living on the ground left them vulnerable to constant attacks. Under the duress of such perilous conditions, humanity found itself without a stable home, suffering greatly at the hands of wild beasts and serpents. Eventually, one ancestor realized that constructing homes in trees would shield them from the wind and rain while providing refuge from the beasts. This revelation brought immense joy, and others swiftly followed suit, leading to this ancestor being referred to as Yu Chao. The human race, often naked and exposed to the biting cold, saw many perish from the chill. Another ancestor taught them to use animal skins for warmth and tree leaves for covering. From then on, humanity had clothing to wear, ushering them into yet another new phase of existence. And this ancestor was named Z. Among the 4 ancestors, only the heavenly ancestor remained in seclusion, contributing little to the human race. Fortunately, the nascent humans possessed a naturally pure disposition. Despite many harboring doubts, no rumors arose, and this did not tarnish the heavenly ancestor's prestige and standing among them. The heavenly ancestor, Hao Tian's thought manifestation, the self-corpse, remained in a stone cave, quietly refining the Kongtong seal. Although the heavenly ancestor possessed no magical powers and was merely an ordinary person, the assistance of merit allowed him to remain ageless and untouched by death. Retaining the appearance of his infancy, Buzz, The heavenly ancestor opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shining forth, his countenance reflecting astonishment and ecstatic joy. The Kongtong seal, a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, would typically require over 100,000 years to fully refine. Even for a quasi-saint, it was said that it was beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to refine. However, as a treasure of the human race's fortune and inheritance, it naturally resonated with the bloodline of humanity. The heavenly ancestor, invoking the soul imprint of the human race, succeeded in completely refining it within merely 300 years. Yet, this was not the source of the heavenly ancestor's utmost astonishment and joy. What truly elated him was the revelation of a legacy within the Kongtong seal, a legacy pertaining to the human path. The human race, though initially frail and weak, was destined to become the protagonists of the earthly realm, with their own inheritance and techniques. Ha! The heavenly ancestor laughed heartily, his face aglow with exhilaration as he exclaimed, "I never imagined that only by completely refining the Kongtong seal could I acquire this legacy." The Kongtong seal, being a treasure of human fortune, can only be wholly refined by humans. Otherwise, even if a sage were to obtain it, they could not fully harness its potential. The legacy of humanity divides into the civil and martial paths. The civil path encompasses knowledge of propriety, drawing upon the essence of heaven and earth, nurturing a righteous spirit within, exorcising demons, suppressing malevolence, and upholding the celestial order, while the martial path connects with the divine, strengthening the body, training the sinews and bones. Entering the Tao through martial prowess, cultivating divine abilities, and reaching a pinnacle where one can shatter the void, with the civil and martial paths being an eternal legacy. An ancient, sacred, and ethereal voice resonated within the heavenly ancestor's heart. The civil and martial paths, is it? Truly, this is the most suitable method for humanity's cultivation. The heavenly ancestor's eyes sparkled with divine light, his brilliance swirling, revealing a look of profound shock as he could not help but murmur. Exhaling deeply, the heavenly ancestor sought to calm himself. Buzz! The legacy of the martial path flowed through his mind, opening all his pores to absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, refining his physique and commencing his martial cultivation. The civil and martial paths were the heritage of humanity, and, as the progenitor, he naturally had to undertake this cultivation for the divine path techniques received from his original self, Hao Tian. The heavenly ancestor felt no urgency. After all, the divine path fundamentally required the power of belief as its foundation. He prepared to wait until the human race had proliferated further before beginning to gather faith and cultivate the divine path. Chapter 22. The martial path connecting with the divine. The development of humanity centered on strengthening the body, opening all meridians, guiding the spiritual essence of heaven and earth into the body, cultivating internal true energy, and thereby entering the Tao through martial prowess, refining willpower, and comprehending divine abilities. Should one reach a profound realm, achieving the pinnacle of martial arts, they could even shatter the void and become a powerhouse comparable to a sage. Buzz! The heavenly ancestor closed his eyes in meditation, envisioning various martial arts techniques and methods in his mind. As the progenitor of humanity, his qualifications were extraordinary. He comprehended the steps, processes, and techniques of martial cultivation in just 3 days. The human emperor's heavenly method was indeed one of the top-tier martial arts techniques in the human legacy, perfectly suited for his cultivation. The heavenly ancestor opened his eyes, a joyful expression adorning his face as he smiled and said, "By cultivating with my fists, gathering true energy, I can refine my will, cultivate the aura of the human emperor, and achieve the position of human emperor, commanding the fate of the human race. Truly remarkable. I shall commence my training at once." The heavenly ancestor rose, and within the spacious stone cave, he softly shouted, exhaling powerfully as he began to practice his fist techniques, moving his arms and legs with grace. Bang, bang, bang! The body of the heavenly ancestor moved with fluidity, unleashing punches, kicks, straight jabs, and hooks, invincible in his motions. As he practiced, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth was drawn in by his techniques, flowing into his skin and flesh. refining his dermis until it became increasingly resilient. It was only when he had achieved a bronze-like skin, radiating a golden glow, that the heavenly ancestor paused his practice. Crackle! Crackle! A crisp sound resonated within Huang Tian's body. Akin to a complete transformation, an overwhelming surge of vitality filled the stone cavern. At the pinnacle of skin refining, with a force akin to 1,000 June, it was indeed formidable. Huang Tian clenched his fists tightly, feeling the powerful energy coursing through him, and could not help but exclaim with exhilaration. Although a force of 1,000 June seemed trivial to him, achieving such results in merely a few days was sufficient to bring him joy. In the realm of human martial arts, the training process is divided into 4 stages. The first stage is the postnatal phase, requiring the cultivation of fist techniques to draw in spiritual energy and refine the body, enhancing physical strength from the outside in. This involves a sequential journey through 5 stages: skin refining, flesh refining, organ refining, bone refining, and marrow refining, with strength progressively increasing from 1,000 June to 5,000 June, 10,000 June, and ultimately 50,000 June. The final stage, marrow refining and blood transformation, culminates in postnatal perfection, allowing one to reach a strength comparable to the peak of the void refinement and harmonization realm. Upon breaking through to the postnatal stage and entering the second stage, the innate realm, one cultivates internal true qi, gaining abilities that rival those of celestial beings, capable of turning the tides and splitting mountains with ease. The innate realm is further divided into 4 tiers. The early stage, which, upon reaching its peak, is comparable to celestial beings, the mid-stage, which grants the power of mysterious immortals, and the late stage, equating to the realm of golden immortals. Achieving the consummate innate stage results in a cataclysmic transformation of strength, transcending the Tai golden immortal level and attaining a status akin to the Luohu golden immortal at this juncture. Should an opportunity arise, human martial artists can rely on immense willpower and wisdom to break free from the constraints of heaven and earth, comprehend divine abilities, and reach the divine martial realm. Comparable to quasi-saint experts, the 4th step, shattering the void, necessitates an understanding of the void's power, using martial prowess to transcend the Tao. Achieving this is akin to attaining the status of a saint. To shatter the void with martial force, comparable to a saint, is no easy feat, Huang Tian lamented. Shaking his head with a long sigh, he resumed his practice. The path of human martial arts, though seemingly straightforward with only 4 steps, appearing less convoluted than the path of immortality, was far from simple. The cultivation of martial arts emphasizes a progression from simplicity to complexity, from ease to difficulty. While postnatal cultivation is relatively accessible, requiring only time, techniques, and spiritual energy for nearly anyone to reach the pinnacle. Breaking through to the innate level and entering the Tao through martial means is considerably more challenging. It demands the honing of martial will and the comprehension of the grand Tao, utilizing the power of heavenly laws to refine the body, gradually ascending to levels comparable to mysterious immortals, golden immortals, and even to Luohu golden immortals. The arduous journey is fraught with hardship and pain. Even a minor misstep could result in death and the scattering of one's soul. After all, refining the body with the laws is not something an ordinary person can endure, should one aspire to comprehend divine abilities. The challenges multiply exponentially. It could even be said that attaining divine martial prowess is far more arduous than achieving quasi-saint status on the immortal path. Boom, boom, boom. Huang Tian diligently practiced his fist techniques within the cavern, making remarkable progress. Outside, the human populace frequently heard resounding booms and shouts emanating from the stone cave, leaving them in a state of bewilderment, unsure of what their ancestor was engaged in within. Kong! Huang Tian continued his secluded training, and after 3 years, he finally emerged, opening the cave's entrance. As he stepped out, he had achieved postnatal perfection, reaching the pinnacle of marrow refining, observing the favorable development of the human race without any unforeseen events. Huang Tian felt reassured and chose to enter seclusion for another decade, after which he gradually slowed his cultivation pace upon breaking through to the innate realm. That I never expected to reach the innate realm so swiftly. comparable to celestial beings. Huang Tian smiled contentedly within the cave. The reasons for his rapid advancement were manifold. Firstly, as the progenitor of humanity, his innate qualities were exceptional. Secondly, the Kongtong seal gathered human fortune, facilitating the breaking of bottlenecks. Additionally, the matter of his Taoist cultivation level was significant. His true form, Hao Yan, was already a quasi-saint expert. Although he did not cultivate martial arts, the paths of the Tao converge in their ultimate essence. Various factors contributed to Huang Tian's meteoric rise in cultivation level. Yet he sensed that after reaching the innate stage, his progress had begun to decelerate. He needed to continuously accumulate true qi, refining his body gradually through the laws to grow stronger. Having broken through to the innate stage, it was time to venture forth, impart the martial arts, and experience the vast wilderness. Upon concluding his seclusion, Huang Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his aura subdued, having truly returned to simplicity. Were it not for his overwhelming strength, one would hardly perceive him as a peer of celestial beings. It was time to see how the human race had developed. He also intended to gather the power of faith and cultivate the divine path. Huang Tian smiled as he spoke to himself. As for the transmission of literary teachings, I shall refrain for now. I will consider this matter further before divulging anything to anyone, lest it incite envy, for the literary path is rumble. In the 33rd heaven, amidst the chaos, Nuwa, revered as a primordial saint, initiated the creation of the heavens and the earth, establishing order among water, fire, and wind. Within the chaos, she erected the Zixiao Palace, destined to be her future cultivation ground. Out of course, this realm cannot be compared to Pangu's primordial wilderness. Rather, it exists as a manifestation of the middle thousand worlds, reliant upon the primordial world. The methods of a saint are indeed beyond the reach of quasi-saints. Indeed, how deserving of such a title is the saint? Long live Nuwa! Nuwa's demonstration left the many quasi-saints and a Luohu golden immortals who had come to congratulate her utterly astonished, their hearts shaken profoundly. Such a vivid display of power made them acutely aware of the chasm that lay between themselves and the saints. Brothers, there is no need for such formalities. In response to the crowd's praise, Nuwa merely replied with an indifferent expression that, this what they mean by, without becoming a saint, one is but an ant. Such power, how could those beneath the saints contend against it? Everyone hurriedly bid farewell to Nuwa, returning to their own sanctuaries to cultivate diligently, hoping for enlightenment. The likes of the three pure ones, Jing and Junti, were even more fervent in their pursuit of saintly attainment, yearning for it. When they inquired of Nuwa, she spoke in vague terms about creating humanity and attaining sainthood, leaving them none the wiser. With no other choice, they returned to their respective sanctuaries, seeking to comprehend their own opportunities for saintly ascension that on the vast expanse of the primordial earth, within the grand hall where important matters concerning humanity were deliberated. What, brother, have you truly found a cultivation method suitable for our human race? Sui's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, follow me. Huang Tian nodded with a smile, leading several individuals to a spacious area outside. Suddenly, Huang Tian unleashed a punch toward a massive boulder. Boom! Behold! With a resounding crash, the boulder shattered explosively, scattering into fragments throughout the air. Observing the astonished expressions of the three Sui clansmen, Huang Tian smiled and remarked, "This is merely the result of my controlled strength. If I were to unleash my full power, the impact would be even greater. Brother, you just said that our human martial arts can reach profound realms, allowing us to transcend and attain the same abilities as celestial beings, soaring through the skies and traversing the earth. Indeed, in the future, our race will also possess individuals stronger than celestial beings." The group erupted in exhilaration, their emotions overflowing as they shouted in unison, expressing their joy and excitement. "Let us gather our kin and impart the cultivation techniques." Huang Tian seized the opportunity to say, "Yes, let us go." The three Sui clansmen responded eagerly. The four of them summoned numerous members of the human race. Huang Tian elucidated the methods of martial cultivation to them, guiding their practice. This initiative instantly elevated Huang Tian's prestige among the human race to an unparalleled level, as they began to train in martial skills suited to their kind. Progressing rapidly, after a century, they ventured into the mountains and forests to hunt fierce beasts and birds, honing their martial will and gaining combat experience in this manner, countless martial experts emerged among the human race, many reaching the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation, with a few exceptional talents breaking through to the innate level, becoming formidable beings rivaling celestial immortals. The three Sui clansmen, aided by the power of merit, reached the mid-stage pinnacle of the innate realm, comparable to the Tai mysterious immortal. They practiced another top-tier technique from the inheritance, the true body of heaven and earth, which significantly enhanced their martial prowess. After deliberation among the four, they decided to keep this technique secret, much like the Imperial Edict of Humanity, designating it as the supreme method of the human race, accessible only to those who had made significant contributions, while forbidding its dissemination in the course of this century. Huang Tian, leveraging his profound Taoist cultivation and the assistance of the Kongtong seal, achieved innate perfection, comparable to the Luohu beings. Such a pace of cultivation was utterly astonishing, leaving even Huang Tian himself in a state of disbelief. However, he understood that to break through once more and attain the divine martial realm would rely on his own innate qualities and comprehension. Thus, Huang Tian began to contemplate departing from the human race to traverse the primordial earth, Chapter 23, gathering faith and consolidating divine status to acquire the power of faith necessary for cultivating the divine path. Huang Tian, after much contemplation, decided to summon Sui and the other two to the council hall. Kong. The grand hall's doors swung open with a resounding crash, revealing the three, clad in animal skins and straw sandals. Striding boldly into the chamber, the celestial heavens subtly sensed the situation. A glimmer of enlightenment illuminated its gaze, revealing the three individuals who exuded an aura of robust vitality, their martial aspirations more refined than ever. A formidable presence, characteristic of true power, was palpably embodied in their beings. Elder brother, just as I was refining my martial will, I received word that you summoned us for a meeting, and I hastened to your side, proclaimed Sui Run with a commanding stride, radiating an impressive aura. Indeed, what pressing matter requires our attention, elder brother? Whatever concerns the human race, we trust your judgment, echoed the two members of the Wu Chao clan as they entered the grand hall, their voices ringing with urgency. The trio from the Sui Ren clan had been in high spirits lately, buoyed by the flourishing population of the human race. As the tribes gradually evolved into a communal lifestyle, leaders emerged within the clans, administering governance with a sense of order. Presently, the mundane concerns that once plagued the Sui Ren clan had diminished, allowing them ample time to focus on their cultivation. Consequently, their powers had significantly advanced, reaching the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the innate realm, poised to break through into the later stage that I have gathered you here to deliberate on the forthcoming development of our human race. Sui Ren declared gravely, nodding his head. Though our tribes have grown increasingly robust over the past few centuries, we remain woefully weak. Moreover, as our population continues to swell, the time will inevitably come for our tribes to migrate from this plane in search of new territories within the primordial lands. At that juncture, our current strength may render us incapable of competing with other races for survival. Thus, I convene you to strategize on how to bolster our power. Sui Ren articulated the existing challenges faced by the human race, aiming to instill a sense of urgency in the three individuals before him. Indeed, they responded, their expressions turning somber. Although the human race had developed methods of martial cultivation, they were still in their infancy, lacking the accumulated legacy that more established races like the Wu and Lich possessed. Venture forth in contest for survival in the primordial realms with their current strength was a daunting prospect. Fraught with peril, power, everything hinges on power. In a world where the strong prey upon the weak, dominance is dictated by strength, such as the law of the primordial realms. Without power, how can a human race hope to endure in competition with other races? The three clenched their fists, their hearts racing with a fervent desire for rapid improvement in their strength. Elder brother, yet cultivation is not an endeavor that can be rushed. What can we do to enhance our power swiftly? Inquired Wu Chao, his tone laced with hope. Yes, elder brother, what clever solutions do you propose? We are eager to heed your guidance, they implored, their eyes reflecting a mix of urgency and concern. Recognizing their earnestness, Suiren contemplated the moment's gravity. Ultimately, all issues stem from our lack of strength. Should the human race possess might akin to that of the Wu or Lich, we would fear no one. And even the conquest of the heavens would not be beyond our reach. We understand, but elder brother, martial cultivation cannot be expedited. The Sui Run clan interjected in alarm. You speak the truth, Sui Run acknowledged. His expression serious yet calm. Currently, the only path to rapid advancement is through the crucible of pressure and life-threatening challenges. My plan is to send our innate realm martialists to the primordial world for training. What? Elder brother, how could they possibly succeed with their current strength? The Suiren clan protested vehemently. Second brother, you must comprehend that to elevate our strength, sacrifices must be made. Martial cultivation thrives amidst life and death. There is always a trade-off in all matters, Suiren replied, his countenance darkening with gravity. The Suiren trio fell silent, fully aware of the validity in Suiren's words. Yet the thought of sending their talented kin into the perilous primordial lands for survival training weighed heavily on their hearts. Furthermore, I have been plagued by an unsettling premonition that our race may soon confront a catastrophic disaster. Regardless of its veracity, we must prepare for the worst, and only through the enhancement of our strength can we weather such trials. Suiren asserted, sensing their hesitation. What? How can this be? What shall we do? The trio exclaimed in disbelief, their expressions shifting dramatically. Upon hearing Suiren's grave sentiments, their hearts quaked, recognizing the seriousness of the situation. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest, elder brother, they finally resolved, their voices resolute. Additionally, the human race has finally begun to shed its ignorance that it is time we establish a place of heritage to honor not only the four of us, but also to pay tribute to our mother, Niwa. Such a move will unify our people and foster a sense of cohesion, Suiren continued, his gaze steady upon his companions. I must also disclose that I have comprehended a powerful divine technique that requires the strength of belief to cultivate. I wish to experiment with it, Suiren revealed candidly. This is an excellent proposal. Elder brother, we should have enacted this long. AGIT is our oversight for not conducting the necessary rituals to honor our mother. And we are grateful for your reminder, they exclaimed in unison, their agreement unwavering. With their objectives fulfilled, Suiren felt a sense of relief wash over him. The four immediately summoned the strong among the human race to announce the crucial resolutions made during their meeting. Despite some initial confusion among the tribes, no one dared to oppose the decisions endorsed by the esteemed four ancestors. In a matter of days, the human race established an ancestral temple as a site of heritage. Dedicated to the worship of Niwa and the four ancestors, that it was decreed that grand rituals would be held every decade, with smaller ceremonies conducted annually within their respective tribes. Furthermore, a selection of innate experts was chosen to embark on their journey into the primordial continent for training, with the understanding that they would return after a century, at which point a new group would take their place. The populace complied without question that in the secluded cavern where Suiren practiced. A wave of pure belief power surged towards him, akin to a raging river, ever flowing into his being since the establishment of the ancestral temple and the idols of Niwa and the four ancestors. Suddenly, Suiren opened his eyes, a brilliant light flickering within them as he sensed the boundless power of belief surging within his consciousness. A smile crept upon his lips, satisfaction evident as he mused. With such an abundance of belief power, I should be nearing my goal. The process of condensing a divine essence was no trivial matter. It required absolute success. This time, Suiren prepared to embark on the path of divine cultivation. Seeking to condense his divine essence, seated in meditation, Suiren focused his mind and spirit. As his formidable will coalesced within his consciousness, he initiated the first step of divine cultivation. opening the mind sea and igniting the divine flame to condense the divine essence. With his innate martial prowess and refined will, he had already opened his mind, thus bypassing this initial step. Now, he aimed to transform the sea of belief into a divine essence and ignite the divine flame. "Gather, coalesce," he commanded. With a powerful shout, Sui Ren directed the belief power he had collected over the days toward his consciousness, causing it to coalesce. As the belief power compressed, a series of resounding booms reverberated within him. Gradually, the essence began to take form, the first drop of condensed belief power materializing in the center of his mind sea. With a jolt, Sui Ren felt an exhilarating clarity wash over him. His entire being enveloped in unparalleled euphoria, as if his soul had soared to the clouds, ready to express its joyous resonance. Suppressing his elation, he concentrated all his will and mental energy within his mind sea, diligently compressing the belief power. With each drop falling, the second, third, fourth, the liquid belief power accumulated, forming a growing reservoir within his mind sea. Little by little, the trickle of belief transformed into a vast lake, then into a river, ultimately expanding into a boundless sea of belief, a testament to the devotion of the human race. At last, Sui Ren activated the method to condense his divine essence within the realm of divine cultivation, setting forth on the path to become a true deity. Nian refers to thoughts and beliefs. The greater and purer the faith, the more potent the divine. Boom! The fleeting time of March has passed. And after much effort at this very moment, Huang Tian has successfully transformed the power of faith from a liquid state into a solid one-buzz. Huang Tian's body trembles, feeling a surge in strength. A significant enhancement of his power. Simultaneously, a sacred, domineering, and pure aura rises from within him. Divine grace enters the prison, divine might like the sea, the successful condensation of divine attributes. Huang Tian becomes the foremost deity of the primordial world. Chapter 24. Huang Tian's journey to the witch clan of the Ho-Tu clan. Buzz. With the aid of human faith, he has successfully condensed his divine attributes, achieving the title of the foremost deity in the primordial world. With his power soaring and his spirits high, Huang Tian decides to explore the vast expanse of the primordial land. He casually greets the likes of Sui Ren and others, urging them to take good care of humanity. Before setting off alone into the unknown, that he travels northward, his intended destination. Though the north is not as barren as the west, its environment is relatively harsh, predominantly the territory of monstrous beings or formidable figures of the witch clan. Huang Tian's goal is to venture deep into the northern borders, honing his martial will. The path of martial cultivation is one of progression, from the simple to the complex. Huang Tian reflects inwardly, resolutely declaring, to achieve a swift breakthrough, one must endure trials. The more one explores perilous terrains and battles formidable foes, the more one can refine their martial will, allowing their martial arts to advance by leaps and bounds. I must engage in constant combat. Only through the baptism of countless battles can I shatter my limitations. As he wanders through the wonders of the primordial realm, collecting spiritual materials and herbs. He simultaneously refines his martial will, cultivates his true energy, and tempers his physique, gradually enhancing his strength and perfecting his body. Along the way, he encounters many witches and monsters, often ignoring them, for he is not one to revel in bloodshed. His descent into the world is meant for challenging the strong. As long as they do not provoke him, Huang Tian has no interest in oppressing the weak. However, at times, ignorance breeds peril. The world operates thus. Hey, you there, stop. Tell me, what treasures or techniques do you possess? Hand over everything of value. Suddenly, a dozen or so monsters of roughly the Xianxian realm leap out from the roadside, led by a humanoid tiger demon of considerable prowess. Boasting the strength of a Tai Xianxian, this individual shouts loudly as he speaks. The group of monsters encircles Huang Tian, their energies locking him in place to prevent any escape. Humph! Huang Tian's gaze turns icy. Though he wishes to avoid trouble, it does not mean he will allow himself to be humiliated. What? You, an insignificant being yet to ascend, dare to resist? The leading monster, upon seeing Huang Tian's expression, becomes even more arrogant, tauntingly proclaiming, "I initially intended to spare your life, but since you do not recognize your own worth, I shall ensure you meet your end in agony and despair. Ha! Indeed, we shall torment you to death. Why not kneel and beg for mercy?" The group of monsters erupts into maniacal laughter, their faces twisted with mockery and derision. Humph! With a cold snort, Huang Tian's expression darkens, and he retorts with a sneer. "We shall see who dies first." With a sudden burst of energy, he releases a powerful surge of blood energy, and in an instant he lunges forward, delivering a punch to the leading tiger demon. Boom! The tiger demon, caught off guard by Huang Tian's sudden disappearance, barely has time to react before a massive fist crashes towards his face. Not good. He can only scream as his body is sent flying. Huang Tian's speed is too formidable. He has no time to react. Puffed. As the tiger demon rises, he feels dizzy and immense pain coursing through him, spitting blood as his head, now a bloody mess, streams with crimson. Impossible. He hasn't even ascended. How could he possess such power? Not good. The other small demons are equally stunned, exclaiming in disbelief, unable to comprehend how this seemingly unremarkable youth could be so formidable. He is pretending to be weak to deceive us? In that moment, whether it be the tiger demon or the other small demons, they all harbor the same thought. We've encountered a formidable opponent. They curse inwardly, you. As Huang Tian strides towards them, the tiger demon's heart races in fear. Retreating hastily, his expression twisted in a snarl as he shouts, "What are you all doing? Join me. We have the numbers. We can surely take him down. Kill." A cry from an unknown demon ignites the group, and they surge towards Huang Tian. They seek their own demise. Huang Tian snorts coldly, swiftly dodging their weapons with ease. And without hesitation, he unleashes a flurry of strikes with his iron fists. Ah no! The air fills with screams as the dozen or so Xuanxian-level demon experts fall, unable to muster any resistance, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Step, step, step! After dispatching the group of demons, Huang Tian approaches the tiger demon, his expression cold and indifferent, looking down upon him as if he were a mere ant beneath the gaze of a celestial deity. What? How can you be so powerful? The tiger demon is increasingly horrified, feeling the cold grip of death closing in. What do you want? Stay back. I am a subordinate of the twin-winged swallowing sky tiger king. You cannot kill me. The tiger demon cries out in terror, emboldened by the mention of his master, his expression turning fierce as he continues, "You had best let me go, otherwise my lord will not spare you." The twin-winged swallowing sky tiger? Huang Tian pauses, then shakes his head, saying, "I have not heard of him, but even if he were here, he could not save you." Boom! With a powerful stomp, he crushes the head of the Tai Xianxian tiger demon. Observing the pile of corpses, Huang Tian sighs helplessly, turning away without a glance, casually setting fire to incinerate the remains that To kill and burn is a golden waist belt. Huang Tian muses to himself, suddenly pausing, turning his head slightly, and with the combined strength of the two, even without haste, they reached the Hutu tribe in merely a few days. They paid their respects to the ancestral shaman of Hutu. "Ah, rise," came the command. After greeting the two gatekeeping shamans, Huang Tian and Hutu entered the grand hall of the shaman tribe. The hall, while not ostentatious or lavish, exuded a solemn, magnificent, and ancient atmosphere that was extraordinarily grand. We pay our respects to the ancestral shaman of Hutu. Inside the hall, several high shamans had already risen upon the entrance of Hutu and Huang Tian, calling out eagerly, "You need not be overly formal." Hutu gestured with his hand, signaling them to rise as he smiled and continued, "This is a friend I encountered during my travels, and I have invited him to our tribe as a guest. I trust you will treat him well. These are all esteemed shamans of our tribe. This is Chi Yu. This is Ho I Wu Tian Wuda." Huang Tian, the human sovereign, greeted the esteemed shamans, maintaining his composure. He spoke with neither subservience nor arrogance. "Ha, brother Huang Tian, no need for such formality. I am Ho I. Indeed, since you are a friend of the ancestral shaman, you are also a friend of mine. Chi Yu, should you encounter any troubles in the future, Do not hesitate to seek me out." Quite right. The several shamans, upon witnessing Huang Tian's demeanor and his connection to Hutu, felt an immediate increase in their goodwill. And one by one, they warmly embraced Huang Tian. In the days that followed, Huang Tian resided in the Hutu tribe, reveling in wine and feasting on meat while engaging in battles with the powerful shamans. Through these contests, he continuously honed his martial will, becoming increasingly adept in his martial techniques and accumulating rich combat experience. In his leisure moments, he exchanged insights with the ancestral shaman of Hutu. The paths of physical cultivation for the shaman tribe and the martial arts of the human race bore many similarities, allowing Huang Tian to gain considerable understanding and make remarkable progress. At that moment, Huang Tian resembled a bottomless pool, profound and inscrutable, having truly returned to a state of simplicity and purity. In this state, Huang Tian exuded no overwhelming murderous intent, vitality, or imposing presence. He appeared as an ordinary mortal, seemingly harmless, yet undeniably more formidable. In truth, he was undergoing a phenomenal transformation, on the brink of achieving divine comprehension in martial arts. Chapter 25. The Fall of Red Cloud and the Primordial Purple Chi since Niwa attained sanctity. The vast wilderness had plunged into utter silence, akin to the darkness before dawn, a stillness preceding a great calamity. Amid this quietude, unbeknownst to all, a race known as humans embarked on their path to rise amidst the seemingly inconspicuous wilderness of the primordial land. The development of the human race was most unremarkable. The various masters of the wilderness focused their attention on the conflict between the shamans and the demons, while the quasi-saint powers secluded themselves in meditation, seeking to glimpse the path of the primordial. However, there were exceptions. The quasi-saint Red Cloud did not engage in such arduous pursuits. Since acquiring the primordial purple chi, he had not confined himself to meditation, but instead felt restless, wishing to wander freely. The wilderness was vast and mountainous. Along the eastern sea, adjacent to the western lands, a mountain range stretched endlessly, its expanse unknown, teeming with spiritual entities. Atop one of these mountains stood a grand and ancient Taoist temple, which bore a couplet at its entrance: "The abode of the immortal who knows no decay, and a Taoist who shares longevity with the heavens." This mountain was none other than the domain of the mighty primordial being, Zhenyuanzi, known as Wanshou Mountain, home to the Wuzhuang Temple. Within the secret chamber of the temple, Zhenyuanzi appeared to be in heated discussion with his old friend Red Cloud. My dear friend, are you truly determined to leave Wuzhuang Temple at this moment? Zhenyuanzi's expression was grim as he earnestly urged, "Your brother has acquired the primordial purple chi at the Zixiao Palace, and this is a time of great envy. How can you act recklessly? It would be wiser to remain in Wuzhuang Temple until you attain the Tao of the primordial." Red Cloud, aware of how many coveted the primordial purple chi, was resolute in his intention to leave, despite Zhenyuanzi's fervent pleas. "You worry too much, my friend. The primordial purple chi was bestowed upon me by teacher Hongjun. I do not believe anyone would dare to snatch it from me." Red Cloud paused, then shook his head slightly, dismissing the concern. "Moreover, I've been away from my cave dwelling for quite some time. It is high time I return to Fire Cloud Cave." "You are truly resolute in your decision to depart." Zhenyuanzi's face bore a bitter expression as he helplessly remarked, "There is no need for further discussion. I cannot remain idle. I bid you farewell." After exchanging farewells with Zhenyuanzi, Red Cloud ascended alone on a cloud, departing from Wuzhuang Temple to Qinlong Mountain. In the Taoist temple of Haoyan, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them, a glint of brilliance shooting forth as he spoke in a low voice. "Has the time finally come for the primordial purple chi?" "Ha! Red Cloud, you can no longer restrain yourself. Can you? I, Kuinpeng, await you here to see you off in a hidden mountain of the wilderness." Kuinpeng's countenance was dark, his eyes glinting with malice as he coldly laughed. "In the palace of the demon monarch within the demon realm. Your Majesty, Red Cloud Taoist has departed from Wuzhuang Temple, heading towards Fire Cloud Cave." A small demon hastily reported as Dijun and Tai deliberated important matters. "Very well. You may withdraw." Dijun replied indifferently. The small demon complied and exited the palace. Dijun and Tai exchanged glances before descending from the heavenly court. During these days, Huang Tian resided in the Huda tribe, finding himself quite at ease and content. Within his sea of consciousness, the power of belief continued to flow abundantly, expanding ceaselessly, and the sea of faith grew ever broader and more magnificent, with his divine essence shining brighter. This signified that the human race was thriving, its population ever growing. Thus, Huang Tian felt reassured, focusing on his martial cultivation. Through the baptism of life and death battles, he made remarkable progress. Within his body, a mysterious resonance began to sound, and divine light began to manifest. Gradually, he became dissatisfied with merely battling the high shamans and began to challenge the ancestral shamanic powers. Boom! Ouch! From that moment on, the sounds of combat and Huang Tian's cries echoed daily throughout the Huda tribe, reaching far and wide, causing many shamanic experts to shudder in trepidation. How had we not realized before that the ancestral shaman, Lord Hutu, is exceedingly violent? In the future, we must tread carefully. We must never offend Lord Ancestral Shaman. That human is truly unfortunate. The authority of Lord Hutu was certainly not to be trifled with. Huang Tian's self-challenges were met with no mercy, and he was soundly beaten to understand the gravity of his situation. Thus, Huang Tian endured both pain and pleasure, making gradual yet steady progress in his strength. Upon leaving Wuzhuang Temple, Red Cloud traveled on his cloud and soon arrived at a mountain range, where he came to a halt. Which Taoist brother dares to jest with me? Step forth and reveal yourself? Red Cloud, with a grave expression, brandished the Jiuzhou Sampo gourd. Gagaga! Not good! With a cackling laugh, Red Cloud found himself ensnared in a deadly array. Ha ha! Kunpeng laughed heartily, clad in a dark gray Taoist robe, his expression malevolent as he coldly commanded, Red Cloud, I have no time for jesting. Swiftly hand over the primordial purple chi, and I shall allow you to depart. You! Red Cloud's face flushed with anger, glaring fiercely at Kunpeng, his voice quavering as he exclaimed, the primordial purple chi was granted to me by the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Do you dare to seize it? Are you not afraid of incurring his wrath? Filled with regret for not heeding Zhen Yuanzi's advice, Red Cloud's heart raced as he contemplated an escape. He was self-aware enough to recognize his inability to defeat Kunpeng. The Tao ancestor Hongjun has achieved harmony. Why would he concern himself with such trivial matters? Kunpeng scoffed, a chilling light flickering his eyes as he taunted, since he refused to relinquish the primordial purple chi. Prepare to die! Boom! With that, Kunpeng unleashed several spells, causing the space to tremble. The array shot forth a total of 81 dark, murderous energies, swiftly entangling the Jiuzhou Sampo gourd. Kunpeng, you're being excessively tyrannical. I shall fight you. Upon witnessing Kunpeng's intent to attack, Red Cloud's expression finally revealed a hint of ferocity and panic. He raised the Sampo gourd above his head, unleashing countless red sands toward Kunpeng, attempting to corrode and taint his primordial spirit. He then charged forward to confront Kunpeng. Kunpeng sneered, pointing a finger as the array transformed, rapidly ensnaring the Sampo gourd, even sealing away the red sands meant to taint the spirit as Red Cloud advanced. Kunpeng pressed forward instead, swiftly closing the distance to engage in combat. Boom! Red Cloud, already at a disadvantage compared to Kunpeng, found himself further suppressed by the array. The two engaged in a life-and-death struggle within the array. And soon, Red Cloud was forced to retreat repeatedly, his situation becoming dire. Kill! Die for me! Kunpeng roared, an overwhelming ferocity radiating from him, his eyes blood-red. Suddenly, the Yaoshi Palace rose behind him, and with a surge of power, it unleashed a tremendous force aimed at Red Cloud's head. Not good. No. Red Cloud's body froze, his face filled with horror as he screamed and struggled desperately. Die. Kunpeng certainly did not expect that the Yaoshi Palace would kill Red Cloud. After all, he was still a quasi-saint expert. Seeing Red Cloud's form restrained, Kunpeng charged forward, gathering power in his palms and striking fiercely at Red Cloud's chest. Boom! In the despondent gaze of Hongjun, Kunpeng ruthlessly tore apart its corporeal form, reducing it to dust, leaving only the primordial spirit drifting weakly in the void, its countenance marked by resentment. Ha ha! Hongjun, where do you think you can run? Roared Kunpeng. Even if I perish, I shall not allow you to find peace. Explode! The expression of Hongjun's primordial spirit was infused with madness as it rushed to Kunpeng's side, detonating in a resounding explosion. Boom! The thunderous roar reverberated throughout the vast primordial realm, the quasi-saint power. Hongjun has fallen. In that moment of self-detonation, Hongjun finally comprehended, but alas, it was too late. Throughout his life, Hongjun had been benevolent, advocating fairness, upholding justice, and priding himself on being righteous. Yet he had forgotten that this was a ruthless world, where the strong prey upon the weak. Strength reigns supreme. Fairness, justice, and morality are but the privileges of the weak. The powerful, akin to lofty deities, dictate the rules. Beyond those rules, they regard the struggles of the weak with disdain, seemingly deriving amusement from their plight. No, dear friend Hongjun, cried Zinuanzi of Wanshou Mountain, swiftly conjuring a yellow cloud to rush towards the site of the explosion. Stop! But a resounding chime echoed as Dong Wang Tai, clad in a brilliant yellow robe, emerged with a cold expression, obstructing Zinuanzi's advance, declaring it impossible to save. Alas, in the western sacred realm, Jin and Juni sighed, retreating into silence once more to cultivate in seclusion. The powerful beings of the primordial realm reacted differently. Aside from Zinuanzi, the rest remained silently observant, indifferent to the unfolding events. Amidst the ruins, Kunpeng struggled to rise, his complexion grim, fixating intently on the site of Hongjun's demise, where a shimmering purple aura, infused with the essence of the Tao, radiated with an otherworldly glow. The primordial purple energy, a fragment of the grand Tao. The demon master indeed possessed extraordinary prowess, capable of slaying Hongjun single-handedly, thereby ridding our demon race of this significant threat. A commendable feat. Suddenly, a faint voice whispered in Kunpeng's ear. Dijuan, you dare to deceive me. Kunpeng's face turned ashen, his teeth gritted in fury, with a fierce glare. He beheld Dijuan stepping forth from the void, their eyes locking in a silent standoff. Suddenly, a blood-red beam surged forth, sweeping towards the primordial purple energy. Mingi, how dare you? That belongs to me, Dijuan bellowed angrily. Lunging forward, despite his injuries, Kunpeng gritted his teeth and charged in a battle alongside the Tuta Mingi. That blood-red figure sought to seize the primordial purple energy at the last moment. His intentions were far from trivial. Boom! The clash among Dijuan, Mingi, and Kunpeng escalated into a fierce struggle, a desperate contest for the primordial purple energy. Yet unexpectedly, beside the primordial purple energy, a rift in the void abruptly opened, revealing a dim, chaotic expanse beyond. Like the gaping maw of a beast, the purple energy was swiftly engulfed by the rift. What? No, it cannot be. The battle among Dijuan, Mingi, and Kunpeng halted abruptly, each wearing a grim expression, filled with mutual animosity. Before retreating, the essence of the grand Tao was indeed extraordinary. It was a shard of the heavenly path, in the depths of chaos. Hao Ian sat cross-legged, a peculiar smile gracing his face as he murmured, "The heavenly path is incomplete. Shall it be completed by the saints? A clever scheme. Yet I wonder if this is the handiwork of Hongjun or the machinations of the heavenly path." In the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun suddenly appeared on the Tao platform, eyes widening in shock as he pondered. Gone. How is this possible? There was no trace of it throughout the primordial realm. Could a powerful being have seized this primordial purple energy? Impossible! Hongjun muttered to himself, shaking his head in denial. He could not believe that anyone in the primordial realm could take the primordial purple energy right beneath his nose. Not even the already enlightened Niwa could manage that. Therefore, it must be that the purple energy had fled of its own volition, concealing itself. Unable to comprehend, Hongjun once again merged with the heavenly path, vanishing from sight. Chapter 26. Cultivating Divine Powers. Laozi becomes a saint in the timeless expanse of the primordial realm. A millennium slipped by in the blink of an eye. Since Hongjun's fall, the primordial realm had descended into a profound silence. The great powers retreated into seclusion to ponder the Tao, and no one ventured forth to wander the realm. In this stillness, a sense of oppression quietly enveloped the land, casting a shadow over every corner of the primordial expanse. The witch and demon clans began to retract their forces, summoning those who lingered outside in preparation for a decisive battle. Heaven's murderous intent was brewing. Calamity was imminent. The fall of Hongjun made it clear to all in the primordial realm that the calamity had arrived. An inexplicable aura spread, suffusing the mountains and valleys, rendering the earth eerily silent, with fierce birds and beasts lying in wait. Too fearful to utter a sound, in the hooded tribe of the Witch Clan, tension arose abruptly, maintaining an outwardly relaxed yet inwardly taut stance. The great witches ceased their revelry, drinking and feasting, instead opting for the mutual understanding of seclusion and cultivation. Boom! In a spacious chamber, Huangtian opened his eyes once more, a formidable will surging within him as the vitality coursed through his being. Sighing deeply, Huangtian shook his head slightly, his voice low. Another failure. The path of martial arts to divinity is indeed arduous. Ever since Hongjun's demise, Hutis seemed to have become preoccupied, rarely seeking conversation with him. Huangtian, unsure how to comfort her, could only retreat into seclusion, seizing this opportunity to challenge the realm of divine powers. Yet after 500 years of continuous seclusion and numerous attempts, he still faced failure, which left him at a loss for words. The difficulty of martial arts was akin to ascending to the heavens. The martial path of the human race requires not only profound understanding, realm, and magical power, but also an indomitable martial will to break free from the shackles of heaven and earth, enabling one to transcend and comprehend divine powers, thus ascending to the realm of the mighty. However, this recent failure allowed me to touch upon that enigmatic constraint of heaven and earth. If I can shatter this confinement with my martial will, a breakthrough is imminent. Huangtian mused, a glimmer of confidence igniting in his eyes as he analyzed affirmatively. With my will, breaking this constraint should not be difficult. But what divine power will I comprehend? Over the years, through relentless battles and struggles, Huangtian gradually grasped the essence of martial arts, executing the techniques from the human sovereign's martial arts manual with such ease that he could manipulate weight as if it were light, and light as if it were weighty. The pinnacle of martial arts lies in returning to simplicity, achieving unity with heaven and man, thus attaining divinity. Exhaling deeply, Huangtian's eyes sparkled with determination as he declared, "This time, I shall break through." With that, Huangtian once again settled into a meditative position, slowly absorbing spiritual energy, awaiting the moment to restore his peak condition and challenge the bottleneck. The night in the primordial realm had deepened, shrouded in darkness, rendering the landscape invisible. But on Kunlun Mountain, an elderly figure, youthful yet with white hair, leaned on a gnarled yellow staff, steadily descending the mountain path. And no matter how dark the night, nothing could obstruct the elder's vision. Within the Sanqing Hall, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian sat in silent contemplation. "Second brother, do you think the eldest brother's descent to comprehend the opportunity for sanctification will be fraught with danger, especially in light of Hongjun's fate?" Tong Tian gazed towards the direction of Laozi's departure, concern lacing his words. "You worry too much. Junior brother, we are not like Hongjun. We are the direct disciples of the Master, and none would dare to harm us." Yuan Shi replied, momentarily taken aback, before shaking his head slightly as he observed the direction of Laozi's departure, a trace of envy and jealousy flickering in his expression. Moreover, the eldest brother has already severed his 3 corpses. His strength is unfathomable. I cannot discern his true power. He is indeed superior to Dijuan, who has reached quasi-saint perfection. Even if beset by foes, he can surely retreat unscathed. This descent must surely lead him to comprehend the direction of the opportunity for sanctification. If we do not pursue it, the consequences of missing such a chance are unimaginable. We should instead focus on comprehending the primordial purple energy in seclusion, striving to grasp the opportunity for sanctification as soon as possible. In the depths of Huangtian's secluded chamber, he roared. At this moment, Huang Tian's face flushed, his throat emitting low growls, as if he were enduring immense pain. His vitality surged and receded, slowly and resolutely climbing higher. Boom! Crack! As his momentum reached its zenith, a crack sounded, abruptly halting as if encountering an invisible constraint that hindered his breakthrough into a deeper realm of martial arts. Break for me. No one shall stop me. In his mind, Huang Tian roared fiercely, his martial will crystallizing to its utmost, suddenly transforming into a golden beam of light, radiant and powerful, charging towards the shackles of heaven and earth that bound him. Buzz! The shackles of heaven and earth melted away gradually, yet at an agonizingly slow pace, as if the light beam will struggled to break free entirely. I refuse to believe I cannot break through. Huang Tian cried out in anguish. He was not faring well. Challenging the bottleneck meant being constantly rebuffed by the laws of heaven and earth, his body and soul enduring excruciating torment that a moment's carelessness could lead to his very soul being scattered. His mental strength and willpower were severely depleted. He could see that the laws of the shackles had been breached by 2/3, but he still needed just a little more to break through. Alas, at this moment, Huang Tian's vital essence was nearly exhausted, and his willpower lay in a state of extreme fatigue, as if he were incapable of breaking through the final barrier. Should he simply surrender? No, Huang Tian was unwilling to concede. Yet what could he do in the face of such despair? Kong Tong's seal, lend me your strength, grant me the power to break through. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration coursed through his mind, and Huang Tian let out a primal roar from the depths of his being. Whoosh! The Kong Tong seal soared from his body, hovering above his head, cascading down streams of milky white radiance, an embodiment of fortune. As the fortune of the human race infused into his being, Huang Tian's vital essence and spiritual strength surged with an invigorating fervor, intertwining in his consciousness until they became one, manifesting as a new force. Roar! This newfound power was immensely formidable, transforming abruptly into a colossal dragon, roaring with immense might as it charged towards the shackles ahead, unyielding in its advance. Thunderous booms echoed. Crack! Huang Tian's body trembled violently, a symphony of bones resonating as if some limit within him had been shattered. His body and soul felt an unparalleled comfort. The realm of divine abilities was comparable to that of a quasi-saint. To comprehend divine abilities, to achieve mastery in martial arts. Ha! Huang Tian had successfully broken through. Unable to suppress his elation as he burst into laughter, exclaiming with exhilaration, "At last, I have transcended the realm of divine abilities. Restoration of divine abilities. Is this my first innate divine ability? This is nothing short of immortality. As long as my soul endures, I shall not perish." Among the 3 realms of human martial arts divine abilities, the first innate divine ability is the most challenging to comprehend. To grasp it signifies a breakthrough into the innate realm, becoming a formidable being comparable to a quasi-saint. The subsequent 2 divine abilities will require one to choose their path of enlightenment and cultivation, should one cultivate to the 3rd level of divine abilities. They would be akin to a grandmaster of quasi-saint perfection, their power boundless. Having lingered among the witch tribe for far too long, it was time to return and see the human race. With his breakthrough achieved, Huang Tian rose and exited his cave dwelling, bidding farewell to Hutu before embarking on his journey home. Hutu, preoccupied with her own concerns and busy with affairs of the witch tribe, did not attempt to detain him. Within a few days, Huang Tian arrived at the heart of the human tribe. Over the years, the human race had flourished rapidly, birthing countless innate powerhouses. Waves of tribesmen ventured forth for training. Many returned with breakthroughs and significant increases in strength. Over the millennium, the human population had surged to a staggering figure of 150 million at the back of the Nuwa Temple. Huang Tian stepped into the grand hall of the human tribe. "We welcome the ancestor Huang Tian." The humans exclaimed in unison upon his arrival, and "No need for such formalities," Huang Tian replied with a smile. After some dialogue, Huangtian learned that the Suiren clan was currently engaged in discussions with several elders who had advanced to the late innate stage regarding the migration of their tribe. After greeting the Suiren clan, he casually assessed their cultivation levels, discovering that the 3 members of the Suiren clan had all reached the pinnacle of the innate realm, comparable to the great Luohu Jinxian, poised to break through to divine abilities at any moment. Furthermore, over 300 martial artists from the human race were stationed in the ancestral hall, most at the mid-innate stage, with more than 50 at the late stage to T.O. Huangtian's delight, beyond the 3 from the Suiren clan. He discovered 7 formidable human experts who had also reached the pinnacle of the innate realm, on par with the great Luohu Jinxian. These 7 were honored as elders of the human race. Guarding the Nuwa Hall. Regarding the matter of tribe migration, Huangtian felt disinclined to intervene, nor did he have the time. With a brief farewell, he returned to his cave dwelling to solidify his realm and study the restoration of divine abilities he had comprehended. Eager to uncover its mysteries that on a sunlit day, the human tribe bustled with activity. Women busied themselves with children, while men ventured out to hunt. Some with exceptional talent engaged in secluded cultivation, but a group of children played together, their laughter ringing through the air. One particularly observant child, spotting an elder leaning on a crutch approaching their tribe, rushed forward to greet him. "Grandfather, you've come such a long way. Are you tired? Would you like to rest in our tribe?" The child looked up at the elder with innocent, clear eyes, calling out with pure sincerity. The elder was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the child, and unexpectedly felt a wave of fondness surge within him. Even the primordial purple energy within his divine spirit quivered slightly, integrating more swiftly with his essence. Could it be that this child's presence was connected to his chance of becoming a saint? The elder's heart trembled as he realized that his opportunity for enlightenment might lie nearby. Suppressing his overwhelming joy, he smiled warmly at the child, kindly replying, "I am an immortal. I do not tire." "And who might you be?" Seeing the elder, who appeared ethereal and otherworldly, many in the tribe began to gather around. Hearing the elder's inquiry, a middle-aged man draped in animal skins stepped forward respectfully, stating, "Old immortal, this is the human tribe, and I am the leader of this tribe. The human race was created by Sister Nuwa." The elder was taken aback, pondering, how can a post-heavenly race possess such exceptional qualities? "Oh, the innate Tao body." Suddenly, the elder's body trembled, and he gasped in astonishment. "The human race possesses the innate Tao body. How is this possible?" Boom! The elder's divine spirit quivered, the primordial purple energy emanating a soft violet glow, revealing profound truths, yearning to merge with his essence. The elder rejoiced, finally understanding the opportunity for his ascendance. The human race, it turned out, was the key. Without hesitation, the elder seated himself cross-legged and began to impart teachings, though they were not of the great Tao. Instead, he formulated a temporary doctrine based on alchemical principles, teaching the practice of the golden elixir path, which led to the formation of the divine spirit and the attainment of immortality, a method particularly suited for the human race. The elder taught for 3 years. Below, countless humans gathered to listen intently. Bang! Abruptly halting his teachings, the elder stood and cast the Taiji diagram into the heavens that "I am the foremost disciple of Hongjun, transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu, known as Taching Laozu. Today, I establish the human teachings to enlighten the human race. The human race shall honor me as their leader, with the innate treasure Taiji diagram suppressing fortune." The elder proclaimed, gazing skyward. "Human teachings established." Boom! Instantly, the primordial world resonated, heavenly sounds harmonizing, celestial melodies wafting through the air, as the rhythms of the great Tao reverberated and a massive golden light of merit descended, intertwining with the merit of the Pangu creation, gradually merging and fully assimilating into the elder's divine spirit. Buzz! From the heavens, purple energy surged from the east for 30,000 miles, an omen of sainthood. Just as with Nuwa's ascendance, the beings of the primordial world collectively bowed in reverence to the emergence of a new saint. The elder's internal aura surged, his form standing tall and imposing, the pressure of his sainthood pervading the primordial expanse, rivaling that of Nuwa's ascension. He had become a saint. Chapter 27. the ascendance of many. The malevolent existence. Humph. Upon Elder's ascendance within the chaotic celestial Nuwa Palace, the goddess Nuwa opened her eyes, a flicker of anger brewing within her enchanting gaze, her delicate face shadowed with displeasure. Nuwa was not displeased merely by the emergence of another saint, but rather by the Elder's establishment of the human teachings, which siphoned off the fortune of a human race, even proclaiming that the human race should revere their leader. What place did this leave her, the mother of the human race? This was a humiliation for the goddess Nuwa. The dignity of a saint is not easily tarnished. Elder brother, you have sown the seeds of consequence. You shall eventually reap what you have sown. Nuwa's expression hardened, her voice laced with gritted teeth. As she coldly remarked, though you have played a trick on me, you ultimately could not escape that scheme. Suddenly, Nuwa's eyes brightened, as if struck by a revelation, and her mood lightened, a smile returning to her lips. Within the human race, in the Nuwa temple, the Suiren clan and others received the news and convened with a multitude of elders to discuss matters with Hongjun. Let nature take its course. However, Hongjun merely replied with this one phrase before retreating into seclusion once more. The others, feeling helpless, returned to the Nuwa hall to continue their cultivation. Second brother, the eldest brother has become a saint. And I still have no inkling, Tong Tian exclaimed anxiously, glancing at Yuan Shi. What shall we do? Sigh. Yuan Shi's face bore a bittersweet expression as he helplessly replied, You see, I too am at a loss. But now that the elder brother has ascended, we can ask him about his insights upon his return. Then we shall do that, Tong Tian replied solemnly. Yuan Shi Tintin. Buzz, the elder had attained the mixed Yuan Dao. And with a wave of his hand, he stored the Taiji diagram, casting a glance at the dense throng below. With a single thought, he returned to Kunlun Mountain, an act beyond the capabilities of a quasi-saint. The methods of a saint are extraordinary. Congratulations, elder brother, on achieving the mixed Yuan saint. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian called out upon seeing the elder, their tones tinged with urgency as they gazed at him with eager anticipation. Without establishing a teaching, one cannot attain sainthood. The elder observed the anxious expressions of the two and spoke calmly. Boom! The elder's words, though casually uttered, struck Yuan Shi and Tong Tian like a thunderclap, resonating within their minds. Both men's bodies trembled as if enlightenment had dawned upon them, and they grasped the opportunity for ascendance. Establish a teaching, attain sainthood through the merit of the great teaching. The primordial entity, having swiftly grasped the situation, raised the Pangu banner high into the air, standing tall with an imposing countenance. With a commanding voice, he proclaimed, I am the disciple of Hongjun Daozu, transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu. The primordial celestial Venerable. Today, in accordance with the will of heaven, I shall elucidate the heavenly mysteries and hereby establish the teaching, using the innate treasure, the Pangu banner, to suppress the flow of fate. Teachings established, let it be, as his words echoed. A series of extraordinary phenomena manifested throughout the cosmos, countless auspicious signs and omens appearing within the primordial wilderness. Suddenly, a resounding boom reverberated through the heavens as celestial merits descended. Primordial attained sanctification. The myriad beings of the wilderness had yet to recover from the shock of Laozi's ascension to sainthood. As they began to rise, they were once again overwhelmed by the profound pressure of the primordial Dao attainment. Compelled to once more pay their respects to the newly emerged sage, Bang, I am the disciple of Hongjun Daozu, transformed into the Tongtian Daoist by the primordial spirit of Pangu. Today, I wish to establish a great teaching, to intercept and seize a thread of vital opportunity, to enlighten all beings, regardless of class. Anyone with a heart inclined towards the Tao may join my teaching, as I wield the four swords of the immortals and the formation diagram to stabilize the fortunes of the teaching. The interception of teachings is established. As soon as the pressure of the primordial celestial Venerable's Tao dissipated, another grand voice resonated through the air. This time, the crowd remained seated, their hearts secretly cursing. Could it be that saints have become as common as cabbages? Either they do not attain the Tao, or they all attain it together. The mysteries of the world are indeed profound, as anticipated. Tong Tian had just achieved sainthood. Before long, Sounds of sacred chants echoed from the western lands of the primordial wilderness. The massive Bodhi tree soared into the void, under which sat two Buddhas in meditation. The Buddhas exuded a faint aura of Zen, their radiance transforming into the blissful realm of the Western paradise, showcasing myriad beauties and boundless joys that tantalizingly appeared. Countless bodhisattvas and arhats bowed in reverence. As an immense atmosphere of great compassion, supreme bliss, and overwhelming temptation emanated from the west, blanketing the primordial wilderness, intent on delivering all beings. I now shall guide and assist, together with Shu and Ti, to establish the great teaching of the West, to manifest the realm of ultimate bliss, and to impart the Tao to all beings. The beings could only witness as the two Buddhas of the West opened their eyes and proclaimed, with the innate spiritual treasure of the 12-grade golden lotus, we shall stabilize the flow of fate. The Western teaching is established with a thunderous resonance. The Buddhas spoke forth their truths, establishing the great teaching of the West, intent on enlightening all beings above the celestial dome. Immense merits began to coalesce, yet they did not immediately descend. Brother, this is troubling that we lack the heavenly merits of the three pure ones. Our merits for establishing the teaching are insufficient for us to attain sanctification. Zhuan Ti exclaimed in alarm. "Oh, not fret, dear brother. I have a plan," replied Jain, his expression pained, filled with reluctance and resignation as he sighed. "However, this will place us deeply in karmic debt, and we may find ourselves burdened in the future. Brother, we cannot afford to dwell on such matters. If we do not attain sainthood swiftly, the three pure ones will only pull further ahead." Upon hearing this, Zhuan Ti was filled with excitement and urged, "Moreover, the arrow is already knocked. It must be released." Jane. With that, the beings of the primordial wilderness, numerous powerful entities, beheld the two Buddhas momentarily stunned, both seated upon the 12-grade golden lotuses, ripples of compassion, wisdom, righteousness, and the light of deliverance radiating from behind their heads. Countless beams of light encircled them, accentuating their sanctity and solemnity. The two began to chant, their tongues blossoming like lotus flowers as they declared, "If I were to attain the supreme Bodhi and achieve true enlightenment, the realms I inhabit would be adorned with immeasurable and inconceivable merits. There would be no hells, no evil spirits, no beasts, nor creeping vermin. All beings, as well as those in the realms of Yama and the three evil paths, may be reborn in my realm and receive my teachings, all freed from further descent into malevolent paths. Should I fulfill this vow, I shall become a Buddha. If I do not fulfill this vow, I shall not attain supreme enlightenment. When I become a Buddha, in all worlds, all beings shall be reborn in my realm, all adorned with the true golden bodies of the highest purity, exhibiting 32 marks of a great man, upright and pure, all sharing the same essence. Should there be any difference in appearance, be it beauty or ugliness, I shall not take enlightenment. When I become a Buddha, from the depths of the earth to the vastness of the void, palaces, towers, flowing pools, flowering trees, and all lands will be composed of immeasurable fragrant treasures, their aromas permeating the 10 directions. All beings who perceive it shall cultivate the path of the Buddha. If not, I shall not attain enlightenment. When I become a Buddha, in all Buddha realms, all bodhisattvas who hear my name shall attain purity, liberation, and universal equanimity, and all deep holding shall reside in samadhi until they become Buddhas. In meditation, they shall continually offer boundless service to all Buddhas without losing their intent. If not, I shall not attain enlightenment. When I become a Buddha, in the worlds of the other directions, all bodhisattvas who hear my name shall cultivate the bodhisattva path, possessing the roots of virtue, and should they fail to attain the 3 forbearances, they will not be able to manifest the non-retreating nature of the Buddha's law. They shall not attain enlightenment. Just as the 3 pure ones prepared to witness the two's folly, Jia-in and Zhuan Ti boldly declared 48 grand vows, borrowing merits from heaven, to attain enlightenment through their great aspirations. Boom! The 48 grand vows were extraordinary, an unprecedented act since the inception of the primordial cosmos, that in an instant, the heavenly laws responded, showering boundless merits upon them. and both brothers attained Bodhi, achieving sainthood, because they attained enlightenment simultaneously. The manifestation of their saintly aura was far greater than that of the three pure ones, Nuwa, or any other sage. This turn of events rendered the faces of the three pure ones grim. Yet they could do little to change the course of fate. Within the confines of Qianlong Mountain and the sacred grounds, Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti were indeed not to be underestimated, having swiftly conceived such a plan without hesitation. Hao-Ian opened his eyes, revealing a grave expression, his voice low as he stated, Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti possess great resolve. Their wisdom is profound and far-reaching, not to be dismissed lightly. What? Hao-Ian's expression shifted. His demeanor suddenly becoming exceedingly solemn, he immediately conveyed to Yao-Chi, Yao-Ji, and Randing to guard the mountain gate, while he himself needed to enter seclusion, forbidding any disturbances. Nodding, Hao-Ian entered a secret chamber, closing his eyes tightly, transferring his will, consciousness, spiritual awareness, and sensations entirely into the body of the Creator. Buzz! At the moment Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti attained sainthood, their Buddha light illuminating the cosmos and resonating through the primordial wilderness. The Creator Taoist opened his eyes within the chaos. Those ancient, weathered eyes seemed to cradle two universes within them. The dualities, the four symbols, the 9 palaces, the 8 trigrams, the 5 elements, the interplay of yin and yang. The movements of heaven and earth, and the profound mysteries of the Tao were all encapsulated within, that the mere glance would instill an overwhelming terror. Turning, the Creator gazed into the depths of the chaos, his eyes piercing through layers of chaotic barriers, landing upon a vast chasm. Outside the chasm, boundless chaotic energy rampaged, roaring and surging, yet it could not hinder the Creator's gaze. Boom! As his gaze met the entity within the chasm, a force rebounded, causing the Creator's pupils to constrict violently, his expression turning gravely serious. What is that? How could such an ancient and powerful existence reside within the chaos? The Creator Taoist exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of terrifying being could that be? The Creator's face darkened, a rare expression of confusion crossing his features as he pondered. There's great terror within that chasm. He sensed an extremely ancient and malevolent presence lurking within, its age and existence far surpassing even Pangu and the Creator himself, transcending his comprehension entirely. Boom! As the gaze was repelled, the Creator's body trembled slightly, and he suddenly felt an overwhelming malice surge into his mind, fiercely impacting his soul, causing him to shudder involuntarily. This force was ancient, evil, dark, and decayed, radiating a curse of resentment, poison, hatred, and wickedness, terrifying beyond measure. Perhaps it had been awakened by the Buddha light of Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti from its slumber. The Creator Taoist sensed it, yet even Hongjun remained oblivious, not because he was inferior to the Creator, but because Hongjun was one with the Tao of heaven, which enveloped the primordial wilderness like a great machine. And now, at this critical moment of numerous beings achieving sainthood and the operation of the heavenly calamity, both the Tao of heaven and Hongjun's attention were focused on the primordial wilderness. Thus, Hongjun remained unaware. Chapter 28. The curse all of Hao-Ian's spirit and will descend it into the chaos. Only a fragment of consciousness remains within the corporeal form as a precaution against unforeseen events. Although the Qianlong Mountain is safeguarded by the Yao Pool, the Yao Maiden, and the Burning Lamp Taoist, with the generals covertly stationed, it is unlikely that any mishap would occur. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, Hao-Ian has established intricate formations at his place of seclusion and left a trace of consciousness to monitor the condition of his physical body at all times. Such meticulousness is warranted, for Hao-Ian is on the path of the Emperor's way. The heart of an emperor, the way of a sovereign, can be approached, yet one must never fully trust another. An emperor stands independent at the pinnacle of the heavens, gazing down upon all beings. An emperor, with a heart that encompasses the universe, observes the mortal realm, issuing decrees with authority, yet is destined for solitude and desolation, an isolated soul. Indeed, is an emperor. The only being worthy of complete trust is oneself. As the essence of his being merges with the primordial form, Hao Qian perceives the chaotic tempest raging around him, fierce and violent, yet powerless to disturb his corporeal existence, like a gentle breeze sweeping over a ridge. I alone endure, without the protection of spiritual treasures, relying solely on his physical form. He thrives in the depths of chaos, a state of bodily existence achievable only by the chaos demon gods. Hao Qian keenly feels the formidable strength of his primordial form, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he confidently declares, "Even a sage cannot endure long in the depths of chaos. Otherwise, there would be no need to establish a sanctuary therein. With my primordial body and the Chaos Pearl, even in the deepest recesses of chaos, I can navigate freely, with ease in both advance and retreat. Although that ancient existence is exceedingly powerful, I sense he is but at the end of his tether. With my strength, I need not fear him. This colossal entity may very well be a formidable chaos demon god. Should I vanquish him and seize his demonic body, I could forge an immensely powerful external incarnation. That ancient being has already sensed the location of the primordial world, and keeping him alive poses a future threat. It would be wiser to eliminate him while he is gravely wounded, to eradicate the root of the problem." A cold glint flickers in Hao Qian's eyes as he solemnly intones, "Take advantage of his illness to claim his life." Hao Qian is acutely aware of this principle. Great opportunities often coexist with great dangers. Although traversing chaos is fraught with uncertainty, he will not relinquish this chance, having contemplated the potential gains and losses. Hao Qian strides through the chaotic currents with the confidence of one walking on solid ground. Venturing deeper into the chaos, Hao Qian's essence departed from the primordial world without alerting anyone. Even Yao Pool and the others merely believe he is in seclusion. In the span of a single day, the 5 saints of the primordial world emerge, alongside Nuwa. Those who attained sanctity at the Zixiao Palace are now sages, exalted and untouchable. The dynamics of the primordial world undergo a monumental shift. This calamity is the conflict between the witch and the demon clans, as decreed by Hongjun Daozu, forbidding the sages from intervening. This was only revealed to all upon their ascension. All major factions in the primordial world, including the sages, must comply, fearful of rebelling. Thus, the situation becomes dire for Emperor Jun and Tai. With Nuwa's ascension to sainthood, their demon clan would naturally have gained considerable advantages in the forthcoming battle. Yet neither of them anticipated that, within a single day, all sages would emerge. This not only leads to mutual restraint among the sages, but also compels Hongjun Daozu to issue a decree forbidding their participation in the calamity. In the Grand Hall of the Demon Court, only Emperor Jun and Tai remain. "Elder brother, with Nuwa unable to engage in battle, what shall we use to confront the true body of the witch clan?" Eastern Emperor Tai exclaimed darkly. "Humph, the situation is indeed profoundly unfavorable for our demon clan." Emperor Jun recalled the sight of the sages emerging and the decree from Hongjun, his expression betraying a degree of helplessness and discontent. A fierce glimmer suddenly ignited in his eyes as he coldly proclaimed, "In that case, we shall resort to the methods of Kunpeng. Albeit despicable, the effectiveness is undeniable. Elder brother, are you suggesting we truly—" Tai gasped in astonishment. "Faced with such circumstances, we have no choice." Emperor Jun's countenance darkened, his eyes flashing with a more intense coldness as he spoke with chilling resolve. "However, we must not reveal ourselves. Let Kunpeng and Fushi take action. Though Kunpeng is despicable, his methods are not to be underestimated. As for Fushi, since Nuwa uses Hongjun's decree as an excuse to abstain from the calamity, I shall draw her into the fray, compelling her to act." Emperor Jun's gaze was ruthlessly fierce, his voice devoid of warmth, sending shivers down the spine. Ruthless, cold-blooded, an emperor must sometimes embrace such measures. Moreover, when the time for battle arrives, allies will surely come to aid our demon clan. Suddenly, Emperor Jun appeared to have a revelation, his eyes gleaming with a newfound brightness. "Oh, who possesses such strength and audacity?" Tai inquired, puzzled. "Do you recall the corpse ancestor?" "The general? What?" Tai's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Elder brother, have you located his hiding place?" "Not yet. Emperor Jun shook his head slightly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he spoke solemnly. I have merely deduced through the He Tu and Luohu that the Corpse Clan will appear on the day of the final battle. When they emerge, do you think he will refrain from action, given his profound enmity with the Witch Clan? Huh. Tai laughed heartily, exhilaration evident in his voice. Splendid. In that case, our Demon Clan's chances of victory have significantly increased. Uncertain of how long he had traveled, 1 year, 2 years, or perhaps 10,000 years, Hao Ian felt as though he were traversing an ocean, navigating through chaotic gales and evading swirling vortices, steadfastly focused on a singular direction. Just as he began to feel fatigued, preparing to pause and recuperate, a dim and piercing light flickered in the distance, capturing his attention. Hao Ian's spirits surged, a flicker of a smile gracing his tense visage as he joyfully exclaimed, "In this formless chaos, devoid of space and time, it feels as though I have traversed eons. I wonder how long has passed in the primordial world. Can I still catch up with the conflict between the witch and the demon clans?" Hao Ian took a moment to adjust his breathing, absorbing the chaotic energies to replenish his expended strength. Approximately 3 days later, he opened his eyes and proceeded toward the vast chasm. This chaotic pit, measuring approximately 10,000 zhang in both length and width, and at least 1,000 zhang in depth, appeared to have been gouged out by the impact of a colossal entity that Hao Ian's vision could not penetrate its depths. Obstructed by an enigmatic force. No need to feign death any longer. Since I have arrived here, I am well aware of your concealment. Hao Ian cast a cold gaze into the abyss, intently declaring, "Your injuries are at their limit. Yet you possess a sliver of struggle left. Your feigned demise is merely an attempt to lower my guard, hoping for an opportunity to strike. Alas, you are mistaken. Even when hunting a rabbit, one must exert full effort. This principle I understand well." With that, Hao Ian unsheathed his sword, unleashing a piercing sword aura that carved a path through the chaotic pit. Charging forth, the chaos pearl hovered above him, radiating light to safeguard his surroundings. Hao Ian acted with remarkable swiftness, akin to lightning, and swiftly reached the bottom of the pit, finally laying eyes upon a colossal demonic body sprawled at its depths. This formidable demon possessed a massive form, with 4 limbs, a cheilant's body, and a dragon's head, crowned with a single sharp horn that gleamed ominously. 8 enormous bone spikes protruded from its ribs, presenting a fierce and menacing visage. An aura of darkness, decay, resentment, and unwillingness emanated from its form. Exceedingly bizarre. While its body contained immense power, it also radiated an overwhelming sense of death, indicating it had succumbed completely. What truly instilled fear in Hao Ian, however, was the remnant soul of the demon seated cross-legged upon the dragon's head. This being appeared as an aged figure, somber in countenance, eyes closed and silent, as if he were already deceased, entirely oblivious to Hao Ian's uninvited presence. Perish. Without a moment's hesitation, Hao Ian naturally took the initiative, ruthlessly unleashing 9 colossal sword energies to encircle the being, preventing any chance of escape. Clang. As the sword energies approached, it seemed as if they would soon cleave this enigmatic adversary to pieces. Yet, Hao Ian's expression remained devoid of joy. He doubted that such an easy outcome would materialize. This chaos demon was immensely powerful. Even when grievously wounded, a cornered tiger still possesses its claws and fangs. The fact that this being appeared to submit to slaughter was indeed peculiar. The saying goes, when something is out of the ordinary, it is likely a demon, prompting Hao Ian to exercise greater caution against a potential desperate counterattack. As the sword energies were on the verge of dismembering the being, the elder suddenly opened his eyes, 2 beams of black light shooting forth, his withered hand casting a spell as he exclaimed, "Who dares to disturb my slumber?" Having not spoken for what felt like eons, his voice emerged like a rusted bell, harsh, grating, and laden with the weight of death and unwillingness. He launched his final counterstrike, intending to drag Hao Ian down with him. I curse your primordial spirit to be scattered by the chaotic winds. I curse your flesh and blood to decay and rot with the passage of time. I curse your soul to extinguish in the darkness. I curse your true essence to be obliterated. I curse. Hao Ian's expression turned uncertain. Buzz, not good. Hao Ian suddenly cried out, sensing a peculiar force that disregarded the protective barrier emitted by the Chaos Pearl, assailing his primordial spirit, corporeal form, and even his very soul. How is this possible? Hao Ian let out a tremendous shout to his astonishment. He discovered that his physical form was beginning to exhibit signs of decay and rot, while his primordial spirit was racked with intense pain, as if an invisible force sought to tear him apart. Although this trend was only slight and progressed slowly, it was enough to leave Hao Ian in a state of shock. He could not comprehend the nature of this power. Evil. Hatred, fear, darkness, greed, and malice, as if all negative essences had coalesced into this curse-like force. You shall perish. Hao Ian bellowed with great ferocity, his expression grave. With a sweep of his grand sleeve, his sword emitted a beam of unparalleled sword light. Aimed at the shadowy elder, whoosh, he then plunged into the Chaos Pearl. His spells and divine abilities were powerless against the influence of this cursed force. Hao Ian's heart was filled with trepidation. In his current state, even Hongjun could not contend with him. Yet here he was wounded by a remnant soul of a demon god that appeared to possess merely the aura of a quasi-saint, indicating the formidable nature of this curse. Humph, no matter how bizarre you are nothing more than a spent force. I shall eliminate you first. Hao Ian's brows furrowed, his eyes gleaming with cold light as he spoke solemnly. Moreover, the Chaos Pearl is a treasure of chaos. I refuse to believe your curse can penetrate it. Within the Chaos Pearl, after a moment of dark contemplation, Hao Ian sat cross-legged to recover from his bodily injuries and the depletion of his magical power. Buzz, the Elder unleashed a desperate strike, manifesting the curse's power, which collided with the Chaos Pearl, causing it to emit a resonant hum. Ripples surged around, dissolving the Elder's cursed energy. What? A treasure of chaos, the Elder exclaimed in shock, his eyes betraying a greedy glint as he fixed his gaze upon it. Whoosh! At that moment, Hao Ian surged forth from the Chaos Pearl, seizing the instant when the Elder was captivated by the treasure. Extending both hands and spreading his palms wide, radiance shimmered within his grasp. The laws of power whirled around as two worlds continuously cycled through his hands, evolving from creation to destruction, brewing immense power. With a sweeping motion, Hao Ian condensed the worlds into two luminous orbs, launching them to either side of the middle-aged man. Die for me. Witness my creation laws. Without hesitation, Hao Ian forcefully brought his hands together, shouting with fervor. Boom! Not good. The Elder finally reacted, but alas, it was too late. The two worlds collided, erupting in a cataclysm centered around the remnant soul of the demon god. Creation laws, the fourth avenue of laws. Second only to the laws of force, time, and space. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated as chaos erupted, splitting the surroundings open like the dawn of creation, with earth, water, fire, and wind rampaging. Be still. Hao Ian invoked his divine powers, calming the elements, and chaos swiftly returned to tranquility. The true form of the demon god lay still on the ground, unchanged, imperishable, and eternal. Meanwhile, the Elder's remnant soul vanished without a trace, leaving behind a palm-sized jade tablet, which was entirely milky white and dull in luster. Hao Ian sensed an evil power emanating from it, reminiscent of the earlier curse. Whoosh! Hao Ian swiftly grasped the jade tablet, which felt icy to the touch. Smooth and warm, akin to an extraordinary gem, a congenital treasure. Hao Ian squinted his eyes, speaking gravely. He understood that this demon god's spiritual treasure was likely connected to the cursed power he had just encountered. The memory of that cursed force lingered vividly in his mind, instilling great apprehension within him. This demon god's physique was immensely powerful, perhaps even surpassing his current creation form. Hao Ian carefully stowed away the jade tablet, studying the demon god with a glimmer of joy in his voice. I must swiftly cultivate my external incarnation and return to the primordial world. Buzz, with determination etched on his face. Hao Ian sat cross-legged atop the demon god's head, continuously channeling his power into the demon god's body, gradually refining it inch by inch. The more he refined, the more he felt the formidable strength and intricate structure of this corporeal form. Simultaneously, fragments of scattered memories began to flow into Hao Yian's consciousness, coursing through his mind. Chronicle of calamities, the great path, boundless tribulations. Hao Yian murmured, his eyes closed. Oh, that is it. He finally realized that this demon god was a cursed demon, wielding the power of the cursed path. However, it was not one from the same era as Pangu and the creation, but rather a figure from an even more distant age, one that had roamed chaos in that time. Yet when the calamity descended, though he escaped with his life, he could not endure the great tribulation and had fled here to linger on, occasionally slipping into unconsciousness and awakening, his injuries remaining unhealed due to the depletion of the great path's fortune. Chronicle of calamities. This must be what the primordial world refers to as boundless tribulations. Hao Yian exclaimed, a hint of astonishment crossing his face, although it was his first time encountering the term chronicle of calamities. He understood it to be synonymous with the boundless tribulations spoken of in the primordial world. In each chronicle of calamities, the great path would give rise to 3,000 demon gods, each mastering a different path. Following the principle of survival of the fittest, the demon gods would wage war against each other, some even creating worlds, much like Pangu, to the end of a great era. The Great Path would unleash a chronicle of calamities. Under the Great Path, whether among the beings of the heavenly world or the chaos demon gods, few could survive in boundless tribulations. The heavenly path would seek to annihilate. How could one speak of immortality for sages? Chapter 29. The human race's calamity. Forming alliances, years flowed by, and another 10,000 years passed. With the passage of time, the human population had surged. The once ample plains could no longer accommodate the ever-growing human populace. Migration had become an urgent necessity. While Hongjun was in seclusion, the three ancestral figures of the human race convened with the elders and resolved to gradually relocate the human tribes to the eastern lands of the primordial world. Over the years, the human race had undergone remarkable transformation. Their strength vastly increased. Innate experts were being born in droves, and numerous exceptionally gifted individuals had risen to the rank of elder, although their powers still lagged behind the witch and demon races. They were no longer the frail human race of yore. The migration of the human race was significant, yet in the grand scheme of the primordial world, it was hardly noted. No one paid heed to this post-heavenly race. The relocation proceeded in an orderly fashion beside the Enhua Temple, within the stone cavern where Hongjun was in seclusion. Occasional mystical insights and potent energies leaked forth. Hongjun had been comprehending his second divine ability for 10,000 years. He lacked nothing in terms of realm, path, or magical power, and his martial will was exceedingly robust. However, the understanding of martial divine abilities must be gradual to yield profound results. After a decade of accumulation, Hongjun had reached the pinnacle of the first layer of martial divine abilities, with the second divine will faintly visible in his heart, on the verge of breaking through to the second layer of divine ability. Boom! Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed within the cavern. Hongjun's aura surged, his blood chi elevating, and a divine wheel emerged above him, radiating a pale blue light that illuminated the entire stone cavern. Soon, a second divine wheel appeared above the first. Yet it lingered in a state between reality and illusion, not yet fully formed. Martial path to divinity, second layer of divine ability, manifest. Hongjun's face flushed red as he bellowed, and the powers of fortune coalesced upon his form, transforming into strands of white jade divine dragons that intertwined and coiled around one another, surging toward the second divine wheel above his head. Boom! Crack, crack, crack. The two forces merged, producing an earth-shattering roar. Hongjun's body trembled violently, a series of sharp sounds emanating from within. Buzz! As fortune and divine wheel merged, at that moment, all humans in the primordial realm suddenly felt a surge of joy, a profound elation swirling within their hearts. A wondrous sensation. Many human powerhouses who had been stuck at their bottlenecks broke through their realms, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and joy as they were left astonished, unsure why they had suddenly advanced. The gathering of the second divine wheel, the fruition of fortune, Huangtian successfully broke through to the second layer of divine ability, achieving martial path to divinity. The 3 layers of divine abilities in human martial arts were comparable to quasi-saints. With this breakthrough, Huangtian now stood among the few formidable beings in the primordial world, akin to a mid-stage quasi-saint. I never expected to grasp the second divine ability so swiftly with the aid of the Kongtong seal. Having concluded his seclusion, Huangtian turned his consciousness inward, feeling that his strength, true qi, and willpower had all increased tenfold. Filling him with satisfaction, my first divine ability is the Restoration divine ability, which not only enhances my defenses, but also grants me a near-immortal and indestructible physique. Now, with my second divine ability being the Fortune divine ability, it may seem merely at the second layer, comparable to a mid-stage quasi-saint, but when I activate the Fortune divine ability, drawing upon the collective fortune of the human race, my power could reach the pinnacle of a late-stage quasi-saint. Coupled with the Kongtong seal, I could contend even against a fully realized quasi-saint. It is time to venture out and take a look. The days of tranquility will not last long, and I must prepare for the future of the human race. Even without relying on my corporeal strength, the human race is not to be trifled with. Whoever dares to bully them will have to pay the price. Huangtian withdrew his consciousness from his body, his eyes filled with a chilling glint and a fierce killing intent. Exiting his seclusion, Huangtian stepped into the grand hall. We welcome the esteemed ancestor Huangtian. The elders of the human race exclaimed in unison, "In no need for such formalities." The sovereign of heaven smiled as he spoke. After some investigation, he was astonished to discover that the strength of the human race had undergone a tremendous transformation. Beneath the pinnacle of innate perfection, there were countless powerful beings, with over 500 individuals having attained innate perfection themselves. The innate perfection of the human race was equivalent to that of a great Luohu golden immortal. To have over 500 great Luohu golden immortals in the vast wilderness was inconceivable for any other race. Aside from the witch and demon clans, if this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly astound many mighty beings in the wilderness. Second brother, congratulations on breaking through to the first level of divine abilities. The sovereign of heaven said with a smile, gazing at Suerin. What delighted him the most, compared to the innate perfection strongmen, was Suerin's breakthrough to the realm of divine abilities, making him comparable to a quasi-saint. As for the 2 members of the Zixiao clan, they remained at the innate perfection level, teetering on the brink of breaking through to divine abilities, among the myriad races in the wilderness. Aside from the witch and demon clans, how many factions had quasi-saint experts to hold the fort? Aside from ancient clans like the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin, it was rare for quasi-saints to join any faction. Yet the human race already boasted 2 quasi-saint experts. "Haha, I merely stumbled upon this breakthrough," Suerin remarked cheerfully. "Elder brother, what gains have you made during your recent seclusion?" At Suerin's question, the other human elders in the Great Hall, including the 3 members of the Zixiao clan, looked at the sovereign of heaven with curiosity. It was well understood that the strongest among the human race was not the 3 from the Zixiao clan, but rather the eldest of the 4 ancestors, the human ancestor, sovereign of heaven. The curiosity regarding the sovereign of heaven's strength was palpable among the human elders after such a lengthy period of seclusion. There must be some gains to speak of. Not long ago, I just managed to break through to the second level of divine abilities. The sovereign of heaven replied. Nonchalantly, he refrained from revealing to everyone that his combat power was already on par with late-stage quasi-saints, or even those at the pinnacle of innate perfection. That it was not a matter of trust. Rather, it was the fickleness of human nature. Once the people learned that their ancestor possessed the strength to rival a top-tier quasi-saint, it could very well lead to arrogance, complacency, and hubris, thus unsettling the hearts of the people. Moreover, the human race, traditionally overlooked as a postnatal race, suddenly having a quasi-saint at the pinnacle of innate perfection would undoubtedly shock the wilderness, instilling fear in the witch and demon clans, and attracting the covetous gaze of various factions in the wilderness. Esteemed ones, our human race's migration is a grand affair and will undoubtedly draw the attention of many factions in the wilderness, which would be extremely detrimental to us, the sovereign of heaven said with a serious expression, suddenly withdrawing his smile. Our migration is a matter of necessity. given the strength of our human race. Why should we fear the covetousness of other factions? An elder of the human race rose respectfully to voice his doubts, just as the sovereign of heaven concluded. This elder, with white hair and a kindly face, exhibited confidence when discussing the strength of the human race. He was one of the oldest and mightiest among them, named Zixiao, having cultivated to the realm of innate perfection many years ago. Indeed, ancestor, why should we fear the surrounding factions? Another elder chimed in, if we do not migrate soon, this plane will be overrun by our own people. Yes, the human race reproduces too rapidly. A migration is imperative. Zixiao added, and the others echoed his sentiments. In their eyes, aside from the witch and demon clans, they had no reason to fear any other race in the wilderness. Thus, they found the sovereign of heaven's concerns perplexing, many displaying expressions of confusion. The strength of the human race must remain concealed. Although they were formidable at present, they were insufficient to face the tribulations to come. If exposed, it would not only alert the enemy, but could also bring about catastrophic consequences for the human race. The sovereign of heaven's expression grew grave, his face shadowed with concern as he spoke in a hushed tone. I have condensed the second divine ability, which is related to fortune. My second divine wheel is connected to the fortune of the human race. And recently I have sensed the human race's fortune fluctuating erratically, as if shrouded by ominous bloodlight. You must understand, this is an ominous portent. What? Elder brother, are you certain you have not misinterpreted your senses? Or are you jesting? Indeed, how could this be? How could the human race face such a calamity? Is it that heaven has forsaken us? No, how could this be? The crowd erupted in disbelief, their expressions reflecting shock and confusion. The faces of the elders, frail and aged, turned grim as they exchanged glances, a surge of immense vitality and killing intent rising from their frail bodies. Their eyes betrayed no retreat or fear, only determination and resolution. They were resolved to defend the human race, willing to fight to the death. Second brother, you are aware that I do not jest about matters of such gravity. I have cultivated the divine ability of fortune and sensed the changes in fortune, prompting me to emerge from seclusion to discuss with you. Moreover, within that ominous aura, the sovereign of heaven's expression darkened as he spoke, enunciating each word. I sensed a potent demonic aura. This implied that it was the demon race. Those who had held onto a sliver of hope now wore even graver expressions. If it were other races or factions, they could still seek assistance from the Nuwa goddess. But if it were the demon race, the situation would be far more complicated. The Nuwa goddess was a protector of the human race, but also a revered figure among the demon race. The conflict between humans and demons was akin to that between children and their maternal family for the Nuwa goddess. The most likely course of action for her would be indifference, choosing to remain a bystander. You must all understand, our mother may choose not to intervene. This impending calamity will rely solely on the strength of our human race. The sovereign of heaven admonished the crowd upon observing their reactions. Elder brother, how much time do we have left? Yu Chao inquired anxiously. Less than a millennium, the sovereign of heaven replied. Given this, it is imperative that our human race's strength remains concealed. However, the migration of our population is also urgent. What should we do? An elder rose to question, and all eyes turned to the sovereign of heaven and the four human ancestors. After all, it was under their leadership that the human race had gradually risen to prominence. The four held unparalleled prestige among the human race, second only to the Nuwa goddess. Since we cannot reveal our strength, we must leverage the situation. The witch clan dominates the land, and they should be our target for collaboration. He stated, although the witch clan is strong, their reproduction is exceedingly difficult, whereas our ability to reproduce is one of the greatest advantages of the human race. When we migrate, we can draw closer to the witch clan's tribes, seeking protection and forging alliances. Additionally, intermarriage between humans and witches could lead to a blending of bloodlines, fostering unity. Yu Chao echoed in agreement, and many nodded, recognizing that, after all, the witch clan was the most powerful on the continent. Following the great calamity of antiquity, the Phoenix and Qilin had vanished without a trace, leaving only the Dragon clan, which had long resided in the Four Seas, although the Dragon clan had diminished. The remnants of their legacy still held weight. Otherwise, amidst the dominance of the witch and demon clans, it would not be the case that only the dragon clan could secure their position in the Four Seas. If they could win the dragon clan as allies, it would be ideal. The sovereign of heaven's eyes gleamed with resolve as he spoke solemnly. Indeed, elder brother is correct. I shall visit the dragon clan shortly to secure an alliance. Swearin declared, Good, I entrust this matter to you, second brother. Your status and strength are sufficient for this task. Also, issue a summons immediately for strong individuals to return to the clan and enter seclusion for cultivation. The sovereign of heaven instructed gravely. The elders departed with heavy hearts. Even the Zixiao clan and Z clan retreated to seclusion, hoping to break through to the realm of divine abilities before the impending conflict. Those who follow the trend will seize the world. Those who resist will perish. The defeat of the witch and demon clans signifies the emergence of the human sovereign in the heavens and the earth. Aligning with the grand design of the universe. June. I wonder if you have sensed anything prompting you to wage a war of extermination against the human race, or is it simply to bolster the strength of the demon race and gain leverage against the witch clan? Late into the night, the sovereign of heaven stood before the Nuwa temple, gazing up at the vast sky as if his eyes held the depths of the starry cosmos. In a low voice, he mused, defying heaven is not impossible, but with the saints already assembled, they will not grant you, June, the time to accumulate strength and resources that I wonder how you intend to proceed, with merely 1,000 years remaining. All knowledgeable human experts entered seclusion to diligently cultivate. Although the likelihood of breaking through was slim, every increment of strength counted. Concurrently, countless human experts traversing the wilderness received the summons, hastily returning to the Nuwa temple. Though they were unaware of the situation, they did not hesitate. With only a millennium left, the urgency was palpable. Chapter 30. The Great Calamity of the Human Race. The Sword of Slaughtering Witches. A summons was issued, and all human experts at the late innate stage and above returned, gathering at the Nuwa temple while the population migration continued in an orderly fashion. Soon, news spread throughout the wilderness. The human race had formed an alliance with the dragon clan. Becoming mutual allies, this development silenced many factions that had harbored discontent towards the human migration, wishing to teach the human race a lesson. This human race is indeed cunning, managing to ally with the dragon clan to draw upon their strength. Alas, we must relent. As long as the human race does not provoke us, we need not concern ourselves with them. Many faction leaders cursed the human race's shamelessness and cunning, deeming them opportunists, in their view. The so-called alliance between the human and dragon clans was merely the human race seeking refuge under the dragon clan's protection. This was the only conceivable explanation. Otherwise, how could the weak human race become allies with the mighty dragon clan? It is crucial to understand that all respect is built upon the foundation of strength. The dragon clan, being an ancient lineage, stands as one of the mightiest races in the primordial world. Second only to the shaman and demon clans prior to the emergence of the phoenix and Qilin clans. The dragon clan can be regarded as the third most formidable faction in the vast expanse of the primordial realm. What right does the human clan possess to be compared to the dragon clan, or even engage in equal discourse? To assert that the strength of the human clan is on par with that of the dragon clan is nothing short of ludicrous. 60 years have elapsed, marking a full cycle of time. The migration of the human clan has largely concluded, and they have begun to establish their foothold upon the primordial land. Due to the overwhelming might of the dragon clan, few dare to trouble the human clan. Moreover, the various factions of the primordial realm have gradually recognized that while the human clan may appear weak, they possess numerous commendable traits. For instance, they reproduce rapidly, exhibit exceptional adaptability, and maintain a demeanor of humility and courtesy, coexisting harmoniously with the other races without ever provoking conflict. Consequently, the human clan has garnered the acknowledgement of several races that the small number of individuals from the human clan have even intermarried with the shaman clan, not only enhancing their own strength, but also alleviating the shaman clan's challenges in reproduction, much to the delight of their ancestral shamans, as hundreds of years passed, within the grand hall of the demon heaven. A plaque at the entrance read White Mansion. The demon deity by Zay sat solemnly, intently listening to the report of a demon general at the foot of the stairs as the latter spoke. Baize's expression grew increasingly grave and serious. What? Such a matter exists. Do you know the consequences of deceiving me? Baize's eyes sparkled with intensity as he fixed his gaze on the demon general, speaking in a low yet firm tone. Indeed, Baize was aware that this demon general lacked the audacity to fabricate tales. He believed the general's words to be the truth. Yet, in his overwhelming shock, he still posed a question. Lord Baize, every word of the little demon is true. Consuming the flesh and souls of the human clan can indeed enhance our strength, and the progress is remarkably swift. Initially, I too found it hard to believe, but after personal experimentation, I am now utterly convinced. Upon hearing Baize's words, the animosity towards the demon clan is as lofty as the heavens, and as profound as the seas. Fueled by an unwavering resolve to engage in a life-or-death struggle, they are steadfast in their determination to fight to the bitter end. As long as the human race endures, the demon clan shall find no peace. No matter how formidable your power or vast your influence, I shall pursue you relentlessly in battle. Roar. Those who dare to oppress the human race shall face annihilation, regardless of the distance. Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted from the Nuwa temple, echoing throughout the realms. Boom! A formidable will coalesced, surging into the heavens, dispersing the ominous clouds and murderous intent above. This was a defiance against the heavens. Your might may be great, but you cannot dictate the fate of the human race. The celestial court you have established, governing the three realms, cannot manipulate our destiny. Should the heavens seek to extinguish us, we shall defy the heavens. What more can be said of the demon clan? The mighty beings of the primordial chaos sensed this overwhelming, indomitable will, their colossal forms trembling in astonishment at the human race's unwavering resolve. The humans are issuing a silent challenge to the demon clan, declaring a war to the death. Humph. A mere postnatal race, overestimating their worth, merely seeking to draw attention. Regardless, the audacity of the human race is commendable. Indeed, such courage is not possessed by all. Even the postnatal races have their merits. The numerous powerful beings of the primordial chaos gasped in astonishment, their discussions rife with opinions, some dismissive, some secretly shocked, and others filled with admiration. Within the celestial court, in the hall of the demon emperor, Dijuan and Tai's eyes gleamed with cold light, muttering, "Even if we offend the two sages, Taishang and Nuwa, the human race cannot be spared. Tai, you must immediately find Kuanpeng and instruct him to go to Wuzhuang Temple to demand the humans from Zenyuanzi. Should he refuse to surrender the humans, let Kuanpeng unleash the Zhou Tian star array to obliterate Wuzhuang Temple." Dijuan's expression darkened, his visage grim as he spoke harshly. "Let us see what audacity the human race possesses to dare provoke our demon clan." "Very well, I shall proceed at once," Tai exclaimed in anger. Originally, Dijuan and Tai believed that by placating the sages Nuwa and Laozi, all would be well. They never anticipated that the human race would audaciously provoke them, daring to engage in a life-or-death struggle with our demon clan. What qualifications do they possess? Do they truly believe that the sages Nuwa and Taishang would come to their aid? Allow me to personally obliterate your faith and hope, leaving you to howl in despair. What does it matter if you are unwilling? In this world, the strong are revered. As has always been the case, I shall make it abundantly clear to you, mere ants, that you were created by the sage Nuwa to serve as sustenance for my demon clan. You must come to terms with your fate as food. Chapter 31. The Human Race's Resilience. Zhulong Boom. In response to the demon clan slaughter, the human race resolved to retaliate vigorously, issuing a challenge to the demons, determined to coexist no longer, vowing to fight to the death. This not only shocked the entire primordial chaos, but also incited the demons to fury. Buzz! With a single command from Dijuan and Tai, countless demon experts abandoned their pursuit of scattered humans and rushed towards the Nuwa temple, their bodies seething with wrath and murderous intent, their intentions unmistakable. Annihilation, they sought to erase this audacious, postnatal race from the expanse of primordial land that, in the eyes of Dijuan and Tai, Being provoked by this postnatal race not only incurred shame, but was a profound humiliation, one that could only be avenged through bloodshed and slaughter. The stain of disgrace could only be washed away with the blood of the human race. They no longer cared for the sages Nuwa and Laozi. Their sole desire was to annihilate the humans. At the Nuwa Temple, the stronghold of the human race, all the elderly, weak, and women and children were relocated to safety, guarded by formidable warriors. Meanwhile, within an expanse of 800,000 miles surrounding the Nuwa Temple, numerous human champions stood vigilant, arrayed in layers, preventing any foes from approaching. Boom! Before long, dark clouds loomed ominously, swirling with overwhelming demonic energy. Countless demon soldiers and kings, led by Dijuan and Tai, had arrived at the Nuwa Temple. Clad in royal robes of brilliant yellow and fragmented gold, Dijuan and Tai loomed above the clouds, gazing down with scornful contempt at the human champions guarding the Nuwa Temple, their eyes filled with derision. As if observing mere jesters, insignificant insects. Humph! Tai scoffed coldly, exclaiming, "The human race possesses audacity beyond measure, daring to resist my demon clan that in their view, the humans stationed outside the Nuwa Temple were weak, at most reaching the peak of the innate phase, comparable to Tai Golden Immortals. While Tai Golden Immortal may be considered a minor expert in the primordial chaos to the demon clan, it was utterly insufficient. The human warriors remained silent, their eyes filled with an even deeper hatred. It seemed as though they longed to devour Tai alive. Baze, you must swiftly lead 100,000 demon soldiers to eliminate these humans. And do it swiftly." A hint of mockery lingered at the corner of Tai's mouth as he spoke coldly. "Yes, your majesty," Baze shouted, a fierce expression crossing his face as he rallied his subordinates. "Kill. Annihilate these lowly humans. Roar." The demons responded with fervor, surging forward to engage the humans guarding the Nuwa Temple, blood flowing like rivers as countless innate human warriors fell beneath the might of the demon clan's powers. Likewise, the demons did not fare well, as their soldiers and generals fell one after another under the ferocious and frenzied onslaught of the human warriors. "Kill. Annihilate these fiends. It is either your death or mine. Come and die. I shall fight you to the bitter end. Kill, kill, kill." One by one, human warriors, their eyes bloodshot and faces twisted, roared with a ferocity that surged like a tempest, falling into pools of blood. Yet even so, their successors charged fearlessly, fiercely advancing. A ripple of astonishment swept through the crowd as Dijun and Tai exchanged glances, their eyes momentarily betraying a flicker of surprise. Yet, they dismissed the presence of a mere Luohu Jinxian. However, what transpired next left everyone utterly speechless. Following the elder of the human race, a cacophony of footsteps echoed, igniting speculation. Were there more? Could there possibly be other Luohu Jinxian among the humans? It seemed implausible. After all, humans were a postnatal race. How could they possibly boast numerous Luohu Jinxian? A formidable figure from the primordial era exclaimed in disbelief. "What? How could this be?" Amidst the uncertain gazes of Dijun and the others, 1, 2, 3, 4, 50, 100 individuals emerged from the Nuwa Temple, forming a line and casting cold stares at the demon kings. Most of these figures appeared ancient, their faces gaunt and weary, as though they were on the brink of death. Yet, an overwhelming aura of vitality emanated from them, their presence imposing and terrifying as they locked their sights on by Zay and the other demon kings. A collective gasp filled the air. The world fell silent. Luohu Jinxian. There were 100 Luohu Jinxian. The sight of a lone elder had been somewhat digestible. Yet now, a staggering 101 Luohu Jinxian stood before them. Was this still within the realm of acceptability? How could the human race possibly possess such a multitude of Luohu Jinxian? The entirety of the primordial realm was astounded. Even the saints were not exempt. Within the chaos Dao field, Nuwa donned a faint smile and exhaled deeply, while the other saints wore solemn expressions, beginning to regard this race known as humans with newfound seriousness. How terrifying! In such a brief span, a postnatal race had nurtured and amassed such a formidable cadre of experts. Such power was indeed alarming. How could it not be shocking? Kill them! Since these demon kings have come, none shall leave. Taichio's gaze was ferocious, his voice icy as he bellowed. Yes, Elder, the 108 grand completion experts of the human race responded in unison, declaring, annihilate these demon clans. Death is insufficient to quench the hatred of our human race. Boom! Under Taichio's leadership, the 100 experts surged forward, their fierce martial will shattering the heavens, stirring the very fabric of the sky, shaking the earth, and dimming the stars. Overwhelmed by sheer numbers, Zay and the other demon kings were forced into retreat, their heads clutched in despair, utterly disheveled. Ah, no! Your Majesty, save me! After a prolonged standoff, casualties finally emerged. A demon king was unexpectedly ambushed by 2 human experts. Caught in a pincer attack, and was torn to shreds, he's dead. A Luohu Jinxian of the demon race has fallen. The primordial powerhouses were left in utter shock, while Dijun and Taiyi's expressions turned ashen. Their eyes flashing with a chilling glint, the malice therein sending shivers down one's spine. How many years had the human race existed? Not even 100,000 in such a short time, to birth so many experts. This race must not be allowed to persist. Their extermination was imperative. Otherwise, the humans and demons could not coexist. Such a human race posed an immense threat to the demon race. Gone were the mockery and disdain from earlier. They resolved to eradicate the root of the problem, ensuring no future repercussions. This was the singular thought occupying Dijun and Taiyi's minds. Enough! He could no longer contain himself. He roared, rising to his feet and stepping forward, extending his hand to strike at Taichio, exclaiming, the audacity of the human race is astounding, daring to repeatedly offend the dignity of my demon race. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Boom! Tai-yi, a peak mid-stage quasi-saint, wielded immense power as he unleashed his attack. It bore the majesty of the heavens, capable of annihilating stars, a force not to be trifled with by those below quasi-saint level. Was Taichio doomed? Suddenly, the sky darkened. A resonant chant reverberated through the world. Imbued with unfathomable authority, that a mysterious sound wave rippled through the air, rendering Tai-Yi's divine attack intangible. Tai-Yi and Dijun turned to behold a sight that pierced through the void. Descending upon the eastern sea, bang, deep beneath the eastern sea, a surge of power erupted, sending colossal waves crashing to the surface, as a golden-hued, divine dragon ascended, radiating boundless dragon might, permeating the primordial realm. Roar! The dragon's golden eyes emitted 2 beams of divine light, seemingly locking gazes with Dijun and Tai-Yi, unleashing an overwhelming will that surged forth. The dragon merely glanced at the 2 before swiftly darting towards the Nuwa temple. Clouds follow the dragon. Winds accompany the tiger. Whoosh! In a flash of golden light, a middle-aged man clad in resplendent robes appeared above the Nuwa temple, gazing down at Dijun and Tai-Yi with a nonchalant demeanor. The dragon clan, Zhu Long. The middle-aged man's tone was calm, yet it astonished the primordial beings, and oh wonder the human race was so audacious. They clearly anticipated the support of the dragon clan. The powerful figures of the primordial realm were taken aback, inwardly exclaiming, indeed, even a dying camel is larger than a horse. Who would have thought the dragon clan had such formidable experts in their midst? Judging by their aura and pressure, they must be at least peak quasi-saint level. Yet, the reason behind the dragon clan's support for the human race, even at the risk of antagonizing the demon race, remained a mystery. Zhulong, why have you come here? Do you truly wish to meddle in this affair? After all, this is a matter between my demon race and the human race, Dijun said, his expression grave as he regarded the middle-aged man from the dragon clan. He sensed an overwhelming danger emanating from this individual, clearly indicating that the man was no ordinary foe, that if you were to withdraw now, would it suffice for my demon race to owe your dragon clan a favor? Dijun's countenance darkened further as he spoke coldly. The dragon clan has long held an alliance with the human race, bound by mutual aid and shared fate. Today, as conflict, I have no choice but to intervene, Zhu Long replied, raising an eyebrow in disapproval of Dijun and Tai-Yi's attitude. Then turning to the Nuwa temple, calling out, Dao brother, why do you not come out? What are you waiting for? Ha ha ha, Zhu Long, you are indeed a man of your word. We have failed to provide you with a proper welcome. A hearty laugh echoed as the three from the Sui Run clan stepped out of the Nuwa temple, casting a cold glance at Dijun and Tai while greeting Zhu Long with mirth. Hee. Zhu Long chuckled lightly, his expression tranquil as he said, "Our two clans are allies. The human race reveres the dragon clan as a totem, and our fates are intertwined. In such times, how could I not come? Regardless, we must express our gratitude for your assistance," the Suiren clan said earnestly. Zhu Long nodded, remaining silent. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, he turned his gaze back to Dijun and Tai Yi, and the Suiren clan trio unleashed their formidable aura. Their martial was shaking the heavens. Each of them was accompanied by a divine wheel radiating red, green, and yellow hues, illuminating the skies and possessing the power to move mountains and rivers. Dijun and Tai Yi's pupils constricted slightly as astonishment washed over their faces, their expressions darkening even further. Ancestor of humanity, Sui Ren clan. Ancestor of humanity, Wu clan. Ancestor of humanity, Zi clan. The trio of the Sui Ren clan emanated their formidable presence and coldly addressed Dijun and Tai Yi. Gasp! Across the primordial realm, many powerful beings inhaled sharply. Even the saints from beyond the heavens were secretly astonished. Today, the human race had delivered an overwhelming shock, too much to fathom. First, they provoked the demon race. Next, they repelled the demon army. Then came the emergence of 100 Luohu Jin Xian from a Nuwa temple, followed by the intervention of quasi-saints from the Dragon Clan. Yet, the most staggering revelation was the strength of the three ancestors of humanity, whose prowess in divine arts rivaled that of quasi-saints. All three were indeed quasi-saints, with the Sui Ren clan's strength reaching the peak of early quasi-saint level. How could a postnatal race possess three quasi-saint experts? This was utterly unfathomable. The primordial beings were engulfed in various degrees of astonishment. Many instinctively directed their consciousness toward the Nuwa temple, hoping to uncover any hidden human experts within, only to be repelled by an inexplicable force. Unable to gauge the depths of the situation, the Nuwa temple enshrined the Saint Nuwa, inherently guarded by a force of saintly power, intertwined with the countless beliefs of humanity. Only those of significant stature could probe its depths. Not even quasi-saints. The demon race has unjustly slaughtered our human kin. This enmity is irreconcilable, and we shall not rest until vengeance is ours, the Suiren clan said coldly, casting a steely gaze at Dijun and Tai. Then turning to Zhu Long, saying, "The Grand Supreme Elder of Wuzhuang Temple is under siege by the demon race. We cannot allow him to suffer injustice. Zhu Long, might I trouble you to lend your assistance?" "I have no qualms. However, can you withstand the pressure?" Zhu Long regarded Dijun and Tai Yi with an odd expression. "Fear not, for those who offend our human race shall pay the price." The Suiren clan replied resolutely. "Very well." Zhu Long ceased further discussion, transforming into a streak of light as he departed. "Humph!" Tai Yi snorted angrily, coldly glaring at the human clan, sneering, "I must admit, you have truly surprised me. But do you truly believe that three early quasi-saints and the strength of the human race can withstand my demon clan? You are sorely mistaken. Our human strength is more than sufficient." The Suiren clan retorted coldly. Chapter 32. The Celestial Battle of Dijun. Part 1. As Dijun and Tai Yi witnessed the potential of the human race, a cold chill surged within their hearts. Should such individuals be allowed to grow unchecked, they would undoubtedly become a formidable threat to the demon clan in the years to come. Fortunately, while the human race was indeed strong at this moment, they were still no match for the demon clan. That a sense of relief washed over Dijun and Tai Yi, for they had discovered this early. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Both silently resolved, seizing this opportune moment. They must eradicate the human race. There could be no mercy. While they were still in their nascent stages, they would annihilate their kin to prevent future calamities. But was it truly so easy to extinguish the human race? Exchanging glances, Tai Yi and Dijun understood each other's intentions. Tai Yi stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with a cold light, proclaiming, "Very well, let me witness the capabilities of the human race that dare to oppose my demon clan." His tone was imbued with authority arrogance, and disdain, radiating an air of superiority. Hemph, Swearin, undeterred, gazed at Tai Yi and replied icily. It is said that the Eastern Emperor possesses vast powers, and that the Eastern Emperor Bel suppresses the heavens. Today, my brothers and I shall experience the might of this innate treasure. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With that, the three figures leaped, transforming into three beams of light that shot upward, instantly surrounding Tai Yi and forming the three talents formation. Behind them, three divine wheels emanated intense red, green, and yellow light, enveloping the world and contending with Tai Yi's imposing aura. Humph! Tai Yi huffed in irritation, his expression now serious. After all, these three were quasi-saints, though not as powerful as himself. Subduing them would not be an easy task. Contemplating this, Tai Yi called out, "Watch me break your three talents formation." The Eastern Emperor Bel emerged, ready to suppress the heavens. Tai Yi bellowed, tossing the Eastern Emperor Bel into the sky, where it expanded under the wind, transforming into a massive, ancient bronze bell several tens of zhang in size. The bell's body resonated with Taoist rhythms, inscribed with inscrutable runes, carrying immense might as it descended upon Swearin and the others. Yet, breaking the formation would not be so simple. Swearin and his companions recognized the danger and, without hesitation, unleashed their spells, shouting, "Rise! Boom! Boom! Boom!" Three treasures imbued with boundless merit and golden light rose above the heads of the trio. A massive, withered Samu, a modest wooden house, and an ancient golden robe, radiating golden light to shield their forms. The treasures of postnatal merit. The great powers of the primordial era gasped in astonishment, disbelief evident in their eyes. It was known that postnatal treasures of merit were equivalent to the heavenly Venerable Laozi's earthly, mysterious, yellow, and Linglong pagoda. Though these three treasures were far inferior to Laozi's pagoda, they were nearly invulnerable, ensuring their survival. Not only did they possess three quasi-saints, but they also wielded three treasures of postnatal merit. Was the human race truly defying the heavens? Rumble, though the treasures of merit could not match the Eastern Emperor Bel. They emitted boundless power of merit, barely countering its might, leading to a fierce confrontation among the four. The various techniques and divine powers were unleashed, clashing fiercely. Although Tai Yi was significantly stronger than Swearin and his companions, the Eastern Emperor Bel was obstructed by the treasures of merit, making it challenging to break free from their encirclement. The battle intensified, with neither side yielding an inch. The great powers of the primordial era were taken aback, astonished by the human race's formidable foundation, capable of contending with Eastern Emperor Tai Yi. Rumble, kill, below. Before the Nuwa Temple, the humans and demons continued their fierce battle, suffering mutual losses in a brutal conflict. With the advantage of numbers, victory was gradually tilting in favor of the human race, unless Di Jun intervened. However, would Di Jun refrain from intervening? Certainly not. He yearned for the immediate demise of the human race. To his astonishment, such a seemingly insignificant human race possessed such capabilities. No wonder they dared to oppose the heavenly court. Very well. Today they would learn the true meaning of heaven and earth's vastness. Observing the unfavorable situation for the demon clan, Di Jun maintained an unchanging expression, yet his voice turned frigid, the chill in his gaze seemingly capable of freezing the cosmos. Clang, in the midst of his words. He made his move. With a sweep of his arm, the demon emperor's sword was drawn, accompanied by its resonant cry out a golden sword light, infused with the true fire of the sun and the intense fury of its wielder. Sliced toward Surin's treasure of merit. The Samu. Hiss! Fire conquers wood. Though the Sumu was a treasure of merit, it still belonged to the wood element. He intended to shoot down this treasure, thus shattering the balance, causing Swearin to suffer backlash, ensuring Tai Yi's victory. Hiss! Within the primordial realm, onlookers gasped at the ruthlessness displayed. Even the saints of the heavens felt a chill. Di Jun's methods, though overt, revealed a heartless, ruthless, and decisive nature that instilled dread. Though this moment may seem trivial, one could not afford to be careless. The saints felt a shiver in their hearts, warning themselves that with Di Jun's merciless disposition, should he be granted an opportunity to ascend to an equal standing with them, He would undoubtedly become a grave concern at this moment. In the chaos beyond the heavens, the Saints resolved to ensure that the demon clan could not achieve victory in this catastrophe, although Dijun lacked the primordial purple energy. As the destined individual and the demon clan's heavenly emperor, if he triumphed in this calamity, seizing the fortunes of heaven and earth and becoming the eternal emperor of the primordial realm, unpredictable events would undoubtedly ensue at that time. A surge in power would be inevitable. Dijun was already at the pinnacle of quasi-saint perfection, and he might very well break through to the realm of the Hongjun Daluo Jinxian, becoming an existence on par with the saints, wielding dominion over the three realms, thus solidifying his authority beyond restraint. Ancestor, be careful. Not good, no. The sword light approached with alarming speed, and seeing the precarious situation of the three ancestors of the human race, cries of alarm erupted among them. Attempts to rescue them came too late. After all, who could withstand Dijun's sword? Zing! Just then, a surge of lofty, sacred power suddenly erupted from the Nuwa temple, transforming into a divine wheel that intercepted Dijun's sword chi. The clash of sword chi and divine wheel produced a resonating sound akin to steel striking steel, stirring the hearts of onlookers. Buzz! After a moment, the divine wheel shattered, and the golden sword light dissipated into nothingness. Your opponent is me. A calm voice emerged from within the Nuwa temple, carrying an air of authority that was impossible to resist. That moment, the world fell into silence. Boom! The saints and the great powers of the primordial era simultaneously experienced a peculiar sensation, instinctively turning their gazes toward the Nuwa temple, unable to look away, as if an extraordinary secret lay within. Even the saints felt tumultuous waves in their hearts, their expressions filled with shock. The human race had delivered numerous, astonishing revelations today. Was there truly an unparalleled powerhouse concealed within the Nuwa temple? Dijun's countenance darkened to an extreme as he turned his gaze coldly. He had initially perceived the human race as feeble and insignificant, unworthy of his attention. Yet, time and again, they exceeded his expectations, now even standing in defiance of his demon clan. This was unacceptable to Dijun. But what could his anger change? The human race would not be so easily extinguished. Clang! Before the eyes of all, Huang Tian emerged from the Nuwa temple, donned in a flowing azure robe, his sleeves billowing in the fierce wind. With a few strides, he stepped into the void, standing at the same height as Dijun. His expression icy, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Human ancestor, Huang Tian. To his surprise, Dijun found such a figure among the human race. Observing Huang Tian's imposing aura, which seemed to peak at the mid-stage of quasi-saint, he narrowed his eyes and coldly remarked, "Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. Lead the human race to submit to my demon clan, and I shall overlook past grievances. The enmity between humans and demons will be set aside. What say you?" Dijun fixed his gaze on Huang Tian, confidently asserting, "Though your strength is commendable, at the pinnacle of mid-stage quasi-saint, you are still no match for me. The enmity between humans and demons might be disregarded by the demon clan, but this grudge would never be forgotten by the human race." Huang Tian, undeterred, responded with a calm demeanor. "The human race seeks to grow strong through self-reliance, self-sufficiency, and self-improvement, that we shall not submit to any race. Nor shall we cower before the strong." "Humph, ungrateful wretch. It seems you intend to bring about your own demise," that Dijun retorted coldly, a tremendous aura and will erupting from him, condensing power as he tightened his grip on the sword. Ready for battle. The human race would not kneel in submission, nor could they beg for mercy from their foes. Huang Tian remained unflinching, coldly smiling. The faith of the human race, their souls shall never bend. Boom! Slaughter the demons and avenge our grievances. To the death, we shall not rest. Huang Tian's words ignited the faith and will of the human race, their eyes ablaze with intense hatred, each one shouting with fervor and madness. Sometimes, between heaven and earth, life and death are not the greatest concerns. The human race's integrity and principles cannot be forsaken. Though the human race is seemingly weak, living in this era and striving to survive under the tyranny of the witch and demon powers, They rely on an indomitable spirit, and will to live is to embody a lofty spirit, an unshakable dignity in the face of the cosmos. You must understand, though the human race may not rival the witches and demons, they're not so easily extinguished. As the celestial sovereign gazed upon the increasingly grim countenance of Emperor June, he appeared unfazed, a cold smirk escaping his lips as he spoke. Moreover, do you truly believe I am not your equal? Without having triumphed over me, how can you speak of submission? Boom! No sooner had the words left his mouth than the celestial sovereign unfurled his form, launching himself toward Emperor June with unparalleled swiftness. As the two drew near, two divine wheels emerged behind the celestial sovereign, one a deep azure, the other a pearly white, radiating a brilliance that illuminated the heavens and pierced the eyes of all who beheld them. "Receive my strike," the celestial sovereign bellowed. "Humph!" Emperor June scoffed, retorting, "You overestimate yourself. Behold my sword!" Clang! With that, Emperor June leaped forward, his demon emperor sword emanating a fierce light as it sliced toward the celestial sovereign. The onlookers, including the multitude of saints and powerful beings of the primordial chaos, focused intently on this awe-inspiring battle. Chapter 33. The Celestial Sovereign Battles Emperor June, Part 2. Boom! The two attacks collided with thunderous force, sending shockwaves through the cosmos, the reverberations echoing across the realms. "Humph!" Emperor June, his expression dark and laced with mockery, declared, "Your strength is indeed formidable, barely reaching the late stage of quasi-saint. But that is where it ends. My strike bears the might of a perfected quasi-saint. Let us see how you withstand it." "You shall witness it," the celestial sovereign replied coldly. "Behold my 9 calamities sword technique. 1 calamity per strike. 9 calamities unified, capable of cleaving through the late quasi-saint." Emperor June shouted. Clang, accompanied by the sound of the blade. Emperor June, his expression grim, unleashed a torrent of magic, the demon emperor's sword unsheathed, releasing 9 sword lights that resembled 9 divine blades. They carried the elemental forces of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, manifesting the 9 calamities as they surged toward the celestial sovereign. Each sword strike wielded the power to contend with a late-stage quasi-saint. "Unite! Buzz!" As they neared, Emperor June abruptly executed a spell, uniting the 9 swords into a singular blade radiating crimson flames, its brilliance swirling as it shot forth with blinding speed. This maneuver augmented Emperor June's already formidable presence, the sword aura becoming razor-sharp, achieving the might of a perfected quasi-saint. "Humph!" The celestial sovereign's expression darkened as he shouted, "Receive my fist, humanity's eternal prosperity." With that, he propelled himself forward, hurtling toward Emperor June, his right arm swinging in a powerful punch aimed at him. The fist, seemingly plain and unadorned, concealed an immense power within. Buzz! Although his momentum appeared to align with the late quasi-saint level, the celestial sovereign emanated a sacred and awe-inspiring aura that resonated deeply, commanding respect. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as both the celestial sovereign and Emperor June staggered back several dozen paces, locking eyes with a weighty silence settling between them. Again, they shouted in unison, leaping once more into battle. Rumbling, their clash was nothing short of a legendary confrontation, grand and magnificent, with boundless divine abilities unleashed, the conflict raging from above the Nuwa temple into the primordial starry void, seemingly unable to determine a victor in the short term. Buzz! The saints and quasi-saint powerhouses fixated their consciousness, descending upon the starry expanse, unwilling to miss this breathtaking contest. Boom! The celestial sovereign and Emperor June exchanged a palm strike, only for Emperor June to swiftly counter with a sword slash from the side. This attack not to be trifled with, also possessing the strength of a perfected quasi-saint. Should a typical late-stage quasi-saint be struck unexpectedly, they would sustain significant injury, if not outright defeat. "Humph! Do you think you can best me with such tactics?" "That is mere folly," the celestial sovereign retorted, his expression darkening as he charged toward Emperor June, shouting, "Behold my divine power, the great completion of fortune." Buzz! As they rushed toward each other, two divine wheels suddenly ascended behind the celestial sovereign, their momentum unabated, as he pointed his left hand toward the second divine wheel. Bang! From within the divine wheel, a pearly light erupted, radiating outward as the celestial sovereign's fist surged with a tremendous force, overwhelming the very fabric of reality. Emperor Jun's pupils constricted as he beheld the celestial sovereign's fist emanating white light, the brilliance seemingly coalescing the beliefs and fortunes of countless mortals, dazzling to the eye. This emergence of light instantaneously amplified the celestial sovereign's strength, as if embodying the collective might of humanity. This is the power of fortune. Bang! The heavens quaked, a violent roar captivating the attention of all in primordial chaos. Both the celestial sovereign and Emperor Jun felt their bodies tremble violently. Retreating several hundred paces, their forms somewhat disheveled. The secret techniques unleashed immense power in short bursts, yet could not be sustained indefinitely. Emperor Jun's countenance darkened as he bellowed in fury. Such power cannot last. I do not believe you can maintain it. Once you exhaust yourself, I will have my way. Emperor Jun, your methods are futile against me. Do you think mere words can shake my martial resolve? The celestial sovereign scoffed, a mocking tone in his voice. Why divine powers are beyond your comprehension. Watch as I dismantle your sword chi. Rumbling, as the celestial sovereign and Emperor Jun wielded their divine abilities against one another, they continued to verbally undermine each other's confidence, seeking to suppress the opponent's spirit, their strategies intricate and far-reaching. The intensity of their battle escalated, shaking mountains and quaking the earth, stars dimming, dust swirling, and the realm growing dark as their power gradually reached the pinnacle of perfected quasi-saint. Emperor Jun's innate prowess already placed him at the perfected quasi-saint level, his magic vast. Meanwhile, the celestial sovereign invoked the divine powers of fortune, drawing upon the collective might of humanity, causing his own strength to soar to unimaginable heights. To pit an entire race against another is no small feat. What kind of divine technique is the celestial sovereign employing to elevate his combat prowess to such extraordinary heights? Moreover, it seems he is not suffering any adverse effects, which is truly remarkable. The celestial sovereign's methods left the saints and many quasi-saint powerhouses astonished, their hearts racing in disbelief. The surge of power to the perfected quasi-saint level was indeed formidable. Unfortunately, while all understood the concept of fortune, few grasped its true nature. Even the saints found themselves bewildered, their understanding only scratching the surface. Rumbling. Amidst the fierce battle, no one paid attention to Tai or Surin's conflicts, as every soul remained wrapped in the struggle between the celestial sovereign and Emperor Jun. This was the first time in primordial chaos that a perfected quasi-saint unleashed their full power. Truly captivating, it was an event not to be missed. Even the few saints watched with rapt attention, astonished that humanity possessed such strength. Not only four quasi-saints, but also one capable of contending with the perfected quasi-saint powers of Emperor Jun, a revelation that left them astounded. Indeed, humanity has truly received the blessings of heaven and earth. Have you all noticed? Humanity consists entirely of innate Tao bodies. What? Innate Tao bodies. No wonder they are so formidable. Now it makes sense. Such discussions echoed from all corners of primordial chaos, the opinions swirling like a tempest. Humanity's rapid development and the immense power they amassed in such a short time sent shockwaves throughout the realm. Even the mother of humanity, Nuwa, and the founder of humanity, Laozi, were left speechless by the display of strength exhibited by humanity. Taken aback by the unforeseen turn of events, boom! The battle between Emperor Jun and the celestial sovereign escalated, both unleashing their full might, yet still no victor emerged. Behold my divine power, the sun bathing the eastern sea. Suddenly, Emperor Jun roared, I shall end your life. The crowd beheld as Emperor Jun's form swelled, his left hand striking his chest with great force, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of essence blood. Despite his pallor, he hesitated not, seizing the blood and smearing it across his eyes, whereupon two beams of crimson light shot forth, piercing the heavens. Buzz! Rumbling. In that instant, all within primordial chaos felt the temperature rise dramatically. Every location becoming suffocatingly hot, impossible to affect all of primordial chaos that is a power only saints possess. What? This is absolutely possible. I refuse to believe it. How could Emperor Jun wield such a divine ability? The expressions of all quasi-saints and powerful beings in primordial chaos were filled with shock and disbelief, cries of astonishment escaping their lips, uncertain of the means by which the climate of the entire realm could be so drastically altered. The saints' eyes narrowed as they realized this was Emperor Jun's ultimate move, intended to eliminate the celestial sovereign once and for all. Instinctively, they braced themselves, eager to discover what hidden cards Emperor Jun held. Boom! The earth trembled as the primordial starry sky quaked. A massive solar star suddenly lurched in the cosmic expanse, descending toward the land of primordial chaos, exuding a scorching heat that threatened to incinerate all in its path. Its descent slow yet relentless. What? Impossible. This spectacle struck terror into every heart, the saints within the chaotic realm erupting in incredulous exclamations, their expressions transforming into one of sheer horror. Bang! Fortunately, the saints found some solace in the fact that the solar star had only slightly deviated from its orbit, drawing closer to the Earth by 3,000 miles, appearing to lose momentum, its movements becoming sluggish and gradually coming to a halt. Whoosh! Simultaneously, a flicker of firelight cascaded down, enveloping Emperor Jun's form. Buzz, Celestial Sovereign, you have done well to push me to this extent. You may take pride in that. However, the fate of humanity remains unchangeable. The flames fused with the form of Dijuan, instantly bringing an unnatural flush to his previously pale face. His expression twisted into a ferocious snarl as he roared, I shall draw upon the primal power from the core of the sun to enhance my strike. Though it may be but a single blow, its might far surpasses that of a perfected quasi-saint, that I refuse to believe you can withstand it, for you shall surely perish. Clang, sizzle. With that, Dijuan once more wielded the Demon Emperor's sword, unleashing a torrent of fiery primal energy that surged toward Hongjun, sealing off all avenues of escape and preventing his flight. Suddenly, a sense of life and death crisis surged from the depths of Huang Tian's being, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. He bellowed, the divine realm descends. Faith unyielding, eternal and indestructible. Crash, without hesitation. Huang Tian struck the top of his head, and within his mind, the sea of faith churned and boiled, echoing like crashing waves upon the shore. From this tumult, a grand, golden-purple temple of divine splendor arose, merging with the two divine wheels behind him, emanating a brilliant light that illuminated the heavens and the earth. At that moment, all beings in the primordial world felt a deep tremor within their hearts, as an overwhelming might radiated from Huang Tian, sweeping across the cosmos. Except for the saints, even the quasi-saints momentarily lost their hearing and senses. The divine path, murmured the saints, their faces etched with confusion and curiosity. Hongmeng Purple Qi, exclaimed Enhua in astonishment, recognizing the divine palace of Huang Tian as a manifestation of the primordial essence. In an instant, the saints narrowed their eyes, gravely aware of the Hongmeng Purple Qi's significance. In this critical moment, Huang Tian summoned the Sea of Faith, unleashing the divine power as he prepared to engage Dijuan in a battle to the death. The outcome hinged on this singular clash. Chapter 34. The curtain falls kill. Tai found himself ensnared within the triad formation conjured by the three figures of Swearin, his heart seething with resentment. As he witnessed the demon clan's defeat below, and with Dijuan blocked by Huang Tian, his anger intensified. With murderous intent swirling within him, he roared in rage, charging left and right, yet could not break free from the encirclement of the three ancestors of humanity. Do you truly think us weak? Receive our strike, cried Swearin. Boom! Suddenly, the three ancestors simultaneously stirred their divine wheels. The radiance of the three divine wheels surged and gradually merged, emanating a magnificent power that shook the heavens. Aimed directly at Tai. Tai scoffed, and with a flourish of his hands, the laws of fire transformed into two colossal palms. Grasping at the divine wheels, he shouted furiously, What is your combined technique? Watch as I shatter it, shatter. Crack! The giant palms seized the divine wheels, which trembled violently as if imbued with sentience. Struggling to escape their bindings, the palms tightened their grip, forcefully altering the shape of the divine wheels into ovals. Breaking my divine powers is no simple feat. Explode, Swearin suddenly revealed a fierce expression, howling in fury. Boom! The divine wheels erupted with a tremendous explosion, sending shockwaves that shattered Tai's immense palms. Puff! In an instant, Tai staggered back several steps, blood spurting from the corner of his mouth, his expression one of sheer ferocity. The three figures of Swearin, having their divine wheels destroyed, suffered backlash, sustaining injuries more severe than Tai's. In that moment, all were grievously wounded. Roar! Tai's heart brimmed with dissatisfaction, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as he prepared to strike once more. Thunder, suddenly, a chilling wave of power erupted from a distance, prompting everyone to turn their gazes toward the source in the far-off expanse. The starry sky trembled, and mountains seemed on the brink of collapse, as beams of light surged forth, disrupting the laws of heaven and earth and the forces of the void. Ah, this is bad. We must flee. No, how can that be possible? One by one, the powerful beings of the demon and second races were engulfed by the force. Those close to the epicenter disintegrated into dust, while others coughed up blood, howling in agony as they frantically fled, wishing they could sprout extra legs. Tai and the others immediately focused their attention, fixating on that ominous change. The three figures of Swearin wore tense expressions, revealing their concern. Dijuan, after all, was an ancient monster forged through countless epochs, the demon emperor of the demon race. Could Huangtian truly withstand him? Buzz! Before long, the forces of the void crumbled, and the divine light flickered out, the terrifying residual waves dissipating into nothingness. Puff! Suddenly, Dijuan plummeted from the void, kneeling on one knee, propping himself up with his sword, barely managing to support his body. His complexion paled, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Brother!" Tai gasped, rushing forward to support Dijuan. Whoosh! At that moment, Huangtian also descended upon a nearby hill, his face devoid of color, resembling a corpse. "Brother, how are you, ancestor?" The three figures of Swearin and the strong of humanity gasped in astonishment, rushing toward Huangtian without a second thought. "Brother, how are you?" Tai asked anxiously, gazing at him. "Do not worry, second brother. I'm gravely wounded. I shall not fall," Dijuan replied, his face pale, yet revealing a hint of ferocity. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly regarded Huangtian in the distance, sneering. "Huangtian, you are indeed a remarkable figure of your generation. Apart from the saints, you are the strongest opponent I have encountered. Managing to bring me to such a state, it is a pity that your human race has not existed long enough to possess depth, and you shall ultimately be defeated." "What? The ancestor has fallen." "Impossible!" The humans erupted in disbelief, their faces etched with shock. The three figures of Swearin appeared mournful, anxiously glancing at Huangtian, who remained unresponsive, fixated on Dijuan with an unwavering expression. "And no matter how powerful you are, you shall fall and become a stepping stone for me, Dijuan." With Tai's assistance, Dijuan stood upright, his countenance icy as he declared, "Oh, the victor go the spoils." Sighing, the humanity's sorrow deepened, and their vengeful gazes turned toward the demon race. "Faced with me, your human race ultimately could not hold its ground." That Dijuan's eyes gleamed with condescension as he cast a disdainful glance at Huangtian and humanity, embodying the posture befitting a victor. Huangtian has fallen. To him, humanity is merely a swarm of ants, and even the three figures of Swearin are beneath his notice, regardless of his current injuries. "You!" Swearin cried out in anger. The powerful beings of humanity seethed with rage, their gazes towards Dijuan filled with deep-seated hatred, overwhelming murderous intent, and intense humiliation. Indeed, the human race is still too shallow, lamented a great power of the primordial world. There truly no way to stop this. Enwa's fair visage darkened, revealing a flicker of sorrow in the chaos. Within the 8th Scenery Palace, inside the Grand Hall, "It is time to conclude. as the progenitor of humanity, I shall not allow the teachings of humanity to be extinguished. Laozi's countenance remained tranquil, devoid of any emotion, as if he were a still pond, rising from the eight scenery palace and heading toward the primordial world. Simultaneously, the other saints suppressed their emotions and followed suit into the primordial realm. Haha! Upon hearing Dijuan's words, Tai realized Dijuan's victory. His arrogance swelling, he taunted swearing, "Without Huangtian, let us see how you boast." Haha! The human race was always meant to be sustenance for my demon race, prepared by Enhua. Indeed, it was high time to embrace this role. Your Majesty's divine prowess shall vanquish this rebel. The remaining powerful demon kings revealed fierce expressions, their eyes brimming with murderous intent, laughing arrogantly. The human race shall not perish. And as the witch and demon races decline, the master of humanity shall inevitably emerge. Suddenly, Huangtian's body shifted, a brilliant light radiating from his eyes as he coolly regarded Dijuan, laughing. Humanity shall prevail against heaven. This is fate. Your methods may be formidable, yet to overcome this calamity, it is far from sufficient to act against destiny. Facing death, you dare speak so boldly. Tai roared, his expression one of disdain. What do you perceive? Dijuan's expression darkened, his pupils contracting as he sneered. You speak of humanity dominating the world, yet I do not believe it. I could extinguish the human race right now. What could you do? That is impossible. Humanity will not perish, even if I am gone, Huangtian replied, shaking his head slightly, a hint of mockery gracing his lips as he cast a lingering glance at the Enhua temple, his brilliance dimming as he faded into the void. The divine wheels dissipating. Humanity shall be the protagonists of the world. The ancestral Huangtian has fallen. Brother, the three figures of Swearin exhibited expressions of profound grief, howling in despair. Ancestor Huangtian. At that moment, all the strong of humanity knelt upon the ground, tears streaming down their faces as they wept openly, their expressions filled with sorrow and a sense of desolation, their grievances swirling around the Enhua temple and surging toward the celestial heavens, shaking the firmament. Buzz! The world lay in desolation, an air of oppression and heaviness enveloped the primordial realm, as if mourning for the ancestral Huangtian. Humph! What is there to weep for? Will you not meet the same fate shortly? Tai sneered and exclaimed, Haha, I beg to differ. It is indeed you brothers who are destined to meet the heavenly emperor. Suddenly, a boisterous shout echoed through the air. Both Dijun and Tai Yi's expressions darkened, their faces etched with displeasure. They turned sharply towards the distance, only to behold the 12 ancestor witches descending in unison, their gazes fixed upon the gravely wounded Dijun. Tai Yi's countenance betrayed a glimmer of schadenfreude. Only the ancestor witch Ho Tu wore a somber expression, her gaze lingering on the spot where the heavenly emperor had vanished, her enchanting eyes betraying a hint of sorrow, as if she were desperately holding back tears. Sigh. Beside her, the ancestor witch Xianming let out a soft sigh, casting a worried glance at Ho Tu, his own face paling as he tightened his grip on her delicate hand. Dijiang, are you attempting to take advantage of our misfortune? Dijun's expression darkened as he called out. Given your current state, how much strength do you truly have left? I'm quite eager to witness it. Dijiang retorted with a cold laugh. Dao friend Dijun, I am here to assist you. I come as well. Suddenly, 2 thunderous voices rang out as Fu Shi and Kuan Peng arrived, accompanied by numerous powerful beings from the demon race. Ready to confront the ancestor witches, the conflict poised to erupt. Wanshou Mountain and Wuzhuang Temple lay in disarray, the once ethereal landscape, now a mere shadow of its former glory. Sighing softly, Zhenyuanzi gazed down at the weeping human race and murmured to himself, Is it still not enough? Alas, the witch and demon forces are too formidable. My solitary strength can hardly make a difference. After this moment of reflection, he waved his grand robe, causing the stars to realign, and the human race was transported to a secure location, one he had previously established, a small world existing in tandem with the primordial chaos, safe and sound. With a resounding clang, Zhen Yuanzi instructed his disciples and closed the gates of Wuzhuang Temple. choosing to disregard the impending conflict between the witches and demons. Within the human race, the situation had escalated from a conflict with the demons to a full-blown struggle against the witch race, making the circumstances even more dire. As a great battle loomed, Dijun and Tai wore grim expressions, their injuries severe, rendering them incapable of matching the witch race. Buzz, suddenly, the celestial music resounded, auspicious signs manifested, and countless radiant hues cascaded from the heavens. With purple energy rising from the east, an overwhelming force descended upon the primordial chaos, suppressing the might of the witches, demons, and humans, rendering their powerful beings unable to act recklessly. The saints have arrived. 6 clouds floated gracefully, upon which 6 saints either rode azure bulls or strange beasts, or sat upon golden lotuses, all descending in unison. But a profound silence enveloped the crowd, as everyone understood that with the arrival of the saints, the war between the witches and demons was unlikely to ensue. We have encountered several saints. Dijun and the others called out, "We pay our respects to the Holy Mother," led by the trio of Swearin. The human race knelt in reverence before Nuwa, their sincerity evident in their tone. As for Lousy, he was completely overlooked. Regardless, one cannot hold a grudge against one's mother. Besides, this situation is indeed difficult, and it is not appropriate for Nuwa to intervene. No need for excessive formalities. Rise. Nuwa appeared somewhat moved, her delicate face bearing an air of unease as she softly stated, "In my humble opinion, let this matter conclude here, and let us not provoke further discord. What does the eldest brother think?" "What? But the human race has offended the dignity of my demon race and has caused us great losses in the heavenly court." Before Lousy could speak, Tai hastily interjected, "I am the leader of the human teaching. The teachings of humanity must not be extinguished." Lousy replied nonchalantly, "And how shall we address the losses suffered by my demon race?" Tai exclaimed in anger. "Humph." Lousy snorted in fury, his voice grave as he stated, "Has not the demon race achieved its objective?" Puff! With a cold snort, Lousy unleashed a tremendous force that struck Tai's mind, causing his body to tremble violently as if struck by lightning, blood spilling from his mouth, exacerbating his injuries. Tai, do not be disrespectful. You ought to apologize to the saints." Dijun's expression shifted as he spoke sternly. "It was my impoliteness. I asked for the saints' forgiveness," Tai replied, his face filled with resentment, gritting his teeth. Lousy, seeing that Lousy had disregarded them entirely, Dijun could only lead the demon race in departing, with the witch race following suit. The saints exchanged glances before vanishing without a trace. Hecate last, the calamity facing the human race had passed, and such events would not occur again in the future. Nuwa felt a twinge of guilt. Gazing at the human race, she softly reassured them, "You need only focus on recuperation. The human race will surely grow stronger." "Yes," the crowd responded respectfully, with a long sigh. Nuwa had no choice but to depart. The Nuwa temple was left with the figures of the human race, who began to clean the battlefield and comfort their in a short while. The trio of Swearin announced their retreat, choosing to engage in deep cultivation within the Nuwa temple, urging the various tribes of the human race to develop independently. Amidst the chaos, Hao Yin suddenly trembled. Halting his steps, sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes, "The heavenly emperor has indeed fallen." Hao Yin murmured softly, devoid of sorrow or fury, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he quietly remarked, "Is not falling merely a form of rebirth?" Whoosh! Hao Yin gestured with his hand, and a flickering imprint of the true spirit of the human race, imbued with countless beliefs, along with primordial purple energy, merged into his being. A spark of brilliance flickered in his eyes as he proclaimed, "This calamity will conclude after one more battle. Era shall inevitably arrive." Hao Yin's gaze deepened, akin to a vast cosmic river, boundless and unfathomable. Exuding an air of supreme confidence, he needed to hasten back to the primordial chaos, for the departure of his main soul from his body for too long was not advisable. Without further contemplation, Hao Yin resumed his strides towards the primordial chaos. Whoosh! With incredible speed, he surged through the chaos, which began to settle around him. Moving through the chaos felt as easy as walking on solid ground. Chapter 35. Calm, the human race rebelled against the heavens, ultimately facing a dismal defeat. The fall of the human ancestor, the heavenly emperor, further demonstrated the might of the demon race's Dijun, who was capable of slaying even one who had achieved the pinnacle of quasi-saint status. Truly formidable. However, in the aftermath of this conflict, the demon race also suffered significant losses, with Dijun and Tai returning gravely wounded, retreating to the heavenly court to recuperate, unable to engage the witch race in battle for the foreseeable future. The strength of the human race had taken the entire primordial chaos by surprise. But fortunately, the demon race had achieved its goals, having seized ample human blood and souls. Boom. While Dijun and Tai healed in the heavenly court, they dedicated themselves to forging the slaughter witch sword, feeding it with human blood and souls, causing a palpable surge of malevolence to emanate from the heavenly court, a murderous aura that was overwhelming that a dreadful artifact is about to be born. In the 33rd heaven, amidst the chaos, Hao Yin exhaled deeply, opening his eyes to gaze at the distant primordial world, his expression filled with the weight of time as he murmured, "I wonder how long it has been since I last beheld the primordial chaos?" Stepping through the chaos, he gazed towards the primordial realm, where a peculiar gleam flickered in his eyes as he quietly mused. From this vantage point, the primordial chaos resembles a colossal egg enveloped by chaos, as if it harbors some great existence within. Hao Yin paused in contemplation, then shook his head, dismissing this fleeting doubt. This venture into the chaos had yielded substantial rewards, not only acquiring the inheritance of the cursed law, but also refining an external incarnation. With satisfaction, Hao Yin thought to himself. Whoosh! Reflecting on his gains, a smile emerged on Hao Yin's face. His body trembled as his main soul detached from the creation body, soaring towards the primordial realm. Buzz! Proceeding cautiously, Hao Yin swiftly arrived at Qianlong Mountain, where his main soul merged with his physical form, and he finally opened his eyes once more, smiling as he remarked, "To my surprise, Jiang Chun has emerged from his seclusion, and the corpse demon has advanced to the 8th heaven, achieving a quasi-saint perfect body. With boundless strength and a robust physique, he surpassed even the ancestor witches, his combat prowess defying the heavens." Hao Yin withdrew his consciousness from Jiang Chun, expressing his satisfaction. The night in the primordial realm was always shrouded in darkness, tranquil and profound, with a myriad of stars adorning the firmament, their brilliance resplendent, vast and boundless, deep as a black hole, entrancing all who beheld it. This calamity is drawing to a close. It seems I must prepare early. Hao Yin gazed at the moon, pondering silently. It is time to recruit some talents and establish my own forces, lest I find myself without capable allies when the time comes. Strength is fundamental, yet influence is equally crucial. The following day, as the sun rose and the morning glow spread across the land, Hao Yin announced his emergence from seclusion, celebrating with Yao Qi and Yao Ji before summoning Reincarnation down to discuss important matters. Tap, tap, tap. Shortly thereafter, Reincarnation appeared, stepping lightly, draped in a grayish-white Taoist robe, coming into Hao Yin's view. A spark of brilliance flickered in Hao Yin's eyes as he observed that while Reincarnation still possessed the peak power of the great Luohu golden immortal, he had already brushed against the threshold of the quasi-saint realm, not far from achieving the slaying of corpses. Perhaps, with just a slight opportunity, he would break through. Congratulations, Dao brother, on your emergence from seclusion and significant progress in your Dao. Reincarnation quickly approached Hao Yin, bowing deeply in respect. I am curious to know why you have summoned me. And no need for excessive formalities. It seems you have indeed gained much during your retreat. Hao Yin remarked, gazing deeply at Reincarnation, his expression calm. There's a matter I wish to discuss with you. Dao brother, it appears that bestowing the 4 symbols pearl upon Reincarnation was indeed the right choice. Hao Tian raised an eyebrow, pondering silently. Indeed, one cannot solely rely on brute force to gain allegiance. A harmonious blend of benevolence and authority is essential to ensure loyalty and subdue the hearts of subordinates. The dual approach of carrot and stick is the true path to governance. Otherwise, If fear alone governs the hearts of followers, their loyalty born of dread cannot be equated with genuine allegiance. What is it, Brother Dao? Please feel free to command. Randang, his eyes glimmering with curiosity, spoke. I assure you, Randang will exert himself to repay your kindness. Haha, there's no need for formality. Randang, I merely feel that this vast Qianlong mountain, a divine gift from the heavens, seems a tad too spacious with only a few of us present. How Tian chuckled. He gazed at Randang and continued. The wilderness is vast, and countless talents abound. I plan to recruit some individuals, not only to guard and patrol the mountain, but also to establish our own influence over Qianlong Mountain. Randang was momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated Hao Tian's sudden ambition. In his view, Hao Tian was solely devoted to cultivation and the profound understanding of the Tao, seemingly devoid of any worldly aspirations. Yet this initiative aligned perfectly with Randang's desires. What you say resonates deeply. He exclaimed, Well, I must trouble you with this matter. While the recruitment does not need to be excessively stringent, strength is indeed preferable. Hao Tian nodded, speaking with a smile. Rest assured, I shall not let you down. Randang replied earnestly. Very well, Hao Tian acknowledged, and Randang bowed deeply before withdrawing. With purposeful strides, Hao Tian exited his cave, facing the dawn's light, feeling an invigorating warmth enveloping him. Despite being of the utmost yang essence, he did not rely on sunlight, yet he relished basking in its glow during his cultivation breaks. Senior brother, what occupies your thoughts as you stand here? A melodious and gentle voice drifted into his ears. Yao Qi had silently approached his side, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she playfully inquired, I noticed Randang going out to gather influence. What are your intentions, senior brother? Gently stroking Yao Qi's back and smoothing her flowing locks, he casually asked, What do you think of the current state of the wilderness? This calamity, with the conflict between the witch and demon tribes, sees them nearly evenly matched, heralding a grand showdown as for the outcome. It is difficult to predict, Yao Qi replied, her cheeks flushing as she nestled her head against Hao Tian's chest, speaking without hesitation. Haha! In truth, it is rather simple. The witch tribe lacks a primordial spirit, effectively severing their path to the D.A.O.8s long, as Dijun and Tai do not achieve enlightenment and ascend to sainthood. The conflict between the witch and demon tribes will yield no victor. Decline is inevitable. Hao Tian slightly shook his head, gazing intently at Yao Qi, his voice low and contemplative. Can Dijun and Tai attain enlightenment? The decline of the witch and demon tribes is fated. But with the throne of the heavenly emperor vacant, who do you think should sit upon it? Senior brother, do you mean? Yao Qi was momentarily stunned, then gasped in realization. With her keen intellect, she quickly grasped Hao Tian's ambition, leaving her somewhat astonished by his grand aspirations. Why not? If the supreme of the three realms can sit as emperor, why cannot I? Hao Tian replied confidently, an aura of dominance and nobility radiating from within him. It was as if he harbored an entire universe of grandeur and strategy within his being, poised to seize dominion over all when the time was ripe. But, senior brother, even if the witch and demon tribes are in decline, there are still saints who have designated the position of heavenly emperor. How could it possibly fall to us? Yao Qi, undeterred by Hao Tian's imposing presence, questioned anxiously. Yao Qi seemed to forget that saints do not hold absolute power, and that our apparent support derives from the authority of heaven and earth, Hao Tian remarked. You mean Hongjun? Yao Qi exclaimed. Indeed, except for Nuwa, the saints each establish their own teachings, should a saint decide. It would undoubtedly be to place their own disciple upon the throne, monopolizing the fortunes of heaven. Thus, the wilderness would fall under the dominance of a single teaching. Hao Tian calmly analyzed, a smirk curling his lips. Hongjun would never allow such a scenario to unfold. Hence, you and I are the best candidates. Yao Qi, coming to her senses, began to contemplate Hao Tian's heroism and audacity, feeling a wave of enchantment wash over her. She found herself irresistibly drawn to this version of Hao Tian, her heart fluttering like a fawn, an overwhelming affection blossoming within her. Since ancient times, heroes have loved beautiful women. Likewise, beautiful women are drawn to heroes. This is an undeniable truth. Powerful female cultivators, capable of coexisting with the heavens, wielding immense powers. Nevertheless, no one wishes for the man they admire to be mundane and indistinguishable from the crowd, regardless of the circumstances. "Wherever you go, I shall follow," Yao Qi resolved, her charming gaze filled with infinite tenderness, akin to a radiant dawn, captivating and enchanting. Hao Tian replied calmly. I could see that moment. A rosy hue spread across Yao Qi's cheeks. She appeared even more exquisite, like a gem among the finest jade. Hao Tian was momentarily entranced by her beauty. 3,000 years passed, like clouds drifting in the sky, slowly flowing by. In times of great significance. Tranquility is essential. These 3,000 years were marked by serenity. The wilderness lay still, devoid of bloodshed and conflict, as various tribes immersed themselves in their own development. Everything was peaceful yet extraordinary, resembling the last calm before a great calamity. In the first millennium, within the ancient starry skies, atop the heavenly palace, the atmosphere was finally free from murderous intent and ominous energies. The beings of the wilderness were well aware that this signified that the demon emperor Dijun and Tai had forged a sword capable of shaking the very flesh of the ancestral witches. The Slaughter Witch sword, a sword of great malevolence. At the moment of its forging, its murderous aura was restrained, awaiting the moment it would be unsheathed to fulfill its name by slaying the ancestral witches. In the second millennium, under the sharp tongue and persuasive prowess of Randang, all factions within a billion-mile radius of Qianlong Mountain surrendered. Qianlong Mountain was no longer desolate, but instead thrived in order and security. With vigilant guards patrolling its heights, the echoes of training soldiers reverberated through the mountains, shaking the earth and giving rise to a modest yet burgeoning power. Hao Tian entrusted this matter to Randang, while he either engaged in discussions with Yao Qi to deepen their bond or urged Yao Qi to focus on her cultivation, advising her against frivolity. These matters concerning Qianlong Mountain were trivial in the grand scheme of the wilderness. Yet in the recent millennium, a momentous event unfolded that reverberated throughout the realms. Chapter 36, The Underworld River. The Tao's peril boom. Crash. One day, the blood sea of the underworld erupted with a tremendous roar, waves of blood surging high, the immense force capturing the attention of the entire wilderness. That a colossal wave surged from the blood sea, resembling a blood-colored waterfall, soaring into the sky. The blood waterfall transformed into a blood dragon, upon which the ancestor of the underworld river stood, clad in a blood-red Tao robe, with a cold demeanor, exuding an air of arrogance. Buzz! Such a commotion from the blood sea inevitably drew the attention of powerful beings across the heavens, as they released their divine senses to discern the intent behind the underworld river's actions. In the chaos within the sanctum of the various saints, the 6 saints of the wilderness exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes narrowing as they focused their attention why the will of heaven. Today, I, the underworld river, shall create the Azura tribe. In the future, the Azura shall be a lineage of the blood sea, and I, the underworld river, shall be their progenitor. The underworld river proclaimed, gazing skyward. It turned out that after suffering defeat at the hands of Zhongchun, the ancestor of the underworld river had endured severe injuries, retreating to the blood sea to recuperate while grappling with feelings of frustration. He contemplated the path to enlightenment, waiting for the moment he could seek vengeance against Zhongchun. To achieve enlightenment, he knew he must first acquire the primordial purple qi. Thus, when the red cloud fell, he did not hesitate to seize it, even at the risk of offending the demon tribe. However, the primordial purple qi suddenly vanished, resulting not only in offending Dijun, but also leaving him with nothing. Bearing a heavy heart, the underworld river returned to the blood sea to ponder his path to enlightenment once more. Hongjun, the Tao ancestor, had once stated that the path to enlightenment consists of 3 methods. One is to achieve enlightenment through strength, the second is to sever the corpse to become a saint, and the third is to attain sainthood through merit. Achieving enlightenment through strength was impractical, and severing the corpse was no easy feat. Nuwa's creation of humanity was a grand act of merit. If I could create a new race, perhaps I too could attain sainthood. Very well. Let it be so. With thoughts solidified, the underworld river used the Blood Sea as a foundation, employing his divine powers to gather the vengeful spirits formed from the souls of the deceased. In a realm devoid of reincarnation, these spirits roamed aimlessly after death, homeless and lost, gradually drifting toward the Blood Sea. The underworld river utilized these souls, merging them with the laws of creation to forge the Azura tribe. Although not a master of the laws of creation, he succeeded after considerable effort, demonstrating immense wisdom. Thus, the scene at the Blood Sea unfolded. How is this possible? Only the laws of creation held by the goddess Nuwa can give rise to living beings. What? The underworld river has actually created life, successfully forging an entire race, creating life. Does the underworld river intend to use this to achieve enlightenment? The myriad beings of the wilderness gasped in astonishment. Their voices filled with shock and disbelief as they engaged in fervent discussions. The saints appeared momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting as a glint of determination flashed in their eyes, gradually becoming grave. The voice of the underworld river reverberated throughout the wilderness, leaving all in a state of astonishment. With measured steps, Haotian led his companions out of the grand hall, gazing toward the Blood Sea. "Brother, do you think the ancestor of the underworld river can attain sainthood?" Yao Ji inquired, casting her curious gaze upon Haotian. Randing and Yao Qi also turned to focus on him. "Haha!" Haotian chuckled softly, shaking his head gently as he murmured, "The path to enlightenment is far from an easy endeavor. While the Ming he possesses immense perseverance and wisdom, relying on this alone to attain enlightenment is utterly futile." The crowd fell silent, their expressions revealing deep contemplation. Indeed, without the primordial purple energy, the arduous nature of achieving enlightenment remains unknown to all. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed across the Blood Ming. His words faded. The heavens trembled, and a magnificent golden light of merit coalesced in the sky, cascading down towards his form. With a surge of joy, Ming he felt an overwhelming power rising within him as the golden light enveloped him, amplifying his might. With a thunderous roar, he broke through, ascending from the pinnacle of the early quasi-saint realm to the late quasi-saint stage. Yet, just as he reveled in his triumph, the flow of merit abruptly ceased, leaving his face pale and filled with indignation. Standing upon the blood dragon, he bellowed to the heavens, "Is this the injustice of the celestial path?" Seeing Ming He's futile wrath met with silence, he reluctantly retreated to the Blood Sea to consolidate his newfound stage. The saints snickered, exchanging derisive glances before resuming their meditative pursuits, while the other quasi-saints sighed and withdrew their consciousness. 300 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Burdened by his frustrations, Ming he returned to the Blood Sea, pondering the actions of figures like Laozi and Jiejing, who had established their own paths to sainthood. He mused, "If I were to create the Azura clan and subsequently establish a great sect, perhaps I could achieve enlightenment even without the primordial purple energy." Thus, another day dawned. With a thunderous roar, the Blood Sea reverberated as Ming he ascended once more, vowing to establish the Azura sect, advocating a doctrine of slaughter, proclaiming that nothing in the universe is beyond the reach of death, be it heaven, earth, witches, demons, humans, or all living beings. In his eyes, to slay all was tantamount to achieving enlightenment. He resolved to use the 12-petal karma fire red lotus as the supreme treasure to govern the fortunes of the Azura sect. What? Ming he seeks to establish a great sect. Will the world soon witness the emergence of a fifth major sect? His determination was palpable as he endeavored to claim the merit of a great sect for his own path to enlightenment. The outcome of his endeavor remained uncertain, leaving many to speculate whether the primordial world might soon see the rise of a seventh saint. Ming He's actions sent ripples of shock throughout the primordial realm, prompting discussions among the powerful and stirring the saints from their contemplative states. Their hearts raced with trepidation, their eyes glinting with cold light, questioning whether Ming He's audacious move would indeed lead him to sainthood. Instantly, the beings of the world felt an overwhelming intent to kill, saturating their hearts, leaving them all shaken. The heavens quaked once more as Ming he established his sect, and the merit descended anew. As his power surged, He was consumed with joy, believing he was on the brink of becoming a saint. Yet, just as he reached the pinnacle of the late quasi-saint realm, the ascent was abruptly halted. Is this the injustice of the celestial path? The frustration nearly made him vomit blood suddenly. In this harmonious state of the land, Ho-Tu sensed the restless souls of countless beings who had perished, wandering aimlessly in the cosmos, devoid of refuge. Their anguish transformed into a tempest of resentment, blanketing the vast wilderness. Countless lives have been lost in the desolation, their spirits scattered across the heavens and earth. Without a place to find solace, unable to transcend their fate, the accumulated resentment had grown immeasurable, and if this continued, a great calamity would inevitably descend upon the wilderness. Contemplating this, Ho-Tu's brow furrowed tightly, her delicate visage betraying an involuntary urgency as she expressed her concerns. A profound sense of great virtue and compassion surged within Ho-Tu's heart, filled with empathy for the suffering of the world. "I cannot allow this to continue. I must find a way to halt this tragedy," she exclaimed, tears streaming down her face, her voice echoing like a solemn vow, though no one could hear her. Boom! An overwhelming aura emanated from her, a rich essence of earth radiating from within this moment. Ho-Tu's worries extended beyond her kin, the Wu clan. She was concerned for all sentient beings. "Why do I feel such sorrow? What has transpired? My heart aches so. No, I cannot bear this. I must weep." As she traversed the land, murmurs of lament arose around her, and her compassion intensified, growing ever more profound. Within a radius of millions of miles, all living beings felt a deep-seated sorrow and heartache. Despite not knowing the reasons, they wept openly. This profound compassion, this pity for the suffering of humanity, emanated from Ho-Tu, surpassing even the serene attainments of Jane and Junti. The compassion of Jane and Junti stemmed largely from their enlightenment of the Buddha's path, a compassion born from understanding. Yet this was mere simulated compassion, far inferior to the genuine love and empathy that emanated from Ho-Tu, the ancestral shaman of the Wu clan. Jane and Junti were practitioners, their compassion arising from their spiritual cultivation, with the intent to guide sentient beings. However, among practitioners, who was not also capable of ruthlessness? If they were truly compassionate, why did they not lend a helping hand when the red clouds fell? Ho-Tu had once been a practitioner, the ancestral shaman of the Wu clan. But at this moment, she embodied a sage, bestowing great virtue upon the world. That a sage is one who worries for the world before worrying for oneself, taking it upon themselves to benefit future generations and all sentient beings. With compassion in her heart, Ho-Tu pursued the swirling resentment that enveloped the heavens and the earth, eventually arriving at the Blood Sea, where she halted her steps. Chapter 38. The transformation of Ho-Tu into reincarnation. The Blood Sea was the gathering place of the negative essence of the world, where all resentment, misfortune, murderous intent, and malevolent energy coalesced. In a realm without reincarnation, the souls of fallen beings drifted into the Blood Sea. These souls were of little use, until the ancient ancestor of the Nether River gathered them and created the Azura clan. Ah! Ha ha ha! Oh! Hoo-hoo-hoo! Within the Blood Sea, countless souls were drawn into an ancient formation, struggling within. Their faces were twisted with rage and madness, their voices screeching horridly, until they were eventually crushed into the essence of souls, stored within the formation for the Nether River to continually create the Azura clan. Seeing this, Ho-Tu felt a profound sorrow and urgently called out, "Friend of the Nether River, may I have a moment of your time?" Bang! A wave surged through the Blood Sea as the ancestor of the Nether River ascended into the sky to ha-ha. "What brings you to my Blood Sea, Ho-Tu?" he asked, his face breaking into a smile. "Brother Nether River, I come in courtesy." Ho-Tu's expression revealed her reluctance as she pointed to the suffering souls, speaking earnestly. "Seeing their plight, my heart cannot bear it. I implore you to spare them. Do not jest, for my Azura clan cannot reproduce like the human race." The Nether River's expression darkened, his face contorted with displeasure as he shouted, "If I release them, will my Azura clan not face extinction? Do not impose such a dilemma upon me." Ho-Tu's words nearly made the Nether River spit blood in anger. Had it not been for the formidable Wu clan, he would have surged forward to teach Ho-Tu a lesson. There is no need for concern. This matter I shall resolve. Ho-Tu replied, her countenance tinged with sadness, yet her tone resolute. I have resolved to transform into reincarnation, that if you show compassion and release the souls. This merit could allow the Azura clan to attain a path of reincarnation. What? Do you speak the truth? The Nether River's expression changed dramatically, his voice rising in astonishment. Indeed. Ho-Tu nodded, her gaze steadfast. What do you think, brother? My great compassion is to benefit all living beings, the Nether River declared, though the sincerity of his words remained uncertain. Ho-Tu fell silent, her expression peculiar, clearly not believing the Nether River to be such a righteous figure. The concept of evolving reincarnation demanded immense merit. I must seize this opportunity to acquire some merit for myself. Meanwhile, the Nether River felt a profound shock within, thinking to himself, "Thus, I thank you, my friend." Ho-Tu proclaimed. The wilderness was vast and bountiful, with mountains undulating like an endless wave. Elves, flowers, birds, insects, beasts, and fowl thrived in this domain. Under the celestial laws, all beings adhered to their destinies, cultivating their paths and seeking their own truths. Boom! Suddenly, an incomprehensibly vast, sacred, and ancient force of heaven and earth descended, enveloping the wilderness in an aura of boundless compassion. Rustle, rustle. Blood rain fell from the sky, drenching the land. This was the great sorrow of the world. The profound grief of all sentient beings. What has transpired? Why this drastic change in the heavens and the earth? This is not good. This compassionate energy is affecting my state of mind. What kind of power could achieve such a feat? I cannot hold back my tears any longer. Wah! As the strong of the wilderness murmured amongst themselves, a colossal figure, embodying the laws of heaven and earth, suddenly appeared, standing tall amid the cosmos, the form of the ancestral shaman. Ho-Tu's day boom. An endless radiance emanated from Ho-Tu, surrounded by auspicious clouds, a thread of compassion for all beings, and a deep empathy for the world radiating from her. This moment. Ho-Tu resembled a divine entity, her presence overwhelming, rivaling that of the sages. There are imperfections in the cosmos, and all beings suffer. That I am of the bloodline of Pangu, the ancestral shaman of the Wu clan. Ho-Tu's day for the sake of all sentient beings. I shall embody the evolution of heaven and earth to restore balance to the cosmos. Suddenly, the colossal figure spoke, its voice like thunder, resonating throughout the wilderness, ensuring all could hear. Within her voice lay a hint of nostalgia and liberation. In this moment, she appeared sacred and noble, akin to the sole goddess of myth, unattainable and exalted. What? Sister Ho-Tu, please don't. Impossible. How can this be? All members of the Wu clan displayed their sorrow, crying out in unison as they hurriedly soared towards the Blood Sea. Compassionate Lady Ho-Tu, all beings of the world, whether Wu or Yao, flocked towards the Blood Sea, tears streaming down their faces, their grief evident. Alas, great compassion of a lady, we are unworthy. Zhun Yuanzi, leading dozens of disciples, bowed towards the Blood Sea in respect. Ti Qianlong Mountain, Hao Yin stood upon a massive rock, gazing at the Blood Sea with an inscrutable expression. Ti Yao Qi, the Yao sisters stood weeping on either side, while Ran Dang remained behind them, indifferent. Hao Yin remained silent, bowing in reverence, and naturally, the Yao sisters followed suit. In the heavens, countless powerful beings bowed in respect. Among the sages beyond the heavens, solemn expressions adorned their faces as they offered half a bow. In all of existence, who besides Hongjun could receive a bow from a sage? Transform. Boom, boom, boom. As Ho-Tu softly spoke, the world trembled violently, a series of thunderous roars echoing forth. The ancient, vast power of the cosmos erupted. Crack. Above the Blood Sea, winds roared and clouds surged. A rift suddenly appeared in the void, widening into a colossal black hole, a relentless force of tearing energy emanating from within, encasing the ancestral shaman. Ho-Tu's day buzz. Ho-Tu did not display any pain. Her beautiful eyes held a hint of nostalgia and liberation. No one knew what that truly represented. Perhaps only she herself understood. Better to be liberated. Thus, I need not constantly think of him, yearn for him, and endure the torment within my heart. Boom! With a resounding crash, the form of the ancestral shaman, Ho-Tu, shattered and dispersed into the cosmos. Above the location, a magnificent wheel materialized, its hue profound, radiating an overwhelming force of reincarnation. Lady Ho-Tu, great virtue, grant me passage. Suddenly, the Nether River bowed towards Ho-Tu, shouting as he performed a ritual gesture, releasing the souls from the Blood Sea. Swish! All the wandering souls suddenly surged into the cycle of reincarnation, marking the commencement of its formal operation. Crack! The cycle turned, and the river of the underworld let out a sigh of relief. Rumbling, the river of the underworld abruptly lifted its gaze and beheld an infinite cascade of merits descending from the heavens, which filled it with profound joy, fixating its gaze intently. The 6 paths of reincarnation had revealed themselves. The upper 3 paths, heavenly path, human path, and Azura path, and the lower 3 paths, animal path, hungry ghost path, and hell path. Suddenly, a gentle sigh echoed, guiding all beings towards the path of reincarnation. Boom! The cycle plunged into the sea of blood. Beneath the earth, the underworld was slowly gestating, awaiting its opening. Buzz, amidst the incredulous gazes of all beings, a feeble primordial spirit materialized, fragile and solitary, as if it could disperse with the slightest breeze. Ho-Tu Nyang. Had she not perished? Buzz, the golden light of merit swiftly found its rightful owner and descended rapidly. Approximately half of it was granted to the river of the underworld, which joyfully accepted it. Boom! The remaining merit surged entirely into the primordial spirit of Ho-Tu, who swiftly coalesced. In an instant, she transformed into an immensely powerful being, her aura soaring to levels of early, mid, and late quasi-saint, until her might reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint perfection. Momentarily pausing, boom, under the watchful eyes of the saints and great powers, as the world gradually resonated with celestial music, radiant light filled the skies, and auspicious colors danced, the earth erupted with golden lotuses. Harnessing the immense power of merit, Ho-Tu shattered her bottleneck and ascended to the realm of the mixed element, the Luohu, golden immortal. Hiss! A gasp of astonishment arose. She was the first in the primordial world to achieve enlightenment without the primordial purple energy. Attaining the mixed element, the Luohu, golden immortal status. Ho-Tu Nyang, I salute you. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on your enlightenment. The 3 pure ones, Jane and Junti, along with Nuan Yang, all descended, their faces adorned with smiles as they offered their congratulations. There is no need for such formalities. Ho-Tu, with a placid demeanor, calmly replied, Please return, for the cycle is about to align with the underworld, and I must ascend to oversee it. I cannot entertain you all. Thus, we take our leave. The saints departed, and the ancestor of the river of the underworld approached Ho-Tu, exchanging a few congratulatory words before hastily returning to the sea of blood to refine the merits. Ho-Tu's enlightenment, having achieved it without the primordial purple energy, instilled hope and bolstered the resolve of many, including the ancestor of the river of the underworld. Chapter 39. Di-Jun's suspicion in the heavenly court. Within the palace of the demon emperor, elder brother, Ho-Tu's manifestation of reincarnation, though she has become a mixed element, the Luohu, golden immortal, comparable to a saint, is indeed a fortunate event for our demon clan. Proclaimed Tai, adorned in resplendent gold and crimson robes, his high crown perched atop his head, his long hair cascading freely behind him, a joyous expression gracing his face. Oh, what leads you to this conclusion? Di-Jun inquired nonchalantly. Is it not evident? Ho-Tu has achieved enlightenment. With Hongjun's decree, she cannot intervene in the conflicts between the Wu and Yao clans. Tai, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Without Ho-Tu, they can no longer set up the great divine array. Nor can they summon Pangu's true form. It is as if the strategy of Kunpeng has been effortlessly realized. Truly, the heavens are aiding us. Not necessarily. I believe you are underestimating the situation, Di-Jun replied, shaking his head with a serious demeanor. Since Hoda dares to act in such a manner, how can you be certain that they have not prepared in advance? The Wu clan surely possesses other trump cards. That cannot be. Elder brother, you may be overly cautious, Tai exclaimed, taken aback. If the Wu clan had a more formidable trump card, they would have used it by now. Why wait until this moment? Nothing is absolute. It is better to be safe than sorry, Dijun asserted. So, is elder brother suggesting we refrain from attacking the Wu clan for the time being? Tai gasped in surprise. Indeed, Dijun nodded, stating, let us adhere to our original plan. The 100,000-year deadline is approaching, and once we are fully prepared, our chances will be even greater. Furthermore, during this period, Habai Zhe and the others intensify their surveillance of the Wu clan's movements. To detect any potential schemes, should anything arise, they must report immediately. This, Tai exclaimed, to be honest, ever since Hutu transformed into reincarnation, I've been haunted by a sense of unease, as if disaster looms over me. Akin to a thorn in my back, I've calculated using the river diagram and Luohu book several times, yet with no results. Tai, do you think this could be a conspiracy orchestrated by the Wu clan? Hutu's transformation into reincarnation may have lured our demon clan into combat, while they're prepared with traps and strategies against us. Dijun finally voiced his concerns and suspicions, and the more he analyzed, the more plausible it seemed, causing his expression to grow graver. Impossible. Those brutes of the Wu clan cannot possess such cunning or intelligence. That is out of the question. Tai, hearing Dijun's analysis, turned pale, instinctively refuting it with a shout. Dijun also found merit in Tai's words. Those reckless members of the Wu clan could hardly be endowed with such wisdom, and he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Dijun's mind, causing his countenance to darken further. Elder brother, what is it? Tai, noticing Dijun's sudden change in expression, sensed something was amiss and called out anxiously. Second brother is correct. The Wu clan indeed lacks such wisdom, but that does not mean others cannot provide them with counsel. Dijun's expression turned grave. In this primordial world, many harbor ill will towards our demon clan, such as those saints. Elder brother, could it be? Tai gasped at DJUN. It must be said that Dijun possesses great wisdom. However, fate has played a cruel trick on him this time, having made a miscalculation. If they had seized the opportunity to strike the Wu clan, they might have truly achieved remarkable feats, as Huda's enlightenment had occurred without prior discussion with the Wu clan. It was entirely an unexpected event. Indeed, this is the only explanation. Dijun nodded, his expression darkened further, affirming, let us proceed according to our original plan to avoid any missteps. The next battle between the Wu and Yao clans shall culminate in this engagement. Very well, Tai exclaimed despondently, stepping out of the Grand Hall. The sudden sense of crisis that gripped Dijun's heart left him feeling as though he were ensnared in a web of conspiracy. And after much contemplation, he resolved to act cautiously, adhering to the original plan, thus missing a golden opportunity. The Emperor, standing solitary upon the peak of the heavens, is destined for solitude and loneliness, for countless souls covet his esteemed position, waiting for the opportune moment to seize it. Thus, as a qualified emperor, Dijun cannot fully place his trust in anyone, not even his wife, children, or brothers. He must remain vigilant. Therefore, an emperor often harbors greater suspicion. A solitary figure, this is the essence of an emperor. Qianlong Mountain, Haoyan's Taoist temple. The scenery remains unchanged, with undulating mountains, bizarre cliffs, and swirling mists, creating an ethereal atmosphere akin to a celestial realm. Senior brother, I never expected that Sister Hudu would turn misfortune into fortune, successfully achieving enlightenment and becoming a being comparable to a saint. Yao Tai, tall and graceful, her long and slender legs accentuating her alluring figure, her dark hair flowing behind her like a silken waterfall, spoke with palpable excitement. To achieve enlightenment without the primordial purple energy means that we too might have the opportunity to become beings akin to saints in the future. Do you not agree? Senior brother, beside her, Ran Deng's eyes brightened at her words, swiftly turning to Hao Yan, his gaze filled with fervent desire. It was a longing for strength, an aspiration. Cultivators defy the heavens. unwilling to settle for mediocrity. Who does not yearn for immense power? Randang was no exception to achieve enlightenment. Without the primordial purple energy merely makes the path arduous. It does not render it impossible. Hutu attained her enlightenment through the merits of reincarnation, becoming a mixed element Luohu, golden immortal. Hao Yin, unfazed by Randang's fervor, continued to explain, however, Hutu's enlightenment represents only half of her success. Within the underworld, she is indeed comparable to a saint, even surpassing many ordinary saints in strength. Yet beyond the underworld, she cannot contend with saints and is merely a being far superior to a perfected quasi-saint, capable of self-preservation in a confrontation with a saint. May I inquire, fellow Taoist, why is that? Randang seized the opportunity to ask. Yao Tai, equally curious, fixed her gaze on Hao Tanda. It is simply because Huta lacks a physical body. Her physical form has transformed into reincarnation and merged with the underworld. Thus, she has only achieved partial enlightenment. Within the underworld, she possesses immense power, but outside of it, she is classified as a half-saint. Hao Yin explained without hesitation, as there was little to conceal in this matter. A half-saint is one who has brushed against the mixed element realm, but has not yet fully transcended to complete enlightenment. Such individuals may not rival saints, yet their strength far exceeds that of quasi-saints, making it quite challenging for even saints to vanquish them. Randang, Yao Tai, and Randang nodded in understanding, mentally digesting Hao Yin's explanation, instinctively feeling that they had gained profound insight. By the way, where has Yeoheim been these days? Hao Yin inquired. Miss Yeoheim just went out a few months ago. She must be wandering the mountains. Randang replied promptly that, she is quite restless. Yao Tai remarked with a hint of exasperation regarding her lively younger sister. Shaking her head, if she were to apply herself, with her talents, she should have long since achieved the perfection of the Luohu golden immortal. We must keep a close eye on her. She must not venture beyond the influence of Qianlong Mountain. Hao Tian's expression darkened as he spoke in a grave tone. The Lich is about to wage war. Chaos is imminent. I cannot feel at ease with you running about outside. Yes, Randang exclaimed, retreating from the scene. Chapter 40. Quafu's demise on the Sunstar. Within a valley imbued with the essence of fire, there stood a divine tree soaring to a height of 800 zhang. Its trunk thick enough to be encircled by several dozen people. This magnificent tree, radiant with a fiery glow akin to red agate, perpetually exhaled and inhaled the power of flames from the dawn of creation. It had remained thus, rendering this valley significantly hotter than any other location on the Sunstar. This divine tree was none other than the Fusa wood, one of the innate five-element spiritual roots representing fire. It was beneath this tree that Dijun and Tai Yi were born, both renowned as the essence of departing fire. Hence the valley was aptly named Pangu. The Fusa wood, a top-tier innate spiritual root, emanated immense power. Standing tall in the valley, it continuously breathed in and out the essence of flames in a rhythmic manner, seemingly demonstrating the laws of fire and giving rise to the great Tao. Beneath the tree, 10 youths clad in crimson robes, their features strikingly similar, sat cross-legged with their eyes tightly shut. Their palms were pressed together, forming a circle as they diligently practiced their cultivation techniques. With each breath, the fiery essence of heaven and earth surged into their bodies. Suddenly, one of the youths opened his eyes, assuming a defensive stance as he shouted angrily, "What skill is there in sneaking around? Show yourself, you coward!" He, a middle-aged man, dressed in a light blue scholar's robe and holding a bamboo staff, appeared in the valley. Approaching within 3 zhang of the 10 youths, he chuckled, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Your prowess is indeed remarkable. You have seen through my concealment. Who are you, and what brings you here?" the Crown Prince demanded. "There's a formation set by my father outside. How did you enter?" "Correct. Speak quickly, or do not blame me for being merciless." This unexpected turn of events roused the other youths, who regarded the unfamiliar middle-aged man with growing suspicion, calling out in alarm. "Wait, do not misunderstand." The man hurriedly shook his head, a subtle aura of demonic energy emanating from him as he spoke in a deep voice. "I am of the demon clan." here to inform you that we have suffered repeated humiliations at the hands of the Witch Clan. The Heavenly Emperor has resolved to mobilize an army against them. Due to pressing matters, he has sent me to look after you." The Crown Prince, sensing the demonic energy from the man, relaxed slightly and inquired, "You say the Demon Clan has been repeatedly humiliated by the Witch Clan. What exactly is going on? Speak clearly to me at once." "Well, right." The man's expression fluctuated, as if hesitating, before he finally bit the bullet and agreed. He proceeded to recount the conflicts between the Witch and Demon clans, embellishing the tale, which incited the youths to clench their teeth in indignation. "The Witch Clan has gone too far. Eldest brother, we should descend into the primordial chaos and unleash a massacre to alleviate our father's worries." "How outrageous!" the youths clamored, insisting on descending into the primordial chaos to confront the Witch Clan and vent their anger on behalf of Dijun. Indeed, these 10 youths were the offspring of Dijun and Changxi, the 10 princes of the Demon Clan. In their natural environment, they were arrogant and unruly, frequently stirring up trouble. However, due to their noble status and the indulgence of Changxi, their behavior was increasingly difficult to rein in. Dijun, preoccupied with affairs, had no choice but to confine them to Pangu, commanding them to engage in rigorous cultivation, forbidding them from leaving until they reached the level of the Luohu Jinxian. "Eldest brother, our father has warned us against causing trouble. The primordial chaos is not the heavenly court. After all, it is the domain of the Witch Clan." The youngest, Luya, stepped forward, expressing his concerns. Yet, inwardly, he was cursing vehemently, exclaiming, "You fools so easily swayed by a few inciting words. Do you not realize this person's suspicious demeanor? He evaded my spiritual detection. His strength is unfathomable, perhaps surpassing even Dijun. How could he possibly be a subordinate sent by Dijun?" "Xiao, what kind of talk is that? If you are afraid, then stay here and we will go to the primordial chaos together," the Crown Prince declared loudly. "Indeed," the others echoed. "Fine. If we're to go, then let us go." Luya feigned indignation, smirking coldly within. "You truly do not know the meaning of danger. I will not be responsible for you all when the time comes." After the 10 brothers reached a consensus, they departed from the Sun Star, setting their course toward the primordial chaos. Whoosh! Once they left, a flash of blue light appeared, and the middle-aged man re-emerged, smirking coldly. "Dijun, if you do not wish to act now, I shall ensure that you are forced into conflict." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 10 princes of the Demon Clan descended into the primordial chaos without any restraint, revealing their true forms as they soared through the sky. Suddenly, 10 suns appeared in the heavens, scorching the earth beneath, leaving it cracked and barren, devoid of life, as countless beings were incinerated to ashes. "Ha! This time, the Witch Clan will surely recognize the might of our Demon Clan." The second prince boasted arrogantly. "Indeed, we must make the Witch Clan pay dearly for their transgressions," the Crown Prince declared, his demeanor reeking of arrogance as he shouted, "There lies a Witch Clan settlement ahead. Let us set it ablaze." "Excellent." Luya's expression darkened, filled with dread and anger as he cursed, "You fools! You have committed heinous acts, creating great karma. There will be no good outcome from this." The group reached the Witch Clan settlement, ignited a massive blaze, reveling in their show of power, and prepared to take flight. "Who dares harm my kin?" A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating in their ears like a clap of thunder, shaking their very souls. Upon looking, the youths beheld an enormous giant blocking their path, a colossal Witch Clan shaman wielding a peachwood staff, glaring furiously at the 10 of them. Luya's eyes flashed with brilliance as he stealthily retreated behind his companions. "Hiding away! Foolish old man! Do you know we are the princes of the Demon Clan? How dare you speak to us in such a manner?" The Crown Prince bellowed in anger. "Yes, kneel and beg for mercy. And perhaps I might spare you. Or perhaps you should submit to us, serving us as your lords." "Indeed, ha!" The princes, accustomed to their noble status, were unaccustomed to such indignities and could not help but scowl in fury. "Ha ha!" Kwa Fu laughed with rage, ignoring their insults, and raised his peachwood staff, striking the Crown Prince squarely. The overwhelming power of the shaman sent the Crown Prince hurtling away, as Kwa Fu sneered. "So these little brats dare to challenge me? Bold! How dare you harm my brother? You dare! Cease your insolence. The princes roared in unison, unable to fathom that this giant would truly take action and that he was so formidable. They were utterly outmatched. Puff, charge, kill him. The crown prince, rising to his feet and spitting blood, shouted in rage. Roar. The brothers charged forward, surrounding Kuo Fu. Boom, boom, boom. A fierce battle erupted, flames soaring and the landscape shifting dramatically. Though the youths were all-powerful, de Luo Jinxian, they had only just broken through and were no match for Kuo Fu, a top-tier shaman. Oh no. In no time, except for Luya, who evaded with his remarkable speed, the rest were struck multiple times and gravely injured. Boom, boom, boom. Luya's face turned ashen as he seethed internally. This is unacceptable. This body is far too weak to contend with him. I must devise a plan. It seems there is no other choice. Brothers, we are not a match for this shaman. Let us flee towards the sun and harness the power of heavenly fire to incinerate him. Luya suddenly exclaimed, Good. The prince's eyes lit up, and they joyfully fled toward the sun. Foolish little beasts. Where do you think you're going? Kuo Fu bellowed in fury, pursuing them with great strides. Whoosh! The 10 suns sped through the heavens, while Kuo Fu chased them on the ground like the wind. He traversed mountains and rivers, shaking the earth with every step as it trembled beneath his might. Foolish little beasts, once I catch up to you, you shall see how I deal with you. As the 10 princes fled desperately, Kuo Fu closed in, their proximity to the sun invigorating him, his confidence swelling as he shouted. The more he chased, the more parched he felt, which was peculiar for a mighty shaman. Yet he paid little mind, merely continuing his relentless pursuit. Even when exhausted and parched, Kuo Fu refused to relent. This was the best opportunity to eliminate the demon clan's 10 princes. By the time the demon clan reacted, it would be too late. I'm almost upon you. Almost there, Kuo Fu thought fervently. For 9 days and nights, Kuo Fu could no longer endure and stopped to drink water. Huff, huff, huff. With great strides, he rushed to the riverbank, quenching his thirst by draining the waters of the Yellow River in one breath, before dashing over to the Wei Shui and doing the same. Brothers, that old rascal is finished. Let us go forth and avenge our grievances. Suddenly Luya bellowed. Very well, old rascal, today is your day of reckoning. Old rascal, prepare to meet your doom. In an instant, the 10 golden crows revealed their fierce visages, roaring as they executed a counterattack, surrounding Kuo Fu and engaging in fierce combat once more. Thunderous roars echoed. Though Kuo Fu perished, there would undoubtedly be someone to avenge me. Kuo Fu howled, surrounded by 10 foes. Ultimately, he suffered grievous injuries and was consumed by the true flames of the sun. With a resounding crash, his massive body fell to the ground, and in his final moments, Kuo Fu's heart brimmed with resentment, hatred, and regret, lingering in thought for the Wu tribe, casting a final glance at the earth before hurling away his peachwood staff. Buzz! Where the staff landed, a vast expanse of lush peach orchards sprouted, thriving year-round. Thus fell Kuo Fu, the ancient giant who chased the sun. Kuo Fu, in pursuit of the sun, sought to drink from the rivers and, finding them insufficient, turned to the great marshes to the north. Yet he succumbed to thirst before arriving, abandoning his staff, which transformed into the Deng Forest. Chapter 41. He shoots the suns in the Ho-Tu tribe. Roar, Kuo Fu, you met a tragic end. He howled in fury, his countenance dark and stormy, gripping his bow and arrow tightly as he gritted his teeth, declaring, Fear not. Whoever is responsible, I shall swiftly avenge you. Ho-I and Kuo Fu were the pinnacle shamans under the command of the ancestral shaman of Ho-Tu, sharing a bond akin to brothers. Now, with Kuo Fu's fall, the energy dissipated into the primordial chaos. Igniting a fierce rage within Ho-I, he resolved to seek out the perpetrator and exact vengeance. Bring forth the one. Ho-I shouted. What are your commands, my lord? A robust shaman of the tribe responded immediately. Go and inform the great shaman Wu Xian that I am stepping out for a while, and instruct him to manage the affairs of the tribe in my absence. Ho-I instructed in a solemn tone. Yes, my lord, the man replied hastily. With his bow and arrows slung over his back, Ho-I departed the tribe alone, embarking on his quest, tracking the lingering essence of Kuo Fu. In Qianlong Mountain, at Hao Yian's dojo. "Has Randang finished the execution of the corpses?" Hao Yian inquired, his eyes glimmering with intensity as he turned to Randang, a smile gracing his lips. "What brings you to me today?" Many subordinates have reported that vast areas of the primordial chaos are scorched by the sun's flames, leaving vegetation withered and life extinct, with countless beings perishing. Randang replied, his head bowed respectfully. "Such signs are hardly auspicious. Could this foretell chaos in the world? 10 suns rising together. Surely, you have observed this." Hao Yian stated solemnly. "Indeed." Randang was momentarily taken aback. He had fully submitted to Hao Yian, who had bestowed upon him innate spiritual treasures and entrusted him with significant power, even without a heavenly oath. Betrayal was unthinkable. With 10 suns in the sky, I cannot discern the auspicious from the ominous. Might this be related to the events transpiring in the primordial chaos? Randang asked. "Humph, with 10 suns shining. The demon race's fortunes are nearing their end," Hao Yian retorted coldly, his eyes sparkling like a myriad of stars as he commanded. "Our day of rise is not far off. You must hasten to recruit skilled warriors and expand our forces." "Yes," Randang's heart trembled, waves of shock coursing through him. Though Hao Yian's words were veiled, his wisdom gleaned the underlying meaning that he could not fathom Hao Yian's intent to rise and usurp the demon race. While uncertain of Hao Yian's confidence, he recognized his cautious nature, never acting without certainty. What could possibly be his assurance? Was it merely the prowess of a quasi-saint and the small forces of Qianlong Mountain? Randang pondered in confusion, finding himself increasingly unable to grasp the depth of Hao Yian's intentions, and promptly withdrew after acknowledging his commands. "Buzz." After a prolonged silence, Hao Yian gestured, suddenly conjuring 2 streams of profound radiance in his hands. One entirely pearlescent, swirled with fate, as if surrounded by boundless human destiny, revered and worshipped as if of unparalleled nobility. The other, a violet aura, danced with the rhythm of laws. Gazing upon it felt akin to glimpsing the threshold of life and death, as if one could ascend to enlightenment. "The cycle of reincarnation has commenced. My friend, the Emperor of Heaven, must depart. With this primordial violet aura as your shield, no one in the primordial chaos can decipher your origins." Hao Yian sighed, fixating on the pearlescent imprint of humanity and the dazzling violet aura, speaking in a low tone. "It is time to venture into the underworld and see how Ho-Tu fares. What is love in this world, that it compels one to pledge life and death?" Hao Yian murmured softly to himself, "If you do not betray me, I shall not betray you." Whoosh, a flash of white light, entwined with violet brilliance, broke free from Hao Yian's grasp, vanishing into the vast expanse of the universe, heading toward the evolving underworld. The power of witches and demons is beyond one's control. This life's bond shall be continued in the next. In the cycle of reincarnation, will you still recognize me? Sigh. Hao Yian sighed deeply, gazing at the moon, lost in silence, until dawn broke and the sun once again illuminated the earth, releasing an unending heat. "Here lies the place where Kwa Fu fell." He halted, his expression darkening as he muttered. Before him lay a vast peach orchard, the very transformation of Kwa Fu's peach wood staff into the Dang forest, still imbued with Kwa Fu's shamanic essence. After a night of pursuit, he had finally found it. In addition to Kwa Fu's essence, there were 10 other auras present, saturated with the power of fire. Kwa Fu must have perished at the hands of 10 great Luo Jingxians who practiced fire-related techniques, his body reduced to ashes by their flames. Analyzing his findings with keen perception, He roared in anger. "Kwa Fu met a tragic end. I shall surely avenge you." The witch tribe reveres Pangu and esteems strength. Often deemed brash by the other races of the primordial chaos, this was indeed the case. However, of the Ho-Tu tribe stood as an exception. Among the witch tribe, not only was he powerful, but he was also renowned for his cautiousness and cleverness. Thus, Ho-Tu entrusted him with the tribe's affairs. Kwa Fu's demise occurred yesterday. The residual essence lingers here, indicating that the assailants have not strayed far. I will pursue them and should soon catch up with the culprits. Clenching his divine bow and arrows, He strode forth with determination. "Buzz, Within 3 days, a wave of scorching heat enveloped him, signaling an even more intense warmth ahead. Hou Yi's heart quivered, recognizing that his pursuit was on the right track, for he sensed, faintly yet undeniably, the presence of 10 formidable auras in the distant horizon. Moving leisurely at last, I have found them. Hou Yi's spirits surged with fervor as he quickened his pace, striding forward. Brother, should we not return? We ventured out without our father's permission. The 10th prince, Luohu, interjected, his expression dark and foreboding. If we are discovered by our father, there shall be severe consequences. His keen intuition far surpassed that of his 9 brothers. Ever since the incident involving Luohu, a sense of impending doom had enveloped him, akin to being hunted by a nemesis. Anxiously, he declared, "A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall." Sensing the approaching danger, Luohu could no longer suppress his voice, proposing their return to the heavenly court. "Brother, why the haste? We have yet to enjoy ourselves," the 2nd prince exclaimed. "If we return stealthily, no one shall know we have left," another chimed in. "Indeed, that is a valid point," the brothers chimed in, voices raised in agreement. Hearing their words, Luohu's countenance darkened further. "Oh, not worry. Even if father discovers our absence, mother will support us. We may only be confined again, but we shall remain unharmed," the eldest prince stated nonchalantly. "Fools, simpletons, all of you are worthless," Luohu cursed inwardly, his expression shifting as a wave of hatred surged within him. He thought, "Alas, it is too late. If you do not leave, I shall," Luohu shouted, interrupting their quarrel as he took flight. Soaring away into the distance. Chapter 42. Hou Yi Shoots the Suns continued. "Little 10, how could you?" The 3rd prince roared in anger, ready to reprimand, when suddenly a sense of life and death peril enveloped him, sending shockwaves through his heart. "Not good." Huff! Instinctively, the 3rd prince spewed forth blood, which transformed into a mist, shrouding his body. His wings flapped violently as he prepared to take flight and evade the impending danger. The blood escape technique, a secret method of the demon race for preserving life. Its use inflicts severe harm upon oneself. No demon would employ it unless facing a life-threatening crisis. Yet now, the 3rd prince acted without hesitation. "What? 3rd brother, what is wrong?" "No, 3rd brother." The countenance of the princes transformed drastically, their astonishment giving way to a cacophony of cries. Alas, the 3rd prince's blood escape technique had not yet reached completion when he spewed forth a mouthful of crimson. As he struggled to lower his gaze, he beheld an arrow piercing his chest, blood cascading from its tip. With his meridians shattered and his heart torn asunder, a profound sense of unwillingness etched upon his face. He bitterly exclaimed, "Brothers, flee swiftly. We are no match for him. Return to the heavenly realm and seek vengeance from our father." This scene left the other princes aghast, their hearts sinking into despair. Ahead, the swift figure of Luohu accelerated, his wings thrumming with urgency. "Humph! For the blood of my brother Luohu, blood must be repaid with blood. Today, none shall escape." The chilling voice of Hou Yi resonated through the void. The assembled crowd turned in haste to witness Hou Yi. Bow in hand, 3 divine arrows knocked, his lethal intent locking onto them, filling their hearts with terror. "This man seeks revenge for that giant," they cried in alarm. "Run, if we return to the heavenly realm. We shall be safe," the eldest prince shouted. "Agreed," the others echoed, suppressing their grief and hastening their escape, vowing to return with formidable allies for retribution. Yet their aspirations were futile. Little did they know that Hou Yi had no intention of permitting their return to the heavenly realm. Just as he took flight, the 5th, 7th, and 9th princes suddenly felt excruciating pain, blood erupting from their mouths as they plummeted from the sky, each struck by a divine arrow that shattered their life force. "Nay, brothers," the remaining princes cried out in anguish, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Yet they grit their teeth and activated their blood escape, fleeing with greater speed. Meanwhile, within the halls of the heavenly court, Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, and others convened, including Bai Zhe and Fu Shi, discussing strategies against the Wu clan. Suddenly, Emperor Jun coughed up blood, his complexion ashen, and he bellowed in disbelief, "Impossible! Brother, what has happened? How could this be?" Emperor Jun's brother inquired. Alarmed. "Your Majesty," Tai Yi and the others gasped, their expressions shifting dramatically as they witnessed Emperor Jun sway unsteadily. Tai Yi rushed forward to support him, his face etched with concern. "My son is in peril. He may have perished in the wilderness," Emperor Jun declared, his expression darkening, fury boiling within him. "What? How can this be?" Tai Yi exclaimed. "Were they not confined by elder brother in the Tang Valley to cultivate? How could they have ventured to the wilderness?" "I know not why," Emperor Jun replied, his brow furrowed as he turned to Fu Shi, saying, "Please keep watch over Chang Shi. Ensure she does not act recklessly. Tai Yi and I shall hasten to the wilderness. Bai Zhe, rally the demon soldiers and prepare for any eventuality." "Understood." "Yes, Your Majesty." Fu Shi and Bai Zhe, recognizing the urgency, nodded and departed. "Tai Yi, let us go," Emperor Jun commanded, his eyes glinting with cold determination. "I shall see who dares to harm my child." "Very well," Tai Yi responded, his expression grim, and he shouted in fury. Suddenly, the sound of arrows piercing flesh echoed, accompanied by anguished cries, as 3 golden crows fell, struck by divine arrows, their faces filled with resentment as they met their untimely demise. But what good was their unwillingness? He was a peak witch, fueled by vengeance and bloodlust. He would not spare them. They were but great Luohu golden immortals, foolishly daring to wreak havoc in the wilderness, a domain belonging to the Wu clan. Did they consider themselves superior to Emperor Jun or Tai Yi? "Second brother, flee. I shall hold them off for a moment. Pursue Xiao Shi and bring him back to the heavenly realm," the eldest prince suddenly declared, his gaze resolute. "Brothers, avenge me." With a mighty leap, he positioned himself behind the second prince, using his body as a shield to block the fatal arrow, blood spurting forth as the light in his eyes dimmed. "Brother," the second prince, filled with profound sorrow, roared in anguish as he witnessed his sibling fall to save him. He could only unleash a torrent of blood, activating his blood escape to its utmost, gritting his teeth and racing forward, determined to catch up with his brother and return to the heavenly realm. Through tear-filled eyes, he faintly discerned a figure soaring through the sky. "Xiao Shi, run!" the second prince cried, invigorated by the sight of his remaining brother. With a resounding thud, the second prince made the same choice as the eldest, using his wings to shield Luohu, bellowing, "Little Shi, you must survive." "Second brother, no." Luohu turned, witnessing this moment, tears streaming down his face. Though he had often looked down upon these brothers, their shared childhood and training had forged a deep bond. In his youth, he had once been a dandy, playing and training together, even bullying lesser demons. When trouble arose and punishment loomed, his mother and brothers had stood by him, although he had been ungrateful at times, deeming them childish and foolish. In this life, they were ultimately his brothers. "Run!" A divine arrow pierced the second prince's chest, yet hope flickered in his eyes as he anxiously gazed at Luohu's figure, his lips moving as if urging Luohu to flee swiftly. "Humph, there is no escape." Hou Yi's expression remained icy, his murderous intent undiminished. With a swift motion, he drew another arrow, aiming directly at Luohu. "That arrow is too powerful." Luohu's face paled at the sight, and suppressing his sorrow, he shouted, "Heavenly fire of the 9 heavens!" Boom! Suddenly, Luohu's aura surged, and he expelled 3 mouthfuls of blood. 9 pillars of heavenly fire erupted from his body, forming a majestic array around him, radiating an overwhelming might capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas. This technique consumed immense energy, serving as one of Luohu's ultimate defenses, impervious even to an ordinary great Luohu golden immortal at their peak. However, Luohu held no illusions. He sped towards the heavenly realm, fully aware that this maneuver might not suffice against Hou Yi's divine arrows, which were undoubtedly peerless treasures of immense power, capable of wounding even quasi-saints. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed as the fiery pillars were breached, yet they bought Luohu precious moments. As the arrow pierced through the fire, Luohu dove, narrowly evading the lethal projectile, and flapped his wings, fleeing with wild abandon. Hou Yi's expression darkened as he readied another arrow. "Humph! Too much arrogance." Luohu, gripped by dread, prepare to unleash his ultimate technique in desperation. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of bells reverberated through the air. As the divine arrow became ensnared in the void, unable to advance, Luohu exhaled in relief. With a furious roar, the Eastern Emperor bell tolled, and Tai Yi's wrathful voice echoed, "Who dares to slay my demon prince?" Such audacity! A colossal ancient bell materialized in the air, and with a gentle tremor, it sent Luohu's divine arrow crashing to the ground. Realizing the shift in circumstances, Luohu's expression darkened, and as he furrowed his brow, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi emerged from the void, their murderous intent saturating the atmosphere as they shouted, "You dare harm my son! The Wu clan possesses such audacity! Ha! My Wu clan dares to battle heaven and earth! Who do we fear? This group of feathered beasts dares to slay my brother Quafu. Why should I not retaliate?" Luohu's pupils constricted, aware that this matter would not end well today. Without hesitation, he released an arrow. "Humph!" Tai Yi scoffed, the Eastern Emperor bell resounding as he deflected the divine arrow, once more descending upon Luohu. Despite Luohu's rapid fire of arrows, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. He could not withstand the might of Tai Yi's Eastern Emperor bell, which collided with him. Puff! A wave of dizziness washed over Luohu, as if his entire being had been crushed, pain seeping into his very soul. And he coughed up blood, fainting. Fortunately, a radiant golden light of merit flickered within him, allowing him to cling to life and avoid immediate demise. Yet this was not the end. Tai Yi's eyes shimmered with murderous intent as the Eastern Emperor bell targeted Luohu once more. "Who dares to slay my great witch of the Wu clan? Have you consulted with our ancestral witches?" A thunderous roar erupted. Buzz! A ripple of energy spread through the air as the massive form of the ancestral, which Di Jiang stepped forth from the void. Blocking the Eastern Emperor bell with a single fist, the ancestral which had finally sensed the disturbance, arriving just in time to aid Luohu. The remaining 10 ancestral witches also materialized, coldly confronting Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. Chapter 43. If there is a rebirth, follow you into the cycle of life and death you. Tai Yi pointed angrily at Daijang and exclaimed, "Daijang, your great shaman of the witch clan has slain 9 princes of my demon race. Yet you dare to protect him? Do you wish to ignite the war of witches and demons once more? Surrender Luohu, and I shall grant your witch clan a fleeting chance for survival. Otherwise, without Hutu, the heavenly divine killing formation shall not be formed, and I shall see how you withstand the onslaught of the demon race." Di Jun coldly added, the threat in his words unmistakably clear. With Di Jun's wisdom, he now fully comprehended that the crisis he sensed earlier was not the witch clan's hidden trump card, but rather the impending doom threatening his own son. Ironically, he had believed himself to be the target of a scheme, and out of caution, he had refrained from attacking the witch clan, thus missing a prime opportunity. This was indeed a grave error, yet Di Jun's countenance betrayed no hint of regret. Instead, his expression was dark and foreboding. A monarch may have faults to amend, but he must never admit to them. Our great shaman Quafu was burned to death by those 10 wretched beasts, and if we speak of the war of witches and demons, it was your demon race that initiated it first. Daijang's expression was grim, showing no fear of Di Jun, and he coldly stated, "As for how we shall resist your demon race, you shall witness it. The witch clan, inheritors of Pangu, certainly possesses hidden cards. However, the cost is exorbitant. They shall not employ them unless faced with annihilation. Your great shaman's life is but a trifle compared to my 9 nephews." Upon hearing Daijang's words, Tai Yi's fury erupted. "Humph!" Zhu Rong scoffed, his tone laced with derision. "Tai Yi is mistaken. It seems to me that your demon race possesses no qualification to be compared with the great shaman Quafu." Tai Yi, in a fit of rage, raised the Eastern Emperor bell to strike Zhu Rong, but was restrained by Di Jun. "Very well, Daijang, you may act as you wish," Di Jun said with a glacial smile. "It will not be long before the demon army assaults the witch clan. If you dare to come, we of the witch clan shall gladly accompany you," Daijang replied, his gaze unwavering. Humph! Di Jun coldly snorted. And together with Tai Yi, they departed with Luohu, planning to return to the Heavenly Court to rally the demon race's might for a large-scale offensive against the Witch Clan. What of Hoi's injuries? Daijang asked, his expression darkening as he gazed in the direction of Tai and the others. His wounds are severe, but his life is not in peril, the ancestor of Xianming replied. Then let us return and send someone to escort him to the underworld. Where Hutu can care for him, we shall go to the Pangu Hall to discuss how to counter the demon race, Daijang said solemnly. Agreed. The demise of the 9 princes of the demon race had thoroughly enraged Dijun, and they must immediately confer on how to respond to the impending demon offensive. In the underworld, alas, gazing at the vast cycle of 6 paths before her, and the underworld that had transformed significantly, Hutu sighed deeply, bitterness lacing her words. Has Kwafu truly fallen? It seems the decisive battle between witches and demons is indeed drawing near, yet I am powerless to assist you. If I intervene, the saint of the demon race, Niwa, would surely not remain indifferent. Should conflict arise, I fear I may not be her match. The primal land is not like the underworld. It is not my domain. I ask it truly that heaven does not favor my witch clan. Without me, even if all the essence I left in the Pangu Hall were given to a great shaman, it would be challenging to maintain the grand formation against the demon race. Hutu sensed Kwafu's fall and understood that war was imminent. Unable to suppress her sorrow, she could only lament in silence, her heart aflame with worry, mourning her inability to aid the witch clan. Once the cycle is enacted, Hutu shall no longer be a witch. Hutu stood alone in the expansive underworld, isolated and solitary, her fragile figure exuding an aura of loneliness and desolation. Her beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears, evoking deep sympathy. Must I truly resort to that tactic? Hutu murmured softly, her delicate face shadowed with gloom, but that method would also inflict heavy damage upon myself. If I proceed thus, the witch clan would be utterly finished. Nearly impossible to rise again. How I wish you were still here. You would surely offer Hutu a brilliant plan. Reflecting on that man in her heart, his towering figure and his audacious spirit of fighting against the demon Dijun. A bittersweet smile touched Hutu's lips. This smile held a trace of tenderness, mingled with sorrow. Alas, shaking her head slightly, she tried to expel that image from her mind. Forcing herself to calm down, she inwardly mused. I wonder if you harbor hatred towards me. You must, for if I had been able to withstand the pressure from the other ancestral shamans and acted decisively, I could have saved you. Alas, all is too late. Gazing at the desolate, wind-swept, and ominous underworld, Hutu's expression grew dim. Must I truly live alone here from now on? The cycle was enacted, and thus the underworld was destined to open. Hutu naturally became the ordained sovereign of the underworld that I in this realm. Not even a saint, nor Hongjun, could impose upon her. This status evoked envy and jealousy among countless powerful beings. If only I were born a witch. I too could undergo the cycle and attain the mixed element. To attain the mixed element, to wield the heavenly way, to master the cycle, and to gaze upon the endless road ahead, feeling the immense power within herself. Hutu whispered, Do you know, none of this is what I desire. I only wish for your return at last. Hutu could no longer contain the sorrow and grievance within her. She touched her cheek with her small hand, yearning to cry, yet no tears would come. It dawned upon her that she possessed no physical form. As a primordial spirit, she was devoid of tears, which only deepened her sorrow in self-mockery. She murmured, Perhaps this is what it means to want to cry without tears. At that moment, the barrier of the underworld was suddenly breached, and a pure white light, entwined with a radiant purple aura, surged into the underworld. Buzz, the cycle of 6 paths, responded, instantly generating a powerful suction that drew the 2 entities swiftly towards the cycle. Their speed far exceeded that of light, akin to 2 divine dragons, vanishing in the blink of an eye, arriving before the immense cycle. What? Hutu abruptly stood up, exclaiming in surprise, fixating intently on the white light. She sensed within it a profound human faith and vast fortune that in that moment, Hutu detected a familiar aura, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she witnessed it being drawn into the cycle. With no time to ponder further, Hutu suddenly extended her jade hand towards the 6 paths wheel, crying out, "It is you! Come back to me! Do not leave!" Buzz! Instantly, the normally functioning six paths wheel slightly halted under Hutu's gesture, forcibly immobilized by the power of her finger, showcasing her strength and control over the cycle. Should a saint witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left speechless in astonishment to command the cycle. This was indeed terrifying. Though the cycle was formed from Hutu's essence, she could only influence its operation to a limited extent, for the cycle was the great Tao of heaven and earth. Should Hutu one day achieve true mastery over the cycle, she would stand on par with Hongjun, or even surpass him. Hongjun unites with the heavenly Tao, governing fate. Hutu harmonizes with the earthly Tao, commanding the cycle. The primal heavenly Tao is incomplete, yet the cycle remains whole. "Return, do not leave me again," Hutu called anxiously. Buzz, the cycle, momentarily halted as if it had heard Hutu's plea. The white light paused slightly, moving towards Hutu's figure, while the purple aura remained stationary. The white light collided into Hutu's soft embrace, as if seeking comfort, writhing in her hold. This evoked a pang of sadness within Hutu, yet she clung on tightly, fearful of its escape. "You have not perished. I knew it. How could one such as you die so easily?" Gazing at the white light in her grasp, Hutu expressed both joy and concern. "You are ignoring me. Are you upset that I could not assist you?" Buzz. The white light paused slightly, ceasing its struggle, and quieted down as a gentle holy light caressed Hutu's cheek as if offering solace. This made Hutu feel a refreshing coolness on her delicate face, an exquisite comfort as a familiar voice resonated within her consciousness. "Silly girl, how could I be angry with you? You too are bound by circumstances. Moreover, I am not so easily slain at tea that time. I had reached the pinnacle of the second level of martial arts divine ability. Facing a bottleneck, breakthrough, I had to shatter my form and start anew. I had long anticipated this day. The cycle of heaven and earth must open, and the third divine ability I sought to comprehend relates to the power of the cycle. Thus, I chose to borrow June's strength to obliterate my physical body and reincarnate to cultivate anew. Only through continuous cycles could I break through and grasp this divine ability, condensing the third divine wheel. Otherwise, do you think June could truly kill me?" The voice of Huangtian echoed in Hutu's mind, imbued with confidence. "What? Why did you not inform me sooner? You left me worrying." Hutu was taken aback, feeling a wave of grievance that I intended to discuss the matter of the cycle with you, but the demon race attacked too swiftly, and I had no time. Huangtian hurriedly explained that moment. "I was also engaged in battle with June. It was in a moment of inspiration that I thought to use his power to break my physical form." That's so," Hutu responded, her trust wavering. "Indeed. How could I deceive you?" Huangtian quickly assured her. Then let it be." Hutu let out a soft hum, her jade-like face once more adorned with a smile. Then, as if struck by sudden thought, her expression dulled again, and she spoke. "If you are to undergo reincarnation, what shall become of me? The vast netherworld is not inhabited solely by myself. Perhaps it would be best if you and I were to reincarnate together. It is hardly beneficial for you to remain without a physical form. Why not forge a new body through the cycle of rebirth?" Hao Yin paused for a moment in contemplation before responding. "Moreover, the continuous cycles of reincarnation will aid you in comprehending the Tao, allowing you to grasp the power of reincarnation. Would that not be agreeable?" This indeed seemed a promising solution, yet Hutu appeared somewhat troubled. "You are concerned about the witch clan, are you not? You must surely understand that the decline of the witches and demons is a matter of destiny, an inevitable trend. Destiny cannot be reversed, nor can trends be altered. At least for now, we lack the strength to do so." Hao Yin understood Hutu's concerns and promptly offered words of comfort. "Furthermore, your transformation of the merits of reincarnation has preserved a significant amount of fortune for the witch clan. Even in decline, they will surely fare better than the demon clan. You have done enough for the witches. It is time to consider your own well-being." Hao Yin's voice was gentle, akin to a warm spring breeze, caressing Hutu's heart and enveloping her in a sense of care and protection. As the ancestral witch, Hutu had always exuded strength, for she was the cornerstone of the entire witch clan, she could not reveal her vulnerabilities, lest it destabilize the hearts of her kin and incite turmoil. Thus, no one had ever shown such concern for her. In that moment, Hutu's heart fluttered, her complexion flushed, her captivating eyes misty, as she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. She relished this feeling of being cherished and cared for. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, but let me first arrange matters in the netherworld before we depart. Hutu finally resolved, her jaw set. Following this, Hutu severed a portion of her primordial spirit, manifesting as Mengpa to guard the underworld. Although merely a fragment of her primordial essence, Mengpa possessed the initial cultivation of a quasi-saint and was capable of self-cultivation. Within the netherworld, her combat prowess surged, reaching levels comparable to that of a mid-stage or even late-stage quasi-saint. Truly formidable. Hutu then employed her divine powers to contact the ancestral witches, requesting them to send skilled warriors to the netherworld. This would serve to assist in the construction of the underworld and, with the protection of its merits, enable them to escape the impending calamity threatening the witch clan, preserving the last embers of their existence. Naturally, Emperor Jiang and the others complied, and within a few days, the witch clan's formidable warriors, accompanied by the gravely injured great Witch Ho-E, arrived. Hutu instructed the witches to follow Meng Po's orders, declaring her to be her avatar, and the witches dared not defy her. At last, these trivial matters are settled, and we can proceed to reincarnation. With my command over the cycle of rebirth, it shall be an ease for us to be reborn together. Hutu spoke softly. With a hum, Hutu unleashed a decree from her hand, causing the reincarnation wheel to tremble violently, unraveling a strand of reincarnation power that transformed into silken threads. These threads bound Hutu's primordial spirit to Haoyin's true essence, akin to the red thread of fate spun by the deity of marriage. Now, let us depart. Hutu grasped Haoyin's true essence and the primordial purple aura, soaring into the 6 paths of reincarnation, vanishing in an instant. Thus began a new life, embarking on the journey of reincarnation together, clutching onto the beauty of existence. In this life, you shall be a farmer, and I will accompany you in your endeavors. In this life, you shall be a verdant mountain, and I will be the pine and cypress that in this life. You shall be an emperor, and I will be your empress, embodying the virtues of a motherly figure at all. In this life, you, for an eternity, through countless lifetimes, never to be separated that in the heavens, I wish to be a pair of winged birds. On earth, I long to entwine like the branches of a tree. What is love, that it compels one to pledge life and death? At Qianlong Mountain, Haoyin sat alone, meditating upon a massive rock. The time of Ho-Yi's sun shooting and the climactic battle between the witches and demons was drawing near. With a soft sigh, curiosity crept into his voice as he mused, I wonder what hidden cards the witch clan possesses. Regardless, the decline of the witches and demons is a matter of destiny. Unchangeable, Chapter 44. The Battle of Witches and Demons within the Heavenly Palace. In the Hall of the Demon Emperor, Tai Yi and Dijun occupied the central seat, while the demon masters Kuanping and Shihuang Fushi sat at their sides. The 10 great demon gods stood behind, led by Bai Zhe, their expressions grave and their demeanor serious. What movements have been observed from the witch clan? How fares the mobilization of our demon forces? Dijun's stern countenance shattered the silence as he inquired calmly. Reporting to your majesty, according to intelligence reports, the witch clan has mobilized their entire force, arrayed beneath Mount Buzhou, where countless adept witches and numerous great witches have gathered. Their strength formidable. Bai Zhe rose respectfully to address Di Jun and Tai Yi, and upon seeing their expressionless faces, he continued, As for our demon clan, the 10 demon gods have each rallied their subordinates, ready to march at your majesty's command. Is there any news from the ancestral witches? Do we know what they are up to? Di Jun asked that, since the ancestral witches entered the Pangu Hall, they have not emerged. The Pangu Hall is heavily guarded, and we are powerless to discern what transpires within. Bai Zhe replied, his face darkening. Di Jun squinted his eyes, his voice low and serious. They have not emerged since entering the Pangu Hall. Indeed, your majesty, Bai Zhe affirmed, in that case, you 10 shall immediately lead your troops in a battle. standing by at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Tai, and I shall arrive shortly, Jun commanded decisively after a moment of contemplation. Without the ancestral witches present, the enemy will not dare to act rashly. Until Tai, and I arrive, do not engage. Understood, the demon gods responded in unison as they exited the hall. This battle is the final confrontation between the witches and demons. It concerns the very survival of our clan. I implore Fuxi and the demon masters to exert their utmost effort for our people. Jun gazed earnestly at Kunpeng and Fuxi, his tone grave. Rest assured, my friend, for the sake of our demon clan, I am willing to fight with all my might. Fuxi responded, his expression solemn. You may rest easy, for I, as the demon master, will certainly strive for our clan's cause. Kunpeng declared with righteous fervor, seemingly eager to be the first to charge into battle against the witches. What lay beneath the surface of his thoughts, however, remained a mystery. Excellent. Such noble intentions from the demon masters. Jun praised, casting a deep glance at Kunpeng before continuing. When the decisive battle occurs, the ancestral witches will undoubtedly engage Tai, and me with all their might, leaving us unable to extricate ourselves. We shall rely on the demon masters to command the celestial star array. The Hichu and Luohu shall remain with the demon masters, aiding in the suppression of the stars and commanding the celestial bodies. With a swish, Jun executed a decree, and 2 dark blue beams of light shot forth from his being, landing before Kunpeng. This fellow's actions bear a hint of treachery. Could it be that he intends to scheme against me? Kunpeng's pupils contracted, skepticism creeping into his mind. He was not inclined to trust Jun's seemingly benevolent gesture of entrusting him with the treasures. In the midst of his uncertainty, he thought, but if I refuse to accept the treasures, they will surely turn against me. Alone, I am no match for the 2 of them. Perhaps it is best to accept the treasures first and ponder their intentions later. Thank you for your trust. My friend, I, Kunpeng, will not disappoint your expectations. Though his thoughts were veiled, Kunpeng's face broke into a grateful smile, overwhelmed with joy as he spoke, as if Jun's trust had deeply moved him. With a wave of his hand, the 2 treasures fell into Kunpeng's grasp, which he carefully stowed away. After exchanging farewells with Kunpeng and Fuxi, he promptly departed from the Demon Emperor's hall. Brother, Kunpeng harbors ulterior motives. Is it wise to entrust him with the Hichu and Luohu? What if he suddenly turns against us? He expressed his concerns as he gazed at Kunpeng's departing figure. Indeed, Kunpeng is a fickle character, as long as we possess the strength to suppress him. He serves as our best ally. Should we fail to do so, he will undoubtedly betray us. Jun's expression darkened, and he spoke in a somber tone. Then, brother, why? He began to you believe there is anyone more suited to command a celestial star array at this moment? Besides you and me, Kunpeng is the only one among the demon clan familiar with the array. The other star lords lack the necessary power, and even if they hold the Hichu and Luohu, they would not suffice to stabilize the array's core. Jun's expression grew stern, and he sighed. However, rest assured he lacks the capability to covet these 2 treasures. Jun spoke with unwavering confidence, his tone resolute. Let's go. We shall meet the witch clan. Jun declared. He agreed. Team Mount Buzhou. The witches and demons had gathered their most powerful warriors, standing ready for battle. Countless hidden great witches and formidable demon saints revealed themselves, as both clans prepare to unleash their full might, nearly deploying all of their elite forces as the storm of war loomed. A palpable sense of foreboding filled the air. All present felt an oppressive aura of impending violence. A sinister energy ready to erupt from beneath Mount Buzhou in the realm of heaven and earth. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the surroundings, steeped in silence. Buzz. The mighty beings of the wilderness sensed the shift, releasing their divine awareness to scrutinize the movements of Mount Buzhou. The Saint's divine consciousness illuminates the vast heavens, possessing an unparalleled understanding of the matters of the primordial world, apart from the slight concern held by the goddess In while regarding the demon race. The other sages remain composed, exuding an air of reverence that commands awe. The adage, what does not concern oneself is best left aside, seems to encapsulate their sentiments. For the sages, the annihilation of both the witch and demon clans would be ideal. as it would clear the expansive primordial realm for their own grand designs, establishing their doctrines, taking disciples, and spreading their teachings. The impending battle between the two clans is a spectacle they eagerly anticipate. Boom! At last, on the side of the witch clan, a ripple in space heralds the arrival of 11 ancestral witches at Mount Bujo. Instantly, a chorus of jubilant howls erupts from the witch clan below. We pay our respects to the ancestral witches. They chant in unison, their voices resonating like thunder and shaking the very earth, inflating the morale and battle fervor of the witch clan. Humph! Di Jiang strides forth, his expression grave as he gazes toward the demon clan, bellowing, Di Jun, where is that little brat Tai E? If he is cowering in fear, let it be known that I shall unleash a massacre upon your demon kin. Let us see how much you can endure. Ha ha! Di Jiang's thunderous roar, combined with his overwhelming aura, is indeed formidable. The witches display fervent expressions, while the demons, shaken by his presence, find themselves momentarily at a loss for words. The demons are engulfed in uncertainty as by Z's complexion darkens, and he prepares to step forward. The furious voice of Dong Huang Tai finally pierces the void. Di Jiang, as an ancestral witch, how dare you lay hands on those younger than yourself? Have you no shame? With this exclamation, Tai Yi, Di Jun, Kuan Peng, and Fu Shi emerge from the void. The demon clan rejoices, brimming with arrogance as they cast provoking glances at the witches. Di Jiang, without Ho Tu, today I shall witness how your witch clan dares to oppose me. Di Jun states, his expression inscrutable, his eyes glinting with ruthless intent. Di Jun, I have long foretold this moment. Enough of idle chatter. Let our actions speak. Brothers, let us slay. Kill, kill, kill. The witch clan warriors roar in fury as they charge into a brutal battle against the demon clan. In an instant, the air is filled with the cacophony of clashing swords and the scent of blood. Death and battle intent saturating the skies. Countless divine abilities and spells are unleashed, their brilliance dazzling and vibrant at first glance. Yet beneath this facade of beauty lies an abyss of bloodshed, despair, and wailing at Qianlong Mountain within the sacred grounds. The outcome of this struggle no longer hinges on the war beneath Mount Bujo, but rather on the clash of powers among the mightiest. Such as Di Jun, exclaimed Hao Qian. At Yao Qi. Kill. Di Jiang casts a detached glance at the brutal melee below between the witches and demons, a ripple of spatial energy enveloping him as he vanishes from sight. Buzz! Di Jun, receive my blow. Di Jiang reappears, closing in on Di Jun from less than 100 paces away, channeling his power to strike with a fist aimed directly at him. His speed is astonishing, maneuvering freely within the spatial realm, a testament to his status as the fastest among the sages beneath the saints. Time is revered, space is sovereign. The laws of time and space are formidable indeed. As Di Jiang strikes, the other ancestral witches also find their opponents and launch their attacks. Boom! The early strike holds the advantage. Those who delay suffer the consequences, though the ancestral witches may not be the most astute. They possess unparalleled combat instincts and experience in the primordial realm, making them adept at seizing opportunities in battle. Come at me. Di Jun perceives a colossal force surging toward him with incredible speed. His expression darkening as his pupils constrict, he bellows, raising his arms abruptly, channeling his magical power in a fierce slap aimed at Di Jiang. Boom! The two strikes collide, sending shockwaves through their arms and forcing them to stagger back several dozen paces before finding their footing. Remarkably, neither has gained the upper hand, revealing that Di Jiang had concealed his true strength in the past. This time, with the full force of spatial laws and his physical prowess unleashed, he stands evenly matched with Di Jun. Once more, unwilling to accept defeat after a single failed strike, Di Jiang swiftly lunges toward Di Jun again. Di Jun, not to be outdone, retaliates with a series of massive golden red palm strikes, as if searing an imprint upon the void, radiating intense heat and pressing down upon Di Jiang's spatial defenses. Boom, boom. Another series of thunderous clashes reverberate as their powers shake the very fabric of space, threatening to tear it asunder. Their might truly astonishing. Roar. Kill them all. Make them perish. While Di Jun and Di Jiang engage in fierce combat, the others also unleash their unique abilities. Fu, she confronts two ancestral witches, including Xianming. Employing the innate spiritual treasure, the Fu Shiqin, to play a melody of deadly intent. Countless sound waves transform into relentless arrows, shooting toward Xianming and his companion, sharp enough to leave them struggling to defend themselves. Sizzle! Yet the ancestral witches, with their formidable physiques and mastery over the laws, are not easily overwhelmed. Fushi finds himself at a disadvantage. Bang, bang, bang. Tai faces off against the four ancestral witches, including Shi Jiuyin. Wielding the innate supreme treasure, the Dong Huang Bell, and unleashing a torrent of chaotic strikes, the ancient bell tolls, its sound resonating across the heavens, its power immense. Kill. Stars shall fall. Obliterate them. Kuin Peng, clutching the He Tu and Luo Shu. With the assistance of the Star Lord of the Zhou Tian, sets up the Zhou Tian star array, unleashing boundless stellar energy in a frenzied bombardment, leaving the two ancestral witches in a state of disarray. Thus far, among the demon race, he finds himself the most at ease, reveling at the eye of the storm. Boom! As Di Jun executes a strike, feeling the ebb of old energy and the rise of new. He suddenly senses the encroaching dual forces of cold and heat from both sides, rushing toward him. His expression shifts, and he bellows, "Command the heavens! Laws, obey!" With a decisive gesture, Di Jun unleashes his magical decree, casting shimmering afterimages that flit about, leaving onlookers bewildered and questioning the nature of his sorcery. Buzz! The primordial powers and saints immediately perceive that Di Jun's form appears to be isolated from the primordial realm, creating a separate domain where all heavenly laws instantaneously lose their efficacy. All attributes, space, time, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, earth, water, fire, and wind, are summoned to heed his command. Only those who ambush will meet their demise. Witness my divine power. Perish. Di Jun roars in fury. As his thoughts manifest, a vast expanse of void above Mount Buzhou trembles, coalescing all forces into three colossal hands, radiating a lustrous golden hue, imbued with lethal intent, swiftly targeting the three ancestral witches, Di Jiang, Gong Gong, and Zhu Rong. This is bad. How can this be? How is this possible? The overwhelming pressure causes the two among them, Gong Gong and Zhu Rong, whose strengths are comparatively weaker, to change countenance in alarm. However, being ancestral witches, they quickly recover, swiftly channeling their powers to erect protective barriers and unleashing their ultimate moves. Floods of heaven. Fire scorches the world, seeing the bizarre hands reaching for him with lightning speed. Di Jiang's expression darkens, and he shouts, "Solidify the space! Buzz!" Instantly, the void is immobilized, and the colossal hand unleashed by Di Jun falters momentarily. Seizing this opportunity, Di Jiang vanishes from the attack's range, reappearing directly above Di Jun, preparing to strike down upon him. Di Jun, perceiving Di Jiang's uncanny ability to evade, finds himself momentarily taken aback. His expression grows stern, followed by a sardonic smile. Before absolute power, all sorcery is but a jest. Ambushes are futile. It is far better to engage in an honorable battle. Buzz! Just as Di Jun finishes speaking, the hand aimed at him is suddenly immobilized, unable to advance an inch, akin to the space solidification technique Di Jiang had just employed. Boom! A tremendous force erupts, sending Di Jiang hurtling back hundreds of paces, with Gong Gong and Zhu Rong suffering the same fate. The three, gritting their teeth against the excruciating pain, rise to their feet. Wiping the blood from their mouths, their expressions twisted in fury. How could you possibly comprehend such powerful spatial laws? Di Jiang bellows in disbelief, clearly convinced that Di Jun had utilized a similar spatial law to his own. You are woefully uninformed. This is my self-created divine ability. How does it feel? Di Jun radiates a resplendent golden light, the three bizarre hands still poised to strike at Di Jiang and his companions. His aura daunting and magnificent, as if he were the sole divine emperor of the heavens, poised to rule the world. With a tone laced with confidence and a hint of pride, Di Jun declares, This technique commands the heavens. Within the heavens, all things, including the laws, shall submit to my will. Sizzle. A collective gasp reverberates throughout the primordial realm, including the saints, all astonished by Dijun's audacious ambition. More terrifying is the fact that he has indeed grasped such a formidable divine ability. Though merely in its nascent form, it is undeniably extraordinary. Dijun, a true hero of his age, Qianlong Mountain. Haotian Daochong. This technique, astonishingly akin to the so-called Great Prophecy art, lacks the constitutional authority of the Great Prophecy, yet possesses an imposing aura capable of suppressing the heavens, each possessing its own strengths and weaknesses. Hao Yan's countenance grew stern as he spoke in a deep voice. Although Emperor Jun's realm remains at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, the power he now exhibits rivals that of a half-saint, a truly formidable force. A half-saint has merely begun to touch and comprehend the secrets of the primordial realm, making them nearly impossible to slay. Chapter 45. The Battle of Wu and Wai T. Mount Buzhou, high above in the heavens. Impossible! I refuse to believe you are this strong, Emperor Jiang exclaimed, unable to accept the overwhelming reality of Emperor Jun's might. His face contorted in rage as he shouted, "Spatial storm, sweep across the world." Wielding the light of the laws, Emperor Jiang struck the heavens with one hand and pressed down upon the earth with the other, bellowing, "Rise!" Boom! Above Emperor Jun's head, a massive vortex appeared, spinning clockwise while beneath his feet. Another colossal whirlpool spun counterclockwise, as if a grand spatial mill were attempting to grind Emperor Jun to dust, aiming to obliterate him entirely, unyielding as water and fire. Kong Gong and Zhu Rong's eyes widened in disbelief. Sensing Emperor Zhang's attack, the two quickly reacted, unleashing their divine abilities in a frantic charge toward Emperor Junhov. Feeling the tremendous assault from the three, Emperor Jun's expression darkened, a cold sneer escaping his lips. Unwilling to accept defeat, "Do you think this will drive me back? How Navi? Witness my invincible defense." As he spoke, Emperor Jun unleashed a spell, unflinchingly confronting the assault of the three ancestral witches. Disregarding them as if they were inconsequential, such arrogance ignited a blaze of fury in Emperor Jiang and the others, their inner power surging as they sought to eliminate Emperor Jun. Boom! 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 The three forces were on the verge of striking Emperor Jun when a resounding roar echoed through the heavens. Surrounding Emperor Jun, boundless celestial energy gathered, gradually forming a colossal egg-shaped shield that shielded him from the three immensely powerful divine attacks. What? Impossible! How could this be? The three ancestral witches cried out in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock, unable to fathom that their most cherished techniques had yielded such feeble results. How could Emperor Jun be so powerful? Indeed, he had withstood their onslaught, rendering their strikes virtually impotent. No wonder he named it invincible defense. It was truly formidable. Emperor Jun, the heavenly emperor of the Yao clan, was undeniably powerful. In the western realms at the holy land of Lingshan, buzz, 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 this is the Taoist temple of the two saints, Junti and Jin, intended as the foundation for the future Western teachings. Within the temple, tiered pavilions and pagodas adorned with golden clouds abound, exuding an air of tranquility and ethereal ambience, enveloped in a faint sense of Zen. In a grand hall upon the Tao platform, Jin and Junti sat facing each other in silent meditation. Elder brother, the East is filled with prodigies and countless talents, yet alas, our West is barren. What shall we do? The face of the Saint Junti was clouded with gloom as he spoke solemnly. Sigh. Jin suddenly sighed, a pained expression crossing his face. Brother, do not fret. We have already attained the saintly path, immortal and indestructible. As long as we exist, the West shall surely witness a day of great revival. In the Nuwa Palace. Nuwa revealed a hint of a smile. Though the decline of the Wu and Yao was decreed by fate, she, as a saint of the Yao clan, could not help but feel joy if her kin grew strong. Among the three purities, their reactions varied. Yuan Shi displayed disdain, unimpressed by Emperor Jun's might, while Tong Tian's eyes sparkled with admiration. Only Laozi remained expressionless, his gaze shrouded in chaos, concealing his true thoughts from all. Not even my defense can be breached. Emperor Jiang, has your Wu clan exhausted all options? Emperor Jun's expression was one of unbridled arrogance as he laughed heartily, declaring, if that's the case, let me test your mettle. Clang, with a swift motion, the demon emperor's sword was drawn, issuing a resounding cry. Emperor Jun leapt forth, taking advantage of Emperor Jiang and the other's moment of surprise, thrusting his sword towards Emperor Jiang. Zheng. This strike, a surprise attack while the enemy was unprepared, was imbued with an overwhelming aura of imperial authority, dominating the seas, like the stroke of a divine pen. Its might was immense, instilling a sense of invincibility. Not good. Kong Gong and Zhu Rong's expressions shifted dramatically as they shouted in alarm. Humph. Emperor Zhang's face darkened, yet he remained composed, embodying the ancestral witch's form, unleashing an overwhelming aura that radiated around him. Slightly tilting his body, he evaded the lethal strike of the sword, extending his right arm to block the demon emperor's sword. Roar! Observing this, Kong Gong and Zhu Rong bellowed in fury, revealing their ancestral forms, raising their colossal fists to strike at Emperor Junha. Though the ancestral witch's form is strong, it cannot withstand me. Emperor Jun's body quaked with laughter, his expression twisted in savagery as he shouted, Kill! 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 Anyone who obstructs my path shall perish. Swoosh! A brilliant golden light flashed, and as one's gaze returned, hiss! All present felt their pupils constrict as they beheld the demon emperor sword deeply embedded in Emperor Zhang's side. Emperor Zhang's eyes widened in fury, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain. The ancestral witch's body, immensely powerful, rivaling that of innate spiritual treasures, was now pierced by Emperor Jun's sword. Truly, Emperor Jun was deserving of his title as the emperor of the Yao clan. Undeniably formidable. Roar! Suddenly, Emperor Jiang let out a deafening roar, tightening his muscles around the demon emperor's sword, shouting in rage as he swiftly punched toward Emperor Jun's chest. Simultaneously, Kong Gong and Zhu Rong charged in, launching a frenzied assault against Emperor Jun. Boom! Naturally, Emperor Jun would not yield. Wielding the demon emperor's sword imbued with imperial aura, he struck repeatedly, leaving over 100 wounds on Emperor Jiang and his companions. While they would not lose their lives, the prolonged bleeding and the onslaught of Emperor Jun's imperial aura left them increasingly weak and exhausted. At this juncture, it became evident to all that the ancestral witches were on the verge of defeat. Sizzle! Suddenly the sound of long sword-piercing flesh echoed, accompanied by an overwhelming malevolence rising into the sky, a murderous intent saturating the primordial realm. Not good. Qiangliang, no. Fifth brother. On the other side, Qiangliang, the ancestral witch, cried out in despair, his voice filled with unwillingness, emitting a near-desperate howl. Ha ha ha! Tai, gripping a long sword of dark hue, shrouded in a sinister aura, laughed heartily, shouting with unrestrained arrogance, What ancestral witch form? It shall meet its end beneath my slaughter witch sword. Do not let that sword near. It is the bane of our ancestral witches, the ancestral witch Qiangliang, with a tiger's head and a human body, arms entwined with yellow serpents, gripped the slaughter witch sword tightly. His face contorted in pain and resentment, his eyes reddening, the spark of life within them gradually fading. What? Fifth brother, Qiangliang. The other ancestral witches too realized the dire situation, their voices rising in a cacophony of rage and hatred as they surged toward Emperor Jun and his allies. Boom! Once more, the battle erupted, the air resonating with furious roars, with ancestral witches falling, and with the Earth Mother transforming into reincarnation. Though it was a blessing in disguise, the realm lost one of its ancestral witches. Emperor Jiang and the others, filled with pent-up frustration from their recent encounters with the Yao clan, felt an overwhelming surge of grief and anger at the loss of their longtime brother. Qiangliang slain by Tai. This anguish transformed into a powerful surge of killing intent and hatred, sweeping across the heavens. They abandoned all defenses, attacking recklessly, disregarding their own injuries. Roar! In the void, the ancestral witches roared in fury, their savage assaults inflicting significant damage upon Emperor Jun and his companions, yet also inflicted greater harm upon themselves. Moreover, the disparity in power between Emperor Jiang and Emperor Jun was vast. Relying solely on their frenzied ferocity, they could barely gain the upper hand, but it would not last if this continued. Once the ancestral witches grew weary, they would undoubtedly fall, perhaps even be slain by Emperor Jun and his allies. All the great powers of the primordial realm watched with bated breath at Qianlong Mountain, within the Taoist temple. Emperor Jun calculated deftly, utilizing half-saint strength to control the situation, suppressing Emperor Jiang, Konggong, and Zhurong, while allowing Tai to dispatch enemies with the slaughter witch sword. Hao Yian gazed into the distant battlefield, a cold smile gracing his lips. Unfortunately, you have miscalculated one thing. What? Yao Qi, with curiosity, inquired, her bright eyes sparkling like autumn waters. You underestimated the Wu clan's ferocity and miscalculated Pangu's depth. Hao Yian smiled faintly, speaking with confidence. The Wu clan, being of Pangu's bloodline, will not be easily subdued. They may possess formidable hidden cards, and their bravery in battle is fierce. If provoked, they will fight to the death. What? Brother, are you suggesting the ancestral witches might self-destruct? Yao Qi exclaimed in shock. Indeed. Hao Qian nodded. Yao Qi fell silent, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Boom! 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 The fierce battle among the liches rages on. The blood flowing like rivers upon Mount Buzhou, where heaps of corpses lie, nearly solidified as if they were a tangible entity. A ghastly, pale aura of slaughter pervades the battlefield. Countless lich masters have succumbed to the malevolent energy of the great calamity, losing their senses to a frenzy of slaughter, oblivious to the endless blood flowing from the fallen powerhouses, gradually seeping into the earth beneath them. The blood flows cascading downwards, traversing through the solid rocks and minerals beneath the ancient land, until it gathers at depths of 1,000 miles below, absorbed by countless coffins, within which lie zombies with lifeless faces, shrouded in deathly energy, voraciously consuming the essence. Ah, you have fought well. The blood, the death energy, the murderous aura, all serve as nourishment for my cultivation. The more fiercely you battle, the faster I grow in strength, while the liches decline, inadvertently accumulating my foundation. Within the ancient greenstone coffin, the body of Jiang Chun lies devoid of vitality, resembling a corpse, murmuring softly, his eyes emitting two ghostly lights. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierces the air, as yet another ancestral, which meets their demise beneath the blade of the witch slayer, Di Jun's massacre of millions among the human race. Their souls and flesh forged into this fearsome sword proves to be the bane of the witch clan. The formidable flesh of the ancestral which falls beneath this sword as if it were mere tofu, leaving countless spectators in shock. The witch slayer is indeed merciless, with no witch able to withstand it. Roar. This is the roar of an ancestral witch. Do not be so arrogant, Tai Yi. I shall contend with you. The furious Tianwu ancestral witch bellowed, propelling his colossal form, 8 heads with human faces, a tiger's body, and 10 tails, towards Tai Yi, his eyes filled with frenzied rage. I shall see you dead. Oh no, this fiend intends to self-destruct and take me with him. Tai, perceiving Tianwu's maniacal visage, felt an inexplicable chill grip his heart. Instantly understanding the other's intentions, a wave of panic surging within him. Tianwu, you have lost your mind. Tai Yi cried out, hurling the witch slayer towards Tianwu while swiftly retreating, his expression betraying his fear. Yet Tianwu, resolved to die, would not allow Tai Yi to escape so easily. With a sudden clap of his hands against his chest, Tianwu spat forth several mouthfuls of essence blood, utilizing a self-harming technique to boost his speed in the blink of an eye. He was at Tai Yi's side, tightly embracing him and shouting in madness. Let us die together! Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated, shaking the heavens and earth, rending the void asunder. The ensuing shockwave engulfed countless liches, who cried out in despair, their cries echoing with sorrow, rage, and unwillingness. Tai Yi! Di Jun exclaimed in alarm, for the first time losing his composure, his voice laced with panic. Tianwu, Di Jiang, Gong, and Zhurong, too, let out heart-wrenching cries, their faces etched with sorrow as the chaos settled. All eyes beheld Tai kneeling on one knee, clutching the Eastern Emperor bell, his form battered and bloodied, with numerous grotesque wounds. His complexion a pallid shade, clearly gravely injured. Ha ha! Fear not, brother. I shall join you. Witnessing the death of their kin, the ancestral witch of wood, Zhu Meng, howled in rage, charging towards Tai Yi and declaring, Tai Yi, for slaying my brother, I shall see you dead. The Eastern ancestral witch of wood, Zhu Meng, revealed his true form, entirely hewed in verdant wood, a creature with a bird-esque face and a human body, standing upon two azure dragons. His immense figure radiated ferocity, with a potent murderous aura and malice shining fiercely in his eyes that no. Dijun screamed in utter horror. He had completely lost his composure. Tai Yi is my own brother. We have never been separated since the beginning of creation. Though a ruthless emperor, how many can truly be devoid of emotion? Dijun, despite his ruthless nature, felt panic rise within him as Tai Yi faced a life-and-death crisis. After all, he was still a cultivator. Boom! Another tremendous explosion erupted as Zhu Meng self-destructed, vanishing completely from the primordial world, leaving nothing behind, while simultaneously taking Tai Yi with him, this supreme being of the demon race. A pinnacle of quasi-saint strength, wielding the innate treasure, Eastern Emperor Bell ultimately could not escape the fate of the liches. After the self-destruction of two ancestral witches, he fell into obscurity, all glory swept away by the wind. Thud, thud, thud. Only the innate treasure, Eastern Emperor Bell, remained, resonating with mournful cries, as if lamenting the death of its master. Dijun could no longer maintain his regal composure, howling as he dashed towards the direction of Tai Yi's fall. Ha ha ha! None shall survive. Perish before me. Suddenly, Dijun let out a long howl, his ancestral witch form flashing to Dijun's side, driven by hatred to self-destruct. Taken by surprise, Dijun was sent flying, sustaining significant injuries. However, Dijun's strength far surpassed that of Tai Yi, possessing half-saint power. He was not so easily killed. Though wounded, his life was not in danger. You all shall die. Dijun, awakened by the shock of Dijong's explosion, glared coldly at Zhu Rong and the other ancestral witches, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, "Kill!" With a sweeping motion, he seized the witch slayer, instantly appearing beside Zhu Rong, delivering a devastating strike that left Zhu Rong crying out in agony, falling under Dijun's treacherous attack. No. This scene left the onlookers aghast, their faces pale with terror, as they screamed, their throats hoarse. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar resonated from afar. The stars of the heavens explode for me. In a fit of rage, Kunping bellowed, his expression shifting to one of horror as he snarled. You wish to perish with me? Not a chance. Boom! The array of the stars erupted violently, obliterating the two ancestral witches who had rushed forth to self-destruct alongside Kunping. Alongside them perished 365 demon clan great sages, all at the pinnacle of the great Luohu golden immortal realm. Preserve his own life. Kunping ruthlessly detonated the Zhou Tian star array under his control, burying the two ancestral witches and countless powerful beings of the demon race. You are all madmen. I shall not accompany you. Kunping roared, transforming into a great rock, soaring upwards towards the northern sea, ferociously escaping, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Boom! Over there, another ancestral witch self-destructed, perishing alongside Fushi Daoist, causing the Xianming ancestral witch to weep bitterly. Alas, this ancestral witch, fearing for Xuanming's safety, constrained her own body, unable to move. Brother, when Fushi fell, Nuwa, in the Nuwa Palace, cried out, hastily extending her hand, yet she was a moment too late, salvaging only her brother Fushi's true spirit. After this battle, Fushi was grievously wounded, his soul damaged, and his body utterly destroyed, a blow to his very foundation, causing Nuwa great concern. Now, only the two of you remain. I shall make you accompany my brother Tai Yi in death. Dijun's gaze turned frigid, his body marred by multiple injuries, his complexion pale, clearly suffering. This moment, he was barely holding on, preparing to strike down the severely injured Gong Gong and Xianming. Roar! Humph! Dijun, you should first concern yourself. Today, I shall avenge the grudge of that fateful sword. A cold, merciless voice reverberated across the primordial realm, startling all mighty beings, even the sages seated upon their lotus thrones in the heavens, their pupils constricting in shock. How is this possible? The sages gasped in disbelief, for they had not previously detected any hidden power within Mount Buzhou. It was known that the sage's divine consciousness could scour the myriad worlds, and all beings were unable to escape their scrutiny. Yet this individual had concealed himself right beneath their noses, demonstrating unparalleled skill. Buzz, buzz. The heavens and earth resonated, as if tolling a death knell for Dijun. Bang! An ancient green stone coffin burst forth from the earth, hurtling towards Dijun with a resounding crash. The coffin opened wide, revealing a darkness so profound that no secrets could be discerned. The coffin of the heavens surged forth with a fierce aura, its might escalating as it approached Dijun, its overwhelming presence threatening to consume him whole. Oh no! Upon seeing the ancient coffin, Dijun sensed an immense crisis looming, peril descending upon him. Without hesitation, he unleashed his divine powers, shouting, "Unbreakable defense! Crack!" A colossal egg-shaped shield materialized around Dijun, enveloping him securely, as the stone coffin collided with it, producing a strange sound, halting its advance. Dijun, you are already at your limits. You cannot withstand me. Before Dijun could even exhale in relief, a thunderous voice cried out, and a shadow erupted from the coffin of the heavens. The shadow tore savagely with both hands, instantly rending the robust shield, surging forth to appear at Dijun's side, extending a great hand imbued with deathly energy, grasping towards him. Impossible! Dijun's pupils dilated in disbelief, shouting in horror as he realized the shield was insufficient. And before he could react, he was firmly grasped, unable to break free no matter how he struggled. Roar! Originally, it was not so easy to deal with Dijun. However, after being severely wounded by the self-detonation of the Ancestor Witch and thrown into disarray by the death of Tai, his mind was thrown into chaos, causing him to lose his composure and fall prey to Jiang Qin's ambush. Your blood of the Demon Emperor is a great boon for me. You cannot escape. Jiang Qin's cold voice resounded. Dijun felt a jolt through his body, a sharp pain in his neck, realizing that the razor-sharp fangs had pierced into his flesh, causing his essence and strength to surge uncontrollably towards Jiang Qin's mouth. Corpse Ancestor Jiang Qin, you have stolen the Pangu heart from my witch clan, and like Dijun, you are no good. Since you have come, let us die together. Suddenly, Gong Gong let out a sorrowful roar, shouting, "Sister Xianying, I am coming too. The witch clan is entrusted to you. You must survive. Gong Gong." Xianying cried out in despair. Boom! Gong Gong harnessed the immense body of the Ancestor Witch and violently crashed through Mount Buzhou, shaking the heavens and the earth. What? This is impossible. How could it be so? The primordial world erupted in uproar as Mount Buzhou was shattered by Gong Gong's strike. How could this be? If Gong Gong possessed such strength, he would have long since defeated the demon clan's Dijun. After all, Mount Buzhou is the ancestral vein of the primordial world, connecting the heavens and suppressing the earth. Even a sage might not be able to destroy it. This mountain serves as the nexus of the primordial realm, and it is to attack the very fabric of the primordial world itself. Whoosh! Even the sages could no longer remain idle. Hastily stepping out of their sanctuaries towards Mount Buzhou, the sages found it difficult to destroy Mount Buzhou, yet now it had been shattered by Gong Gong. Father God, we, unfilial children, have stained Mount Buzhou with Ancestor Witch blood. Unleashing the power of Pangu to vanquish formidable foes, Xianying's anguish cry reverberated through the primordial realm. Buzz! Suddenly, an immensely powerful divine light erupted from Mount Buzhou, surging towards Dijun and Jiang Qin with unparalleled strength and terrifying might. Facing a life-and-death crisis, Dijun, already subdued by Jiang Qin and nearly drained of his essence and power, looked at Jiang Qin with a mocking gaze and said, "I am finished, but you shall die with me." Ha ha! In this moment, Dijun had lost all imperial dignity and regal bearing. His body exuded the aura of death, embodying the sentiment of a hero in decline. In the face of the impending crisis, Jiangchan could not be bothered with words, hurling Dijuan towards the divine light as he prepared to reveal his true form and fight back with all his might. Suddenly, he noticed the chaos bell emitting a hazy light of chaos, its yellow and dark hues seemingly resonating with the power of Pangu. His eyes brightened, and without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the coffin of the heavenly burial, manipulating hand seals to shrink the coffin, allowing it to merge into the chaos bell, hiding away. Buzz, the divine light was exceedingly bright, enveloping Mount Buzhou entirely, revealing a scene that only Dijuan could witness, with an expression of extreme unwillingness and profound gloom. Dijuan's form turned to ash. Boom! Gong had shattered the pillar of heaven in Mount Buzhou. The beings of the primordial world felt a monumental tremor, and suddenly, a gaping hole appeared in the sky. Chapter 47. Nuamin's The Sky Boom. Amidst a cacophony of sound, the primordial world shook with earthquakes, the heavens crumbling and the earth sinking. The sky seemed on the verge of collapse. Gong, in his rage, struck Mount Buzhou, staining it with ancestor witch blood, unleashing the witch clan's ultimate card, successfully slaying Dijuan. The power left by Pangu in the primordial realm was nearly exhausted, with the pillar of heaven broken and the ancestral veins severed. Calamity descended upon the primordial world. How could this be? A great hole has appeared in the sky, exclaimed a demon king who had narrowly escaped the witch-demon war, his mouth agape in shock. In the northern lands of the primordial realm, within the Pangu Hall, a witch clan expert stationed their side. I wonder how the battle is faring with the ancestor witches. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically, exclaiming, "Not good, there's an earthquake. Quickly report to the great witch Wuxian." Yes, that a young witch promptly responded, rushing into the Pangu Hall. Among the human race in a Nuwa temple, a human cultivator of early innate stage stumbled in. Breathless elders, a grave situation has arisen. The battle between the witches and demons near Mount Buzhou has just subsided, yet suddenly, Mount Buzhou has collapsed. The pillar of heaven has broken, and the earth's supports are severed. Today, the heavens lean towards the northwest, the sun and moon shift. The ground sinks in the southeast, and torrent from the celestial river cascade down. Several massive waterways are rushing towards our human tribes at incredible speed. What? Such a thing has occurred. The elder, who had been refining innate true energy and tempering his body, sprang to his feet, his vitality radiating powerfully, transforming from a frail old man into someone full of vigor. Indeed, it is as such. Please, elder, make a decision swiftly. Otherwise, it will be too late when the flood arrives, the anxious human urged. Before he could finish, the ground trembled violently. Not good. There's an earthquake. Quickly, send someone to inform the leaders of each tribe. I must report to the three ancestors. The elder's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted urgently, "And no need. I'm already aware. Gather the elders to the Nuwa temple for a council." An aged voice emerged from within the Nuwa temple. With Mount Buzhou severed, the surroundings lay in ruin, the celestial river flowing backward, pouring down violently. The so-called waters and fire shown no mercy. The flood surged fiercely, sweeping over Mount Buzhou and drowning the witches and demons within moments. With many who survived the battle being swept away by the raging waters. Boom! The calamity continued, escalating further. Buzz! The primordial world suddenly resonated, akin to a celestial sound, causing all beings to shudder, their hearts calming in an instant. A purple aura surged from the east for 3,000 miles, as 6 sages descended upon Mount Buzhou simultaneously. Greetings, esteemed ones. The Taoist Zhuan Ti was the first to speak. Salutations, fellow Taoists. The other sages replied in mutual respect. Before falling into silence, no one daring to speak first, in truth, Gong Sak had caught the sages completely off guard. They could never have imagined that Mount Buzhou would be struck down by Gong, leading to chaos in the primordial realm, the disruption of order, and calamity befalling all beings, something they had not anticipated. If Hongjun were to blame them, they would be at a loss as to who would shoulder the responsibility. Master Brother, with matters having escalated to this point, what should we do? Ultimately, it was Nuwa, witnessing the fall of many demon and human races, her beautiful eyes filled with reluctance, who spoke to Laozi, Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Laozi, looking to him for guidance that in such matters, it was naturally best to shift the blame onto others. Seeing the sages gaze at him, Laozi's face twitched, inwardly cursing as he shouted, "Why do you never show me this kind of respect in usual times? Now that trouble has arisen, you fear the teacher's wrath and remember me. How ridiculous!" Sighing heavily, Laozi's expression remained unchanged as he calmly stated, "This is indeed something I did not foresee. In my view, the priority is to mend the heavens before all else." Laozi was not foolish. He would not take the blame for everyone, avoiding the topic of who should bear responsibility for this incident. Master Brother's words are wise. We should first stabilize the four poles of heaven and earth, then devise a way to realign the earth's veins and restore order. Yuan Shi agreed. Very well. The other sages had no choice but to concur. Let us divide our efforts. I, along with Yuan Shi, Jin, and Zhuan Ti, will stabilize the four poles of heaven and earth. Only Nuwa, our sister, is capable of mending the heavens, Laozi continued, adopting the stance of the elder brother. Speaking solemnly, as for Tontian, he shall slay the black sea Xiangui and take its four limbs to prop up the heavens. What do you all think? MHM. The sages nodded silently, recognizing that Laozi's arrangements were indeed reasonable. Only Nuwa, who comprehended the principles of creation and had attained the Tao of the Primordial, could accomplish such a task, even though they knew it was a matter of immense merit, making it enviable. There was no alternative. Taoist brother speaks truth. All beings in the world suffer, and I, along with Taoist Zhuan Ti, cannot shirk our duty. The distressed Jane finally spoke, his body radiating a glimmer of Buddhist light. His compassion evident. Very well. Once Laozi had spoken, the others naturally had no objections. Whoosh! In a flash of light, Laozi, Yuan Shi, Jin, and Zhuan Ti revealed their colossal forms, appearing at the edges of the primordial realm. At the four poles of heaven and earth, look! What is that? The sages are making their move. Haha, this is great. We are saved. This scene was witnessed by the suffering beings of the primordial realm, who erupted in joyous cries, their eyes shining with hope, their faces alight with expectation. Buzz, what the beings of the primordial realm beheld were four enormous, ancient giant forms embodying the shapes of heaven and earth. With the four sages presiding over the four poles of heaven and earth, as Laozi arrived in the east, the intricate Taiji diagram unfurled beneath his feet, and a golden bridge shot forth from the diagram, anchoring the vast expanse of the eastern lands. Seated serenely upon the golden bridge with eyes closed in meditation, he exuded an air of transcendent grace. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi took his place in the north, perched upon the clouds, his countenance exuding authority as he cast forth a small, earth-colored flag to stabilize the land. The Taoist of Jin resembled a great Buddha, seated upon a golden lotus, subduing the west. With a gentle smile, the Taoist of Zhuan tossed out a flag of azure lotus hue, emanating a mystical azure light that safeguarded a realm. Boom! 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 The four corners of the universe were manned by four saints, and the earth gradually found its stability, ceasing its tremors. However, the myriad creatures of the primordial world had yet to catch their breath when the torrents of the celestial river surged forth, engulfing the heavens and the earth in chaos once more, plunging the populace into suffering anew. The world was like a chessboard, and the creatures akin to ants, struggling in their humble plight amidst the grand scheme of things. At Qianlong Mountain, the Daotong of Haotian dispatched emissaries to rescue those afflicted souls. Facing the light of wisdom, Haotian commanded. Yes, Light of Wisdom immediately responded, bowing deeply before retreating. Brother, what shall we do? Yaoqi inquired, her expression tinged with compassion. Indeed, elder brother, please find a way to assist them. They're most pitiable. Yaoji suddenly darted out from behind, tugging at Haotian's sleeve, imploring him. You shall guard Qianlong Mountain. Leave the rest to me, Haotian replied, his gaze like the stars, imparting his instructions softly before vanishing from sight. Whoosh! At Buzhou Mountain, Haotian abruptly manifested, observing Nuwa engrossed in refining the five-colored stones, and smiled gently, choosing not to interrupt her. The waters of the celestial river, each droplet heavier than 1,000 pounds, if left unchecked, would surely spell doom for countless beings across the vast primordial realm. Hao Yin gazed upward, seeing the Milky Way cascade like a waterfall, unaware of how many lives had perished beneath its torrent. The calamity of the witch and the demon must come to an end, Hao Yin murmured to himself. With firm strides, he stepped into the void, soon arriving beside the rift in the heavens, where he came to a halt. Boom! Hao Yin executed a spell, summoning forth the Chaos Pearl from his spiritual essence, illuminating his consciousness with a silvery glow that brightened the entire mind's eye. Gather! Hao Yin's expression grew grave as he uttered a low command. Buzz! Simultaneously, a devouring force emanated from Hao Yin's hands. The surging river seemed to have found its breach, rushing towards him, drawn into the Chaos Pearl within him. This Chaos Pearl, a treasure of immense power, was beyond even Hao Yin's estimation. Thus far, he had only refined a third of its restrictions, yet its potential was already boundless. He dared not reveal this treasure, nor disclose it to anyone, lest he be beset by all the saints. Hao Yin was acutely aware of the dangers of possessing such a coveted artifact. Buzz! In a short while, the deluge was quelled by Hao Yin. Although a trickle still flowed into the primordial earth, its impact was negligible compared to the torrents of the Milky Way. This scene did not go unnoticed by the saints. Except for Nuwa, the other saints were displeased, inwardly ridiculing. You, an insignificant gatekeeper, dare to compete with us, saints for merit. Truly, you overestimate your own worth. After the skies are mended, you shall receive a lesson. Naturally, the saints believed Hao Yin's actions were motivated by desire for merit, as great benevolence was a rarity. In the primordial realm, only Hutu embodied such virtue. A sage whose heart is with the people ought to be the exemplar for the world. They would never associate with someone of Hao Yin's humble status. You, always capable of astonishing feats, are indeed remarkable, Nuwa mused, a hint of a smile gracing her lips, secretly pondering. Is it truly for that little merit you seek? I find it hard to believe. The beings suffering from the flood, upon witnessing a divine figure appear and halt the deluge, erupted in joyous exclamations, bowing deeply and expressing their gratitude. Thank you, saint, heavenly being, for alleviating our calamity. Who is this person possessing such formidable power to command the torrential river? Surely they are not an ordinary being, remarked a young human adept. You might not know, but I heard from a great being in the Purple Cloud Palace that this individual is called Hao Yin, replied another. They say he has always been low-key. Who would have thought he possesses such great capacity? Truly astonishing. The vast primordial realm is indeed a treasure trove of hidden talents. For the time being, the beings of the primordial realm found themselves out of peril. Engaging in discussions, their eyes filled with gratitude towards the saints and Hao Yin. Buzz! Suddenly at Wanshou Mountain, the Xinyuanzi of Wuzhuang Temple also manifested at Buzhou Mountain, treading the earth with great care, continuously channeling the ley lines, gradually restoring tranquility to the primordial lands. The dark clouds dispersed, and sunlight once more bathed the earth. Yet everyone knew these measures were merely temporary, as long as the rift in the firmament remained. The flood could descend again at any moment. The beings could not help but look anxiously towards Nuwa, hoping she would devise a solution. After all, amongst the saints, only Nuwa and Tong Tian had yet to act. Buzz! The primordial heavens trembled, resembling celestial melodies, as the sounds of Tao resonated, the boundless essence of creation permeating the realm. Nuwa, with her delicate hand, struck the Qian Kun Ding before her, and immediately, vibrant, multicolored divine stones appeared in the air. With her hands forming incantations, the laws of creation flowed forth, and gradually, 365 pieces of the five-colored stones fused into one, forming a massive rock of 100 zhong, radiating a resplendent glow. As if imbued with the essence of grand creation, Nuwa exhaled a sigh of relief, but then her expression shifted, murmuring softly to herself, "Why has one more piece appeared?" Whoosh! With a flick of her hand, a small piece of five-colored stone appeared in her grasp. It seemed unremarkable, not warranting further attention. With a slight shake of her head, she casually discarded it into the primordial realm. Hao Yin cast a fleeting glance in the direction the stone fell. This stone, born from the hands of a saint, sees the essence of creation. If it were to take form, its potential would be significant, perhaps linked to my West. The Taoist of Zhuanti, observing the small piece of five-colored stone, felt a stir within, exclaiming silently, his eyes gleaming with insight. Enough, rise. Niwa smiled gently, approaching the stone from Mending the heavens, lifting the divine stone above her head with both hands, and soaring high into the sky, placing the 100-jong stone in the vast rift of the firmament. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Instantly, the primordial realm was filled with celestial music as golden lotuses surged from the earth, and myriad auspicious clouds ascended, enveloping the skies in boundless radiance. Splash, splash, splash. A gentle rain fell upon the land, revitalizing the newly afflicted primordial realm. My injuries have healed. I am well again, exclaimed a powerful Luohu Jinxian, disbelief adorning his face. I am unharmed. I need not perish. How wonderful it is to be alive, cried a demon clan sage who had narrowly escaped the calamity, joyously shouting. Among the human clan, at the Niwa temple, upon the high altar stood a statue of a goddess. Her visage noble, elegant, pure, and kind, embodying Niwa. Before the statue lay a long table adorned with various offerings. Thank you, Holy Mother, for your protection, allowing our human clan to escape disaster. In the square, countless humans, with expressions of reverence and devotion, knelt in unison, bowing alongside the three ancestral figures towards the statue of the saintess upon the altar. Holy Mother, with your compassion, you safeguard the human clan. We shall never forget your kindness, the crowd proclaimed. An infinite surge of faith converging towards the Niwa temple, swirling above, merging with the currents of fate, forming a sea of auspicious clouds to protect the human race, while another half poured into the statue of Niwa, which emanated a soft white light, appearing ever more divine, majestic, and benevolent, as if it had come to life. Observing this scene, Niwa, engaged in mending the heavens, could not help but smile subtly. Boom! The earth trembled as the final remnants of the mending stone merged with the universe. Concluding the task of repairing the heavens, the firmament was restored, the skies once again whole. Arise! At an unknown moment, Tongtin, who had appeared at Buzhou Mountain, called out, suddenly waving his arm. From his wide sleeves flew forth 4 divine pillars, cascading in all directions around Buzhou Mountain. Boom! The 4 pillars stood tall in the void, supporting the heavens and earth, stabilizing the primordial sky. The beings of the primordial realm, witnessing this scene, breathed a collective sigh of relief, as the weight upon their hearts finally began to lift. The saints, observing the completion of the mending, swiftly gathered above Buzhou Mountain, gazing heavenward. Thunder rumbled. True to expectation, the golden light of merit descended from the heavens, with the majority settling upon Niwa, while the remainder was shared among the saints, Hao Yan and Zenyuanzi. I have urgent matters to attend to at home. I shall take my leave, Zenyuanzi stated, surveying the saints before glancing at the floating chaos bell in the sky, promptly bidding farewell and departing on a cloud. Farewell, Taoist friend, Hao Tian politely remarked. To the myriad saints that Tio claimed that I do not covet the chaos bell would be a falsehood. However, Zhen Yuanzi understands that since all the saints are present, this innate supreme treasure, the chaos bell, is undoubtedly not destined for me. Thus, it would be wiser to depart from this place of disputes early, gazing at the silhouette of Zhen Yuanzi as he rode the clouds away. Hao Tian's expression shifted, yet he remained rooted in place. And no one among the myriad saints paid him any heed, their divine senses firmly locked onto the chaos bell, not daring to relent in the slightest. Chapter 48. The contention among the saints at Buzhou Mountain. The atmosphere grew tense, with the myriad saints' divine senses tightly fixated on the chaos bell, utterly unwilling to relax. Our western lands are barren, lacking a supreme treasure to suppress our fortune. This chaos bell is indeed fated for us, remarked the Taoist Jin Ti, his eyes glinting with greed as he was the first to break the silence. How Tian's heart leapt at this, secretly thinking, I never expected to hear such words. Zhuan Ti possesses quite the audacity. Brother Taoist, your words are misguided. the East and West each have their own fortunes. This treasure is a gem of the East and is surely not destined for the West. The Taoist Tong Tian, known for his forthrightness and integrity, could not contain himself upon hearing Zhuan Ti's shameless remarks. And he exclaimed, "The Chaos Bell was transformed from the Pangu axe, and we, the three brothers, are descendants of Pangu. My eldest brother possesses the Taiji diagram. My second brother has the Pangu banner. Thus this Chaos Bell rightfully belongs to me to suppress the fortune of the Jiejiao." Tong Tian was quite pleased with his own cleverness. In his view, the treasures of Pangu were perfectly divided among the three brothers. Unfortunately, others did not necessarily share his perspective. "Brother, your statement is erroneous." Before Tong Tian could finish, the primordial heavenly sovereign hastily interjected, "Among us three, the eldest brother should naturally decide the fate of this treasure." "Brother, you." Tong Tian's face turned ashen, his heart filled with rage as he shouted. "You, Primordial, are not content with the Pangu banner and still wish to possess the treasure for yourself. Speaking in such a manner, you truly disregard your position and are excessively oppressive." The Old One maintained a calm demeanor, refraining from speaking as he allowed the saints to argue. Observing the contention among the three pure ones, Hao Tian could not help but smirk coldly to himself, thinking, not all bonds of friendship can withstand the test of greed. Hao Tian understood that from this moment onward, rifts would begin to form among the three pure brothers, their unity dissolving into disarray, as if an invisible barrier had arisen, causing them to lack harmony and shared purpose. The more discord there was among them, the more advantageous it would be for my western lands. Zhuan Ti rejoiced inwardly. Human hearts are unreliable. Only strength is eternal. The world is bustling with activity for profit. The world is in turmoil for gain. Indeed, such is the profound truth, especially applicable to the powerful. Cultivators defy the heavens to pursue strength. The stronger they become, the greater their desires. With strong desires come grand ambitions. Esteemed ones, this Chaos Bell is a treasure born alongside the heavenly emperor of the demon clan. It rightfully should belong to me, a saint of the demon race. As the noise of the argument escalated, Niwa could no longer restrain herself and interjected. "Sister Niwa, your statement is flawed. This treasure, having been in the hands of the demon clan, has been stained with the blood of countless beings and has wrought unspeakable slaughter. How can it possibly return to your demon race?" The Old One's expression soured at Niwa's words, and with a slight twitch of his lips, he replied coolly. Niwa was nearly rendered speechless by the Old One's indifference, and her anger flared as she shouted, "What use is there in arguing? Why not engage in a contest, and let that determine the outcome?" Such a suggestion. The Old One's expression remained unchanged, aware that Niwa's proposal held merit. No one would relinquish a treasure as grand as the Chaos Bell, and he was about to agree when suddenly his countenance darkened as he bellowed, "Zhuan Ti, you have some audacity! Boom! Ha! Lady Niwa speaks wisely. What benefit is there in mere words? Better to settle this with action." Zhuan Ti seized the moment of contention. He lunged toward the Chaos Bell, brandishing the Seven Treasures wonderful tree, unleashing a burst of colorful light aimed at the Chaos Bell, intending to snatch the treasure while others were preoccupied. Let us see without hesitation." The Old One waved his hand, casting forth his innate spiritual treasure, the flat crutch, a formidable weapon of his path to enlightenment. The crutch transformed into a beam of white light, imbued with unparalleled might, hurtling toward Zhuan Ti. "Boom! Brother Taoist, your skills are remarkable. I have long admired you and wish to learn from you." The Taoist Jian, seated on a lotus platform, appeared pained as he conjured a multitude of golden lotuses swirling around him, wielding the precious Jian staff to shield himself before the Old One, speaking with a grave tone. The Old One's expression darkened as he retorted, "The Chaos Bell is a treasure of the East, not something you Westerners may covet. Fellow disciples, do not hesitate to act. Let us seize this treasure first. Then we shall discuss its rightful owner." Primordial's face was cold as Tong Tian appeared furious, the two exchanging glances before they nodded and proclaimed, "Very well, as our eldest brother has stated." Whoosh! Zhuan Ti moved with incredible speed. Nearly arriving beside the Chaos Bell in the blink of an eye, his expression filled with joy, his eyes gleaming with unmasked greed. Zhuan Ti, you shall not escape this time. Just as Zhuan Ti reached for the Chaos Bell, a thunderous roar from the primordial heavenly sovereign rang in his ears, as the three treasures Jade Rui, radiating the brilliance of the sun, moon, and stars, struck towards him. This is bad. Zhuan Ti's expression shifted slightly as he gazed at the treasure within arm's reach. Ultimately unable to let it go, he shouted, "Brother Taoist, assist me!" Whoosh, a golden body, a relic of his essence, suddenly burst forth from the top of Zhuan Ti's head, charging toward the three treasures Jade Rui. This golden body was one of Zhuan Ti's three corpses, capable of breaking through to achieve quasi-saint status. This is indeed a remarkable technique of the Buddhist sect, how Tian noted with interest as he observed Zhuan Ti's golden body. His eyes glimmering with insight, secretly thinking. This golden body technique is undoubtedly a profound art. It requires no innate spiritual treasure, only the cultivation of a perfected relic, allowing one to achieve quasi-saint status through the severing of the corpse. Truly, it possesses unique qualities. Jieyin and Zhuan Ti possess great wisdom, lacking the profound heritage of the three pure ones. Yet they can forge their own path, realizing 800 alternative avenues. Indeed impressive. Om Mani Padme Hum. Zhuan Ti's golden body, resplendent with a resounding curse. Zhuan Ti grasped the seven treasures Miao tree and once again lunged forward, his radiant treasure light flashing as each strike aimed directly at the faces of the two opponents. Seeking to avenge the bloodshed of the past, thunderous roars echoed. Yet, Yuanshu and Tongtian possessed strength that was not inferior to his own, wielding their spiritual treasures with ferocity. In no time, Zhuan Ti found himself struck repeatedly by the duo, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Alas, seeing Zhuan Ti struggling, the Taoist Jane felt a twinge of anxiety in his heart. However, the profundity of Laozi's power left him feeling somewhat constrained and unable to come to Zhuan Ti's aid. Though reluctant, he called out, "I implore Lady In Hua to lend a hand to my junior brother. We must not allow the supreme treasure to fall into the hands of the three purities. In this instance, consider it a favor owed to you by the West. How does that sound?" "Very well," Jane agreed readily. Observing the fervent battle, In Hua, who had been watching from the sidelines, was eager to join in. Upon receiving Jane's invitation, she promptly agreed. With a whoosh, In Hua stomped her lotus foot, leaping forward, brandishing the innate spiritual treasure, the red stitch ball, and declared, "Tongtian, if you desire the treasures of my demon clan, you must first pass through me." In Hua engaged in a fierce battle with Tongtian, alleviating the pressure on Zhuan Ti. Previously a 3 against 2, it was now a 3 against 3, resulting in an impasse. With various divine abilities and inscrutable powers unleashed, all exhibiting immense might without causing destruction to the primordial world, demonstrating the saints' mastery over their strength had reached an exquisite level, truly formidable that a series of thunderous clashes ensued as the combatants wielded their abilities, with no clear victor emerging in the short term. Chapter 49. The Corpse Clan's General Boom. Outside, the saints were locked in relentless combat, vying for the Chaos Bell. At this moment, within the depths of the Chaos Bell, inside the burial heaven coffin, darkness prevailed, devoid of light. The general sat cross-legged within the coffin, his aura surging, his form expanding, transforming into the terrifying and gruesome figure of the general, as low growls emanated from his throat, suggesting he was enduring immense suffering. After devouring Emperor Jun's essence and a significant portion of his magical power, the general planned to make another breakthrough. Within the chaos, he was absolutely safe, and with his true body, Hao Yan, guarding from the outside, there was no cause for concern. Roaring, with a sudden shout, the general sprang to his feet, his body stretching as sounds of cracking echoed around him. The corpse energy, deathly aura, and malevolent energy stored within the burial heaven coffin surged into the general's body like a torrent, growing stronger and stronger. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted from within him, as if he had shattered a certain limit, and the general's body radiated a black sheen, appearing even more fierce and menacing as the black light flickered. The general's form retracted, returning to its original appearance. Humph. Outside, Hao Ian wore a slight smile, secretly thinking, refining Emperor Jun's essence and power, he has indeed broken through once more, reaching the half-saint realm. His strength is tremendous. And moreover, the general's body has transcended the cycle of reincarnation, existing outside the heavenly Tao, fearless of the forces of heaven and earth, making his combat power far surpass that of an ordinary half-saint. At this moment, even if the general were not a match for a saint, he could still adequately protect himself, for after all, half-saints were not easily slain, not to mention, Hao Ian's smile was laced with confidence and an air of arrogance, containing a hint of the uncanny, unnoticed by others. Boom! Suddenly, the chaos bell trembled, and a figure cloaked in black appeared, emanating a menacing aura, surrounded by deathly energy, devoid of any vitality. It was none other than the corpse ancestor. The general. Humph, such a struggle will yield no result. It is better that none of you obtain it. The voice of the cloaked general was hoarse as he spoke. Thud! The general abruptly slammed his massive hand against the chaos bell, causing a resounding chime to echo, and as the bell surged, it trembled violently, splitting open a fragment of the void, swallowing the chaos bell, causing it to vanish from sight. Boldness! The battles among the saints abruptly ceased, their faces pale with fury as they shouted in unison. How dare you, you impudent wretch! Di Zhongchen's eyes were as deep as the sea, gazing upon the ravaged and dilapidated Mount Buzhou before him. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly let out a long sigh, and his figure vanished without a trace. Mount Buzhou, the ancestral vein of the primordial world and the foremost divine mountain of antiquity, had completely faded into the annals of time. Did this signify the passing of Pangu and the gradual waning of his influence over the primordial realm? Jiang Chun was unaware, nor did the myriad beings of the primordial world possess such knowledge. They only knew that above the primordial realm, a formidable power was poised to rise completely, unstoppable. Perhaps, one day, it would surpass the witch and demon clans, emerging as an even more potent race, for the corpse ancestor Jiang Chun had achieved the status of a half-saint. His combat prowess nearly rivaling that of a saint, immortal and indomitable, he issued a decree to all within his clan. Should they encounter a zombie in the primordial realm, they must retreat at all costs, never to offend. Otherwise, the punishment would be immediate execution in a vast wilderness. The venerable ancestor of a moderately powerful clan sternly commanded. The primordial realm was teeming with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Deep waters indeed. Relay to our affiliated powers to remain low-key and avoid provoking formidable foes, especially the corpse clan, whom we must not offend, that a leader of a great power shouted emphatically. Such instances were not in the least few, including the human clan, dragon clan, tiger clan, wolf clan, and the various major clans of the primordial realm, all issuing strict orders against offending the corpse clan. Jiang Chun took decisive action, instilling fear throughout the primordial realm. Becoming an unparalleled powerhouse of the age, the corpse clan would undoubtedly rise to prominence in the world. The demon clan had fallen, and the celestial court had lost its once formidable defenses. Due to the demise of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, even the demon Empress Shiha had vanished following the battle between the witch and demon clans. The saying, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter, rang true, for the once mighty celestial court now stood empty and silent, a stark contrast to its previous grandeur, seemingly affirming the adage, no matter how powerful an empire, decline is inevitable. Only the great Tao is eternal. Step by step, Hao Ian walked slowly upon the flat, straight white jade staircase, ascending to the pinnacle hall, representing authority over the three realms, his steps deliberate and resolute, imbued with determination, as if treading upon his own path. This shall be the beginning of my rise. With Emperor Jun's defeat, I shall not falter. One day, I, Hao Ian, shall command the three realms. None shall dare to disobey. What Hao Ian contemplated remained unknown to others. Accompanying him were the various saints of the Yaoqi, each harboring their own thoughts. Summoned by Hongjun, none dared to be negligent, hastening to the celestial court and entering the demon emperor's hall, where they beheld Hongjun, The Tao ancestor, seated upon a cloud platform, eyes closed in meditation. Disciples greet the master. Upon seeing Hongjun in deep meditation, the crowd was taken aback, hastily approaching to pay their respects. Exclaiming, Hongjun seemed to sense their presence, slowly opening his eyes to survey the assembly, his gaze resting upon Haoyan, a flicker of brilliance flashing within as he thought to himself, "This child's talents and comprehension are indeed extraordinary. I never expected that in such a short time he would reach the late stage of a quasi-saint, poised to achieve the consummation of quasi-sainthood at any moment, and his cultivation is certainly sufficient for this position. Alas, no matter how astonishing his talents, he ultimately cannot escape his fate." After casting a glance at Haoyan, Hongjun no longer paid him heed. Although he was slightly surprised by Haoyan's progress, it was nothing more than that. He did not believe Haoyan could stir up any significant waves. With a faint sigh, Hongjun's expression remained impassive as he spoke softly. "The calamity of the witch and demon clans is past, and the decline of the two races is fated. The human clan shall become the protagonists of the celestial court, and you may also transmit the Tao lineage, thereby glorifying my Xianmen. Yes, disciples shall remember." The saints replied in unison. Each saint, upon attaining enlightenment, had either not established a sect, like Niwa, or had opened their own schools and accepted disciples. With the prestige of the saints, they naturally garnered countless disciples. However, their methods of accepting disciples varied. The primordial heavenly sovereign emphasized lineage and aptitude, establishing a great formation upon Kunlun Mountain, allowing all to attempt the trial. Those who succeeded would be accepted as disciples. The methods of the saints were remarkable, and although many entered the formation, only 12 succeeded, leading the primordial to accept these 12 as his direct disciples and teach them with great care. These 12 were none other than the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school: Guang Chengzi, Qi, Yuding Zhenren, Tai Zhenren, Huanglong Zhenren, Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan, Puxian Zhenren, Cihong Daoren, Lingbao Shi, Jiulu Shun, Daoxing Tianzuan, and Qingshu Dao Jinjuan, alongside Yun Changzi as a named disciple. Due to Haoyan's intervention, the Randalamp Daoren did not join the Chan school, which made the Chan school's strength considerably weaker than what Haoyan had known from his previous life. Tong Tian, however, accepted all who sought the Tao, and from among them he selected numerous esteemed disciples such as Daoren Ruan, Zhao Gongming, the Sanshao sisters, and the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, totaling over 20 direct disciples. Laozi, valuing perseverance, accepted only one disciple, a member of the human clan, whose resolve was unwavering. In pursuit of the immortal path, he roamed the primordial realm. Due to his ignorance of the immortal sex, he would bow to any mountain he encountered, and after 3 months with no news, he departed again, demonstrating great perseverance. Thus Laozi accepted him as an inner disciple, bestowing upon him the name Xuandu Shi. Whoosh, Hongjun remained silent, and the other saints, unable to decipher his thoughts, naturally held their tongues to avoid inciting his displeasure. In unison, they turned their heads, directing their gazes toward Laozi, their intentions clear without words. Seeing this, Laozi's face twitched in irritation, feeling a deep resentment, and exclaimed, "Once again, in such a critical moment, you remember me as the elder brother. Yet when it came to vying for the Chaos Bell, why was I not given precedence as the elder brother? This is truly outrageous. Master, I have a question." Despite his inner turmoil, Laozi still spoke. There was no choice. Unless he relinquished the position of elder brother, this thankless task would still fall upon him. Am I to be fated to toil endlessly? Laozi thought to himself in silent lament. "What is it?" Hongjun asked indifferently. "Dare I inquire, Master, what exactly is Jiangchun, and what is his origin?" Laozi voiced the thoughts of the saints that in the Zixiao Palace, it was said that beneath the heavenly Tao, there are 9 saints, the utmost number. If all 9 saints emerge, an immeasurable calamity will descend. As the primordial could no longer contain himself, he stepped forward and took the opportunity to say, "In the present primordial realm, counting Hutu, there are a total of 7 saints. May I ask, Master, does Jiangchun count as the 8th saint of the primordial realm?" The expressions of the assembly grew solemn as they focused intently on Hongjun, eager to learn the answer. If there were indeed 8 saints in the primordial realm, it would signify that the appearance of another saint would herald the arrival of an immeasurable calamity. He is not a saint, but rather a half-step Pangu golden immortal. After a brief silence, Hongjun finally spoke. A saint is a Pangu golden immortal, but a Pangu golden immortal is not necessarily a saint. A saint's primordial spirit is entrusted to the heavenly Tao, thus achieving the state of Pangu. However, in reality, you all remain in the state of quasi-saint consummation, for only by becoming a saint can one possess the power of a Pangu golden immortal. Does this mean that attaining sainthood is relatively easier, while achieving the state of Pangu golden immortal is far more challenging? Nuwa could not help but exclaim. Jin and Zhuanti remained silent. Being mere named disciples, such matters were better left to the 3 pure ones and Nuwa to address. Hao Yin, however, listened with keen interest to Hongjun's explanation, comparing it with his own understanding and occasionally revealing a contemplative expression, as if gaining insights. Indeed, a saint relies solely on the primordial purple energy to entrust their primordial spirit to the heavenly Tao, utilizing the power of the heavenly Tao to reach the strength of Pangu. Although it requires great wisdom and perseverance, it is relatively much simpler. In contrast, attaining Pangu is fraught with difficulties. Take Jiang Shun, for instance. His perseverance, courage, and wisdom are all remarkable. He ventured alone into Pangu's hall, seized Pangu's heart, and during the battle between the witch and demon clans, consumed Emperor Jun's essence and power, only then breaking through to half a step into Pangu. The IT may seem like he is merely a step away, but in truth, he remains far from Pangu and is still no match for a saint. However, his techniques are exceedingly peculiar. Having cultivated the body of Jiang Shun is no trivial matter, possessing immense strength, far surpassing that of an ordinary half-saint. Indeed, as he professes, the body of Jiang Shun is ageless, immortal, and indestructible. Even a half-Pangu could do nothing against him. Hiss! The hall fell into a profound silence. The saints and Hao Tian, alongside Yao Qi, held their breaths, attentively listening, seemingly eager to grasp more of the mysteries of Pangu. It is thus. The saints remained silent, secretly astonished, digesting their newfound understanding. They had not anticipated that they were merely leveraging the primordial purple energy to achieve Pangu, which could be seen as a shortcut to attaining the Tao. Thus, Jiang Shun should not be underestimated, and one must tread carefully in their dealings with him. Hao Yan remained silent throughout, not uttering a word. Very well, let us set this matter aside for now. Hongjun cast a glance over the assembly and asked of his own accord, now that Emperor Jun has fallen and the celestial court is leaderless, who among you should ascend to the throne of the celestial emperor? A glimmer of insight flashed in the eyes of the saints. Though shocked by Hongjun's words, they quickly regained their composure, realizing that the position of the celestial court was of great significance. Whichever sect secured the vast fortunes of the celestial court would undoubtedly rise to the pinnacle of the Xianmen, flourishing immensely. Master Guang Chengzi of the Chan School have a solid foundation and could competently assume the role of celestial emperor, declared the primordial heavenly sovereign. Master Zhao Gongming of the Jie School is prosperous and could serve as the celestial emperor. Tong Tian swiftly added, Junior brother, this is not to criticize you, but your disciples only cultivate magical powers, neglecting the Tao itself. They are but beasts with fur and horns. How could they possibly hold the position of celestial emperor? Original Taoist master, you were enraged, your complexion darkening with fury. The two brothers immediately began to quarrel in front of Hongjun and the others, refusing to yield to one another. Laozi and the others felt helpless. It was not that they were unwilling to argue, but rather that Nuwa had no disciples due to her lack of a formal teaching, leaving Laozi with only the solitary disciple Zandu to rely upon for the transmission of the teachings. As for Jin and Juni, while they had a few disciples in the West, both knew that neither the Sanqing nor Nuwa would allow the position of the heavenly emperor to fall into the Western domain, making it entirely futile to seek such honor. Thus, the internal strife among the Sanqing amused them as they watched the spectacle unfold. Enough! What kind of conduct is this quarrel between the two disciples? Are you not afraid of losing face before the master? Seeing the two becoming increasingly heated, Laozi could no longer contain himself and interjected with a stern voice. Since there is a disagreement between the two of you, why not let the master decide? As the original Taoist and the master of Tongtian exchanged glances, a flash of anger ignited within them. Yet they understood Laozi's reasoning. The matter of the Heavenly Emperor was of great significance, and they respectfully implored the master to make a decision. Very well. Hongjun nodded, turning his gaze towards Haotian and Yao Tai. Haotian shall be the Heavenly Emperor, and Yao Tai, the Heavenly Empress, ruling over the three realms. Thank you, Master, Yao Tai exclaimed joyfully. Master, the Heavenly Court lacks a supreme treasure to stabilize its fortune, and my abilities are lacking, making it difficult for me to secure the position of Heavenly Emperor, Haotian said. Displaying a troubled expression, you dare to ask for a divine treasure even after being granted the title of Heavenly Emperor? How audacious! Laozi and the others seethed with anger, inwardly cursing and silently praying. Please do not grant him anything. However, Hongjun was quite generous. Much to the dismay of the assembled sages, with a chuckle, he waved his hand, and three innate spiritual treasures appeared before Haotian and Yao Tai. A precious mirror, a treasured banner, and a jade hairpin. This mirror of heaven, the plain cloud banner of the west, and this jade hairpin are bestowed upon you two to stabilize the heavenly court's fortune, Hongjun said nonchalantly. After a moment's thought, he waved his sleeve again, causing the innate ling and the peach tree to materialize, adding, this peach tree shall also be granted to you. Plant it within the heavenly court. Thank you, Master. Haotian and Yao Tai rejoiced, while the other sages seethed with jealousy, especially Junti, whose eyes burned with fury as he stared at the treasures, filled with resentment. How biased is Hongjun? This is an injustice. Jin and Junti silently lamented, yet they felt powerless. They did not dare to contradict Hongjun's decision. The earlier contention between Haotian and them only deepened their animosity, and apart from Yuhua, the remaining sages simmered with anger but suppressed their feelings. Chapter 51. The Imperial Seal Buzz. Haotian reached out to seize the spiritual treasures. Instantly attracting the envious gazes of the sages, he inquired once more, Master, with no one in the heavenly court, how shall we manage the Zhou Tian? The sages inwardly scoffed, their minds filled with curses. Is this never-ending? You are merely a puppet. Do you truly believe you are the Heavenly Emperor? Do not trouble me with trivial matters. Hongjun's words brought some relief to the sages. But what he said next plunged them into despair. Go discuss it with your fellow brothers and sisters. Yes. Hongjun's words clearly indicated that they were to resolve this issue for Haotian, causing the sages' expressions to darken as if they had swallowed a fly. Ignoring their displeasure, Hongjun vanished within the heavenly court. Farewell, Master, they called, since Yao Tai and I are new to this high position and have no subordinates. I implore my brothers and sisters to assist us, Haotian earnestly stated as soon as Hongjun departed, pulling Yao Tai closer. Indeed, the sages wore dark expressions, remaining silent as they glared fiercely at Haotian. Only Yuhua smiled gently, saying, to ask me for help puts me in a difficult position. The Luohu Palace has only a few individuals, and I have no disciples. Why not command the myriad demons to voluntarily submit to the heavenly court? Thank you, sister, Haotian replied solemnly, glancing at the others. This is a matter of the East and has nothing to do with us in the West. Seeing Haotian gaze at him with anticipation, Junti felt a pang in his heart and hastily interjected. Moreover, the West is barren, and most cultivators lack sufficient talent. There is no one we can dispatch. Unbelievable. The sages silently cursed Junti for his shamelessness, easily casting aside the West. Upon witnessing this, the original Taoist also spoke up. The teachings of the Chan sect have but a handful of disciples. However, Tongtian students are numerous and should be able to assist the heavenly court. Upon hearing this, Tongtian's already darkened expression grew even gloomier. After a long silence, he shot a fierce glare at the original Taoist before feigning generosity and saying, Indeed, my sect has many disciples, but all the inner disciples must convey the teachings that in due time, I shall send some outer disciples to serve in the heavenly court. Only Zandu remains under my teachings. So let him assist the heavenly court. Laozi suddenly raised his hand and struck his head, Shouting swoosh, a beam of white light shot forth, transforming into an elderly Taoist. Taishang Laojun pays respects to everyone. The elder Taoist, clad in an 8 trigrams robe, exuded an aura of celestial grace, and he was none other than Laozi's good corpse, Taishang Laojun, who had attained the peak of quasi-sainthood. Indeed, the sages and Hao Yian's pupils dilated in astonishment. Laozi was indeed formidable, as his good corpse had reached the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood in such a short time that it is well known that the good corpse is often the weakest among the 3 corpses. One could only wonder what realms the other 2 corpses of Laozi had attained. Was it the great completion of quasi-sainthood, or perhaps half-saint? The gathered crowd remained in the dark. "Thank you, my brothers and sisters, for your assistance," Hao Qian said earnestly. Upon resolving this matter, the sages hastily departed the heavenly court, as if eager to distance themselves from this distressing place. "Brother, we have attained such a supreme position and acquired so many spiritual treasures. Though we may lack real power and seem like mere puppets, it will undoubtedly attract jealousy. I fear the sages will not let us have it easy," Yao Tai remarked, her smile vanishing as she spoke. "This is inevitable. The sages regard us as mere ants, like puppets," Hao Yan replied, his expression grave, eyes gleaming with cold light as he sneered. "That Taishang Laojun is merely a nail driven into the heavenly court, monitoring us. Taishang is cunning. What shall we do? Are we truly to become their puppets?" Yao Tai's beautiful face darkened, her tone filled with reluctance. "Humph, the world is not that simple. Allowing me to ascend to the position of Heavenly Emperor is their greatest mistake." Hao Yan replied nonchalantly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes as he stated calmly, "Let us return to Qianlong Mountain. I intend to enter seclusion for a period. In the meantime, instruct Randang to disseminate the news and recruit various talents throughout the Honghuang." Yao Tai. Subsequently, the 2 scoured the heavenly court, collecting all the treasures from the heavenly court treasury before departing once more for Qianlong Mountain. Before long, 2 pieces of news spread throughout the Honghuang, shaking the world. In the southeastern part of Honghuang, Qianlong Mountain captured the attention of all. Following the conclusion of the battle between the Wu and the Yao, the Honghuang stirred once more, drawing the eyes of various factions. The 2 pieces of news were, the heavenly emperor Dijuan has fallen, leaving the heavenly court without a ruler. The master of Qianlong Mountain, Hao Yandaoran, and the fairy of Yao Tai, after the feat of mending the heavens and controlling the waters of the heavenly river, are deemed virtuous and worthy by Hongjun Daozu, supported by all the sages. After 500 years, during the grand ceremony to sacrifice to heaven, they shall ascend to the position of the heavenly emperor and govern the 3 realms. The second piece stated, with the heavenly court in disarray and the heavenly emperor's seat vacant, a decree has been issued to recruit talented individuals from all clans of Honghuang. Those with virtue, strength, and capability who are interested may join the heavenly court and share in its fortune. Within the secluded cave of Qianlong Mountain, Hao Yan was informed by Randang, "My lord, I have been ordered to gather copper from Shoshan, along with various minerals, jade, and heavenly treasures from the great land of Honghuang. This has now been accomplished. Please review the offerings." Randang reverently bowed, waving his hands, causing countless gold, stone, jade, and copper treasures to fly out from his ample sleeves, presenting them before Hao Yan. "Good, place the items here. You may leave now." Hao Yan nodded, satisfied with Randang's efficiency, and then added seriously, "I shall enter seclusion for 400 years. During this time, you are to manage all affairs of Qianlong Mountain and ensure that no one disturbs me." "Yes, my lord," Randang exclaimed, bowing deeply as he exited the grand hall. Although Hao Yan had yet to ascend to the imperial throne, Randang began to address him as my lord, and he felt a genuine respect for Hao Yan. Not long ago, when Hao Yan suddenly sought to establish a power and recruit talents, Randang was perplexed. Now, he finally understood Hao Yan's foresight. This time, Hao Yan's ascension to the throne and his previous efforts to garner strength were no mere coincidences. Randang believed that Hao Yan had undoubtedly anticipated this day and prepared in advance to avoid being left without capable individuals. Yet how could he predict the thoughts of the saints? Randang silently mused. And unbeknownst to him, Hao Yin had become even more enigmatic in his eyes. He had long since pledged allegiance to Hao Yin, sharing in his glory. Moreover, Hao Yin has always placed great trust in him. Thus, he harbors no thoughts of betrayal, nor does he dare to entertain such notions. With these materials, coupled with certain treasures acquired from the heavenly court, it should suffice for the forging, he mused, surveying the abundant resources within the cave with a tone of satisfaction. The imperial seal is a divine artifact of the heavenly emperor. It must be approached with utmost caution. With closed eyes, Hao Yin fell into deep contemplation. Buzz! After a while, he finally gritted his teeth, and with a sudden flourish of his hands, a grayish pearl materialized in his grasp. This pearl radiated brilliance, enveloped in a chaotic aura, severing the connection to the energies of heaven and earth. Regardless of one's might, if not seen with the naked eye, no matter how formidable their divine consciousness or methods, they could not discern its existence. The Chaos Pearl, all my achievements stem from you. Without you, I would not have ventured into the primordial realm. That I wonder if this is mere coincidence, or... Hao Yin squinted at the Chaos Pearl, falling into a brief silence before his expression solidified, resolutely stating, "Very well, since you cannot manifest before the world, let us merge with my imperial seal, and together we shall partake of the fortune of the heavenly court. Thus, we shall gain the faith and worship of the myriad beings across the 3 realms and 6 paths, with the heavenly emperor's great fortune shielding us, rendering our true forms undetectable. My imperial seal must be the strongest." With his mind made up, Hao Qian summoned all the first copper from the Mountain of Flames. The first copper is a top-tier spiritual material of the primordial realm, imbued with the essence of the heavens and earth, making it an exceptional material for forging treasures. Whoosh! Hao Qian exhaled the true fire of Samadhi, gently igniting the first copper along with various innate spiritual materials. Hiss, hiss, hiss! 3 years swiftly passed, under the burning of Hao Qian's Samadhi true fire. The first copper transformed into a puddle of molten metal, while various spiritual materials were also refined by Hao Qian. Sigh. Hao Qian let out a breath of relief. The first step was finally accomplished. The next step would be to shape the treasure and inscribe the Tao patterns. This step is of paramount importance. It requires a gradual inscription of one's own Tao, leaving an imprint of the Tao text to succeed. Gather! Hao Qian's expression turned grave as he chanted incantations, directing the golden liquid formed from the first copper to slowly coalesce in front of him. The process was exceedingly gradually taking the shape of a square golden treasure seal, adorned with swirling 9 dragons, their tails entwined, and their heads raised in a fierce roar, as if to soar into the heavens. Proudly traversing the universe, towering over all living beings. Rise! With his left hand gripping the treasure seal and his right hand holding the Chaos Pearl, Hao Qian's expression grew even more solemn. He lifted his hands, causing both items to float in the air. Merge! Hao Qian's incantation suddenly shifted. One hand controlled the imperial seal, while the other commanded the Chaos Pearl, guiding the 2 treasures to slowly approach one another until they finally touched and fused into one. Buzz! At the peak of the hidden dragon, Hao Qian remained in seclusion for 400 years. Roar! A mournful dragon's roar echoed from the hidden dragon peak. The might emanating from the roar was akin to that of the most ancient dragon clan of the primordial realm, bursting forth with an air of sovereign authority, seemingly to spread across the primordial expanse, yet was swiftly reined back into Hao Qian's cave. Excellent. Hao Qian gazed at the golden-hued imperial seal in his hand, entwined by 9 dragons, exuding a heavy and majestic aura, and felt immense joy, declaring, "With the fusion of the Chaos Pearl, you shall become the mightiest divine artifact. Today, I shall name you Suppressor of the Heavens, and may you help me subdue the beings of the world." Sweeping through the realms, Buzz! Treasures possess spirit. As soon as Hao Qian's words fell, the brilliance of the imperial seal shimmered, revealing 8 grand characters below. Mandated by heaven, may longevity and prosperity endure. The divine dragons appeared vivid and lifelike, with every reverse scale inscribed by Hao Qian with the Tao patterns that suppress the heavens, marking his own imprint, dominating the 3 realms. I have only refined a third of the Chaos Pearl. Hence I cannot yet unleash the full power of this imperial seal. However, even so, it rivals that of an innate divine treasure. I shall utilize you to suppress the fortune of the heavenly court, ensuring that no one can probe the essence of the heavenly court. Emerging from seclusion, Hao Ian summoned the lantern-bearer, Yao Qi, and Yao Ji to discuss the ascension of the heavenly emperor a century hence. The preparations for the emperor's ascension were nearly complete, and I have already drafted the invitations, inviting the saints and the mighty from across the heavens, as well as various quasi-saints. Might I inquire, Emperor, shall we send out the invitations immediately? The lantern-bearer inquired respectfully, brimming with excitement. Indeed. Well done, Hao Qian nodded in approval, stating, dispatch the invitations at once, and you must personally visit the saints if they inquire about me. Simply say that I am currently in seclusion, preparing for my ascension as emperor. Understood. The lantern-bearer hesitated, surprised that Hao Ian did not intend to personally invite the saints. Did he not fear provoking their displeasure and leaving future troubles? Yet, witnessing Hao Ian's calm demeanor and the authority subtly emanating from him, the lantern-bearer found himself at a loss for words, ultimately swallowing his concerns. Yes, Emperor, the invitations were dispatched, inviting the saints and the major factions of the primordial realm to attend the grand ceremony of the heavenly emperor's ascension. While this was somewhat expected, it still caused quite a stir. Humph! The saints, upon realizing that Hao Ian did not come personally, were mostly displeased, yet could not refuse to attend. After all, Hao Ian had been recognized by the Hongjun Daozu as the heavenly emperor, and his claim was legitimate. If they chose not to attend, would they not bring shame upon Hongjun? Who would dare? Thus, their resentment and jealousy towards Hao Ian only deepened. In the North Sea, at the palace of the Demon Master, just a mere gatekeeper, and yet he ascends to the heavenly emperor. Merely a puppet, he dares to announce to the world the holding of a grand ceremony. Does he truly believe himself to be something significant? Kunpeng sneered, clutching an invitation, his demeanor cold and mocking. The treasure trove of the demon clan's heavenly court contains countless treasures, with at least a dozen innate spiritual treasures within. Those treasures are not for you to possess. With Dijuan's fall, as the demon master, all that belongs to the demon clan rightfully belongs to me. Very well, on the day of the ceremony, I shall demand them from you. Not only will I acquire the treasures, but I shall also humiliate you before the myriad powers of the primordial realm, turning you into a laughingstock across the three realms. I do not believe you would dare refuse. Kunpeng let out a sinister laugh, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Hao Ian, the one who collected the waters of the river of heaven that day, prepare swiftly. We shall set forth to attend the ceremony that a leader of a faction that survived the calamity of the witches and demons declared. This grand ceremony must be extraordinarily lively. I must witness it. The reactions of the various powers and mighty beings of the primordial realm to Hao Ian's actions were varied. Some rejoiced, others were anxious, while some scoffed and mocked, and still others harbored trepidation. In short, the grand ceremony of Hao Ian's ascension at the Hidden Dragon Mountain had become the focus of the world's attention. Chapter 52. The Ceremony of Heaven and Earth. Establishing authority, time trickled by, and 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. The Hidden Dragon Mountain became bustling with activity as those who received invitations, various factions, and numerous powerful beings of the primordial realm arrived one after another. Hao Qian and Yao Qi had yet to make an appearance, leaving the lantern-bearer to receive the guests. Within the grand hall for welcoming guests, lavish decorations adorned the space, and the attendees were well prepared. Hao Qian Daozuan has arrived. A loud call suddenly resounded from outside. Oh, he has come. He has finally come. One guest exclaimed. I wish to see what kind of person this new heavenly emperor is, and whether he possesses the qualifications to rule the three realms. An elderly man said with a sharp tongue, Be careful with your words. One who can become the heavenly emperor is certainly not a simple character. Besides, have you not witnessed his extraordinary abilities when he repaired the heavens that day, effortlessly collecting the waters of the river of heaven? A friend kindly advised, such a figure is not one we can criticize. Beware of bringing calamity upon yourself. Indeed, you speak wisely. The old man's face turned pale upon realizing that he had merely been venting his frustrations, only to be ridiculed by the crowd, that he had no choice but to close his mouth, turning to face the direction from which the voice had come. Clop, clop, clop. Hao Qian and Yao Qi, accompanied by a retinue, approached steadily. Hao Qian donned a blue and ornate Dao robe, his expression stern and composed, as he held the breathtakingly beautiful Yao Qi, arriving at the center of the hall. Hao Qian and Yao Qi greet all of you. It is a profound honor to have you all present at this grand ceremony, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you all. Hao Qian and Yao Qi spoke earnestly. Hao Qian, Dao friend, you humble yourself. Since you have received the recognition of the Hongjun Daozu, inheriting the great position of the three realms, it is only natural for us to attend this grand ceremony. The foremost Taoist on the left spoke with a smile. Indeed, as Jinyuan Daxian of Wanshou Mountain has said, your words resonate with truth. The elder on the right, known as the old ancestor of the underworld river, added nonchalantly. Although the old ancestor of the underworld river possessed immense powers, having attained the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, he was known for his low-key demeanor, rarely causing trouble unless his interests were threatened. Yes, both of you great immortals speak rightly. Indeed, indeed. Following the remarks of the two, the crowd chimed in agreement, no one wishing to invite trouble at such a juncture. When does the ceremony commence? Suddenly, an elder from the human clan, the patriarch of the Nest clan, posed a question. The human clan is no longer as it once was. With the decline of the witch and the demon, the humans have taken center stage in the realm, a fact well known throughout the chaos. Thus, the crowd regards the humans with great respect, cautious not to offend them. Some even proactively approach the Nest clan, seeking to cultivate a favorable relationship and gain protection. There is no need for haste. My Dao brother, once all the guests have arrived, we shall commence, said Hao Qian with a serene smile. Oh, who is still absent, causing us celestial beings to wait here, before the patriarch of the Nest clan could respond. An elder abruptly stood up, shouting angrily that it was indeed the very elder who had just been scolded by the crowd. This elder bore no malice. He was simply cantankerous by nature and fond of drawing attention. Hence his immediate outburst. Saint, Hao Qian replied nonchalantly. Bang! The elder, a great Luohu Jingxin, fell back onto his chair, his face ashen. Those nearby hastily distanced themselves, their gazes toward him resembling that of onlookers at a corpse. And no one paid him any further mind. Hao Qian and Yao Qi took their seats at the main table, with Yao Ji sitting beside them. Many were puzzled by the presence of a young girl in such a prominent position. Yet no one questioned it further. They obediently took their seats, awaiting the arrival of the saints. Lady Nuwa has arrived. Suddenly, a loud call pierced the air, prompting Hao Qian and the others to rush outside to welcome her. Greetings, Sister Nuwa, Hao Qian said. Greetings, Lady Nuwa. May the saints enjoy boundless longevity. The crowd chimed, not daring to be negligent. There is no need for such formalities. Nuwa gestured to the crowd with a gentle smile before turning to Hao Qian and saying, I must congratulate you, my junior brother, on inheriting the Heavenly Emperor's great treasure and assuming dominion over the three realms. Thank you, sister, Hao Qian replied, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. He sensed an undercurrent of resentment in Nuwa's voice, prompting him to quickly change the subject. The Western Saints, Jin and Juani, have arrived. The Lord of the Tontian has arrived. The of the has arrived. The of the has arrived. The sudden fourfold announcement sent tremors through the crowd. Although they anticipated the arrival of saints, they had not expected all six to appear simultaneously. This Hao Qian and Yao Qi certainly have remarkable influence, was the sentiment of most, while only a few guests from Zixiao Palace understood the true reason. It was not merely Hao Qian's prestige, but the great standing of Hongjun Daozu that compelled the saints to attend. Greetings, saints. May the saints enjoy boundless longevity. Everyone quickly repeated the customary phrases, not daring to show an ounce of disrespect, for these six individuals represented the pinnacle of existence in the chaos. There is no need for such formalities. The saints replied indifferently, not wishing to elaborate further. Since everyone is gathered, let us prepare to commence the grand sacrificial ceremony. Hao Qian surveyed the assembly and addressed the saints. I invite my esteemed brothers and sisters to proceed. The ceremony shall begin shortly. Very well, the saints nodded. Under Hao Qian's guidance, the assembly moved to the Grand Plaza, which was situated atop the dragon's head of the earth vein, spanning 1,000 feet in circumference with an unobstructed view. In the center stood an ancient altar already adorned with various ceremonial offerings. The first item of the sacrificial ceremony was for the hosts and guests to take their seats. The ceremony was organized by the burning lamp. Yet the presiding officiant was a recently recruited human immortal named Tai Bai Jinxing, who, though of human origin, had little interest in martial pursuits and had chosen the path of cultivation, boasting power roughly equivalent to that of a Tai Jinxian. As the grand ceremony unfolded, it proceeded smoothly without any unforeseen incidents. The intricate procedures stretched on for the better part of the day. At the final juncture of the ceremony, Tai Bai Jinxing announced, "Now, I invite the Taoist Hao Yin and the Queen Mother of Yaoqi to ascend to the throne of the Heavenly Emperor." Clop, clop, clop. Clad in a royal robe of purple gold adorned with 9 dragons. Crowned and stepping with steady poise, Hao Yin ascended the high platform, exuding an air of authority. With a solemn expression, he proclaimed, "Thanks to the grace of Hongjun Daozu, I, Hao Yin, alongside Yaoqi, now ascend to the supreme position of the Heavenly Emperor of the 3 realms. With the weight of the world's beings upon my shoulders, may the heavens bestow their blessings, ensuring eternal prosperity for the heavenly court." The royal robes draped over him, Hao Yin commanded an air of majesty. Among the saints, only Nuwa displayed a hint of joy, while the others remained stoic, their expressions frozen, seemingly dismissive of this new emperor. The rest of the assembly, however, wore solemn expressions, silent and still, awaiting the sacred moment when Hao Yin would inherit the celestial fortune. Hold on. Suddenly, a mocking laugh erupted as the demon master Kunpeng descended from the skies, his demeanor dark and ominous. Clad in a gray robe and exuding a menacing aura, he hovered in the void. Coldly surveying Hao Yin and Yaoqi, it was evident that his intentions were far from benign. "Who dares?" Burning Lamp thundered in outrage. "Humph, who do you think you are to speak to me, Kunpeng, in such a manner?" Kunpeng sneered coldly, his oppressive aura bearing down on Burning Lamp. "Boom! What do you seek from me, Kunpeng?" Hao Yin interjected, positioning himself protectively before Burning Lamp. Speaking with a calm demeanor, Kunpeng's aura swept past him, but Hao Yin remained unfazed, as if untouched by the pressure. "Humph!" Kunpeng scoffed, his expression darkening. "Your ascension to the throne was decreed by the Daozu. It has nothing to do with me. However, the treasures within the demon court belong to my kind. With Emperor Jun's fall, it is only natural that I inherit them. Hand them over." His tone carried an air of superiority, as if Hao Yin were but an insignificant insect beneath his notice. "You jest." Demon Master, Hao Yin narrowed his eyes, regarding Kunpeng with derision, akin to observing a jester. "The treasures of heaven and earth are rightfully claimed by those of virtue. If they have come to me, then they are mine. Furthermore, in the battle between the witches and demons, you fled, rendering you a traitor of your kind. What right do you have to demand the inheritance of the demon treasures?" Hao Yin's words were sharp, striking at Kunpeng's vulnerabilities. "How dare you? You shall pay for this insolence. If you do not surrender the treasures today, I shall cripple you. That a crippled heavenly emperor is still better than none." Kunpeng roared, furious and humiliated, charging forward. Boom! His might erupted forth, his hand striking toward Hao Yin, wielding the power of a late-stage quasi-saint. Kunpeng had recently comprehended during the Witch Demon War, breaking through to this level, but he had yet to fully stabilize his realm before seeking trouble with Hao Yin. "Humph!" With a cold snort, Hao Yin declared, "Such arrogance. Very well. I shall use you as an example to establish my authority in the 3 realms." Without a hint of panic, Hao Yin met Kunpeng's strike with one of his own. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated through the void, and Kunpeng was forced to retreat several paces, while Hao Yin remained steadfast, unyielding. Though Hao Yin was also at the late-stage quasi-saint level, his body was forged from primordial chaos, refined over countless years, rendering him extraordinarily powerful. While not quite on par with the likes of Jiang Chun, his physical prowess alone was sufficient to match a perfected quasi-saint. However, with the Chaos Pearl in his possession, no one could ascertain the true depth of his abilities. Impossible. Kunpeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, incredulous, exclaiming, "A perfected quasi-saint body. How could a mere gatekeeper possess such strength?" Whoosh! Hao Ian did not respond to Kunpeng's words but leaped forward, engaging him in battle. Boom! The air was filled with thunderous roars as their conflict shook the heavens, the combat's intensity reaching monumental proportions. What? Hao Ian's physical strength has surpassed even that of the ancestral witches, achieving the level of perfected quasi-saint. This is utterly inconceivable. Who would have thought Hao Ian could hide such depth? Gasps of shock erupted from the crowd below, their astonishment palpable. Oh! The saints exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of grave concern. Clearly unaware of Hao Ian's true capabilities, Lady Nuwa, however, wore a knowing expression. She had always held a favorable view of Hao Ian. Though their relationship did not venture into romantic realms, they had maintained a good rapport, and her observations of him had led her to suspect that his strength was far beyond what he appeared to exhibit. Boom! The battle between Hao Ian and Kunpeng raged high above, their quasi-saint powers shaking the earth and sky, fracturing mountains and rivers while the void roared in response. Thankfully, the protective array of the Qianlong mountain prevented any destruction. Boom! Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed, and the two combatants separated in midair. Hao Ian maintained an air of calm, his expression unchanging, his royal robes perfectly in place, exuding tranquility, clearly at ease. In stark contrast, Kunpeng was in tatters, bloodied and battered, his complexion pale. Hao Ian, you dare to diminish my realm! Kunpeng's eyes flashed with venom as he bellowed. This is not over between us. You brought this upon yourself, Hao Ian replied coldly. Mark my words, I shall not let you off so easily. Kunpeng, grievously wounded and cast down from his realm, could no longer bear to remain in place. With an enraged cry, he departed in fury, leaving the assembly of Dao brothers to chuckle at his expense. Hao Ian, returning to the altar, spoke with palpable contrition. The heavenly rites shall continue forthwith. Alas, by the way, my celestial court is lacking in personnel. Should any of you wish to serve, you are most welcome to join the heavenly court. Though his words seemed casual, the crowd below held varying opinions. The sages regarded the matter with indifference. Despite Hao Ian's unexpectedly formidable strength, he remained in their eyes merely an insignificant insect, a puppet. The quasi-saints responded with a knowing smile, for their immense power would never allow them to lower themselves to serve in the heavenly court. Moreover, while the court's fortune was indeed potent, it was also a realm rife with entanglements of cause and effect, a place fraught with conflict. Yet, among the scattered cultivators of the great Luohu golden immortal realm, many were stirred by the prospect. Yes, solitary practitioners. They were inherently rootless, and witnessing Hao Ian's remarkable might naturally instill the sense of faith within them. To serve in the heavenly court might not be such a poor option after all. Chapter 53. The respected Emperor of the Three Realms and the distribution of ministers following the incident with Kunpeng. No one in the vast wilderness dared to underestimate Hao Ian, the newly ascended Emperor of the Three Realms. Straightening his attire, Hao Ian ascended the altar once more, standing tall and exuding an air of authority. He cast a meaningful glance at Taibai Jinxing, signaling him to commence. The final segment of the heavenly rites called for the Emperor and Empress to offer sacrifices to the heavens. Taibai Jinxing, with a solemn expression, proclaimed loudly down on the cloud platform. The sages remained aloof, seated with pride. Below, the crowd gazed up at the high platform, their expressions grave, focused on Hao Ian and Yao Tai. Today I, Hao Ian, ascend to the throne of the heavenly Emperor. Revered ruler of the Three Realms, I shall re-establish the heavenly court, gathering the fortunes of the vast wilderness and virtue to benefit all beings. That I, Yao Tai, shall serve as the Queen Mother of the West, assisting the Emperor in managing heavenly affairs and coordinating the dualities of Yin and Yang. With grave expressions, Hao Ian and Yao Tai proclaimed in unison. Buzz! The world fell into a profound silence. Boom! The assembly seemed to sense something. Abruptly looking skyward, where the clouds of the nine heavens roiled with change, the void trembling in response. Above, auspicious clouds of 5 colors manifested, and heavenly sounds resonated through the air, instilling a sense of peace and comfort within the hearts of all who heard. What is that? Suddenly, a great Luohu golden immortal exclaimed. Indeed, When the demon clan established the heavenly court, I was present, yet there were no such omens. A celestial being gasped. This is clearly a sign of good fortune. Could it be that Hongjun and Yaodai are truly destined to govern the three realms? Otherwise, how could such a phenomenon occur? Indeed, that reasoning holds merit. The crowd erupted into spirited discussions, exclaiming excitedly. Meanwhile, the sages and quasi-saints furrowed their brows. Astonished internally, they remarked, "This Hongjun has just attained the title of emperor. How could he gather such fortunes without prior accumulation?" This phenomenon was not seen even when Dijun became emperor, as he too required time to amass such a spectacle. The sages and quasi-saints exchanged bewildered glances. Lost in contemplation, the Nuwa's beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of intrigue as she turned her gaze towards Hongjun. Buzz! As fortunes coalesced, the sound of Tao resonated. Under the radiant glow of the colorful fortune, Hongjun's demeanor was striking and spirited. His appearance was neither mediocre nor excessively handsome, but the authority that occasionally flickered in his gaze brought a sense of reassurance. "What am I thinking?" Nuwa snapped back to reality, her fair face flushing, rendering her even more radiant. Fortunately, everyone was engrossed in the magnificent spectacle of the colorful clouds above, oblivious to Nuwa's unusual reaction. Granting her a moment of relief as her expression regained its composure. "Imperial Seal, rise and assist me in stabilizing the heavenly court's fortunes." Upon witnessing the formation of the fortune clouds, Hongjun knew the time was ripe. He raised his voice and gestured grandly, summoning an imperial seal radiating boundless authority to soar into the sky. Roar! A dragon's roar resonated throughout the cosmos, an aura of solemnity and authority emanating from the seal. Spreading in all directions, the sages, intrigued, probed with their senses, murmuring, "This appears to be a newly forged postnatal treasure. Why does he not utilize a primordial spirit treasure, but instead employs a postnatal artifact to stabilize the fortunes? Has Hongjun lost his senses?" Boom! As the sages pondered, the imperial seal ascended high into the air, making contact with the edge of the fortune clouds. Instantly, a thunderous roar echoed in the hearts of many, causing several to tremble in shock. Before the gathered assembly, Hongjun proclaimed loudly, "This is the imperial seal of this emperor, destined to stabilize the fortunes of the heavenly court. Wherever this seal commands, the three realms shall heed. None shall dare disobey." Humph! The arrogance in Hongjun's words ignited dissatisfaction among several factions and quasi-saints. Yet they fell silent, recalling Hongjun's overwhelming strength. The sages knitted their brows, feeling that this Hongjun was woefully ignorant of his position. Merely a puppet, he dared to assert command over the three realms, as if he could order around the disciples of sages. Such audacity was truly beyond comprehension. "Stabilize." Hongjun's expression turned solemn as he shouted, executing a spell with his hand. The golden imperial seal trembled and transformed into a beam of golden light, plunging into the depths of the fortune clouds, causing the clouds to churn violently. Roar! 9 dragon roars echoed across the wilderness as the golden dragons on the seal sprang to life, breaking free from their constraints and diving into the clouds, akin to dragons returning to the sea. Creating tumultuous waves and swallowing boundless fortunes, as the fortunes diminished within the clouds, the 9 dragons expanded rapidly, growing larger and more majestic, asserting their dominance over the scene. Roar! The 9 dragons opened their mouths wide, seemingly unleashing a furious roar as torrents of fortune surged into their gaping maws, an endless influx. Before long, the vast fortune clouds were entirely consumed by the 9 dragons. I could see this moment, the 9 divine dragons. Each towering to unfathomable heights, exuded a terrifying dragon might that permeated the wilderness, resembling the sages themselves, intending to suppress the entire realm with their singular might. Roar! In the depths of the EC. In the depths of the ocean graveyard. What? Zhulong opened his enormous dragon eyes, emitting a thunderous roar of astonishment, exclaiming, "Summon someone swiftly! Investigate what has transpired in the wilderness. How could such pure dragon aura manifest? Report back immediately." "Yes, ancestor," a dragon clan member responded, hastily departing. "Scatter." Hao Yin gazed upward, calmly observing the 9 dragons, uttering a soft command. Bang! The 9 dragons trembled, their colossal forms exploding, and the vast fortune clouds re-emerged. Whoosh! The 9 dragons transformed into golden beams of light, reintegrating into the imperial seal, returning to their original forms as if nothing had changed. Even the sages regarded Hao Yin with suspicion, their gazes filled with uncertainty. Only Hao Yin understood that the 9 dragons had fused with the heavenly court's fortunes. And this treasure, integrated with the Chaos Pearl, was more than sufficient to stabilize the fortunes. Moreover, as the heavenly court grew stronger and expanded its influence, Hao Yin would refine this chaos treasure more swiftly. The formidable power of fortune would not only aid in his cultivation, but also serve as a source of motivation for Hao Yin to break through the restrictions of treasures. Just as Hao Yin was about to withdraw the imperial seal, he suddenly felt a tremor within his being, as if an overwhelming surge of fortune had bestowed itself upon him, causing his body to quake as if he were about to cleave through the very fabric of existence. Hao Yin narrowed his eyes, carefully sensing the message emanating from the court's fortunes, a smile gracing his lips as he exclaimed in delight, "I did not expect the position of the Heavenly Emperor to possess such profound mysteries." It turned out that the fortunes had imparted to Hao Yin the legacy of the Heavenly Emperor, revered in the wilderness, a treasure trove of boundless utility. Hao Yin, as the first Heavenly Emperor recognized by the 3 realms. Even if this acknowledgement was merely nominal, nonetheless granted him access to this legacy, in contrast to Dijuan, who was the emperor of the demon clan, a powerful lineage yet confined to a single race. Hao Yin's serendipitous acquisition of this legacy filled him with elation. Buzz! The imperial seal transformed into a rainbow, reintegrating into Hao Yin's being, murmured Hao Yin, his expression tranquil. The crowd was perplexed, filled with questions. Even the sages cast curious glances at him, wondering what Hao Yin intended to do. Whoosh! Suddenly, Hao Yin waved his hand, unleashing a dark blue beam of light that sped forth, merging into Qianlong Mountain, deep within a mountain range. Boom! Instantly, the heavens and earth trembled, the very ground shaking. What? Could it be that the earth veins are transforming into dragons? Tong Tian Jiaozhu seemed to realize something, suddenly exclaiming. Most were still unclear about what transpired, but the sages and some knowledgeable quasi-saints began to harbor vague suspicions. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded, echoing through the heavens as the earth veins of Qianlong Mountain, after a tumultuous upheaval, finally broke free from the earth's constraints, transforming into a dragon. The multitude sat steadily atop the colossal dragon's head, feeling no unease or instability. The sound of the 9 heavens dragon roar transformed the scene dramatically. As the moment the winds and clouds converged, the dragon was born. What? The earth's veins have truly transformed into a dragon. This is by no means a dragon in the traditional sense, but rather a divine dragon born of the powers of heaven and earth, a rare phenomenon indeed. With the transformation into a dragon, it possesses the strength of a nascent saint, a truly formidable being. Zhen Yuanzi exclaimed with a tone that conveyed both shock and awe. With this proclamation, the atmosphere was ignited, and the crowd erupted in exclamations. What? Divine dragon of heaven and earth, truly one of a kind. This dragon is undeniably powerful. To emerge with the nascent saint realm right from its birth, even the most pure-blooded dragon clan cannot compare. The heavenly court is so formidable, it must surely be the chosen of destiny. I wish to join the heavenly court, declared a resolute Luohu, golden immortal. I too shall join. Let us go together. Count me in as well. To think that Hao Yin has concealed himself so deeply, the saints felt a surge of unease. From Hao Yin's series of actions, it was evident that this was not a spontaneous event, but rather a meticulously planned scheme. Could it be that he had already anticipated that Master Hongjun would pass the throne of the Heavenly Emperor to him, thus preparing in advance? The saints were not foolish. At this moment, they began to realize that Hao Yin had long harbored ambitions for the title of Heavenly Emperor. What audacity! The saints felt a chill in their hearts and thought, he was already prepared, even daring to request treasures from his master, and soliciting manpower from each of our sects. At the same time, they finally began to regard Hao Yin with the seriousness he warranted. Deep down, they understood that Hao Qian harbored grand ambitions and was an exceedingly ambitious individual. He had bided his time, hiding his true capabilities, enduring humiliation for many years, all just to transform into a dragon and seize the throne today. This individual possesses a profound cunning, no less than that of Emperor Jun. Perhaps even more concealed, thus warranting vigilance. Except for Nuwa, all the saints inwardly thought, we cannot allow this young man to continue developing unchecked. We must closely monitor and control him. That will be the heavenly court, our place in the future. Hao Qian pointed towards the vast sky, in the direction of the heavenly court, uttering calmly, "Roar!" The divine dragon let out a resounding cry, soaring into the heavens, racing towards the heavenly court with remarkable speed. As if in the blink of an eye, the southern heavenly gate was already within sight. This moment, the heavenly court had undergone significant renovations. The Demon Emperor's palace had been transformed into the Lingxiao Treasure Palace, and the entrance had become the southern heavenly gate. Whoosh! Bursting through the southern heavenly gate, the divine dragon circled above the heavenly court, while Hao Qian and the others entered the Lingxiao Treasure Palace. Taking their seats upon the dragon throne, assuming control of all under heaven, Tai Bai announced the decree of canonization. Hao Qian spoke with an air of nonchalance. "Yes, your majesty," Tai Bai Jinxing immediately replied. Cautiously and respectfully, he retrieved a piece of golden silk from his robe, slowly unfurling it. "Today I, Hao Qian, sovereign of the three realms, assume the position of heavenly emperor, ruling over heaven, earth, and humanity, overseeing the myriad spirits, and managing the flourishing and decline of all things, as well as their fortunes and misfortunes, thus becoming the Jade Emperor of the High Vault, as well as the Supreme Emperor of the Golden Palace of Hao Qian, as the heavenly court is newly established. The following appointments are as follows. The lamplighting Taoist shall serve as a guest official of the heavenly court, guarding it. Your servant, lamplighting, is at your service." The lamplighting Taoist stepped forward, bowing deeply, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to your majesty." Tai Bai Jinxing is appointed as the head of the civil officials, assisting your majesty in managing the heavenly court. Your servant, Tai Bai Jinxing, is at your service, paying respects to your majesty. Tai Bai Jinxing laid down the golden silk, bowed respectfully, and then continued to read. Yao Ji, as the younger sister of the heavenly emperor, is appointed as the grand princess of the heavenly court. Your servant, the younger sister, is at your service. Yao Ji stepped forward, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement, calling out cheerfully, Eli Huasan Run is appointed as the Fire Virtue Star Lord, overseeing the myriad fires of the universe. Tai Bai announced, Your servant, Li Huasan Run, is at your service. Appointment after appointment proceeded. Although the heavenly court currently lacked many powerful figures and numerous important positions remained vacant, it was still able to function adequately, executing the duties of the heavenly court. After seeing off the saints and numerous guests, Yao Qi proceeded towards the Yao Qi immortal realm, intending to plant the peach tree. Sai. Hao Qian stood within the Lingxiao Treasure Palace, gazing at the heavenly court's aura, releasing a long breath of turbid air, and commanded the lamplighting Taoist, I wish to enter seclusion. No one is to disturb me. Yes, your majesty. Buzz. Hao Qian's figure vanished, entering a secret realm to undertake seclusion, intending to make a breakthrough and achieve the pinnacle of nascent saint perfection. Chapter 54. The Rise of Humanity, the Three Sovereigns and Five Emperors. After the battle between the Wu and the Yao, Hao Qian, as the sovereign, took command of the three realms, becoming the newly appointed emperor of the three realms, his might unparalleled. However, the path to power is fraught with peril and tribulations awaiting him. Hao Qian is undaunted. An emperor fears nothing. The heavenly court, the Tongming Palace of Hao Qian, is a secret realm and also the place of Hao Qian's seclusion. The surroundings are heavily guarded, with countless formations encircling, forbidding anyone from approaching. The palace is luxuriously adorned, filled with treasures, exuding an air of nobility. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Hao Qian sat cross-legged on a mat, eyes closed in meditation, as waves of Tao sounds and peculiar resonances emanated from his body, as if undergoing some transformation. Crack, crack, crack. As his magical power surged, Hao Tian's body emitted soft cracking sounds, as if he were undergoing a rebirth, a faint fragrance wafting from his entire. Hao Tian gazed down at the restrained demeanor of his ministers. Feeling a sense of satisfaction and delight within, T.O. revel in the embrace of a beautiful woman while wielding dominion over the world upon awakening. This notion is cherished by every man. However, such aspirations necessitate strength as their foundation. Currently, Hao Tian is merely a puppet of the sage. On the surface, he holds power, exuding such influence, let alone the majesty he commands when issuing edicts across the three realms. When he commands the three realms, none dare to defy. The mere thought of such grandeur stirs one's blood and ignites excitement. One day, I shall truly command the three realms, compelling the myriad beings of the six paths to bow beneath my feet. What a monumental ambition that would be. With this in mind, Hao Tian's spirit surged, and he resolutely vowed within his heart. As the heavenly court was newly established, this was the first court meeting in the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. Esteemed ministers, please speak your minds, Hao Tian said with a hint of indifference. Your Majesty, I congratulate you on your recent breakthrough, achieving the pinnacle of quasi-saint, suddenly declared the burning lamp Taoist, stepping forward with great respect. We all congratulate your Majesty on your unparalleled cultivation. The ministers hurriedly chimed INAS for the breakthrough. It is of little consequence and need not be broadcasted, Hao Tian replied with a slight smile. You need not be so formal. Please tell me, during my seclusion, what significant events have transpired in the Hongjun? With the war between the witch and demon tribes having just concluded, the Hongjun should now enjoy a period of tranquility, allowing various clans to develop rapidly. Your Majesty, since your retreat 500 years ago, the three realms have remained largely peaceful, spoke the Tai by Jin Xing with the sages not emerging and the quasi-saints in seclusion to comprehend the Tao. The clans have developed their forces independently, avoiding conflict and bloodshed. This is indeed a prosperous ERS anticipated by Hao Tian. The Hongjun had indeed entered a rare period of flourishing. Hao Tian nodded slightly and inquired. With the decline of the witch and demon tribes, the human race has become the focal point of the heavens, as spoken by the Tao ancestor. How fares the human race? The human race is developing rapidly, with martial arts flourishing and their strength becoming increasingly formidable. The three human ancestors have withdrawn to the Nuwa Temple for intensive training. Furthermore, the human race has begun transitioning from a matriarchal society to a patriarchal one. With the status of men gradually rising within the tribes, he reported a patriarchal society. Then, the grand flourishing of the human race is not far off, sighed Hao Tian. Your Majesty, with the human race becoming the mainstay of the heavens and their strength doubling, can this not be considered a grand flourishing? Questioned the burning lamp Taoist, perplexed. This is merely the beginning. Soon, the human race will thrive even more, surpassing the witch and demon tribes, becoming the sole protagonists of heaven and earth. The Hongjun cannot remain tranquil for long. Significant events will soon unfold, Hao Tian said, shaking his head gently. Below, the ministers furrowed their brows, their expressions revealing confusion as they struggled to comprehend Hao Tian's words. Never mind, you shall understand in due course. Court dismissed, Hao Tian declared, sensing there was nothing more to discuss. Inwardly pondering, the flourishing of the human race. Could it be the three sovereigns and 5 emperors? I wonder in which reincarnation the sovereign of heaven currently resides. Due to the forces of reincarnation, Hao Tian could only sense that all was well with the sovereign of heaven. To pinpoint the exact identity and location, he would have to invoke the 3 corpses secret method, a process requiring immense energy. Thus, sensing that all was well, he decided against pursuing further. What sort of identity will you possess when we meet again? Hao Tian mused silently. Simultaneously, in the Nuwa Palace, Nuwa furrowed her brow slightly, murmuring, with the human race flourishing and the emergence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, this presents a splendid opportunity. It would also be a commendable choice for my brother to achieve the status of a holy emperor. Yet, with Hutu in charge of reincarnation, how can one be reborn as a human? This is truly a dilemma. Alas, when the time comes, we shall naturally find a way. Once Taishan arrives, we can discuss this further. The karmic debt owed by my elder brother must also be repaid to AS if recalling something delightful. Nuwa smiled faintly in the 8th Scenery Palace. Within the Grand Hall, Laozi's expression remained placid as he quietly remarked, "The flourishing of the human race and the emergence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It appears I must consult with my junior sister Nuwa. The unresolved karma weighs heavily on my mind. It would be best to settle it soon." The other sages received the same insights from the heavenly mechanism. The human race was flourishing, and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were emerging. This sudden revelation ignited a glimmer of excitement in the eyes of the sages, while they were indifferent to the flourishing of the human race. After all, this was a predetermined fate of the heavenly Tao. Unchangeable, they saw the emergence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors as an opportunity to accrue merit. The merits of the human emperor were beyond their reach, yet serving as the human emperor's mentor and assisting him would still yield considerable merit. With this thought in mind, the sages could no longer remain seated in the western realm. At the sacred mountain of Lingshan, Jane and Junti sat facing each other. "Senior brother, the merits associated with the human emperor present a tremendous opportunity. To forego it would be most regrettable," Junti Daoist lamented. "Sigh." Jean sighed deeply, his expression growing more pained as he spoke helplessly, "Regretful or not, what can we do? Not to mention the presence of the 3 pure ones and Nuwa in the east, who would not grant us any opportunity. Even if there were a slot available, our western region is barren, with few disciples. Presently, we have no one to send. What then shall we do? Are we to remain idle?" Junti, aware of the validity of Jean's words, exclaimed with a somber expression, "As for the merits of the human emperor's mentor, Nuwa will not concern herself, while the 3 pure ones will undoubtedly compete fiercely for it. We might as well observe from the sidelines," Jean suggested. Junidad in the 8th Scenery Palace. As Laozi was about to depart for the Nuwa Palace to discuss matters regarding the human emperor, he unexpectedly received a visit from the Primordial Heavenly Sovereign and Tongtian Jiao Master, and thus he had no choice but to invite them into the hall. He naturally understood the purpose of their visit. It was none other than the merits of the human emperor's mentor. The allure of profit stirs the heart. Even the transcendental existence of a sage, impervious to birth and death, is not exempt from this. Laozi mused to himself, feeling a hint of disdain for his 2 brothers. In his view, the Tao is eternal. While other matters warrant concern, they need not be of such obsession. To be overly concerned leads to confusion, descending into the realm of mortals. This encapsulated Laozi's perspective on the Primordial and Tongtian at that moment. Laozi sought the path of non-action, focusing solely on the Tao. Chapter 55. Fushi's Reincarnation in the 8th Scenery Palace. After exchanging pleasantries, Laozi, the Primordial Heavenly Sovereign, and Tongtian Jiao Master sat composedly upon the Tao platform, while Xiandu stood respectfully to the side, silent and still. "Why, dear junior brothers, you have come hastily. What pressing matters bring you here?" Laozi inquired, his tone calm and collected. "Humph." The Primordial Heavenly Sovereign and Tongtian Jiao Master internally scoffed, thinking, "How could you feign ignorance of our purpose in coming here? The flourishing of the human race will surely lead to the emergence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, as the leader of the human sect. It is your duty to make a decision," they thought, though such dissatisfaction could not be voiced aloud. Instead, the Primordial Heavenly Sovereign said, "We have come to discuss this matter with you, senior brother." "Indeed, senior brother, the merits of the human emperor's mentor should rightfully be distributed among us disciples, allowing them to advance in their cultivation," Tongtian Jiao Master hastily added. Their intentions were clear. As the leader of the human sect, you have only one disciple under your care, so there is no need for concern. Let us disciples take on the role of the human emperor's mentor. The 2 junior brothers were overly simplistic in their thinking. The human race is the focal point of the heavens. Although I am nominally the leader of the human sect, I cannot unilaterally decide for the human race that not forget that there's also our junior sister Nuwa. Laozi replied with an unchanging expression, speaking lightly. Nuwa, as the holy mother of the human race, still holds great prestige among them despite the previous conflicts with the demons. Thus, this matter requires her consent. The hearts of the Primordial and Tongtian sank, recognizing the truth in Laozi's words. their brows furrowed in contemplation as they asked, "In that case, what do you intend to do, senior brother, with Fushi's fall? Leaving only his remnant soul, we may grant him the title of human emperor, and Nuwa will surely agree," Laozi asserted. "Oh well. So be it then, we must proceed as such." The two nodded in agreement, with the three sages reaching an understanding. They exited the 8-scenery palace and made their way toward the Nuwa Palace, intent on discussing the matter of the human emperor with Nuwa and the heavenly court, the Yaoqi fairyland, where celestial energy wafted and clouds swirled. Created an ethereal realm, in a fragrant boudoir upon a soft couch, Hao Tian embraced Yaoqi, admiring her satin-smooth, delicate skin, his heart brimming with intoxication. In this moment, with a beautiful woman in his arms, the faint fragrance of femininity lingered at his nose, ensnaring any man. The allure of femininity and the hero's grave is indeed no exaggeration. Now I truly comprehend it. A faint smile graced Hao Tian's lips as he whispered, "From now on, I shall forego morning court sessions and accompany you every day. Would that be agreeable?" Speaking sweet nothings to soothe his beloved, Hao Tian, though not a romantic, was at least aware of such sentiments. Humph. Yaoqi emitted a displeased hum, burying her blushing face in a Hao Tian's embrace, saying, "You deceiver, I do not believe you." Greedily absorbing the masculine energy emanating from him, she felt an overwhelming sense of peace and warmth in his embrace. Hao Tian closed his eyes, sensing the purity and strength of his internal power had significantly increased. And with a satisfied smile, he remarked, "Not only has our power been refined, strengthening our bodies, but this also harmonizes yin and yang, enhancing our Tao cultivation. It seems we must engage in more training in the future. Relying on this, we may well attain sainthood one day." You rascal, speaking nonsense. I shall ignore you now." Yaoqi's face flushed crimson as she exclaimed in indignation, playfully striking Hao Tian's chest with her small hands. As the saying goes, the myriad paths to the Tao can all lead to enlightenment. The art of dual cultivation is but a branch of the yin-yang Tao. If pursued correctly, it is by no means a negative endeavor. Hao Qian and Yaodi, originally two chaotic stones, achieved enlightenment through the fusion of the primordial yin and yang energies at the dawn of creation. Their every word and action during their cultivation became the most formidable of methods, aligned with the great principles of yin and yang. In the palace of Nuwa, the goddess Nuwa welcomed the three pure ones as they entered the hall, after a round of formal greetings. Silence enveloped the room, as if they were a loss for words. "Several senior brothers have come to my palace. May I inquire the purpose of your visit?" Ultimately, it was Nuwa who could no longer contain herself and broke the silence with her question. After all, the matters to be discussed next pertained to her brother Fushi's potential to attain the status of the Emperor of Humanity, which left her both concerned and flustered, prompting her to speak first. "The rise of the human race is indeed related to the affairs of the Emperor. We seek to confer with you, Sister Nuwa," Laozi replied, his demeanor calm and composed. "Your brother Fushi is the Celestial Emperor. Our karmic ties are clear. What do you propose?" "That sounds splendid," Nuwa said, a hint of joy flickering in her eyes, though she soon spoke with a touch of resignation. "However, Huta governs the underworld, overseeing the cycle of reincarnation. How can my brother possibly undergo reincarnation? I fear Hutu will not consent." "What then shall we do?" Nuwa's words caused Laozi to furrow his brow. The plan had seemed promising, yet he had not anticipated such a complication. This predicament was indeed troublesome. Hutu, being a formidable being, presides over the 6 paths of reincarnation, and they had little rapport with her. Convincing her would likely require certain sacrifices, and the group fell into silence. Why not catch her off guard and work together to forcibly breach the cycle of reincarnation, safeguarding Fushi's soul during his rebirth? Suddenly, the Primordial Lord proposed his idea, exclaiming, "With our combined strength, there is nothing we cannot achieve. Whether in heaven or earth." "What?" Forcibly breaking the cycle of reincarnation. Tong Tian was taken aback by the Primordial Lord's suggestion, immediately unable to contain his voice as he vehemently denied, "Not only is Hutu present, but even if she were absent, the 6 paths of reincarnation are a cosmic treasure. Any slight mistake could lead to catastrophic consequences. This is a reckless plan." But is there any better alternative at this moment? Perhaps junior brother could share your superior strategy, Primordial retorted with sarcasm. Tong Tian, incensed, pointed at Primordial, ready to unleash a tirade. Humph. Nuwa interjected with a cold snort, her eyes glimmering with a fierce light as she sternly remarked. Now is not the time for bickering. My palace is not a venue for your disputes. Enough. If there are no other viable options, then Primordial's proposal is our sole choice. We must proceed with caution. Laozi said suddenly, his tone calm. Thus, it is an opportunity to gauge the situation in the underworld and ascertain the extent of Huda's power. We shall proceed as such, Nuwa agreed. Primordial, Taunton, while my brothers and I strike together. We shall breach the underworld and open the 6 paths of reincarnation. Sister Nuwa, you will safeguard Fushi's soul as it enters the realm of humanity. Ultimately, the group could conceive of no better strategy. And Laozi had to add, however, sister, you must act swiftly. Even with our combined strength, we cannot withstand the backlash of the 6 paths for long. Understood. Nuwa nodded. With the decision made, they wasted no time. The 3 pure ones formed a circle according to the positions of the 3 talents. Calming their minds, suddenly, Laozi opened his eyes wide, their brilliance flashing as he shouted, Now! Buzz! The 3 pure ones simultaneously unleashed their techniques, channeling their powers together. With a sweep of Laozi's large sleeves, a grand and mysterious force surged toward the underworld. Boom! The barriers of the underworld shattered, creating a massive breach. Peering through the opening, one could see the mournful winds, the wails of spirits, and amidst the chaos, countless underworld enforcers, with ox-headed and horse-faced figures racing about. Capturing malevolent spirits, while innumerable souls in the 18 layers of hell endured horrific tortures. The underworld, a realm of strict laws. Sister, act quickly. Laozi's face turned red as he called out. Clearly, the strain was intense. Primordial Lord and Tong Tian were equally strained, their faces flushed, unable to utter a word. The backlash from the 6 paths was no trivial matter. Whoosh, go. Nuwa, filled with joy, immediately emitted a beam of divine light to protect Fushi's soul as it entered the cycle of human reincarnation. Phew, fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly, and Nuwa released a sigh of relief. In the underworld, on the bridge of forgetfulness, Hutu's external manifestation, Meng Pe, suddenly wore an enraged expression, her hands moving in swift motions as she unleashed streaks of dark energy into the cycle of reincarnation. Simultaneously shouting, who dares to recklessly disturb the 6 paths and covet the cycle? Rumble. The 6 paths trembled, producing a deafening roar. What? In the palace of Nuwa, her expression suddenly changed dramatically as she exclaimed. The imprint within my brother's soul has vanished, erased by the cycle. Humph. The 3 pure ones simultaneously groaned, their faces pale as they opened their eyes, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. This had indeed been a perilous venture. But the objective was finally achieved. Sister Nuwa, do not worry. The erasure of the imprint merely means that Fushi has temporarily lost his position. The saintly consciousness pervades the cosmos, and with careful searching, he could be found soon. Tong Tian consoled Nuwa, his face pale. Well, it must be so, Nuwa replied, dejected. Hutu seemed to no longer reside in the underworld, leaving only a manifestation to oversee it. That a glint of suspicion flickered in Laozi's eyes as he remarked. Otherwise, we would not have found it so effortless. In the west, the sacred land of Lingshan. Senior brother, I did not expect Hutu to be absent from the underworld. Where do you suppose she could have gone? Zhuanti inquired of Jane. I do not know. Jane shook his head, replying, however, this presents a favorable opportunity for us in the west. Indeed, Zhuanti seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he exclaimed. The two of them focused their gaze on the underworld, as if penetrating layers of space to behold the scene within. Humph! On the bridge of forgetfulness, Meng Pe snorted coldly. Boom! Jean and Zhuanti were suddenly engulfed in darkness. Taking some time to recover, time flowed inexorably. 60 years, a full cycle of a decade, slipped away. One day, how Ian hosted a grand banquet in the Yaoqi celestial realm, inviting the celestial generals, immortal beings, and the incarnations of saints, with the great supreme Luohu also in attendance. The occasion was joyous, as the Queen Mother of the West was pregnant. The Heavenly Emperor was elated, thus he arranged a feast to celebrate. Naturally, the courtiers presented lavish gifts to congratulate the emperor. Fushi's reincarnation had been a full cycle of 60 years. However, due to Meng Po's interference at the time of his rebirth, a full decade had passed without his emergence. This caused great concern for the goddess Nuwa, who, after consulting with Laozi to no avail, resorted to employing her divine powers to search the heavens and the earth, her saintly consciousness enveloping the vast wilderness, awaiting the moment Fushi's presence would reveal itself, allowing her to pinpoint his location. Chapter 56. Fushi descends to the world. The cosmos stretched infinitely, and in the passage of 3 cycles of decades, 180 years had elapsed. The wilderness remained as tranquil and harmonious as ever. For during the Fengshan ceremony, Hao Yin had demonstrated formidable strength by defeating Kuanpeng, instilling awe among most of the powers of the wilderness. During this period, numerous wandering cultivators from the wilderness sought refuge in the heavenly court, notably including the likes of the 9 Heavens' mysterious maiden, the old ancestor of the mountain, and Donghua Shangren, among other great Luo golden immortal experts. While none among them were quasi-saint powers, many were great Luo golden immortals, and Hao Qian naturally appointed positions to these individuals. Moreover, the Lantern Taoist had successfully severed his corpse and attained quasi-saint status, becoming a figure of great renown after leveraging the fortune of the heavenly court 2 decades later. Additionally, tribes such as the Yuanzhu, Lion race, and Fox race sought to submit to the heavenly court in search of protection. This sudden influx of strength significantly bolstered the heavenly court, enriching its fortunes and expanding its influence. The days passed quietly, year after year, in the heavenly court, within the Yaoqi celestial realm. Hao Yin hosted a banquet for his ministers. With spiritual fruits and exquisite delicacies, the celestial maidens danced, and all the immortals gathered. The atmosphere lively. We congratulate the emperor on the birth of a princess. Indeed, this is a momentous occasion for the heavenly court. We should celebrate the emperor, for it was revealed that after 3 cycles of decades, 180 years, the Yaoqi had finally given birth to 7 princesses. Hao Yin was overjoyed, personally naming and crowning his 7 daughters with affectionate titles, deciding to select an auspicious day to host another grand banquet for his ministers. On this day, the deities of the heavenly court prepared lavish gifts and arrived early to offer their congratulations. You need not be overly formal. Today's banquet is a time for celebration. So let us enjoy ourselves, Hao Qian proclaimed, raising his cup and downing it in one gulp, smiling as he spoke. Your Majesty's invitation is an honor, great Supreme Luohu expressed with a smile, his tone calm. Indeed, Your Majesty. The ministers hastily raised their goblets, downing their drinks and exclaiming in unison. Amidst the clinking of cups and the exchange of toasts, the banquet finally concluded, and both host and guests were pleased. The ministers took their leave, each departing. Only Hao Yin, Lantern Taoist, and the Star of Venus remained. What news from the human race? Hao Yin inquired casually. Your Majesty, the human race continues to develop rapidly on all fronts, with no significant changes. May I ask which aspect Your Majesty is referring to? The Star of Venus responded, somewhat puzzled. The rise of humanity, with the emergence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Send someone to observe if any individuals of great potential are born among the human race during this period, or if any extraordinary phenomena accompany their births. Hao Qian Dao. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The eyes of the lamplighting Taoist narrowed. Yes, Your Majesty. The bright star still bore some confusion, unable to comprehend the significance of this. But upon witnessing the reaction of the lamplighting, he understood that this matter was likely of great importance, and promptly bowed in response before hastening away. Have the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors emerged? A gleam of curiosity flashed in the eyes of the lamplighting as he inquired. The primordial chaos will no longer be tranquil. What are your plans, Your Majesty? Heaven governs the 3 realms, and thus the merits of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors shall naturally belong to my heavenly court. Hao Yin replied, his expression unchanged, with a tone of indifference. But what about the saints? How shall we proceed? The lamplighting exclaimed anxiously. Humph, the saints! Hao Yin scoffed, his disdain unmistakable, and he sneered, a group of idle pretenders, usurping the heavenly way. Sooner or later, the heavenly court will turn against them. It is better to seize the benefits first. As for the rest, you need not worry. Suddenly, a heavy aura descended, pressing down upon Hao Yin and the others, the will of heaven bearing down upon them. It was as if Hao Yin's disrespect towards the saints had provoked divine retribution. Humph! Hao Yin's countenance darkened, and with a cold snort, he commanded, in the realm of heaven, I am the grand heavenly sovereign. Disperse! Boom! Hao Yin's authoritative shout resounded like thunder. An invisible force emanating from him, instantly dissipating the aura of calamity before it could fully coalesce, snuffing it out in its infancy. Select a group of capable and loyal individuals from those newly pledged. I shall have great use for them when the time comes, Hao Qian instructed. Yes, Imperial Sovereign, the lamplighting replied cautiously as he retreated. Even upon entering his own residence within the heavenly court, the lamplighting remained unsettled. That aura of calamity was indeed terrifying and insurmountable. What troubled him further was that the surge of energy emanating from Hao Yin was far beyond what an ordinary perfected quasi-saint could possess. Hao Yin was indeed preparing to confront the saints. How did I end up feeling as though I have boarded a pirate ship? The lamplighting steadied his racing heart, his eyes glimmering with insight. As he pondered, yet Hao Yin has always been prudent and would not overestimate himself. He must have some form of support. Since I can no longer extricate myself, I may as well strive for a chance. Perhaps I too may seize an opportunity. He was also a man of ambition. The rise of humanity is destined. As time elapses, an increasing number of martial powerhouses emerge among humanity, leading to the continuous expansion of human tribes. Once a tribe grows strong enough, it proliferates into new tribes. Currently, humanity's population has surpassed 100 billion, a testament to their formidable reproductive capacity. The Huashu tribe, boasting a population of 1 million, is one of the earliest branches of humanity to migrate from the Niwa temple. The tribe's leader has no sons, only a daughter named Huashu. One day, Huashu ventured from the tribe to explore a place called Lies, located approximately 300 miles from the Luohu River. Suddenly, Huashu halted, her expression one of astonishment, for she had unexpectedly spotted a colossal and bizarre footprint 10 zhang ahead, unlike that of a human, rather resembling something left by a primordial beast, driven by curiosity. Huashu approached to step upon it. Finding it unremarkable, she was about to depart when suddenly her body trembled and she fainted.